Chapter 1 The Supreme Dandy Young Master signs into the superpower system. Come on, baby, what's your special fetish? You're so bad. Hee hee, the rooftop is open air, didn't you say you wanted to do something exciting? But I won't let you play like this, you'll ruin my house. Baby, don't panic, this is nothing, I bought a good thing online. It has been sent to the security room at the school gate. I have asked the security guard to send it over. This is not good, right? What if the person sent here is? It's Yi Nan, the fetal god. How embarrassing is that? What a shame, this is just a good opportunity for him to see. He had been licking the beauty goddess Bai Jie for 2 years. How to become my Gao Jing's woman. The game starts with a picture, and the content depends entirely on. Ding, the Supreme Dandy Young Master has signed in for the 69th time in the superpower system. Do you want to activate it? The sun is scorching. Jiangzhou. Jiangbei University. Huff huff. Yinan, wearing a yellow jacket as a delivery boy, riding a small electric scooter. He was delivering takeout to the school, sweating profusely. Even though I'm wearing takeout work clothes. Still can't hide. He is handsome and dashing. Between the eyebrows. Revealing a bit of badness. It gives people a kind of chic and unruly temperament. Pity. He has all the qualities of a nobleman. Now I'm short of money. Therefore, to make money. He is currently studying at university and works 2 part-time jobs. During the day, during my spare time after school. Work part-time as a food delivery worker on a food delivery platform. At night I went to the school security room and worked part-time as a security guard. Another month of 2,500 security salary. Be more diligent. If I deliver 520 more orders this month, I can save enough money. I can give it to the goddess I have been pursuing for 2 years. Department flower by Jie. Bought the latest LV bag. 520 single. What a lovely number, isn't it? It means his sincere love for the beauty by Jie. Think about it this way. Yi Nan is full of energy. I wish I could turn the wheels of the tricycle. They all ran away with smoke. When he passed by the security room at the school gate. The security captain on duty shouted. Xiao ye, you just happen to be delivering takeaway food. Here is a package for online shopping, please deliver it in. Yi Nan smiled brightly. He let out a sound. Okay, Captain. He took the express package handed over by the security captain and took a look at it. Delivery address, rooftop of building 13, block B, teaching building. Recipient, Dad. Receipt number, virtual encryption number 138438. Yi Nan has been delivering takeout and express for a long time. This kind of thing is nothing new. But he still secretly complained. How can people be so wicked these days? I received a parcel and even thought about taking advantage of the courier. Indeed. Of course he has ways to deal with these wicked people. I just rode my electric scooter through the security booth at the school gate. That familiar system mechanical electronic sound rang again. Ding, the Supreme Dandy Young Master has signed in for the 69th time in the superpower system. Do you want to activate it? Yi Nan. Sign your uncle. What is the reward for the first sign-in? Xuanwu left kidney, Taotai right kidney. It makes no difference. He didn't even touch the hand of the beauty goddess Bai Jie. Every time I asked her to hold my hand, she said she had severe pain from tendinitis. Every time I tell her to kiss her, she says kissing will make her pregnant. Every time I talk about hugging, she says that men and women shouldn't touch each other. She is allergic to the opposite sex and gets prickly heat rash. For a time, Yi Nan had an illusion. Such a pure and innocent goddess is definitely a treasure. Certainly. This system's reward is outrageous. Even if you give me an indestructible kidney, it's useless. The second sign-in, what reward is there to strengthen your muscles and bones? He called him good guy. This is for delivering food on a tricycle. Provide the necessary physical fitness, right? The third sign-in, what reward is there? Orthopedic surgery to shape the inverted triangle male god's cool and elegant body. Your sister. This is for the security uniform. Are you standing up straight and posing coolly? The fourth sign in, what reward is there? Zhongbei University male students urinate the farthest 3 meters. Nima. This is to let the little master. Are you setting up a stall to sell beef balls? The fifth sign-in reward is 100 one-handed pull-ups, and you will have strong arms. Shilin, you are Miss Wang Ning's aunt. Is this a mockery of me having 2 arms? The sixth time. The 37th sign-in will reward the most handsome and youngest ace takeaway boy. Rescued a good man named Chi who jumped into the river to commit suicide and became a civilian hero. 52nd sign-in, reward for the security guard at the gate of Zhengzhou University. Become the patron saint of the goddess Bai Jie. Listen, everyone, do you understand? What's the matter? Become a security guard directly. Avoid taking 40 years of detour? Will you be able to stay safe at the end of your life and reach the peak of your life? Outrageous, right? It's really out of the ordinary. A Trump Davi. Speaking of this pit. The supreme dandy young master sign in superpower system. Yi Nan wanted to die. No more. If you say too much, it's all Louis. Host, it's not narrow-minded, open up your mind and good luck will come naturally. Host, are you still here? This wave of system rewards is very good. Does the richest man's biological mother want it? Do you want a beautiful girl with fair skin and long legs? Or the 9 school beauties and national goddesses? Do you want to consider taking the exam? Yi Nan. Look. This bastard is starting to PUA me again. Even the richest man's mother and her 9 school beauty goddess sisters came. My old swan oh. Can anyone help me? Get this Dogecoin thing out of my body. Get out. I'm going to bomb it. Ding, the supreme dandy young master has signed in for the 69th time in the superpower system. Do you want to activate it? Yi Nan. Please. You are such a scam system. Can you be more professional? Believe it or not. I have a National Anti-Fraud Center app in my backhand. I'll put you on the blacklist. Even dogs know. I have no father or mother to love me since I was young. Just like a little loser of dogtail grass abandoned by the world. Where did you get the fate of a young master? I don't want to expose you. Dingjing Professional DNA Paternity Test. The host has a 99.999% genetic similarity with a certain national goddess and richest man. Determined to be a mother-child relationship. It is reported that your richest mother was extremely pregnant that year. 2 babies, 10 treasures, 5 treasures in each baby. In addition to the host, there are 9 goddess sisters. Yi Nan. Banana you motherfucker. Dog system, crazy. Still going to beat the fucking pregnancy stick, 2 babies and 10 treasures. Do you think that richest woman is possessed by a sow? Sow Flo? The sow that gave birth to piglets from Uncle Wan's house in the next village. No one is so fertile, right? Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully for the 69th time. I signed in with a random goddess sister. Yi Nan. Did I say I signed in? It signed in automatically when you switch to automatic transmission, right? Throw you turtle. Damn the betting boy. Xia Mimeng. House shovel. Too lazy to pick you up. Neurological system. I still have to make money by delivering food. Getting the goddess Bai Jie is the real deal. Yi Nan didn't care. The system signed in a random goddess sister. He delivered the takeout orders at lightning speed. Then, I rode my electric scooter to Building 13, Block B, the teaching building. He was thinking. The recipient says Dad. He felt nauseous. She is a student of Zhongbei University. What about college students? Those who have received higher education have very low quality. We can't suffer in silence. We have to do it before he leaves the campus. Teach him how to behave. Otherwise, this kind of Harry out of school. Once you enter society, you will be beaten by it sooner or later. The key is you. What the hell is this? You just want to take advantage of me, and you also want your father. The hair hasn't even grown out yet, what are you thinking about? Yi Nan immediately used the platform where he worked part-time as a courier. With his best computer technology. Enter the big data database. Searched for it. Look who this little bastard is. What did you buy? For express delivery platforms. They say it's a virtual number to protect customer privacy or something. But for a player like Yi Nan. In other words, it is within the express delivery industry itself. Especially in the era of big data networks. There is no such thing as customer privacy. The consignee's information was quickly retrieved. Gao Jing, a temporary teacher at the Institute of Physical Education. Or NID1. No way? It was the one that had long been spread on the campus of Jiangbei University. A notorious beastly temporary teacher. Gao Jing? It is said that the behavior is extremely indecent. Having overly ambiguous relationships with some girls. There are even rumors about stud horses and pigs. It is said that Gao Jing is a second-generation official. The family is powerful and rich. He is simply a playboy. Through family connections. I studied for a few days at some fake sports university and got a degree. It's relying on connections again. Found a leader of Jiangbei University. Then, Gao Jing successfully entered Jiangbei University. Became a sports college. A temporary teacher teaching physical education. When Yi Nan was browsing the purchase column, something suddenly came into his sight. Taba, good stuff. He was even more dumbfounded. The next moment, he became even more restless. Rooftop open air. The key is still this express delivery thing. What is this jealous guy doing? Really, Nima? Do all rich people spend money like this? Snort. Since I have bumped into you. That can't spoil you. I'd like to see. What are you doing on the rooftop? I will broadcast it live to you and expose it to the whole network. Yi Nan's blood was boiling in his chest. A burst of anger from the passionate young people burned up. He took a step forward and rushed to the rooftop. Host, stay calm, don't be reckless, impulse is the devil, calm down. The system's mechanical and electronic sounds rang out. Please use the most drastic punishment method to kill the beastly temporary teacher Gao Jingxi, and the system will be unlocked. A big gift package for new players, and a chance encounter with one of the 9 goddess sisters. What? Did he go to the rooftop to shoot a video and expose it to the whole network live? Not enough maximum? Not enough domineering? Host, don't forget that Gao Jing is a sportsperson. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, and a broken ship still has 3,000 nails. With your tiny arms and legs, you are just a little security guard. If he wants to control you, isn't it as easy as killing an ant? If he pushes you off the rooftop, he can easily accuse you of committing suicide by jumping off the building. He is a powerful second-generation official. A small fry like you can't beat him. Yi Nan. Tonzai. Damn it, aren't you omnipotent? Give me a powerful buff skill that can instantly destroy everything. I'm sorry, the host's current level is too low, and there is no permission to sign in for a higher level new buff skill. Yi Nan. At the critical moment, you are useless. What use do I have for you? Host, the brain is a daily necessity. I hope you don't treat it as a decoration. Give full play to your wisdom, you can drop, come on, Ollie give. Yi Nan suddenly had an idea and raised his hand to hit. A finger snap that's even cooler than Thanos' world-destroying snap. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A more sinister grin than the crooked-mouthed Dragon King style. Hee hee, got it, look at my perfect and awesome social death performance. Chapter 2 Newbie Benefits Super Deluxe Gift Pack. Chapter 2 Newbie Benefits Super Deluxe Gift Pack Dududu. Yi Nan stopped and called Gao Jing using a virtual number. Sorry, the user you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Don't answer? Fight again. Beep beep. Sorry, the user you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. No. Fight again. Beep beep. Yi Nan cursed inwardly. Damn it. I made several phone calls in succession. Gao Jing, who was a stud horse and a stud pig, didn't answer either. He must be doing something bad on the rooftop. Originally, he thought that Gao Jing would definitely not answer the call, and kept muttering to himself. Sorry, the number you dialed is stupid, eh? Beep. The call was actually connected. But something is wrong on the other end of the phone. Oh, baby, who are you? Why are you calling at such a critical moment? Who knows, it's a strange virtual number, probably some kind of AI call for sales promotion, it's so annoying. Baby, how is it? I'm talking about this posture. Hee hee, it's perfect, right? Baby, you are awesome. You are awesome. Yinan listened to the other end of the phone. His whole body was numb. This woman's voice. Why does it sound so familiar? The voice is coquettish and charming, just like Chilean Aoi. It sounds like School Goddess Bai Jie? Yinan pondered in his heart. But he immediately rejected it and comforted himself. No, absolutely not. The goddess Bai Jie is purer than distilled water. All must be pure. It's sweeter than Nongfu spring. It is said that I've never been in love before. First love, first kiss, first night, etc. All are intact. Yinan shook his head slightly. Ba, good, good. Sin. How could I slander and defame like this? What about the reputation and chastity of the school beauty goddess? The phone finally came. Gao Jing asked casually but impatiently. Who is it? Hello, sir, do you have a package that needs to be delivered to? Rooftop of Building 13, Block B, Teaching Building, Jiangbei University? I want to confirm that the consignee is Dad. Hey. Yinan deliberately dragged out his tone. I finally felt proud of myself. Snort. Sample. You are too young to try to take advantage of me. Although Gao Jing is 10 years older than Yinan. But Yinan has been lonely and helpless since childhood. I have to rely on myself to fight my way through the society. When it comes to socializing, he is definitely a veteran. Gao Jing is probably on the rooftop. What kind of indecent activities are you doing in the open air? Too intoxicated, too obsessed, too careless. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Immediately, he opened his mouth and started cursing. Damn it, it turns out he's a dead courier. What the fuck are you doing with a plane? Didn't I tell you to leave the package in the security room at the door? UF King keep harassing me. Did your father die or your mother die? Damn you, you courier, I'm going to file a complaint against you. Listening to Gao Jing's unreasonable abuse, Yinan's temper immediately flared up. He thought. Anyway, Gao Jing was doing something weird on the rooftop. Why bother being polite to him? Just respond directly. Oh. Sir, it turns out that your father and mother are dead. I understand. I understand your feelings very well, sorry to bother you. If you need it, I will contact the funeral home for you immediately, or provide a full range of funeral services. But you still have to go downstairs to pick up the express. And, please learn to respect every profession. What's wrong with delivering express? Are you going to eat your rice, dig up your ancestral graves, or whip the corpses of your ancestors for 18 generations? Gao Jing must have been stunned as he listened to Yinan's crazy response. After a while, he opened his mouth and yelled a curse. I'm going to kill your mother, you dead courier, just wait for me to complain until you get fired. Snap. Gao Jing hung up the phone. A sinister smile appeared on Yinan's face. No matter, Gao Jing is letting his ideals fly on the rooftop. Be an ambitious young person. Still galloping on horseback and wagging the dragon's tail. Expect. With Yinan's phone call. Let him bow his head completely. Can't look up at the sun? Not as much as Yinan thought. The system's familiar mechanical electronic sound rang out. Ding, the host has preliminarily achieved the system instructions, and the super luxurious gift package for novice benefits has been successfully obtained. Loading. Congratulations to the host for winning the 5000M Super Luxury House Royal No. 1 Dome Star C in Jiangzhou. Congratulations to the host for winning the Lycan Hypersport, a global limited edition supercar worth 100 million yuan. Attachment, the red copy of the property certificate and the keys have been delivered to Jiangbei University along with the sports car. School Road near Building 13, Block B, Teaching Building, the car key has been put into the host's trouser pocket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first grade heavenly rank of Kunlun Dragon in Nirvana Sutra. Appendix, Kunlun Dragon in Nirvana Secret, based on Tai Chi, Bagua, Baji, Tongbi, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do and other series of national martial arts. From low to high, they are divided into 1 to 9 grades. Each level is divided into 4 levels from high to low: heaven, earth, black and yellow. Yinan sensed the system's reward. He reached into his trouser pocket, took it out and took a look. Sure enough, there is a car key with a Leakin logo. He twisted his waist slightly. There is a strong force. It diffuses from the dantian. Hiss? What the hell? Kunlun Dragon Roar Nirvana art? Also the 1st to 9th grades, the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow level? This martial art sounds really good. In his mind, he tried to sense the Wing Chun master Ip Man and Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do martial arts. Surprisingly, every move and every style. It's like it's been branded in my mind. Aha! Could it be that this damn supreme dude signed into the superpower system? Tonzi, punishment. Damn it, you can finally be handcuffed for once. Have you finally found your conscience? Host, you really misunderstood this system. The system asked you to sign in 68 times. One is to test your patience, and the other is to help you complete your comprehensive physical, mental, and other aspects. Only in this way can you withstand the power of the system. Yi Nan. Please continue to use the most drastic punishment to kill the beastly temporary teacher Gao Jingxi, and then you can unlock the system. And meet and recognize one of the 9 goddess sisters at random. The system reminded again. Yi Nan groaned. If it weren't for the system rewarding a wave of novice welfare gift packages. He has already taken the next step of punishment. Yi Nan grinned evilly a few times and murmured to himself quietly. Gao Jing, you are unworthy of being a teacher. But you are worse than animals, so don't blame me for enforcing justice. So, he walked over. From the trunk of the electric donkey, a loudspeaker was taken out. He turned up the volume to maximum. Then, he shouted loudly towards the rooftop of Building 13, Block B, Teaching Building. Teacher Gao Jing, on the rooftop of Building 13, Block B, Teaching Building, the good stuff you bought online has arrived, please come downstairs to pick it up. Teacher Gao Jing, on the rooftop of Building 13, Block B, Teaching Building, the good stuff you bought online has arrived, please come downstairs to pick it up. Teacher Gao Jing, on the rooftop of Building 13, Block B, the good stuff you bought online has arrived. A loudspeaker with high and low sounds. Better than the kind that collects junk. Collect waste beer bottles, soy sauce bottles, and various glass bottles that can be exchanged for money. I collect junk, old mobile phones, old computers, and broken rice cookers. Recycling of men's clothes, women's pants, and unused floral skirts. More explosive. Almost the entire campus of Jiangbei University could hear it clearly. Suddenly, it attracted a lot of students and teachers at once. Or you can stand on the top of the student dormitory building and crane your neck to look. Or just go in 2s and 3s. From all over the campus. Walk towards Building 13, Block B, Teaching Building to watch the fun. As teachers and students continue to pour in. There were also all kinds of pointing fingers and discussions. Wow, which idiot is so awesome? Is this the scene of Gao Jing's social death? Wow, you idiot, are you aiming for the top spot on the trending search list? Which Bayapailong is so fucked up? Wow, that's not us working 2 part-time jobs in college. Is it Yinan, the poor loser who chases after the beauty goddess Bai Jie? When did he become so brave? Oh wow, this time barbecue. I seem to see Gao Jing and Yinan pursuing her for 2 years. The goddess of the school, Bai Jie, went to the rooftop of the teaching building. Forgive my ignorance, can someone give me some general knowledge? What is that good stuff? Is it useful? If it is useful, I will also buy one online. Idiot, you are a grown man, what good stuff do you have to play with? If you want to buy something, you should buy something like a silicone doll. Only those who use it know. Great God, please give me the link, take advantage of the Double 11 discount activities, place an order immediately. You can search it yourself, it will come out immediately, there is nothing that others can't do, only you can't think of it. There are also those full simulation celebrity ones, let me tell you, they are really good, but they are a little expensive. Woohoo, good fellow, Gao Jing will not really seduce the pure and innocent goddess by Jie Wei. Did you get it? It's on the rooftop of the teaching building, in the open air. Oh my God, your temperature. The show is about to begin. I'm so excited. I don't understand for a moment whether Gao Jingxi died or Yi Nanxi died. Well, come to think of it, Yi Nan is quite pitiful. He is so infatuated and has been pursuing the school beauty Bai Jie for 2 years. Even though he has no money, he is really ambitious and hardworking. What era am I in? Ambitious? Hardworking? What's the use? Gao Jinglin hired a teacher. He is the son of an official. He is rich and powerful. Who wouldn't want to lick his ass? Besides, Yi Nan is an egg-crazy lover. He is just a fool, and a lickspittle. Yes, dog licker, how does the saying go? A dog who licks the house will end up with nothing. Excuse me, that girl Bai Jie has a pair of peach blossom eyes and a natural charm. If this happened in ancient times, she would be the top prostitute in a brothel. She really lives up to her name Bai Jie. Chapter 3, Farewell to the Licking Dog, the Supreme Dude is online. Chapter 3 Farewell to the Licking Dog, the Supreme Dude is online. Teacher Gao Jing on the rooftop of Building 13, Block B, Teaching Building. The good stuff you bought online has arrived, please come downstairs to pick it up. Teacher Gao Jing on the rooftop of Building 13, Block B, Teaching Building. The good stuff you bought online. Yi Nan didn't care. Teachers and students kept watching the excitement, still shouting loudly and softly. When the 5th time was halfway through, with a clang, from the iron gate of the teaching building, suddenly, a fairly tall and sturdy figure jumped out. But looking at his face, there is a kind of Shimen Cheng and Pan Jinglian, a sense of excessive waste and vicissitudes. Gao Jing rushed out anxiously. Roll up your sleeves. He cursed at Yi Nan angrily. Fuck, it's Yi Nan, you plague god, are you fucking sick? If you want to go crazy, go to a mental hospital, don't disgust me. You are a courier, but you openly snoop on the privacy of your customers. I will file a complaint against you. And they will sue you in the name of the school for slandering the teacher and put you in jail for life. Yi Nan was neither humble nor arrogant. He smiled playfully at Gao Jing. What's the matter? Teacher Gao, what you bought couldn't be that good stuff, right? I haven't opened your package, I'm just guessing. Did I guess it right? I'm very curious, what are you doing on the rooftop? Why do you want to have the courier delivered to the rooftop? Are you doing something shameful? However, before Yi Nan could finish his words, he choked. He was holding Gao Jing's express delivery in his hand. It slipped out of my hand and fell to the ground. The scattered packaging is full of strange toys. Because what caught Yi Nan's eyes? The girl who followed Gao Jing out of the iron gate of the teaching building. Not someone else. It was what he had been thinking about. The goddess of the department who I have been pursuing for 2 years. Bai Jie. This moment. Yi Nan was stunned as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Although he really wanted to find an excuse for the school beauty Bai Jie and a reason to comfort himself. However, looking at Bai Jie's messy hair and untidy clothes, and the rosy blush on that almost perfect goddess-like face, that is definitely not the red of colorful flowers, nor the red of pomegranates. Normal people know what kind of red it is. Yi Nan was in a state of confusion, his world collapsed. He just felt dizzy and the world was spinning. As if, in the past 2 years, all the youth, all the hard work, has been wasted. Bai Jie came downstairs with a slightly embarrassed expression. When she saw that it was Yi Nan, her expression froze for a moment. In a flash, she became domineering and walked straight towards Yi Nan. It was as if she was always the queen standing high above Yi Nan, overlooking the dog kneeling and licking at her feet, bowing down to her pomegranate skirt. Damn, what a barbecued pork bun. The school goddess Bai Jie is really being treated like a horse pig by Gao Jing. Have you given it to Huahua? Gao Jing is really a jealous person, a beast in human clothing. A good cabbage was eaten by a pig. The key is a breeding pig. Oh my god, look, that express package is really. It's really good stuff. Gao Jing is a bit fancy. This time, Yi Nan, the poor loser from Wuhu, is in trouble. After 2 years of guarding, Gao Jing intercepted him. How ridiculous. Hu Yi Nan is just a dog licker. It's time for him to wake up. That doesn't make sense. Didn't I see Yi Nan posting on WeChat moments earlier? Did you say that the confession to the beauty goddess Bai Jie was almost successful? Didn't Tishi say she should think about it? Is it a fake or a fake? Vows of eternal love? Forever and ever? A bitch and a dog, forever and ever? My dear brother, I almost got into Tsinghua University in my first college entrance examination. That year, Tsinghua University's admission score was 702, and I scored 70.2. It's really just a little bit, actually just a little bit. Damn, so excited, so nervous. It's much more exciting than my wedding night. The good show will finally begin. I want to hear how the goddess Bai Jie explains. Everyone's eyes widened. Afraid of a blink. Missed out on something exciting. Ding the host successfully and perfectly with the most extreme and domineering punishment method. Let the beastly temporary teacher Gao Jingxi die. One of the 9 goddess sisters is being randomly unlocked and is about to arrive. Yinan completely felt a kind of. In the bitter cold of winter. The howling north wind blows towards us. It's like a knife scraping across your face. Worse still. He thinks. My IQ has been pushed down the drain. Being severely trampled by the roaring sky dog. Host, please accept my condolences. Who hasn't met a few bad girls when they were young? But the extent of their badness is unimaginable. Host, don't cry, the goddess sister is on the way. No more scumbag girls, no more licking dogs, there is a national goddess and the richest man's biological mother. You are a super rich second generation, that is pretty nice. There are also 9 beautiful goddess sisters. Even if you are the supreme dandy young master, that's pretty awesome. Host, are you still listening? Does the goddess sister want it? Does the richest man's mother want it? As for the mechanical electronic sound of the system, Yinan turned a deaf ear to it and ignored it. Yinan, you little bastard without a father or mother, damn little bastard. I'm warning you, you're in big trouble this time. Wait till you die, you bastard. Gao Jing swung his fist and yelled angrily. Bai Jie walked forward angrily, followed by Gao Jing, and said angrily. Yinan, I wanted to explain something to you. Teacher Gao and I are conducting a scientific experiment on the rooftop to study the origin of species and the reproduction of human beings. Now it seems that this is totally unnecessary. Listen to me, from now on, I have nothing to do with you, so don't bother me anymore. Don't be self-moved and self-paralyzed in your self-satisfied way. Yinan, I would rather kneel down and lick a BMW than be a loser like you. You thought that you were studying at university and working 2 part-time jobs. Yuho, being a security guard, delivering takeout, are you great? In my eyes, you are just a dead courier, you are just a stinky security guard. Can you afford the Champs-Élysées villa? Can you afford a Maserati sports car? Can you afford the latest LV bag? You can do it, go ahead. You can't do it, but Mr. Gao can. Is there anything wrong with this? Besides, what can you give me the material life I want? I have never liked you, it's just your wishful thinking. You are a complete licker. The heart-wrenching words hurt Yinan deeply. His heart felt like it was being cut by Bai Jie. Really? A dog cannot have a house. Licking until there is nothing left. He frowned slightly, as if using the last bit of his dignity to make a final attempt to stay. Bai Jie, I thought we were already together. It's been 2 years. You gave me all those wonderful memories. Were they all performed by you? You said you would think about it, so what? Bai Jie looked at Yinan as if he was looking at a joke and she sneered twice. You think, and it's you who think. Don't impose your thoughts on me, okay? Good memories? Haha, I laughed. You ask me, what does that count as? Does that mean you are qualified as a dog licker? Full marks? Yinan asked further. What about the vows you made? Are you satisfied with the answer that it is at most an idiom? Now, I ask you to roll up into a ball and quickly roll out of my world, as far as you can, okay? Ha, Lu, capital 6, Yinan smiled lightly. Bai Jie looked around at the teachers and students who were watching, and she realized that she was embarrassed. She pulled Gao Jing and said coquettishly. Darling, stop getting mad at Yinan, the fetal god. He doesn't feel ashamed, but I still have my dignity. I'm so embarrassed. Let's go now. Gao Jing glared at Yinan fiercely, gnashing his teeth and saying, just wait for me. Yinan smiled bitterly, but the next moment, a hint of arrogance flashed across his face. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. System. Yes. And Tonzai? Signed in 69 times. Didn't T. Tonzai say the richest man as biological mother? I will soon become a super rich second generation. Have you become some supreme playboy? Are there any other 9 beautiful goddess sisters? From now on. Farewell to the licking dog, the supreme dude is online. He shouted towards Bai Jie and Gao Jing's backs in a self-deprecating tone. Well, what if I don't mind the 3 of us being together? Bai Jie. Gao Jing said angrily, fuck you 3 people together. This one sentence almost made the teachers and students who were watching laugh. Whoosh, it's just over like that? I also support the 3 of them being together, so it wouldn't be too tragic. 999, 666 turned over. Is Yinan going to become the ancestor of the dog-licking world? There are 3 of them together. Why do I feel like I've been screwed by a dog? Or am I screwed? Gao Jing is such a jealous person. You can't clap with one hand, clap for love. It has always been the case that the man has feelings and the woman has intentions. Bai Jie is a slutty and flirtatious person by nature. Hey! I didn't notice it just now. Look, there's a car parked on the school road. So cool! Then someone exclaimed. All the teachers and students who were watching focused their attention on the direction of the school road where Bai Jie and Gao Jing were walking. There is a cool supercar parked on the side of the road. Isn't this car too cool? Did Gao Jing, the son of an official, buy it to pick up girls? It's very likely. Look, isn't he taking Bai Jie with him? That's not right. I've never seen him drive before. His car seems to be a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's really weird, how could such a stunning supercar be parked in our school? I searched online and found. This car is the Lycan Hypersport, the global limited edition of the Paris Lycan Wolfson. Only 7 units will be produced, and each unit will be sold at a global price of 100 million renminbi. I am so arrogant? Rich people really know how to have fun. A sports car worth 100 million? Can it drive like a rocket? PSIRI is a popular internet term, a way of expressing IRI in a strong tone. Just as the onlookers were discussing, someone suddenly appeared outside the gate of Jiangbei University. An ultra-luxury speedster, the Hennessy Venom GT, came galloping towards us. Wait until you arrive at the school road outside Building 13, Block B, the teaching building. With a perfect drift. It stopped safely behind the Lycan Hypersport. The car door slowly opened. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes. It is a pair of slender and long beautiful legs in black stockings. On her delicate and exquisite jade feet, she was wearing a pair of red high-heeled leather shoes. Followed by a tight black leather skirt that covers the hips. She wore a fashionable and trendy pure red top. She was as graceful as a startled swan. A beautiful girl with a graceful figure and a graceful temperament. A waterfall of hair. The ends of the hair are curled into small curls and naturally draped over the shoulders. A peerless oval face that can be described as stunning and enchanting. A pair of faint dimples appeared on her cheeks. The tall and straight nose is as crystal clear as a white jade sculpture. A pair of clear eyes? A charming smile can kill people. A 175 centimeters tall and graceful figure. Outline a beautiful S-curve. Super strong aura. It gives people a feeling of being cool, a list, and extremely sexual. When she appeared on campus, the instant turning back rate is 100%. What is even more jaw-dropping is Chapter 4, the fifth sister who was both cool and sexy, the beauty pageant champion and national goddess Yi Linglong. Chapter 4, the fifth sister who was both cool and sexy, the younger brother of the national goddess Yi Linglong, the beauty pageant champion. A brother. Everyone was shocked and exploded. Because from that cool and fast sports car Hennessy Venom GT. The beautiful girl in black stockings and red clothes got off the car. Walked straight towards Yinan. Just go up and give me a big hug. And he shouted, blasting everyone's auditory nerves. Younger brother. Even Yinan was confused. He was stunned. The body is stiff. I didn't even know where to put my hands. I rely on convex. Call the controller. Is this the legendary goddess sister? This is absolutely stunning, 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 stunning. As if all the compliments. It is difficult to describe the appearance and temperament of this sister who came from heaven. Wow, this monkey is awesome. Ah, brother, I finally found you. It has been 20 years since Mom and 9 of us sisters have been looking for you. I've been looking for 20 years. The beautiful girl in black stockings and red clothes hugged Yinan tightly. He was so excited that he burst into tears. All the teachers and students watching the scene lived in Bungbu. There was already a sigh and an uproar. Attachment, Bungbu, BNGB, is stuck, can't hold it anymore. Nanny brother? Sister? Can anyone tell me what this situation is? Oh, when did Jinan have such a beautiful sister? My old swan, I almost didn't recognize it, but after a closer look, that isn't the Ji Linglong, the champion of the Chinese region in this year's Miss World beauty pageant? Oh my god, it really is the new national goddess Yi Linglong, she. How did she become Yi Nan's sister? Too weird, too explosive. Woohoo, I just yelled, good fellow, behind all this is the loss of conscience. It is either the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature. Wow, the goddess Linglong is so beautiful. She is worthy of being the champion of the Miss World beauty pageant in China. She is like a fairy descending to earth. TSK, what if goddess Linglong is really Yi Nan's biological sister? I admire and love her directly. Please God, give me such a stunning goddess sister. Including Bai Jie and Gao Jing, who were just about to get on the bus. They both stopped. They looked at each other in bewilderment. The look Gao Jing gave Yi Linglong. Something was clearly not right. He groaned to himself, muttered, smacked his lips and said, What the hell? Is the plague god Yi Nan just lucky? Wasn't he an orphan since childhood? Where does this beautiful national goddess come from? Bai Jie pinched Gao Jing's waist. Hey, baby, you're drooling. Where are you looking? We agreed that you can only love me from now on. Gao Jing waved his hand. Tisk baby, everyone loves beauty, hee hee. Besides, the true nature of men, even Confucius said that food, sex, and... Bai Jie pouted her lips. He was very angry and said it sourly. Humph, then go and eat and have sex, and don't come to me again. Gao Jing licked his lips secretly. He raised his hand and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Although in comparison with Bai Jie like this, even if she is called the most beautiful girl in the department. But there is no harm without comparison. The beauty pageant champion, the newly crowned national goddess, Yi Linglong, who called Yi Nan her brother right from the start. She's dozens of blocks ahead of Bai Jie. Bai Jie simply can't compare to her. Indeed. Gao Jing knew that Bai Jie was still obsessed with him. As for Yi Linglong, snort. There is a chance. I will still capture this national goddess. If I don't eat it, I will wake up in the middle of the night. Gao Jing made up his mind. He stretched out his hands and hugged Bai Jie's slender waist. Said with pretended affection, Oh, baby, look at what you said. How could a good man like me, who is so pure and affectionate, fall in love with someone else? Hey, don't be jealous. I will always love only you. You are my only baby. Don't be angry. Voiceover, fortunately, the weather is sunny, otherwise, I would say something so against my will. Thunderstorm weather, learn about the 5 Thunderbolt packages. Wait till I buy another set online, good stuff, hee hee, you know what I mean. Bai Jie naturally wouldn't really be angry with a second-generation official like Gao Jing. She felt very happy. She pouted and slapped Gao Jing a few times with her pink fist. Hate it, you big bad stinky baby, you are not allowed to bully me. The two of them started flirting with each other. The other side. Brother, how have you been doing over the past 20 years? Yi Linglong's eyes were filled with tears, full of love for her dear sister. She asked softly, responding to her brother's concerned look. In this world, there is no sister who doesn't love her brother. Not to mention, Yi Nan and Yi Linglong are siblings with a deep affection for each other, and blood is thicker than water. Yi Nan made a sound, then he let out a long sigh, feeling extremely embarrassed. For a moment, he couldn't tell the directions. 20 years. He is like a dogtail grass abandoned by the world. The world is fickle and only you know your own feelings. Has anyone ever cared about him? Has anyone ever cared for him and loved him like a sister? Has anyone ever cared about his life or death? The richest man's biological mother? Sister, and 9 goddess sisters. This moment. Yi Nan actually found it too ironic. The beauty goddess whom I had licked for 2 years. I thought it would be hard, so I worked 2 part-time jobs, working as a security guard and delivering takeout. As long as you save enough money. Bought the latest LV bag for Bai Jie. They can be together. But who knows, in the end, I can't escape the curse of being a dog licker. He also deeply understood a truth. Deep love is not enough, loving each other is enough. No one in the world will pity a licker. Today, Bai Jie finally pulled off the last fig leaf. She was so shameless as to be with the stud Gao Jing. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Gao Jing held her cabbage in the open air. He and Bai Jie broke up completely and said goodbye to being a dog licker. The goddess sister is here. What is this called? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the 5th of the 9 goddess sisters. Yi Linglong. Host, don't be arrogant, don't be hypocritical, the richest mother, 9 goddess sisters, just be happy. The system popped up a bubble in time again, giving Yi Nan some clear and direct advice. Yi Nan. Sister? The richest man's biological mother? You guys had such a hard time finding her. Is this the biggest mockery towards me? Who knows? Yi Nan glanced at Yi Linglong with a cold expression and spoke to her lightly. Yi Linglong's expression froze slightly. She was surprised and spoke quickly. Xiaonan, you are really my brother, my dear brother. I am really your biological sister. I am the 5th child in the family. My name is Yi Linglong. I am your 5th sister. Yuho, yes, this is your birth certificate. There is also a professional DNA paternity test report from the Imperial Capital Union Hospital for yours and mine. While talking, she took it out of her high-end Chanel bag. He took out a few documents and handed them to Yi Nan. Although Yi Nan resisted proudly in his heart, he still took 2 steps back. Taking the birth certificate handed over by Yi Linglong and the DNA paternity test report issued by the hospital, he compared it carefully, including his date of birth and his ID number. All personal information is accurate. And the comparison of the paternity test report. The documents are all real, in black and white. It seems that what is true cannot be false, and what is false cannot be true. Yi Nan thought to himself, so, I am not an orphan? Have the richest mother? There are 9 more goddess sisters? Do I have a home now? Home. A term that made Yi Nan's heart tremble. What a pale and powerless concept that is. Brother, do you believe it now? Yi Linglong raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes and cheeks. She blinked her beautiful eyes and asked gently. The teachers and students who were watching the scene felt like they had eaten a super huge melon. A bit too sweet. Who can resist such a beautiful goddess sister? Who doesn't want to be favored by such a goddess sister? Is this a fake? Is Linglong really Yi Nan's biological sister? So sweet. D == be like, Yi Nan's luck has turned. Without the scumbag goddess Bai Jie, the national goddess Yi Linglong became his sister. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the young, low-key wild lilies also have their spring. With the exquisite goddess, such a stunning sister. Then you can beat Bai Jie easily, I want a national goddess sister like this, I want a girlfriend. Ha, the pattern is too small, there is a saying that birds of a feather flock together. It should be said that with the resources of the good girlfriends and sisters around the goddess Linglong. Isn't that 1,000 times better than Bai Jie? That makes sense. Can I recognize Linglong as my sister? Or should I just capture her? Fuck off, you have a mirror at home, right? If not, please take a piss and take a good look. Is your face, which is more beautiful than your pelvis, worthy of it? Aside. My dear, my 6th sense tells me that a plague god like Yi Nan can never have a goddess sister like Yi Linglong. Suddenly, Bai Jie said resentfully with a sudden thought. In my opinion, maybe he had already anticipated the relationship between us, so he deliberately used his connections. Invite a temporary actor like Yi Linglong to act in a play. The main thing is to disgust me, what do you think? Gao Jing's eyes rolled a few times, and he raised his hand and gently scratched Bai Jie's nose. Baby, you are amazing. Your analysis is very reasonable. Let's go expose him. That's all. Bai Jie and Gao Jing walked towards Yinan and Yi Linglong. Wow, Yinan, you are amazing. You acted this scene of suffering very realistically. When she walked up to Yinan and Yi Linglong, Bai Jie opened her mouth and sneered at them. You have such great acting skills, you should enter the entertainment industry. Even if you become a dead extra. It's better than working part-time as a stinky security guard delivering food. Yi Linglong suddenly turned around, exuding a powerful aura, a cool and awesome aura. She glanced at Bai Jie and Gao Jing with contempt and asked sternly. You two, the couple, are bullying my brother? Chapter 5, It's great to have a sister who loves you. Chapter 5, It's great to have a sister who loves you. Oh, Goddess Linglong, where do I start to say this? Misunderstanding. Who knows? Gao Jing has a pair of cunning and lustful eyes. Staring at Yi Linglong's seductive figure. He swallowed a few times secretly. He spoke to Yi Linglong in a very flattering manner. Hello, Goddess Linglong. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Gao Jing, and I'm a physical education teacher at Zhongbei University. While talking, he took the initiative to reach out. Want to shake hands with Yi Linglong? His bold move made Bai Jie a little dumbfounded. Bai Jie pulled Gao Jing a little. She pouted her little lips and spoke coquettishly. My dear, why are you? A closer comparison. With Yi Linglong's cool and sexy appearance, Bai Jie can't compare to her at all. Gao Jing acted as if he didn't hear anything at all. Moved closer to Yi Linglong. He said in a low voice with a lewd look. I didn't expect that Goddess Linglong is also a brother con. Does she like playing sister-brother cosplay so much? Hey, if you don't mind, I can be your big brother. As for Yinan, he is from our Zhongbei University. A poor, sour, and stinky loser who has been licking the beauty goddess Bai Jie for 2 years. Look, I made a move and easily caught him, and took Bai Jie's. Oh, who told me I was the son of an official? Who told me I was so handsome and suave? This damn handsomeness, this damn strength, does not allow me to keep a low profile. Linglong goddess, how about it? I can really cosplay your big brother. As long as you give me a look of affirmation, as long as you nod your head in agreement. We'll go to a 5-star hotel right away. Listen to words like this. Bai Jie was bewildered and completely dumbfounded. The key point is that Gao Jinggang and her were having a wild time outdoors on the rooftop of the teaching building. Damn. All of this was caused by Yinan. Bai Jie glared at Yinan fiercely with resentment again. Just as Gao Jing was immersed in his self-righteousness. When he perfectly conquered the new national goddess Yi Linglong. Yi Linglong glanced at Gao Jing with contempt. An expression on his face that was even more disgusting than looking at the cockroaches and rats in a sewer. Fifth sister Yi Linglong. In a flash. Yi Linglong's cool and awesome firepower was fully unleashed. She smiled lightly at Gao Jing. He replied with great force. Gao Jing, you are a teacher, but you are worse than a beast in human form. If you like cosplay so much, go back and be your mom's older brother. You and Bai Jie, a slutty bitch, are a perfect match. You have perfectly demonstrated what it means to. A bitch and a dog, forever. Don't use your dirty soul to taint the relationship between Xiaonan and me. Don't use your dirty thoughts to blaspheme and slander the blood relationship between me and my brother. Which family's second-generation official are you from? Why are you so arrogant and domineering? Is your father Marshal Tianpeng? With a Dogecoin face like yours that has an IQ of 250, you call this handsome? Where do you get your confidence from? If a mosquito bites your Dogecoin face, you will want to commit suicide. And you, Bai Jie, you bitch. How can you be so shameless and go to the rooftop to play outdoors? Do you really think you are so charming? Are you a flirt? You have so many spare tires and so many licking dogs and so many feelings. Let me tell you, it's not because you are charming, but because you are cheap and versatile. With a slut like you, do you think you are worthy of my brother kneeling down to lick you and be your dog? You two dogs, there are so many weapons in China, but you choose to practice swords instead. If you don't practice the upper sword, practice the lower sword. Don't practice iron swords, practice silver swords. Congratulations to you. Finally, I have mastered the swordman sword in one effect. Yi Linglong is so domineering. He angrily criticized Gao Jing and Bai Jie. It just shocked everyone. I can't fix it at all. Seem. No one will feel.
Yi Linglong, the new national goddess who won the Miss World China pageant.
She should be dignified and virtuous. It should be gentle and elegant. But who would have thought?
She sprinkled in a few curse words.
The whole article is full of curses.
It is not very harmful, but it is extremely insulting.
Even though Yi Nan was standing next to her. I'm totally confused. Or. Endless warmth surged in Yi Nan's heart. An unprecedented feeling of being cared for and protected by others. It turns out to be purple. Ah. So, this is the younger brother with an older sister? It turns out that those things on the internet about the sister's bloodline suppressing the brother are all exaggerations, right? Look. My sister. This appearance. It absolutely blinded everyone. Do you have 24K titanium dog eyes? People are emotional animals, whether men or women. Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? As long as others really love you and pamper you. Or is it just a hypocritical and perfunctory show? It can be felt. Especially Yi Nan, who has been lonely and helpless since childhood, just like a dogtail grass. I have never been cared for by anyone. I've never been protected like this before. He is even more sensitive to this feeling of being protected. From Yi Linglong. In those few words. He felt deeply. This goddess sister who calls herself the fifth sister. She is the type who pampers herself from the bottom of her heart and soul. As long as she is around, she will never allow anyone. No matter whether the other party is the king of heaven or the queen mother. She doesn't allow anyone to bully her brother. Because she is Yi Nan's biological sister. The feeling Yi Linglong gave Yi Nan was, it's only natural that a sister should protect her brother. How did you become fat? Could it be that I have just accepted my fifth sister Yi Linglong? What else? Besides, there is such a fierce, cool and a level goddess sister. It's really good. Oh, totally Hiba K. Yi Nan silently accepted his sister in his heart. Many teachers and students who were watching were instantly attracted by Yi Linglong. After they recovered from their shock, they started talking incessantly. Oh my god, she is indeed a cool national goddess. The scolding is so stylish, so in tune, so cool, tight pants are hot. Ah, goddess, I also want to have such a domineering goddess sister. I will be spoiled by her. Oh my god, why do other people's sisters love their brothers so much? And my sister is a vicious woman, suppressing my bloodline in all directions without any blind spots? The gap between this sister and the other sister. Sometimes the gap is even bigger than that between humans and pigs. Linglong goddess is such a sister, she really spoils her brother Yi Nan to the sky, I envy her. Zundu, fake do? Am I dreaming? Is there really such a beautiful sister who dotes on her younger brother and is a national goddess? Pinch me, ouch, it hurts, I'm not dreaming. After this wave of crazy and angry attacks, Gao Jing and Bai Jie must be numb, right? Ah, that damn jealous beast Gao Jing. He is so openly frivolous and wants to win over the exquisite goddess? Who does he really think he is? Is being the son of an official so great? That is right, only a silly, materialistic girl like Bai Jie would lick Gao Jing's ass. Woo woo woo, I suddenly want to be Yi Nan's girlfriend, what should I do? I think he is really nice. In order to pursue Bai Jie, he doesn't mind being poor and working 2 part-time jobs. Yes, it seems that Yi Nan is indeed a species rarer than dinosaurs. He is a good man. With such a beautiful goddess sister, why would he kneel down and lick the bitch Bai Jie? Gao Jing's eyes were moving like a revolving lantern. He finally came to his senses and immediately became angry and embarrassed. He took a step forward and yelled angrily. Fuck, Yi Linglong, I gave you face, didn't I? You are so arrogant. Who gave you the courage to scold me like this? Are you twisted? Damn you little bitch, you are a typical example of someone who will tear down the roof if you don't get a beating for 3 days. While cursing, he completely lost his identity as a physical education teacher at Zhongbei University. Jumping up, he swung the sunflower fan and slapped the fat pig's trotter towards Yi Linglong's cheek. He slapped her hard. Ha? Is Gao Jing crazy? Why is he hitting someone? Someone exclaimed, and everyone was sweating for Yi Linglong. Because Gao Jing, who has a sports background, no matter how corrupt and promiscuous he is,
at least the size is still there.
If he had slapped Yi Linglong on the face, I'm afraid Yi Linglong will suffer a concussion. Snap. A loud and crisp slap made everyone feel suffocated. As if at this moment, air condensation. Time stands still.
You can hear a pin drop.
No one dares to imagine what will happen to Yi Linglong after Gao Jing's slap. Someone was sighing for Yi Linglong. Someone is secretly honoring Gao Jing's 18th generation of ancestors.
Some people were so frightened that they dared not open their eyes and covered their eyes.
Accompanied by a wail that was more tragic than slaughtering a pig. Everyone came back to their senses. Take a closer look.
I was even more shocked and stunned.
Because of that fierce slap just now. I don't know what's going on. The slap didn't even hit Yi Linglong's pretty oval face. On the contrary. On Gao Jing's cheek. Clearly printed with clear bloody slap marks.
He raised his hand to his cheek. An expression of astonishment and shock. Looking at Yi Nan, who had already protected Yi Linglong behind him, and stepped forward.
Everyone also turned their eyes to Yi Nan.
Even though he was wearing a yellow delivery jacket. But he was filled with overwhelming anger.
The exploding kingly aura.
With a disdainful look, he confronted Gao Jing.
In a flash. As if.
The surrounding temperature dropped sharply to below 0 degrees Celsius, making me shudder. Yi Linglong also widened her clear and beautiful eyes.
He looked at Yi Nan in surprise. Because just at that moment,
when Gao Jing raised his hand and slapped himself,
Yi Nan attacked with lightning speed.
He pulled himself up and protected him behind him.
Then, I couldn't see clearly how Yi Nan counterattacked.
Gao Jing's slap directly became a slap on his face.
Yi Nan, you damn plague god, I fuck you, go to hell. Gao Jing was furious. He totally exploded. Clenched his fists. He smashed towards Yi Nan fiercely.
Chapter 6, Counterattack against the rampaging Yi Nan, super rich second generation attributes. Chapter 6, Counterattack against the rampaging Yi Nan, super rich second generation attributes.
Younger brother. When Gao Jing punched fiercely. When it hit Yi Nan hard. Once again, everyone was shocked. Despite Yi Nan's height of 1.82 m.
But he is still shorter than Gao Jing.
And, judging by the size, Yi Nan is the type of person who suffers from chronic malnutrition. He looks quite thin.
Gao Jing completely suppressed Yi Nan because of his size. If Yi Nan was hit in the face by Gao Jing's punch, in mild cases, you will definitely have to stay in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. In severe cases, the patient will become a vegetable or die suddenly on the spot.
Especially the slap Gao Jing gave Yi Linglong just now.
Although the other teachers and students watching did not see clearly.
How did Yi Nan do it? The slap turned around and slapped Gao Jing himself.
But, it was obvious that Gao Jing was completely enraged.
Gao Jing is a powerful and wealthy second-generation official.
He doesn't care at all that he is some crappy teacher at Zhongbei University. What's more, he is a temporary teacher who is not worthy of others' reputation.
To put it bluntly,
the reason why Gao Jing was willing to agree to his family
came to Zhongbei University as a temporary physical education teacher.
The main reason is that there are a lot of these fair, tender, naive and sweet little students in the university.
For a second-generation official like him, just hook your fingers. There are immediately naive, money-worshipping girls like Bai Jie, rubbing into his arms. So, Gao Jing is simply a thoroughly dissolute second-generation official. There is no trace of the image of a teacher at all.
He shouted that this punch must be intended to knock Yi Nan down directly.
So, the rest is to capture the goddess Yi Linglong. That's not easy to grasp. Besides, he angrily scolded Yi Linglong just now. All the anger that was held in my stomach was vented on Yi Nan. Therefore, no one would think that Yi Nan could withstand Gao Jing's ferocious punch, including Yi Linglong.
She was also frightened and panicked.
He called out, "Brother." In addition,
there was a sound of bones breaking.
It gripped everyone's heartstrings. Everyone thinks. Finished. This time Yi Nan is completely ruined. Gao Jing punched her in the face.
It must be a direct destruction.
Directly.
Or go to the hospital. Or go to a funeral home.
Ah, you son of a bitch, Yi. Yi Nan, how could you? However, when everyone came to their senses,
when he focused his gaze on Yi Nan,
once again, everyone was completely dumbfounded.
Because Yi Nan was safe and sound.
Instead, Gao Jing punched Yi Nan's arm hard, dislocated from the shoulder. That arm seemed to be useless. It drooped limply. Gao Jing's look of horror and shock, looking at Yi Nan, was unbelievable.
It was more like encountering the god of death and feeling terrified.
A playful and evil smile appeared on Yi Nan's face.
Walk forward slowly.
Snap. He was very rude. Raise your hand and slap.
He slapped Gao Jing hard on the face.
Shock. Dumbfounded. Devil. Everyone was dazzled and confused. What the hell? This is? My goodness, now that Yi Nan has a beautiful goddess sister, is he using cheats? Damn, why did I feel so happy when Gao Jing was beaten up by Yi Nan? Banana, you are a cantaloupe, a big pineapple, Ozawa Hata, Takizawa Anze. Yi Nan is definitely a tall, rich and handsome man who has a goddess sister. A wave of Soha leads to the peak of life, which belongs to. I won't say anything more. Gao Jing is such a coward. Someone should teach him a lesson.
This kind of morally corrupt jealous student, if he stays in Jiangbei University for one more day, one more girl will be raped by him.
Even Bai Jie was stunned and shocked.
She would never have dreamed that. One day, Yi Nan will actually rise. Slap Gao Jing forcefully. Gao Jing covered his face, which was swollen and red like a pig's head from being slapped. His eyes were wide with anger. He still insisted and threatened Yi Nan. You little bastard named Ji, you are a wild creature born of a mother but not raised by parents, how dare you hit me?
Do you know who I am?
You are in trouble, you are in big trouble, you are dead.
Unexpectedly. He. Yi Nanyun laughed twice in a wicked and calm manner.
A look of contempt.
It's still that kind of unruly and playful awe-inspiring domineering aura. Snap.
He slapped her again. He slapped Gao Jing hard on the other side of his face. You beast, a social scum and trash like you, are you worthy of being a teacher?
Calling you trash is flattering you. This slap is for you from my sister.
Yi Linglong was shocked when she heard Yi Nan calling her sister directly.
She was immediately upset. I wanted to just go up and give Yi Nan a big hug.
Showdown, my good brother, he finally recognized me, he finally called me sister. And, wow, Showdown is so handsome, so manly, a true male god, a super warm-hearted man. It's great that the needle doesn't poke.
The next moment, she couldn't help but frown again.
He sighed rather sadly. It's just. He has suffered a lot in the past 20 years.
Even a bitch like Bai Jie can bully Showdown, brother.
Humph, Showdown, my good brother, from now on, I will spoil you beyond measure.
I won't let anyone bully you anymore.
Because you have a mother who is a national goddess and the richest person, and 9 goddess sisters who love you very much. I will definitely double make up for all the suffering and sins you have endured over the years.
Yi Linglong murmured to herself.
She looked at Yi Nan with her beautiful eyes again.
As if at this moment.
In her beautiful eyes. Her eyes are full of stars, all of them are her younger brother Yi Nan.
She seemed to realize. Yi Nan is not as weak as imagined.
From the moment he stood up to protect himself. And he confronted Gao Jing head-on and slapped the scumbag Jing.
That kind of sudden explosion. The dominance comes from the bone marrow and the soul. This is the bloodline of our Yi family. The super rich second generation of the Yi family. The Yi family's playboy. Yi Linglong felt deeply comforted. And it seems that Yi Nan's slapping of Gao Jing has just begun. Gao Jinggang was about to open his mouth and curse. Snap. Snap snap. Yi Nan forehand and backhand.
He slapped Gao Jing hard countless times.
This slap is for those innocent girls in Jiangbei University who were harmed by you. This slap is for the reputation of Jiangbei University.
This slap is a reward for you because you bullied me and took over Bai Jie, even though Bai Jie is also a bitch. After all, my 2 years of youth were wasted. Bai Jie was possessed by a demon. She finally couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed forward. He grabbed Yi Nan fiercely. She pushed Yi Nan, while cursing in an extremely arrogant and domineering manner. Yi Nan, you damn licker, what's wrong? Are you upset that I rejected you? I tell you, I won't let you touch me even if I let a dog do it. Suddenly, Bai Jie also completely angered Yi Nan. In the past, Yi Nan, the bootlicker. He must have been so weak in the kneeling and licking that his bones became soft. But things are different now. Snap. Yi Nan took action. He raised his hand and slapped Bai Jie hard on the face. He confronted Bai Jie with the domineering aura of a super dandy young master. The corner of his mouth showed a fierce smile that was even more fierce than the one on the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. He raised his hand and grabbed Bai Jie's throat. Bai Jie immediately lifted herself off the ground with her feet in the air. She was like being carried like a dead duck. Yi Nan grabbed his neck. He. Bai Jie, do you really think that a dog licker will always be a dog? Will he only wag his tail and beg for mercy in front of you forever? Just listen to me, I won't kneel or lick anymore. When I hold you, you are a cup. When I let go, you are just a piece of glass. What's more, you are a fallen woman now. Do you really think you are beautiful and a goddess? Look at your face that looks like a Dogecoin covered with putty powder. It makes me sick and nauseous. I am so blind and bewitched, how could I have licked a slut like you for 2 years? A cheap bitch like you, kissing you is as fucking like licking putty powder. Are you worthy of me touching you? You are such a stinking rotten sewer, even dogs are unwilling to lick you, Explosion. The scene was quite explosive. Everyone held their breath and stared intently. Watching Yi Nan's rampage and counterattack completely subverted everyone's cognition. It completely brought everyone's world crashing down. According to everyone's stereotype, Yi Nan is an orphan. He is just extremely poor. Even in college, they are all doing various part-time jobs to earn a living. Even in order to pursue the goddess Bai Jie, directly work 2 jobs part-time. However, right now, Yi Nan seemed to have transformed into another person. A person who is shrouded in the arrogance of a super-rich second generation. A playboy who is full of joking and playing games. The crazy rampage of an honest man who was oppressed and rose up in rebellion. No one would think there was nothing wrong with Yi Nan's critical hit to kill Gao Jing and Bai Jie. On the contrary, everyone watched the scene so relieved, so decompressed. So, here comes the question. Why did Yi Nan suddenly change his temperament? He is completely different from the previous Yi Nan who was a dog licker. It's a complete change of character. The rhythm of the script has changed. Because of Bai Jie's humiliation? Because of Gao Jing's shamelessness? Because Yi Nan has a sister like Yi Linglong, the new national goddess? Or maybe both. Everyone is stuck. Cough cough cough. Bai Jie completely collapsed. She was totally unprepared. I used to lick her humbly. Yi Nan is no better than a maggot in a cesspool. At this time, he slapped her. He grabbed her neck. Send her to the west at any time. And Yi Nan's words. Every word is heartbreaking. Compared to physical repression. Bai Jie was completely ashamed. But she felt Yi Nan. Every time I accuse her of something shameful. The hand that strangled my neck. The strength has increased a lot. A moment. Bai Jie felt a suffocating feeling as if she was being suppressed by the god of death. She kicked and struggled. His hand slapped Yan's. He coughed and breathed hard, and stammered. Yi Nan, you fucking. Originally, she wanted to continue scolding Yi Nan. Maybe he's addicted to swearing and has gotten used to it. She soon realized her situation. He immediately changed his tone and begged. Yi Nan, don't be like this, we can talk. Don't be impulsive, hurry and put me down, so we can meet, part in a good way. Or you want some compensation. I can give you everything, including my body. Chapter 7 Chapter 007 Sign and Fifth Sister Linglong pats the head to kill, rewards 18 dragon palms.
Chapter 007 Sign in and get a pat on the head by the fifth sister Linglong, and you will be rewarded with the 18 dragon subduing palms. Bai Jie, are you a slut? Do you think you are worthy of begging me?
Yinan listened to Bai Jie's humble pleading.
His 3-year-old constipation is about to be cured.
Yinan grabbed Bai Jie's neck, raised his hand and threw her out. Bai Jie completely collapsed, curled up and collapsed on the ground.
At this moment, Yinan exuded the arrogant and domineering aura of a super-rich second generation.
He is no longer the poor loser who was submissive and compromised.
He is no longer a dog licking Bai Jie.
Everyone was stunned, watching this tragedy, farce and comedy. It was really a roller coaster of emotions.
Puff Lu, capital 6.
Bai Jie is such a bitch, she deserves it. Yinan is so good, but she doesn't know how to cherish him, and she was fooled by Gao Jing, a stud.
Wow, Yinan is so handsome and manly.
I really want to be his girlfriend.
Should I confess my love to him now?
I am willing to give birth to a bunch of babies for him.
Dabby-doo, are you a funny guy hired by the monkey? You are so crazy that you have genetic mutation. Ahem, as a teacher at Jiangbei University, I am overwhelmed by the handsomeness of this little rascal Yinan. He is so charming.
A man who can bend and stretch is a man of integrity.
It seems necessary to give him more homework in the future. I have to say it, even if Yinan is wearing this yellow jacket for delivery work, he is still the most handsome guy in Jiangbei University, no doubt about it. No one will accept any rebuttal. I want to pursue him, I want to be his woman. Wu is now chasing Yinan and it's very stressful.
She has a sister who is about to challenge the Miss World beauty pageant and the national goddess.
This is really a blood pressure.
Yes, with such a high-quality sister like Linglong, if you can introduce Yinan to her resources in the future, she will definitely be dozens of blocks ahead of mortals like us.
I'm going to be heartbroken.
Yi Linglong looked intoxicated and relieved.
After Yinan gave Bai Jie a severe lesson, she walked straight to Yinan. Snap snap.
She applauded.
Wow, Xiaonan, you are really my good brother, so handsome and cool.
Yinan calmed down a little and calmed down the resentment he felt towards Bai Jie.
Immediately.
Facing Yi Linglong, he smiled with his unique sunny and handsome smile, raised his eyebrows in a naughty way, and hesitated for a moment.
You are really my sister?
Fifth sister. Yi Linglong smiled sweetly, raised her hand and gave Yinan a pat on the head like an older sister.
Yes, it's real, my good brother. Come, let me hug you, let me take a good look at you. The next moment.
Yi Linglong didn't care whether Yinan agreed or not, she opened her arms and took a step forward. With a feeling that was both cool, awesome, and yet extremely pure, he gave Yinan a big hug.
This moment.
For some reason, Yinan felt an unprecedented warmth and happiness in his heart.
Is that the feeling of blood connection and sibling affection? Is this what it feels like to have a sister who loves and pampers you? So beautiful.
Yinan hesitated, then slowly raised his hands and hugged Yi Linglong tightly. At this moment, the system's mechanical and electronic sound rang. Dingzhu successfully signed up the fifth sister Yi Linglong and rewarded 500 million. Attachment: the account has been transferred to the host's construction bank savings account with the last number 6969 through legal and formal channels. Dingzhu signed in a big hug from the fifth sister Yi Linglong, and was rewarded with a special mysterious guest for the Miss World Beauty Pageant Finals, and an exclusive Ace Champion ticket. Attachment: the special champion ticket in the hands of the special guest is the final vote for the championship. Once you vote for a beauty pageant lady, she will be the champion of the New Year's beauty pageant. Dingzhu signed in the fifth sister Yi Linglong and killed her with a pat on the head, and was rewarded with the 18 dragon palms. Note, this 18 dragon subduing palms is different from the other 18 dragon subduing palms. It is still based on Tai Chi, Bagua, Baji, Tongbi, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do and other series of national martial arts. As an auxiliary palm technique of Kunlun Dragon Roar Nirvana art, as the martial arts realm improves, punching and swinging palms will present a dragon-shaped shadow of Dragon Roar, etc. Yinan sensed this wave of rewards from the system. I copy. Tonzi, punishment. This is worth monitoring, it's too copyable. Prison players, right? Tonzai, you are truly a talent who can be put into jail but not imprisoned. It's finally starting to work, right? This day finally has some judgment. Backhand 5 small targets achieved. But this sign in with hugging and head patting, is that appropriate? What? Criminal art? The system made a face at you, slightly, and raised its butt at you, pia patted a few times, too lazy to pay attention to you.
Yi Nan.
Ding, the following is the host properties panel.
Host, Yi Nan. Gender, male. Marital status, single. Wealth value, 500 million.
Attachment, a reward of 500 million yuan will only be given to the account holder with the last number 6969 in the construction bank savings account.
Dandy Charm Index, 1,500 points. Note 1, the first 68 sign-ins are not convenient to count, so they are counted as 1,000 points.
After the 69th sign-in, the charm index of the dude will be increased by obtaining fixed assets such as cars and houses.
For each item obtained, the index will be increased by 100 points. Note 2, the Dandy Charm Index is based on 5,000 points.
After 5,000 points, you can draw a lottery every 1,000 points or accumulate 10,000 points to open the quantum universe space. Note 3, Royal Number 1 Dome Star C plus 100 points, Son of the Leakin Wolf plus 100 points, Kunlun Dragon E Nirvana Sutra, First Grade Heavenly Grade plus 100 points, Special Invited Mysterious Guest plus 100 points, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms plus 100 points.
OMG, attribute panel?
Yi Nan's heart was excited and his hands were trembling. So, I am also a person of status. From now on, you are the chosen one, the most handsome man in heaven. Yi Nan carefully browsed through this attribute panel that was exclusive to him.
Everything else is fine. The key is this.
When the Dandy Charm Index reaches 10,000 points, the quantum metaverse space will be opened.
The quantum metaverse. What kind of thing is this?
I'm sorry, the host's charm index is too low, and he has no permission to access the quantum metaverse space. Please be patient, be positive, study hard, make progress every day, and accumulate the charm index of a playboy.
Yi Nan. Useless piece of shit. Brother, go away.
Okay, the system gave you a middle finger, and quickly rolled into a ball, doing a 720 Thomas spin.
Brother.
Suddenly, a red and tender hand carved from white jade waved before Yi Nan's eyes.
It interrupted Yi Nan's trance with the system.
Yi Linglong frowned slightly and asked with concern.
What are you daydreaming about? What's wrong with you?
Yi Nan came back to his senses and smiled at Yi Linglong.
Sister, I'm fine. I'm not very happy. I'm too excited. Yi Linglong blinked her beautiful eyes and thought to herself, are you happy and excited?
She didn't care and continued to speak with the tenderness of an older sister doting on her younger brother.
Brother, let us go, leave school, find a place, get together and have a good chat, okay?
Yi Nan thought about it and thought about the system's newbie welfare super luxurious gift package reward.
Zhangzhou 5000M Super Luxury House Royal Number 1 Dome Star C.
He has to check the goods to make sure he has really made a comeback and achieved a class leap. Although it is a system edition, it is no different from the ancient emperors who wore yellow robes. Yi Nan also had his fortune told by a blind immortal on the street, who said he would also wear a yellow robe.
The result, okay? Became one of the thousands of delivery men. Indeed, the yellow robe.
But, the situation now seems to be a little different.
It seems like he is really about to be crowned with the yellow robe.
The national goddess and the richest man's mother. 9 goddess sisters who love themselves.
The key is that I have a very capable son. This is not acceptable unless you wear a yellow robe. What super rich second generation, what supreme dandy young master. This title was completely lingering in Yi Nan's mind.
You know, if there is no system, it is very difficult for people at the bottom of society to achieve social mobility. As the saying goes, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation, and the losers rely on the system. Even the dry-chewed coffee in Storm has no sugar.
I am Gao Qiqiang, a construction engineer.
From a fishmonger, he made a 3-step leap to become the boss of Jinghai City. That was all because he had a powerful godfather.
This is not surprising.
In today's society, many people want to achieve class mobility and various methods of finding a godfather are popular. But most women who recognize godfathers call him godfather during the day and daddy at night.
Ahem.
Don't despise the poor young people.
It only took me 20 years, but now it's my turn.
No need to recognize godfather, the richest man's biological mother came to recognize him. And bring 9 goddess sisters.
Wow.
Yi Nan boasted happily in his heart again.
Who cares? God's arrangement is the best, and that's enough for Yi Nan to be proud of. come to my house.
Yinan hesitated for a moment, then smiled handsomely and mischievously. Yi Linglong groaned and thought to herself, okay, let us go see where Xiaonan lives. He has been alone for 20 years, living in a bridge hole somewhere. It's just right, I want to know his living conditions, help him more in the future, take good care of him and love him.
Let's take a look at some suitable villas in Yunqing and give one to Xiananpiang. Okay, I'm new here, so I can get to know you better.
After saying this, she took Yinan's arm and walked straight towards her Hennessy Venom GT sports car. The teachers and students who were watching were completely overwhelmed by the heartwarming encounter and recognition between brother and sister Yinan and Yi Linglong. Wow, so sweet, so warm, Linglong goddess is really a cool and a level pure desire sister, type answer hot.
Oh my god, please give me a sister like Linglong.
If that doesn't work, please give me a boyfriend like Yinan. Woohoo, I am about to be melted by the sweetness, it is so sweet that I am crying, it is really too sweet, the Linglong goddess YYDS loves it L.
Hee hee oh no comparison, no harm.
Compared with Linglong goddess, Bai Jie is nothing.
When licking Linglong goddess toes, I even dislike her rough tongue. I'm really happy for Yinan.
He finally got through all the hardships.
That's not right. Whose car is that Leekin Wolfson supercar parked in front of the Hennessy Viper of the goddess Linglong?
Chapter 8 Chapter 008 Brother, the richest mother and 9 sisters will all love you.
Chapter 008 Brother, the richest mother and 9 sisters will all love you. Xiaonan, what are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Wait until Yi Linglong walks to her Hennessy Viper GT. Just unlocked and opened the car door, ready to get in.
But he saw Yinan standing there woodenly, with no sign of getting in the car. Yi Linglong smiled sweetly and called Yinan gently again. She thought that Xiaonan might have lived a poor life since childhood. Suddenly, he felt a little uncomfortable with his own cool and luxurious sports car.
After a slight hesitation, she walked over again.
He opened the door of the passenger seat and pulled Yinan to speak in a warm and concerned voice.
Brother, it's okay.
You may need to adapt slowly in the future.
It's just a means of transportation that is slightly better than the Yachty Ima electric car.
Just think of it as your e-donkey for delivering food or running express delivery.
Yinan smiled innocently and nodded vigorously.
Okay, fifth sister, I feel relieved when you say that.
Then,
he took out the car keys from his trouser pocket and pointed them at the brand new and cool car parked in front of Yi Linglong.
The Lycan Hypersport is a limited edition supercar worth 100 million yuan. The unlock button was pressed. Beep beep beep.
As the son of the Lycan wolf unlocked the car, the door slowly opened. It looked like a giant bird with its wings spread out, ready to soar into the sky. Yinan raised his finger and pointed at the son of the Lycan wolf, and said to Yi Linglong calmly,
Sister Linglong, my car. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. The 24K titanium dog eyes were blinded by the flash. Including Yi Linglong.
She was so shocked that she was stunned. After hesitating for a while, she looked confused and asked with a frown.
What? Xiaonan, this car is yours?
Originally, at the beginning, Yi Linglong parked the car with that perfect drift. She had already noticed the Lycan Wolfson parked in front of her, a collector's edition of only 7 units produced worldwide.
She is still wondering. Is there such a super rich person in Jianbei University? Can you afford a top-of-the-line sports car worth 100 million yuan?
Now, Yinan actually took out the car key, unlocked the door, and claimed that the car was his.
Yi Linglong just felt dizzy. Something was wrong. Did she lose her memory? Could it be that the richest man's biological mother has come to find brother Xiaonan and given him the son of the Lycan wolf? Otherwise, Xiaonan would have to work 2 part-time jobs while in college to save money in order to date the school beauty Bai Jie. How could he possibly afford such a top-of-the-line sports car? What is going on? Yinan's words confused Yi Linglong.
Although the teachers and students who were watching were a little far away, they could still hear it very clearly.
Ha! Did you all hear that?
Oh my goodness, Yinan actually said that the Lycan Wolfson, the top sports car, was his.
Wait, I'm a bit confused. Is this Mount Everest? Am I suffering from altitude sickness or lack of oxygen? Can the immortal Yinan afford such a top sports car? He also licked Bai Jie like a dog for 2 years? He also worked 2 part-time jobs to save money to buy Bai Jie the latest LV bag? I'm confused. Even if Yinan suddenly gets a national goddess sister Yi Linglong, it wouldn't be too outrageous. It's not so outrageous that he can afford a sports car worth 100 million yuan, but he also kneels down to lick Bai Jie, right? The only explanation is, maybe Yi Nan is some super rich second generation. Judging from the way he beat someone up just now, he is definitely a playboy. Oh, what then? Are you trying to say that Yi Nan is a second generation super rich man who is experiencing the life of the lower class? So, he works as a security guard and delivers takeout? I don't believe it.
This society is full of playboys and rich second generations who are arrogant and domineering.
Have you ever seen any rich second generation moving bricks at a construction site to experience the life of the lower class? Then, how do you explain this?
It's impossible to say that Yi Nan saved 40 years by working as a security guard, and worked part-time as a food delivery man, earning 100 million yuan in commission for each order.
So, he bought a four-wheeled vehicle like Wuling Hongguang and BYD? Gao Jing, the second-generation official who was knocked down by Yi Nan, finally got up in an embarrassed manner.
Bai Jie finally kicked the mangy dog away, stretched her neck in resentment, and looked in the direction of the people who were watching Yi Nan and Yi Linglong on the school road. When Gao Jing and Bai Jie saw Yi Nan use the car key to unlock the super-cool Leakin Wolfson, the two looked at each other in bewilderment.
Gao Jing's face darkened and he cursed in a complaining tone. Bai Jie, you bitch, didn't you tell me that Yi Nan was an orphan and a poor loser since childhood? What the hell is going on?
Bai Jie looked aggrieved and said dejectedly. Gao Jing, you are a shameless and dishonest person, a stud horse and a pig.
You are not a human being.
You just promised me that you would only love me, but you actually flirted with Yi Linglong in front of me.
Ha, now you still blame me? You ask me, who should I ask? Gao Jing was furious.
He glared at Bai Jie viciously and spoke directly to her.
Bai Jie, you are a woman who is dumber than a donkey. You think that I am a second-generation official, powerful, rich, and handsome. Will I hang myself on this tree of yours? Who do you think you are? Gold inlaid with jade? Or Longhuan Jade Cave?
Bai Jie was in a state of madness. She dug her toes tightly into the soles of her shoes, almost digging out a two-bedroom apartment from the ground. Perhaps
she is too naive.
She always thought that she was the beauty of the school and her beauty was her asset. She even risked her dignity and chastity and went to the rooftop of the teaching building with Gao Jing to have some outdoor fun. She originally thought that she had already firmly captured Gao Jing's heart and conquered him. But who would have thought that Gao Jing would say such heartbreaking words?
Bai Jie, what are you doing?
Yi Nan is so good, but you don't know how to cherish him. You always look down on him, scorning him and trampling him into the dust, thinking he is just a bootlicker, insignificant.
But what about now? Where is Gao Jing, the handsome, rich and second-generation official that you're hanging out with?
Gao Jing has long been a notorious stud, but you just don't believe it and jump into the fire pit, playing with fire and getting burned, right? For some reason, at this moment, Bai Jie looked at Yi Nan who was standing next to the car of the son of Laken Wolf.
Even if he was wearing a yellow jacket like a delivery man,
he was so handsome that he touched her heart deeply.
However,
Yi Nan looked at Yi Linglong in a cool and naughty way, shook his head, and said in a cool and elegant manner,
Sister Linglong, keep a low profile. We need to keep a low profile.
Didn't you say that this car? It's nothing more than a transportation vehicle that's a bit better at protecting from wind and rain and runs a bit faster than the Yachty Emma electric donkey I use for delivering food.
Yi Linglong was speechless and paused for a moment.
Then she smiled sweetly and raised her hand and snapped her fingers.
Oh, bingo. Cool, Xiaonan. So, we drive our own cars?
Yi Nan nodded and said with a smile, okay.
Yi Linglong said calmly, okay.
Then let's go racing and test your driving skills, hee hee.
Yi Nan raised his eyebrows cheerfully. Oh, Sister Linglong, is this Fast and Furious?
Yi Linglong also ignited her cool and hot temperament with a seductive gesture. Need for Speed is also good. Yi Nan's heart was filled with endless warmth, and a kind of warmth and happiness of being loved by his sister permeated his brows.
So what are you waiting for? Get in the car.
Yi Linglong stared at Yi Nan's yellow delivery man jacket and realized something.
Xiaonan, let's not go home yet.
I'll take you to the mall to do some shopping and buy you some suitable clothes.
Then, go home, how about that? Yi Nan did not refuse, smiled awkwardly and nodded.
Okay. Yi Linglong further said, when I came here, I checked and found that the more upscale shopping mall in Jiangzhou is Colorado Park.
Let's go there.
Yi Nan made an okay gesture, and the leak was not thick.
P.S. A phonetic pun, which means no problem. That's all.
The brother and sister got into their respective cars. Yi Nan sat in the Lycan Wolfson, feeling the ultimate craftsmanship of this explosive, global limited edition supercar. Although it was the first time for Yi Nan to drive such a top-of-the-line sports car.
Source: Net Picture Lycan Wolfson. However, this powerful system is quite user-friendly and needs no explanation.
When Yi Nan held the steering wheel and started the car, as the son of the Lycan Wolf let out a low roar like a wild beast, he felt relaxed all over, and it seemed that all his racing skills and driving abilities had become muscle memory, showing an utterly proficient manner.
Yi Linglong was also sitting in the Hennessy Viper GT and started the car. Source: Internet photo Hennessy Viper GT. She was in a very happy mood.
She had been searching for her brother for 20 years, and finally God came to find him.
Let them find it.
She swore in her heart, "Shaonan, my dear brother, your lonely and helpless days are officially over. From now on, you have the richest mother and 9 sisters, they will all spoil you. We will generously compensate you for everything you lack, whether it is maternal love or sibling affection."
Boom boom boom. 2 cool and powerful top-level supercars sped out of the Zhongbei University campus road. It has become a cool and beautiful landscape of Zhongbei University. The teachers and students who were watching were completely immersed in the warm and happy scene of brother and sister Yi Nan and Yi Linglong. But when the two of them drove away in their top-of-the-line sports cars, they were still not satisfied and were talking about it. "Mom's kiss is so explosive, their relationship between siblings is so sweet, I envy them so much. Is Woohoo Zundu a fake? Can Yi Nan afford a top-of-the-line sports car worth 100 million yuan? What went wrong?
From now on, Yi Linglong is my sister, Yi Nan is my brother, ahem, he is my only man, my only male god, I want to conquer him. Look at them, Bai Jie and Gao Jing are like 2 dogs, like stray dogs, they are indeed a pair of dogs. So funny, Bai Jie must be regretting it so much that her intestines are green and her periods are disordered, or even she has amenorrhea. I can only say that it's a good thing that Bai Jie, a bitch, didn't he end up with Yi Nan, otherwise, Yi Nan would have suffered a great loss."
Chapter 9 Stud Ace Royal Flush 10 JQKA Rewards. Chapter 9 Ace Royal Flush 10 JQKA Rewards. Unexpectedly, Xiaonan's driving skills are amazing. Leave Zhongbei University. On the main road of the transportation hub,
Yi Linglong drove lightly and skillfully.
That cool Hennessy Viper GT.
Almost on par with Yi Nan's Lycan Wolfson.
A smile appeared on Yi Linglong's lips.
Compared to the peach blossoms blooming in spring.
A more charming sweet smile. She murmured to herself. I stepped on the accelerator again. The Hennessy Viper GT accelerates rapidly.
It was like a nimble snake crawling across the driveway, speeding away at lightning speed. Yi Nan turned his face slightly to the side.
Through the car window, he glanced at Yi Linglong.
The brother and sister are truly connected by blood and have a close relationship as brothers.
It's as if there is a telepathic connection between them. Yi Nan naturally didn't want to fall behind.
The corners of his mouth turned up.
A hint of playful smile of a super-rich second generation emerged.
He also stepped on the accelerator.
Boom boom boom. The son of the Lycan Wolf roared like a wild beast.
There is already a sense of drifting and suspension, following closely behind.
At the same time, the owners of other vehicles on the main road of the entire transportation hub were dumbfounded.
Or so shocked that your eyes are about to fall out of their sockets. Or they might be so envious and jealous that they start cursing. Oh my god, when will anyone in Jiangzhou be able to afford such a luxury car?
Which second-generation Hennessy Viper GT is this? The son of the Lycan Wolf is here to show off? Fuck you, my god. Luckily I was quick, otherwise I would have been in close contact. I can't afford to pay even if I lose everything I own. Damn you, you're rich, what's so great about that? Isn't it just a top sports car worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? If you really want a race, will my Wuling Hongguang car be afraid of you? Alas, people are poor and have low aspirations. If you can't afford to offend someone, you can still avoid him. What a cool and awesome sports car. Damn, when will I buy one even if I sell my kidneys? I can't even afford 100 kidneys. It's not an iPhone.
I really don't understand these rich people who spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions to buy a sports car.
You, open a dedicated lane for yourself. Can you please not come and clog the lanes for us ordinary people to drive on? Banana, you are such a big smoker that I can't put it out. Money really can do whatever you want. Come on, let me give you the way, you two can continue to race.
Yi Nan and Yi Linglong were driving two sports cars, speeding at full speed.
Along the way,
looking at the other vehicles hiding in the lane like the plague, Yi Nan shook his head slightly.
Fortunately, I am not a nouveau riche.
But he is a super rich second generation, a supreme dandy young master.
How did you get into the role so quickly?
Ding, in view of the host's active attendance and deep understanding of the true meaning of the supreme playboy.
The system is triggered and a koan is started. A single hand is rewarded with an extra critical strike of 999. Do you want to enable the critical strike?
Just at this moment, the system's mechanical and electronic sound rang.
Yi Nan hummed? He looked confused. Oh. What the heck? Starting with a koan and a all-in 999? ISNT at 999 for one hit, a super high explosion rate? Tonzi, are you possessed by Jia Hui? Why are you suddenly so angry? Is it next? Are you, brother? Are you here to chop me? Host, my vision is small, so I just want to ask, do you want the reward?
If the host does not make a choice within 5 seconds, it will be considered as giving up automatically.
The countdown begins. 5s. 4s. Host 3's male. 2. Yi Nan.
ID equals be your heart, liver, spleen, stomach and lungs.
Thanks me Meng. Can't you see I'm driving? M. No.
It's a race with my goddess sister, a show of speed and passion. But the rewards are within reach.
How could Yi Nan miss this opportunity? He immediately gave the order. Turn on critical attack. System, really good.
Absolutely, the law of true fragrance.
People under the eaves. Ahem. People in the system have to bow their heads.
Swish 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 whoosh 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 bayubi. Ding, a koan at the start, a Soha 999 extra critical hit reward is successfully activated, loading. Congratulations to the host for winning the Soha Ace Royal Flush 10 JQKA, the rewards are being distributed.
10 rewards, 10 limited edition supercars. Appendix 1. Koenigsegg Agera RS. 2. Lamborghini Concept S. 3. Aston Martin 177. 4. Silver SSC Tuatara. 5. McLaren P1 LM. 6. Pagani Zonda Sync Roadster. 7. Ferrari 250 GTO. 8. Bugatti Veyron 16.4 Supersport. 9. Icona Volcano Titanium.
10. Rolls-Royce La Rose Noir Droptail. According to the specific needs of the host, it will be released. J. Award, Executive President of Ferragamo, the international super luxury menswear brand, in China. Q. Reward, International 5-star hotel chef's cooking skills, 12 exclusive Southern classic dishes. K. Reward, Shadow, the most powerful organization in the underground world, and the master of the Dragon King. A reward, Kunlun Dragon E Nirvana Art Rank 2 Yellow Level, light up the heaven-defying enlightenment. Sudden realization of the skills of top styling masters, the Caesar of the fashion world. Sudden realization of the skills of a world-class piano master, and the ability to perfectly interpret piano music. Appendix, as an auxiliary buff extension skill, the innate ability is mainly based on the skills of enlightenment, such as photographic memory, reading 10 lines at a glance, picking up girls, strategies for playing chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry, songs, treasure appraisal, etc.
Yi Nan. Woohoo! What an explosive reward! Yi Nan felt dizzy. Tonzai, reliable.
Host, please drive safely, the spring dream will leave no trace.
The system has crashed. Yi Nan. He didn't care. After coming to his senses, he continued racing with Yi Linglong. After about half an hour, we arrived at the Colorado Park Shopping Mall.
The brother and sister slowly drove the car into the parking garage. Naturally, this caused many passers-by to be amazed and exclaim.
Yi Nan and Yi Linglong parked the car and got out.
Wow, Xiaonan, your driving skills are pretty good, you are an experienced driver. When Yi Linglong got out of the car, she lifted her hair that was hanging on her forehead. With a sweet smile, she looked at Yi Nan and gave him a thumbs up in praise.
Yi Nan was extremely embarrassed.
He didn't have any driving skills at all, let alone being an experienced driver.
Newbie.
The way he drives on the road, his car is likely to get close to the trainee driver.
Please keep a safe distance.
Fortunately, the Leakin Wolfson is indeed a top-notch sports car, and the system's buffs are fully stacked. Yi Nan really showed the racing skills of a veteran driver.
Well, just average, third in the world.
Yi Nan raised his eyebrows and said jokingly with his unique handsome and bad expression. Yi Linglong came over, took the initiative to extend her hand and hold Yi Nan's arm. She used her elder sister's domineering manner and poked Yi Nan's nose with her slender jade fingers.
Silly brother, stop being so cocky. I know you are a great driver. Let's go. Let your sister take you to visit some international luxury menswear brands and change out of your yellow jacket. Although Yi Linglong did not dislike Yi Nan. But anyway. This yellow jacket of a delivery man. It's a bit inconsistent with his identity as a super rich second generation.
Yi Nan pursed his lips and smiled leisurely. It's okay.
Work is not divided into high and low. For a deliveryman, this yellow jacket is like a dragon robe.
Yi Linglong was amused by him and burst out laughing. I never thought that my brother is so hardworking, awesome, oh good.
Yi Linglong took Yi Nan's arm and walked straight into the Colorado Park shopping mall.
This scene completely shocked many passers-by. What the hell is wrong with this world?
Even a delivery guy can date such a pretty girl? Nima, that beautiful lady is not that someone. Yuho, is she Yi Linglong, the champion of the Chinese region of the Miss World pageant and the new national goddess? Wow, what a beautiful goddess. What's wrong with her? Is she falling into depravity? Want to experience a different group of people? Do you want to play cosplay with the delivery guy? Oh my god, people always say that if a delivery guy works as a security guard. It's all bullshit.
I didn't believe it before, but now I do.
Wow, although this delivery guy is quite handsome. But what kind of shit luck did he have? He actually hooked up with the exquisite goddess? Envy makes me hideous.
Yi Nan could clearly feel the strange looks from those around him. Instead, he became even more arrogant and raised his hands to hold Yi Linglong's slender waist.
Get closer to Yi Linglong. Anyway. Yi Linglong is her biological sister. What bad intentions could a brother have towards his sister?
He seemed to be declaring to the passers-by who were drooling like a river. Open your dog eyes wide, this is my sister, the new national goddess. Yi Linglong didn't care, and Yi Nan put his arms around her slender waist. She was immersed in recognizing her brother.
That kind of blood connection.
Do your best to pamper your younger brother.
From the moment she appeared at Zhongbei University. Seeing the so-called beauty goddess Bai Jie. And that second-generation official Gao Jing. They can all control and bully their younger brother.
She was heartbroken when she saw her brother wearing a yellow jacket as a delivery man. Therefore, she must make her brother's life better. Those who look down on him must be out of reach.
After all, Yi Linglong has the ability, and Yi Nan has the family background to do so.
Not only 9 goddess sisters, but also the mother of the richest national goddess.
Wow, this Colorado Park shopping mall is pretty good. It actually has many international luxury brand stores.
After entering the Colorado Park shopping mall, Yi Linglong looked around and said in amazement.
She gently asked Yi Nan's opinion again. Shanan, what do you think?
Yi Nan nodded happily and said with a simple smile, very good, hee, I will listen to my sister. Yi Linglong pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Oh, my dear brother, you are so well behaved.
Ahem, if you really want to be that good, why do you have to hug your sister's waist?
Yi Nan withdrew his hand awkwardly and smiled wickedly. No, ever since my sister appeared in my life, I hugged her. Let me feel more personally, embrace a whole new world.
This answer. Witty. Perfect. Even Yi Linglong couldn't find anything to complain about.
Ha ha ha, I was just kidding.
Come on, I don't blame you.
As she spoke, Yi Linglong took Yi Nan's hand and asked her to hug her graceful waist.
Brother, sister, I will let you experience all the luxury in the world and see all kinds of beautiful women. It won't be that.
Chapter 10 Chapter 010 Intimate Linglong Sister, Super Pure Desire Super Healing. Chapter 010 Intimate and Linglong Sister, Super Pure and Super Healing. It's not that you will be defeated by a woman like Bai Jie, and you will be forced to lick her for 2 years. Yi Linglong was not attacking Yinan, but was more heartbroken and indignant. Yinan raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. Sister Linglong, as a human being, it is inevitable that you will make mistakes and be foolish when you grow up. I promise I won't do that again. Yi Linglong smiled and said, that is pretty good, you can get up where you fell. I believe that your experience is not only a growth for you, but also a valuable asset in your life. Of course, you won't have the chance to fall into such a trap again in the future. After all, whether it is our mother or our 9 sisters, we will give you a high-quality life. Yinan groaned and muttered, you make me sound like a moron or a giant baby. During these 20 years, although I was like a foxtail grass abandoned by the world, wasn't I also living a resounding life? Yi Linglong's expression was slightly solemn, and she felt deeply guilty. At this moment, she seemed to understand Yinan a little better. Perhaps, we should not be too hasty in pampering Yinan and loving him. Or, he himself had an accident 20 years ago and was unfortunately abandoned. Over the past 20 years, he has been traumatized, fragile, and sensitive. Whether as an elder sister or as their biological mother, the richest man in the world. Once this kind of love came like a tide, it suddenly surged towards Yinan. It will inevitably backfire. It might even cause Yinan to feel uncomfortable, or even resist or reject it. At the same time, there has always been a doubt in Yi Linglong's heart. That was Yinan's situation, which seemed a little different from what she had imagined. Originally, when she was at Jiangbei University, she saw Yinan wearing a yellow jacket as a delivery man, working part-time as a delivery man. She imagined that her brother lived in poverty and misery. Who would have thought? Turning around, he took out the car keys and claimed that the Lycan Wolfson, a limited edition supercar worth 700 million yuan, was his. Oops, brother, I'm sorry, I'm not saying that you are a moron or a giant baby, you are really awesome. Yi Linglong immediately comforted Yinan. By the way, brother, did mom come to see you before your sister came to see you? Originally, it was an innocuous question. Yi Linglong wanted to confirm whether Yinan's luxury car was a gift to Yinan from the richest man's biological mother. Unexpectedly, Yinan instantly loosened his grip on her waist and let go of her arm. Then, he took 2 steps back with resistance and rejection. What does it mean? Is the mother of the richest man so great? Or are you 9 sisters so arrogant? Since you haven't cared about my life or death for 20 years, what are you doing now? Are you here to see if I'm dead or to collect my body? Reacting to Yinan's sudden abnormal mood, Yi Linglong frowned. She was stunned and shocked, looking at Yinan blankly. She immediately apologized with a smile. Xiaonan, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't ask you this or that. Yinan's heart also felt as if it was filled with lead, and he felt very blocked. But, at that moment, his emotions came to a head and he lost control of himself. After all, 20 years. If that so-called biological mother is really the richest person, would it be difficult to find her? Okay, now I have found it. Although Yinan could tell from Yi Linglong's every word, every action, every frown, and every smile, that she was full of. They all show him meticulous care and love, and absolutely dote on him. However, Yinan had resentment in his heart, deep resentment. Who could have imagined that after 20 years of loneliness and suffering, he would experience the fickleness of the world? In order to fill his stomach, he even competed with the mangy dogs on the street for leftovers from the trash can. In order to earn money to support himself, he has been a beggar on the street since he was a child, picking up waste from garbage cans and selling them in exchange for a meager living expenses. Fortunately, my awareness is not bad, no matter how hard or desperate life is. He picked up discarded books from the abandoned garbage dumps. He squatted in the bridge hole, reading and studying hard under the dim streetlights. Regardless of severe cold or heat, or violent winds or rainstorms. A little beggar who makes a living by picking up garbage is hungry for knowledge. Even if I am hungry, even if I am ragged, even if I am despised, insulted, and abused. He works hard to pick up trash to save money so that he can go to school and take the college entrance exam. So, from that moment on, he was determined to change his destiny with his own hands and wisdom. But in the end, fate was not kind to him. He had fallen ill and it almost cost him his life. No money to go to the hospital, just bear it. Indeed. He was lucky. On that freezing night, he thought he was dead. It was also that night that Tongzai arrived, and that was it. The supreme dandy young master sign in superpower system. Afterwards, he recovered from his illness.
I was also successfully admitted to Zhongbei University.
According to this sign-in system, I signed in 68 times. He felt that this was a waste system that mocked him. How can a little beggar like him, a poor and smelly loser, be considered a supreme playboy? The cruel reality told him that he was not destined to be a young master. However, miracles always happen.
The 69th check-in. Miracles come as expected.
All of a sudden, he has the richest mother and 9 goddess sisters. All of a sudden, he had a house and a car, and his 5th sister Yi Linglong came to meet him.
Isn't it ridiculous? Is this a lie?
He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood gradually calmed down. When he looked up at Yi Linglong, his clear and beautiful eyes contained no malice or anger or blame. There was only a deep sense of guilt towards him and deep concern for her.
Yinan, Yinan, isn't all this what you have always dreamed of and longed for in your heart? Once upon a time, you longed to have a father who loved you and a mother who spoiled you.
Once upon a time, you dreamed of having a beautiful sister, holding hands with her, flying kites, riding a merry-go-round, and playing water guns with her.
Once upon a time, you longed to have a warm and happy home of your own, with a father, a mother, and a sister. Now, isn't everything like a dream come true? What else are you proud of?
Besides, Sister Linglong is so pure and innocent, and she dotes on herself so much, can you bear to make her sad?
Do you want to dwell on past misfortunes and past sorrows? No.
Yinan struggled with inner contradictions.
Sister Linglong, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm too sensitive.
Finally, Yinan calmed himself down and expressed his deep apologies to Yi Linglong. Yi Linglong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense heartstrings felt relieved and relaxed a lot.
She patted her chest and smiled sweetly. Good brother, you scared your sister to death, do you know that? Yi Linglong was not angry. She walked forward and still held Yinan's arm.
With that smile that was sweet enough to melt 1,000 years of ice, she looked up and said to Yinan, "Silly brother, in the future, if you don't like what your sister says, just tell her directly and don't get angry.
Being angry is harmful to your liver.
It is like punishing yourself with other people's mistakes.
Do you understand?" Yinan nodded. Yes, Sister Linglong, I understand. In fact,
Yinan adjusted his mood. He also wanted to find a home of his own. With a goddess sister like Yi Linglong to spoil her, not to mention, there are 9 goddess sisters. Of course. Yinan knew very well that deep in his heart was an untouchable dark abyss. Because of the resentment accumulated over the past 20 years, he didn't know whether his little universe would be touched by a certain word and explode. Even though he met his biological mother, the richest man, and 9 goddess sisters, they became a loving family. This is bound to be a long process in form, as well as a journey of the heart. When you stare into the abyss also stares into you. Yi Linglong pursed her lips, her face filled with joy, and she leaned on Yinan's shoulder.
Gave Yinan an absolute sense of security and dependence.
Showdown, in fact, in the past 20 years, whether it is mom or us 9 sisters, we have tried every possible way to find you.
But you may not know it very well.
You were abandoned unexpectedly at that time.
You were just a baby in swaddling clothes.
In such a vast sea of people, searching for a baby without any identity registration information is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, hard work pays off. In a gene library comparison, it was finally detected that your DNA is 99.999% similar to your mother's DNA. All of this was accomplished by my mother using her connections and begging everyone for help. This time, Yinan did not explode, but listened carefully to Yi Linglong's story. I know that you have been living alone and helpless for the past 20 years, and it must have been very difficult for you. You must have experienced countless hardships that are hard for ordinary people to imagine.
I understand you very well, but please believe that this is officially over. From now on, our family must be fine, okay?
I have to say that in this world, sisters are definitely born for their younger brothers. Yi Linglong's words filled Yinan's heart with endless warmth, and ripples of hope for his future life were created.
She said it so heartwarmingly, so thoughtfully.
Every word struck Yinan's heart deeply and touched his heart. Even if Yinan had a heart of stone, he would be melted and captured by her words. Yinan nodded silently, a smile as bright as the sun appearing on the corner of his mouth.
Yi Linglong let out a loud noise, changing the gloomy and solemn atmosphere.
Hey, Showdown, my sister's good brother, as a person, the most important thing is to be happy. As she spoke, Yi Linglong pointed to a luxuriously decorated specialty store in front of her and asked with a giggle.
Here, this Ferragamo store can give you some cool and handsome clothes, how about it?
Chapter 11 Chapter 011 Sister Linglong, the doting brother, dotes on him and gives him the best.
Chapter 011 Sister Linglong, who dotes on her brother, spoils him by giving him the best Ferragamo store? Yi Nan looked at the store with a completely dark face. Tonzi, you are a god. Whatever the system rewards you, that's what you get. Yi Nan didn't care and walked straight into the Ferragamo store with Yi Linglong. Welcome to the Salvatore Ferragamo store.
Standing at the door of the store, the name tag reads Clerk Lu Li. He took the lead in expressing his warm welcome to Yi Nan and Yi Linglong with a polite smile. At first glance, Yi Linglong is a goddess with stunning looks and temperament. They must be potential customers.
However, when Lu Li's eyes fell on Yi Nan, who was holding Yi Linglong's arm and was wearing a yellow jacket like a delivery man, she was a complete snob, and her enthusiasm went from flaming to icy. She even looked up and complained inwardly, alas, these days, a good cabbage is always eaten by a pig. I thought it was a big client, but it turned out to be a low-class guy pretending to be smart. No chance.
After entering the Ferragamo store, Yi Linglong said to Yi Nan with a smile.
Xiaonan, take a look yourself and see if there is any style you like. If so, we will buy it.
Yi Nan nodded and smiled slightly awkwardly.
Sister Linglong, just buy a few pieces.
There is no need to buy them in such specialty stores.
Not only are they too expensive, but the quality is also so-so.
Yi Linglong held Yi Nan's arm with her slender hands. My dear brother, in this era, information is transparent, you get what you pay for, and expensive things have their reasons.
Just listen to your sister, I guarantee you won't go wrong.
A look of disdain and indifference appeared on the cold face of the shop assistant Lu Li.
She thought to herself, turns out he's just a gigolo? Sister? Are you playing cosplay? Young people nowadays are really fancy. And when Yi Nan and Yi Linglong walked into the Ferragamo store, it must be said that Yi Linglong is a cool, sexy, and pure goddess.
It's really not a good match for Yi Nan, who is wearing a yellow delivery jacket, and it really attracts a lot of attention. Other customers shopping in the store were also whispering and discussing in low voices.
Oh my goodness, how lucky is this delivery guy, where did he get such a beautiful goddess girlfriend? Why do I feel like something is wrong? It seems like that goddess is supporting him? This goddess is really brainless. Has Roaring Sky Dog peed on her brain? The style of the painting is really eye-catching. What is wrong with this society? Is it popular that good cabbages are eaten by stupid pigs? Why can't I encounter such a situation? I also want to be a pig eating cabbages. Oh, God, please give me a white, rich, beautiful goddess to support me. I really don't want to work hard anymore. If it doesn't work, a rich woman will do. Little brother, rich woman? You can't handle it. She has to eat supper every day, play with steel wool, and have candles, small leather whips and so on. You can't handle it. Lose, be brave, who is not a fool. As long as I can win easily, I will go all out. Yi Linglong, with the temperament of an absolute goddess, took Yi Nan and paced among the cabinets.
She pointed to the stylish and luxurious menswear.
Xiaonan, feel them.
The texture of the materials of these clothes, as well as their designs, definitely represent fashion and trends. What surprised Yi Nan was that the system seemed to have lit up his heaven-defying enlightenment. Sudden realization of the skills of top styling masters, the Caesar of the fashion world. He looked at these luxury brand menswear and had a completely different impression. Yi Nan raised his hand tentatively and touched the clothes displayed in the cupboard.
Hey, what are you doing? Who allowed you to touch me like that? However, the clerk Lu Li immediately came forward and scolded with a gloomy face.
The men's clothing in our Ferragamo store is the ceiling in the clothing industry, especially the ones displayed in our cabinets, which cost millions or even tens of millions.
Can you afford it? If your rough hands scratch it and it goes offline, can you afford to pay for it?
Yi Nan's expression condensed slightly, he retracted his hand, and from his deep eyes, a pair of sharp eyes like swords shot towards the clerk Lu Li.
He was about to speak.
Yi Linglong had already taken a step forward and spoke to Lu Li in great anger.
What do you mean? Who are you looking down on? How did you become a shop assistant? Is there anyone as snobbish and contemptuous as you?
Lu Li looked at Yi Linglong for a few times, then she sneered and said coldly.
Sorry, we have a rule in our store.
As store staff, we have the responsibility and obligation to distinguish between potential customers and those who are just browsing around. For our potential customers, let alone touching it, they can just take it off and try it on.
However, we strictly prohibit those who are wandering around and pretending to be cool. What? Are you going to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments to show off? Obviously. Luli is completely convinced.
Yi Nan and Yi Linglong simply couldn't afford it and were not potential customers of the Ferragamo store. Just at this moment, a middle-aged bald man in a suit and tie walked in from the door of the store with a gold necklace around his neck. She was wearing a string of jade and agate rings on her hands. The person holding his arm was a young and beautiful female college student.
Luli's eyes lit up and she immediately walked forward with a bright smile and greeted him. Welcome to the Salvatore Ferragamo store.
Boss, what style do you like?
Just pick whatever you want.
Without waiting for the middle-aged bald man to respond, the young and beautiful female college student looked around the store. When Schwechinger's eyes fell on Yi Nan, her expression froze slightly.
Aha! It's really a narrow road for enemies. Isn't this Yi Nan, the dog that Bai Jie, her best friend and sister, has been pursuing for 2 years? How did I run into this plague god here? I just received a call from Bai Jie, saying that she was bullied by Yi Nan.
It was all Yi Nan's fault that her relationship with Gao Jing, a temporary PE teacher hired by a government official, fell through. When she thought of this, a hideous cold smile appeared on Schwechinger's lips.
Coincidentally, I was shopping in the mall with my godfather and ran into Yi Nan.
With Godfather Du Maodong's wealth and power, he borrowed the power of his godfather to teach Yi Nan a lesson and avenge his best friend Bai Jie.
Immediately,
Schwecchinger revealed a somewhat bossy air again. She coughed twice, raised her voice and spoke to the clerk Luli.
What do you mean by good sense? Show me the most expensive item in your store. I want to buy a birthday gift for my godfather.
Luli was even more excited, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She raised her hand to signal Du Maodong and Schwecchinger.
Okay, boss sister, come this way, please, I will introduce you two one by one.
From Luli's attitude towards Schwecchinger and Du Maodong, it was definitely a 180-degree turn.
Yi Nan and Yi Linglong were stunned and stood there in a daze.
The brother and sister looked at each other.
Yi Linglong waved her hand and said, "Cut it out. I really didn't check the almanac before going out. I ran into this dog coin thing."
Brother, I didn't expect to run into the plague god.
Otherwise, should we go to another place to have a look? No need, it's okay, Sister Linglong, let's take a look ourselves.
Yi Nan also looked at Schwecchinger. Schwecchinger, Bai Jie's best friend and sister, has a slightly pointed face like an internet celebrity, which makes people feel nauseous when they see her.
She often fanned the flames in front of Bai Jie.
They must have exaggerated the situation, slandered and defamed Yi Nan, and instigated Yi Nan to pursue Bai Jie. When he thought of this, Yi Nan felt like he was going to have a high blood pressure attack.
So,
naturally, he would not flee at such a critical moment.
Yi Linglong nodded and smiled. Okay then. At this time, Yi Nan has already become a super rich second-generation, supreme playboy, with a completely arrogant and domineering aura.
After looking around the store, his eyes finally fell on the center cabinet of the Ferragamo store, which displayed fashionable and luxurious menswear exclusively for the private world. He pulled Yi Linglong and pointed to the cabinet in the center.
Sister Linglong, I think those pieces are pretty good. Let's take a look. Yi Linglong was stunned and speechless. Although the men's clothing in Ferragamo stores is definitely the ceiling in the global fashion industry,
especially the item displayed in the center cabinet in a specialty store like this must be the store's treasure. Yi Linglong was naturally aware of the positioning of such a specialty store.
She never thought that, just a second ago, Yi Nan said, why not just buy a few pieces?
But the next moment, he went straight to the center cabinet of the Ferragamo store.
Yi Linglong was naturally not stingy.
She quickly followed Yi Nan and smiled sweetly.
Wow, Xiaonan, you have a good eye.
These sets. Just as she was about to continue speaking, another female clerk with a slightly ordinary appearance but a warm smile came over.
Her name tag reads Ji Shuxian.
Ji Shuxian walked forward, smiled calmly, bowed slightly, and apologized.
Dear brothers and sisters, I'm sorry Luli is always like this.
I apologize for her disrespectful words and actions towards you.
Are you looking at?
Ji Shuxian raised her hand and pointed to the cabinet in the center, which displayed men's clothing, and said modestly, "This is the flagship model of our Salvatore Ferragamo store, the Lionheart, which is the latest limited edition exclusive model this year."
Yi Nan looked at Ji Shuxian for a few seconds and nodded silently. Yi Linglong also breathed a sigh of relief and praised Ji Shuxian. "You are much more polite than that guy." Ji Shuxian smiled awkwardly. There was nothing she could do. Lu Li was the sales champion of our Ferragamo store in Jiangzhou area. She had reason to be proud. But I was different. Moreover, for those of us in the service industry, I think the most important thing is to treat people with sincerity and kindness. Oh, I've been too talkative. Boys and girls, if you like any of them, I'll take them off and let you try them on, okay?
Yi Nan nodded happily and raised his hand to point to the three-piece suit of a t-shirt, a suit and a pair of trousers in the C-position cupboard.
Said to Ji Shuxian without hesitation. "No need to try it on, according to my size, it should be just right. I'll take this set, wrap it up."
When these words were spoken, everyone, including Yi Linglong, widened their eyes in shock.
How come my brother suddenly became so decisive? She gave a thumbs up and smiled sweetly. Not bad, not bad. You really are my good brother, you have great taste."
Ji Shuxian was also stunned. She had never expected that Yi Nan, who was wearing a yellow takeaway jacket, would actually ask to buy the Ferragamo store's treasure, the Lionheart.
Is this a pie falling from the sky and just happening to hit me? Because Ji Shuxian's current situation is extremely embarrassing.
If she doesn't place any orders this month, she will be eliminated as the last in sales and will be fired.
With the current economic environment being so bad, it is so difficult to find a job after being fired. Could it be that this delivery guy is his savior?
Ji Shuxian blinked her eyes, almost to the point of tears, but she still reminded carefully. "My dear brother, this set of the treasure of the town, the Lionheart, is our Ferragamo Global Limited Edition, and the unified price is 99.999 million yuan. Even Yi Linglong sighed secretly and felt a little pain in her heart. Sure enough, it is worthy of being the ceiling of international men's clothing.
A set of clothing costs 100 million. But, who says I am a good sister who dotes on my brother? If I dote on him, I must give him the best."
Yi Linglong gritted her teeth and said to Ji Shuxian with a smile,
"Fine."
At the same time, Yi Nan also said affirmatively, "It's okay, wrap it up."
"Ha ha ha, wrap it up?
This is hilarious, Yi Nan. Do you think the clothes from the Ferragamo store are for you, a delivery man, to pack lunchboxes?
Are you ashamed to learn from others to wrap them up?"
However, just as Ji Shuxian was about to take down the store's treasure, Lionheart, from the C-position cabinet and pack it up, a shrill female voice came with contempt and ridicule.
Chapter 12 Chapter 012 Wow, Showdown brother, monkey Silei is too strong.
Chapter 012 Wow, Showdown brother, monkey Silei is too strong, Godfather, I think. What is the name of the treasure of the Salvatore Ferragamo store in the C-position cabinet?
Schweschinger was jumping up and down, very excited. Lu Li's eyes widened and she immediately echoed Schweschinger's answer. "Oh, sister, you really have a good eye for talent.
Let me tell you, this set is the limited edition of our Salvatore Ferragamo store, the treasure of the store, the Lionheart."
TSK, you bought it. Ahem, to honor your godfather, just choose the lion's heart, it will be very face-saving. In fact,
Lu Li naturally knew that Schweschinger and Du Maodong were not just godfather and goddaughter. Having a godfather is very popular these days. Many female college students look for a rich man to support them, who is called a godfather.
Even this set of the store's treasure, the Lion's Heart, was ostensibly bought by Schweschinger as a birthday gift for Du Maodong. But if you really want to pay, isn't it Du Maodong, the big wronged godfather?
Lu Li knew best about Schweschinger and Du Maodong, the ambiguous and subtle relationship between godfather and goddaughter that was not so serious.
The wealthy Du Maodong would naturally not be reluctant to spend money in front of his mistress.
So, for Lu Li, people like Schweschinger and Du Maodong are the real potential customers.
As for Yi Nan and Yi Linglong, they can go wherever is cooler. She even looked at Ji Shuxian with anger and scolded her.
Ji Shuxian, you deserve to be at the bottom of the performance list.
You will be eliminated from the bottom soon. He is just like a lump of wood, without any eyesight at all. Do you think a delivery man can afford the store's treasure, the Lion Heart?
Please use your head that's attached to your butt and think about it carefully.
That's a house worth 99,999,000, not a 99 yuan cheap item, okay?
Hurry up, get that unlucky delivery man away from me, don't let him affect my potential customers' selection of clothes.
Next time, keep your eyes open. Boss sisters like this are the real potential customers, understand?
Ji Shuxian bit her lip lightly, her heart sinking slightly, and she spoke to Luli in a sonorous and forceful voice.
Luli, you can't be so aggressive and overbearing every time, okay? These two young men and women have already made up their minds. They are determined to buy the lion's heart. Luli glanced at Ji Shuxian with contempt. What the hell? Ji Shuxian, you stupid as hell bottom king, get out of here, you. Don't interfere with my big order, otherwise, don't blame me for being polite to you. To some extent, Ji Shuxian was still a little afraid of Luli. She felt embarrassed but looked at Yi Nan and Yi Linglong with innocent eyes. Yi Nan and Yi Linglong naturally saw all of this. Yi Linglong was furious and was about to go forward and start scolding and cursing. How can there be such a snob who looks down on others? I am so angry. What kind of person is this?
Yi Nan pulled Yi Linglong's slender hand and shook his head slightly at her.
Sister Linglong, there's no need to get angry with this kind of person.
Xiaonan, I'm so angry that I can't bear to watch it anymore, Yi Linglong said angrily.
Without waiting for Yi Nan to say anything, Shui Xing'er took Du Maodong's arm and coquettishly gave him a kiss on his bumpy face. Godfather, let us just buy this set of our store's treasure, the lioness heart, okay? Du Maodong laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Okay, as long as the baby likes it, buy it.
Shui Xing'er acted coquettishly and kissed Du Maodong's cheek a few times, while glancing at Yi Nan with contempt.
Oh, Godfather, you are the best. Unlike some food delivery guys who can't afford to buy food but still pretend to be cool. Hey, let me tell you, you delivery man, you've been a bootlicker for 2 years, you've been kneeling down to lick my best friends and sisters, and now you're rejected. Are you in a bad mood? What? Which club did you go to and pay money to hire such a bitch to accompany you shopping and show off? Hearing this, even Yi Linglong, who was standing next to him, could sense that Yi Nan's bones were making angry crackling sounds. Shui Xing'er, you bitch, what did you say? Say it again.
Shui Xing'er relied on Du Maodong's support and sneered at Yi Nan arrogantly.
Ouch, delivery guy, did that hit your sore spot? Are you unhappy? What's up? You ruined the relationship between my best friend Bai Jie and Gao Jing, and now you want to bark and bite like a mad dog. Do you want to bite me? Unfortunately, with my godfather here, don't even think about biting me. I'd hate your tongue for being too rough even if you licked my toes. A poor, stinky, loser like you is only fit to live in the dark sewers forever. You will never be able to turn over a new leaf in your life. Du Maodong also glanced at Yi Nan lightly, and then asked Shui Xing'er in a low voice. Baby, do you know this delivery guy?
Shui Xing'er pouted and spoke coquettishly.
Godfather, I know him. He is the one.
I'm telling you, the poor and smelly loser who knelt down and licked my best friend Bai Jie, the delivery dog.
Du Maodong groaned, so that's it. Hiss, let us put it this way. Since I, your godfather, have run into him today, I will just give this delivery boy a lesson. One day, you can call your best friend Bai Jie over, and she can also recognize me as her godfather. Wouldn't it be nice for us to have a nice threesome in the future? Shui Xing'er said in a coquettish voice, Godfather, how can you say this in public? I'm so embarrassed. Okay, as long as you help my best friend and sister teach him a lesson, I will help you make an appointment with Bai Jie. Du Maodong secretly licked the saliva at the corner of his mouth. When he thought of Bai Jie, this old pervert still missed her and was very greedy for Bai Jie's body. Then, just as he was about to step forward to teach Yi Nan a lesson, Yi Linglong became furious. She took a step forward, and her cool and awesome aura was fully revealed. Shameless bitch, you succeeded in disgusting me. Your face is like a rotating glass plate in a hotel. You should know that the radius of your face is more than 1 m. You look so creative and live so courageously. I'm really curious, why are you covering your face with your butt? You two dogs, you shine when the sun shines, you flood when the floods come, and you eat when you give dog shit. Is that cheap? He burst into an explosion of angry curses, which directly and rudely made Shui Xing'er's face turn blue and purple. Du Maodong was even more furious. He jumped forward, spitting everywhere, and cursed at Yi Linglong. Where did you come from, you bitch? Are you tired of living? Do you know whose territory is in this area? You dare to act wildly on my territory? You are really asking for trouble. But, you look pretty, how about this, you sleep with me tonight, I won't pursue this matter, otherwise, you won't be able to walk out alive today. However, before Du Maodong could finish his cursing, a domineering and intimidating voice sounded. It was like the roar of a demon rising from the 18 levels of hell. It makes people feel creepy and chilling. Oh. Hee, it looks like your mother. If you look up, the ozone layer will be broken. If you like sleeping with women so much, go back and sleep with your mother. The next moment,
Yi Nan stepped forward and pulled Yi Linglong behind him to protect him.
Snap. The sound of a crisp slap was like an echo. Du Maodong was stunned, and everyone was shocked.
Because Yi Nan had already made a move and slapped Du Maodong hard on the cheek.
Xue Xinger was going crazy and had already exploded.
She pounced on him with her teeth bared. You damn delivery man, you are looking for death.
Snap.
Another crisp and loud slap hit Xue Xinger's face hard. You are a slutty bitch who has slept with thousands of people and fucked by tens of thousands of people.
You just keep talking like a delivery man. Did the delivery guy crawl onto your ancestral tablets to poop and pee, or did he dig up the graves of your ancestors for 18 generations and whip their corpses? You're just a fucking bitch. What qualifications do you have to trample on and insult other people's professions? Snap.
Yi Nan slapped Xue Xinger hard on the other cheek again.
You have a mouth that stinks even more than dog shit. Who gave you the courage to speak rudely and insult my sister Linglong? Do you really think that I am still the same little master who kneels and licks the feet of the dirty and smelly Bai Jie, the same dog who allows a bitch like you to ravage and bully me? Open your dog's eyes and see clearly. Snap.
Yi Nan slapped Xue Xinger hard on the face with his backhand.
Du Maodong was completely furious.
He jumped around and yelled and cursed.
Damn it, you little bastard, you are dead. Are you actually rebelling against the heaven? Do you know who is the backer behind me?
I'm telling you, the leader of the most powerful underground organization, Shadow Dragon Babu, is my cousin.
You wait for death.
Appendix, the 8 great divisions of Heaven and Dragon, as the 8 main members under the Shadow Dragon Lord, namely the Heavens, Dragons, Yakshas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kinnaras, Maharakas.
This was beyond Yi Nan's expectations.
A hideous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, even more evil than the one on the crooked-mouthed Dragon King.
Oh? Really? The most powerful organization in the underworld, Shadow?
Very good, I happen to know Tianzhong, the leader of the 8 shadow sects, so I'll give him a call.
So?
Yi Nan really took out his cell phone, opened the address book, and dialed the number marked as Tianzhong.
Beep beep. Soon. The call was connected.
A deep, deep voice of an extremely flattered man came from the other end of the line.
Lord Long, it's me. May I ask for your instructions, heavenly being?
Yi Nan smiled evilly and said, Tianzhong, I just happened to meet your cousin at the Ferragamo store in Colorado Park Shopping Mall.
How about you come over and meet him?
On the phone, Tianzhong was stunned and smiled innocently. Long Zun, stop joking, I
don't have any cousin. Well, don't be in a hurry to deny it. He named you and said you are his cousin. He wants to kill me. If you come over and take a look, won't it be clear? Wyan said jokingly and teasingly. When the gods heard this, they were dumbfounded and immediately responded, Dragon Lord, I understand. Immediately. Even through the phone, I could hear him shouting almost hoarsely. Hurry, prepare the car immediately and go to Colorado Park with me. Fuck it, someone is trying to harm Long Zun. Where did this idiot come from? It's really twisted. After Yi Nan hung up the phone, he still looked playful and defiant, and glanced at Du Maodong with stern disdain. Don't worry, your cousin will be here soon. Du Maodong, who was standing by, looked at Yi Nan in astonishment and waved his hand. At this time, all the onlookers were stunned with shock, including Yi Linglong. She widened her clear and beautiful eyes, with an admiring look on her face like a little fangirl, and thought to herself, wow, Showdown brother, Ho Sile is so strong. Passers-by A, B and C were completely confused, and were already in an uproar, talking excitedly. Wow, what's going on? Is this delivery guy going crazy? The delivery guy is so domineering, and the tie pants are hot. Wait, this pretty lady looks familiar. Oh my god, it's really her, Miss World China Champion and new national goddess Yi Linglong. Oh my god. This can't be true. How could a goddess like Linglong date a delivery man? It doesn't seem like they are dating. She just called the delivery man, brother. This is really weird. The goddess Linglong has a brother? And he is a delivery man? This is unscientific. Woohoo, I am afraid that a good show is about to start. This godfather named Du Maodong.
It seems that he is a nouveau riche from the demolition of Colorado Park shopping mall.
It is said that he is a tyrant in this area and is a complete gangster.
Listening to what that female college student Shui Xinger said, this godfather has some stuff behind him, and he plays it very well. I still feel a little worried for this delivery boy and Linglong goddess.
Du Maodong is really not just to show off.
He really has a background in underground dark forces. Chapter 13 Chapter 013 Good brother, sister believes in you.
Chapter 013 Good brother, sister believes in you.
Oh, boss, you are a magnanimous person, and you are very generous.
Why bother getting mad at a food delivery guy? Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth.
When Luli saw this trend, she thought that if Yinan had a falling out with Du Maodong and Shui Xinger, it would become a big deal. It will definitely affect her sales of the store's treasure, the lion heart clothing. That's a sales order worth 100 million.
Once she gets this big order, she will be the national sales champion, and a tour to 8 countries in Europe will be hers. So,
she nodded and bowed to Du Maodong and Shui Xinger,
while scolding Ji Shuxian fiercely.
Ji Shuxian, you stupid idiot, even though your brain and large intestine look alike, you use them to hold the same thing.
What are you still doing there? Are you standing there like a wife waiting for her husband?
Hurry up, get that damn delivery guy out of here, and don't disturb my boss mood for buying clothes.
Ji Shuxian was speechless and looked at Luli in surprise.
This time, she still argued calmly.
Luli, can you please be reasonable?
It was this young man who bought the lion heart first.
Do you know what first come first served means? Luli almost vomited blood and died suddenly on the spot. She walked forward and slapped Ji Shuxian in the face with a loud slap. You damn bitch, are you deliberately going against me?
When Shui Xinger saw the scene in front of her, she was even more proud. She glanced at Yinan with contempt and stared at Du Maodong with her charming peach blossom eyes.
She said to Du Maodong in a tender voice, "Oh, Godfather, didn't you ask me to help you make an appointment with my good friend Bai Jie? Wow, Bai Jie just got bullied by this damn delivery guy, don't you want to help her save her face?"
Du Maodong fiddled with the jade and agate ring on his finger, laughing lewdly.
He is extremely dishonest. Help, I will definitely help. As long as the baby asks, I will definitely do it.
Oh, Godfather, you were so annoying and bad, Shui Xinger said in a coquettish and charming voice. She seductively moved her lips to Du Maodong's bumpy face and sipped deeply.
Du Maodong felt extremely happy as an old cow enjoyed young grass.
Hey, baby, just wait, Godfather will call me soon.
The head of Shadow Tianlong Babu, Tianzhong, is my cousin.
Catching this damn courier is as easy as killing an ant. Shui Xinger smiled coquettishly and said, but, the delivery guy said that he knew the celestial beings in the shadows, and he even called them. Du Maodong waved his hand. Naturally he would not think that Yinan really knew Tianzhong, the leader of the shadow demigods and semi-devils.
To put it bluntly, he doesn't even know it, he's just pretending to bluff people. Tisk who doesn't know how to show off? Baby, it's okay.
In the Colorado Park area, I, Du Maodong, can tell anyone to give birth.
Whoever you want to die must die.
Shui Xinger became more confident. Then, she shouted at Luli in a commanding manner. Waiter, can you sell this lion's heart, the treasure of the store?
My godfather wants it. Luli immediately turned around from scolding Ji Shuxian fiercely and revealed a flattering smile. She said to Du Maodong and Shui Xinger, "Hey, boss lady, to be honest, I like dealing with upper-class people like you. It's refreshing and affordable, unlike some of the lower-class dogs in society who still howl and pretend to be Tibetan mastiffs."
Hey, boss, let me tell you that our store treasure, the lion heart, is a great buy and a great honor to wear. Moreover, the global limited edition is not expensive, the unified price is only 99,999,000. Boss, are you transferring money, swiping a card, or scanning a QR code?
When Luli made the offer, the nouveau riche Du Maodong was stunned.
His face suddenly looked even uglier, as if someone had poured a pile of dog shit into his mouth. His eyes were so bulging that they almost popped out of their sockets, and he asked back in disbelief.
What the hell? How much do you want this tattered suit for?
Luli was slightly embarrassed, but she said with a flattering smile.
99,999,000, boss. Considering your wealth, this is not a drop in the bucket. Just a small amount.
Du Maodong felt as if he had been screwed by a dog all of a sudden, he said angrily.
Fuck your mother, 99,999,000? 100 million? You might as well just rob a bank. Just a few tattered clothes from a street stall? You have the nerve to say that. Do you really think that I am not well educated and I am easy to fool? Be honest, give me a discount, a flat price. The maximum I can give you is 999.9 yuan. Well, that's fine. I'll give you 1,000 yuan to make it a whole. Pack it up quickly. In a word, everyone lives in Bengbu. Lu Li's face turned green as a muggle. She said, waving her hands. No, boss, our Salvatore Ferragamo store is a high-end store with a unified price worldwide. We don't bargain or offer discounts. Du Maodong said angrily, bullshit, who are you trying to fool? 1,000 yuan, who doesn't bargain when buying things these days? If you want to sell it, then sell it. If you don't want to sell it, then sell it. Shui Xinger glared at Lu Li fiercely. She had not expected that the clothes in the Ferragamo store were so expensive. If Du Maodong really had to spend 100 million to buy a set of clothes, it would obviously be a bit difficult for him. It is said that Du Maodong's previous demolition only cost him 20 million yuan. Even if he were to empty out all his net worth, he still wouldn't be able to come up with 100 million. Shui Xinger's purpose was to humiliate Yinan. She frowned and came up with a plan. She pulled Du Maodong and said coquettishly, Godfather, it seems that I can no longer be filial to you. A piece of tattered clothing is so expensive, but didn't someone just jump up and down, shouting that someone had already bought it? We should follow the principle of first come first served and let them have it. Shui Xinger's words had a hidden meaning, and Du Maodong immediately understood. Then he said to Lu Li, yes, that's right. At the same time, his arrogance exploded again, and he challenged Yinan and Yi Linglong contemptuously. Hey, didn't you just shout very loudly, do you want to buy that set of clothes? Now we don't buy it, but you guys buy it? Lu Li saw this and realized that the cooked duck was about to fly away. She immediately knelt down and licked Du Maodong and Shui Xinger again. Oh, boss lady, there is no need for first come first served virtue. Whoever can afford it, it belongs to him. Besides you, there is only him? A food delivery man? He has been riding a broken electric donkey all his life. If his legs are broken or he dies, he can't afford a new one, right? Du Maodong straightened his back, laughed slyly and said sarcastically. Hey, delivery guy, today I, Du Maodong, have something to say. If you can afford this Salvatore Ferragamo store's treasure, the lion's heart, I'll do 3.5 handstands on the livestream. If you can't afford it, the same punishment applies. Ha! Plus this beautiful girl next to you, keep me company for the night. What do you think? Do you dare to bet with me? Yinan exuded the aura of a super-rich second-generation, supreme dandy young master. He smiled lightly and said in a playful and domineering manner. Du Laogo, you like others to sleep with you so much, go back and ask your mother to sleep with you. I won't bet on my sister Linglong. Of course, if you want to die so much, I will accompany you to the end. Today, if I can't afford it, I'll let you do whatever you want. But if I bought it... in front of so many people, you made the bet yourself, you'd better accept the loss and be able to afford it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Shui Xinger snorted coldly and sneered. Yinan, you are a poor loser, don't think I don't know your background. Since you were a child, you have been a stinky beggar living on garbage. Do you think that 100 million is the $10 you spend on a piece of clothing at a street stall? Do you know how much 100 million is? Do you think that is the ghost money made by the Tiandi Bank? Without waiting for Yinan to respond, Yi Linglong's powerful aura, both cool and awesome, exploded. She glared at Shui Xinger, you cheap bitch, you're just a college student, and you don't know how to cherish yourself. You rely on rich men and sell out. You open your mouth and close your mouth. You are either a poor loser, a stinky beggar, or a dead courier. What do you have to be proud of? What qualifications do you have to insult people from the lower classes? To put it bluntly, what's the difference between you and those people in nightclubs, clubs, and brothels? Are you noble? Are you pure? People like you are so dirty that your soul is dirty, and you have the right to trample on and insult others. I feel so sad for your parents. I feel so ashamed for us female compatriots to have a bitch like you. Shui Xinger was furious and glared at Yi Linglong fiercely. Oh, you are such a moral bitch, how are you better than me? How come you are so noble? If you are really that valuable, why would you find a lowly courier? Oh, you must have some special hobby, and like to comfort those at the bottom of society, right? Did he also support a migrant worker? A plasterer? A cosplayer? Yi Linglong was so angry that her little universe was about to explode. She almost rushed forward and gave Shuexinger a loud slap in the face. Hee, you bitch, you are really a bitch. I warn you clearly, Yi Nan is my brother, my biological brother. Please don't insult our pure blood relationship with your dirty, filthy, and rubbish ideas. Shuexinger shrugged, spread her hands, and continued in a provocative tone. It doesn't matter. If you are really that good, you agreed to the bet with my godfather and bought this set of lion's heart. Yi Nan clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes, as sharp as swords, shot at Shuexinger. The next moment, he pointed at Du Maodong and spoke word by word. Since it's a bet, let's play it big. Today I'm going to buy this Salvatore Ferragamo store. If I bought it, Shuexinger, this bitch. Turn on the live broadcast mode, she looks. Go to the square outside the Colorado Park shopping mall and sing Shao San 100 times in front of everyone. How are you, this couple, going to deal with this bet? Yi Nan's bet shocked everyone, including Yi Linglong. Because she knew better than anyone that if she really wanted to buy this Ferragamo store, it would cost at least 300 million. Even if Yi Linglong helped, she didn't have that much money. Even calling their richest mother for help didn't work. Yi Linglong pulled Yi Nan for a moment, frowned slightly, and advised in a low voice. Xiao Nan, don't act on impulse. It's not necessary. Yi Nan raised his eyebrows and comforted Yi Linglong with that handsome and badass expression. Sister Linglong, rest assured, I know what's going on. You care about me so much and love me so much, so I will never allow anyone to bully you in the slightest. Listening to Yi Nan's few words gave Yi Linglong endless warmth. Her heart was already filled with mud, and endless ripples were rippling in the lake of her heart. At this moment, looking at his younger brother Yi Nan, he was actually a tall and handsome man. His whole body is glowing with strength and he is a real man who stands tall and upright. Wow, this is the blood descendant of our Yi family, a man of the Yi family, awesome, oh good. Then, Yi Linglong suddenly turned around, also with a domineering aura, and continued to increase the stakes on Du Maodong and Shuexinger. That's right, Du Maodong and Shuexinger, you two are a pair of bastards, you are going too far. I'll raise the stakes too. If my brother loses the bet, I can promise you that I will not only accompany you for a whole night, but I will let you do whatever you want. The brother and sister were so domineering, it was as if they had activated cheats. Yi Linglong's bet shocked everyone. Exploded. I'm dumbfounded. Sister Linglong, you don't have to raise the bet. I won't use you as a stake. Yi Nan's expression condensed slightly and he advised. Yi Linglong raised her hand and patted Yi Nan on the shoulder. Good brother, I believe in you. Brothers and sisters are of one mind and their strength can break metal. Although Yi Nan had a good chance of winning, he was still reluctant to use the goddess sister as a bet. But since Yi Linglong said so, he had to remain silent. The onlookers A, B, C, and D had already put down their small stools, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and were ready to eat the melon. Wow, this is a really high-stakes bet, isn't it? This delivery guy must be a bit ruthless. Did you hear that? He said he wanted to buy this store. Wow, it would cost at least several $100 million. I'm a little skeptical. He's not some super rich second-generation guy. He doesn't look like the principal of Wang Sikong. Ha, I'm looking forward to Du Maodong losing. The scene where the female college student he kept fulfills the bet will definitely go viral. More than that, Du Maodong did a live broadcast of doing 3.5 handstands. I am really looking forward to it. Ahem, I can actually eat a big melon today. It's so explosive. It's so cool. I'm also looking forward to Du Maodong and his mistress losing, Mark Penn on his face, singing about mistress in the square, oh my god. P.S. I swear, CHKOVUMNG, is a network term, which means I wipe or I fuck. Next, it depends on whether Du Maodong and Shuexinger dare to accept it. They are so brave. Even the goddess Linglong can't help but participate in such a gamble. It's wonderful and domineering. I have to say, Linglong goddess YYDS, type pants are hot, love. Chapter 14 Chapter 014 Zundu is fake? Xiaonan brother, you are hiding it a little too deep. Chapter 014 Zundu is fake? Xiaonan brother, you are hiding it a little too well, ha, a clown is a clown, are you fucking kidding me? I have to say, you have a sense of humor. You should prepare a skit and go to the Spring Festival Gala. You will definitely win an award.
When Du Maodong heard Yi Nan's bet, he burst into laughter.
Xue Xinger couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my god, Yi Nan, do you think that you bought this store so that you can burn paper money for your ancestors during festivals? Do you know how much money it would take to buy this store? Do you have it?
Yi Nan smiled lightly and said in a playful and defiant manner.
Let us stop talking nonsense and just ask one question, do you dare to bet?
Du Maodong and Xue Xinger looked at each other.
It's obvious.
For them, this kind of bet is a sure win.
Who would believe that a college student needs to work part-time as a delivery man to earn his living expenses?
Such arrogance, making big claims, saying that he wants to buy the Ferragamo store, even dogs won't believe it.
Du Maodong and Xue Xinger answered in unison, why not?
You should buy it for us. The air was solidifying, and the atmosphere around them became extremely heavy in an instant, making people feel suffocated and oppressed. There was even a time when the temperature suddenly dropped below 0 degrees Celsius, making people feel a chill.
Lu Li was dumbfounded. She was completely confused by Yi Nan's bet.
She blinked her powerful eyes, totally confused. Yi Nan waved to Ji Shuxian and said, Miss Ji, go ahead and swipe your card first to buy this lion heart suit, which is the most valuable piece of clothing in your store. Then, you find the person in charge of this specialty store and tell him that you want to buy this store.
Ji Shuxian?
As if in a dream, she stared at Yi Nan, who was wearing a yellow jacket for takeout, in surprise.
Bro, is this true? You really want to buy the lion heart suit from our store? And you also want to buy this store? Yi Nan smiled faintly and said, do you think I'm joking with you? Yi Linglong was stunned and looked at Yi Nan. Xiaonan, do you have enough money? If not,
Yi Nan smiled and said, Sister Linglong, it's okay, it's just 100 million, small change.
Yi Linglong. She thought to herself, could it be that the richest man's biological mother really came to see little brother Xiaonan? That's not right.
The richest man's biological mother clearly told her to come to Jiangbei University first to find Xiaonan's brother.
Could it be that I have lost my memory? Or maybe, is brother Xiaonan really that rich?
As soon as he opened his mouth, a mere 100 million. Seeing Ji Shuxian hesitating and dithering, Yi Nan became a little depressed.
Miss Ji, what are you staring at? Is it difficult to swipe a card? It's not too much to contact the person in charge of your store, right?
Ji Shuxian never dreamed that the wild lilies would really create a miracle in spring.
Then,
she gave Yi Nan the most beautiful smile and said, okay, little brother, please wait a moment. She took the ordinary China Construction Bank savings card handed over by Yi Nan and went to the cashier to swipe the card. Lu Li simply couldn't believe that Yi Nan's bank card could really swipe out 100 million. She also threatened to meet the person in charge of their store.
She glanced at Yi Nan with disdain, snorted coldly and sneered. I've seen people pretending, but I've never seen anyone pretending so well.
Du Maodong and Xue Xinger also had an attitude of winning and looked down on Yi Nan.
Yi Linglong was a little worried.
After all, she had just met Yi Nan and was not quite sure about his strength. But, now that things have come to this, we can only wait and see how Yi Nan performs.
Oh wow, barbecue, now this delivery guy is probably exposed. It's okay to show off, but if you show off too much, you may get struck by lightning, which is embarrassing. With all due respect, the takeaway guy can swipe out 100 million yuan on this savings card.
I live broadcast the Japanese fan, 5 gears.
So arrogant? You are awesome, count me in, I will live fuck leeches, scientific name, leech.
Ha ha, I live broadcast fucking caterpillars, dung beetles, bumblebees, and octagonal lilies.
Just when everyone was waiting to see Yi Nan make a fool of himself.
A sound came from the cashier counter, echoing throughout the store, indicating that the card was successfully swiped. 99.999 million yuan has been credited to the account.
Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Especially Lu Li.
The pair of snobbish eyes and the Dogecoin face that looked down on people were distorted and deformed into something extremely hideous. She quickly jumped to the cashier counter and yelled at Ji Shuxian.
Ji Shuxian, you bitch, you idiot, are you fucking crazy? How dare you help that dead delivery guy to cheat in his acting? Ji Shuxian was originally feeling uneasy. But when she successfully swiped her card for 99.999 million yuan, she was so excited that it was like buying a lottery ticket and winning 100 million yuan. When she saw Lu Li making trouble again, she immediately became more confident.
She responded to Lu Li forcefully.
Lu Li, you are so rude.
You always look down on others with your tinted glasses.
Let us know ourselves today and understand what it means that one cannot judge a book by its cover.
Showdown, show Lu Li the receipt of Mr. Ye's successful card swipe.
That's all.
She immediately called Feng Tingjing, the person in charge of the store, and told him that Yi Nan wanted to take over the store. When Feng Tingjing heard this, he no longer cared about playing mahjong and immediately rushed to the store in a hurry.
Yi Linglong widened her eyes and looked at Yi Nan in surprise. Wow, Xiaonan brother, you are really good and you hit it well.
Yi Nan smiled innocently. Oh, it's no big deal. Du Maodong and Xue Xing'er standing by were stunned. They looked at each other in bewilderment.
Godfather, how could this be possible?
Du Maodong's face darkened, a ferocious look appeared on his face, and he cursed with gritted teeth.
Damn it, you dare to act wildly in my territory.
Today I will let him know the cruelty of society.
Honey, don't panic, I'll call someone right away.
Besides, the bet he mentioned was to buy this store.
What's the point?
Xue Xing'er breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she didn't think that Yi Nan could really buy this store. That's right, as long as he can't afford this store, we still win the bet. Hee, Godfather, well done.
Lu Li stared at the credit card bill, fascinated.
She walked over quickly in a mad manner and grabbed Ji Shuxian. Ji Shuxian, wait a minute, you can't steal my client.
That Mr. Yi, handsome Yi,
I received him first, he is my client. Ji Shuxian directly pushed Lu Li away. Lu Li, you are usually so strong and domineering, I have tolerated you.
Today, be honest with yourself and ask yourself, what is your attitude towards Mr. Yi and Goddess Yi? How dare you snatch the order from me? You are so unreasonable. Then
she walked straight up to Yi Nan, and with both hands respectfully, returned the savings card to Yi Nan. Brother, please keep your card. The lion heart set you bought has been packed.
In addition, Mr. Feng Tingjing, the person in charge of our store, is on his way. Please wait a moment. Yi Nan nodded silently.
Lu Li even came up, pulled Ji Shuxian away, and bowed to Yi Nan and Yi Linglong.
Just like a dog, wagging its tail.
Mr. Yi, Goddess Yi, I'm sorry, I was blind just now, I deserve to die. From now on, I am your exclusive VIP senior manager.
If you have any needs, you can tell me.
Yi Nan glanced at Lu Li with a disdainful look.
Okay, you bastard, get out of here. Mr. Yi, I really know I was wrong.
Please give me another chance to serve you, Lu Li begged again. Yi Linglong glared at Lu Li with contempt.
Opportunity? A bitch like you deserves an opportunity? Just you?
And the exclusive VIP senior manager, disgusting.
What? My brother told you to get out, don't you understand?
Lu Li completely collapsed and stood there in a daze. Du Maodong and Xue Xing'er started jumping up and down again.
Hey, Xiao Diamao, our bet is that you buy this store.
What?
You are pretending to be an emperor because you earned a little money by being kept by a woman?
Although you are wearing a yellow jacket, you are a food delivery man. Yi Nan, my godfather will be here soon, just wait for death.
Just at this moment.
A group of hooligans with dragon and phoenix tattoos on their arms rushed in from outside the Ferragamo store. They all bowed to Du Maodong in unison.
Boss.
Du Maodong was arrogant and pointed at Yi Nan with great arrogance. Go, give this hair a good dredge to dredge the muscles and bones.
At the command, the hooligans responded, yes, boss. Just as those hideous and arrogant thugs were about to pounce on Yi Nan. How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in my shop? Feng Tingjing walked in from outside the store with a fierce look on his face.
When his eyes fell on Yi Nan, he almost dropped his jaw and peed his pants. He was very panicked and thought to himself.
Oh my god, this the youngest CEO of Ferragamo China, Yi Nan, Director Yi? Why is he here?
When Du Maodong saw Feng Tingjing, it was obvious that they were familiar with each other.
Du Maodong became even more excited.
He walked forward and laughed heartily. Oh, it turns out that you, old Feng, are the person in charge of this Salvatore Ferragamo store.
That makes things easier.
Lao Feng, a courier named Bao Pilong has come to your store and he is clamoring to buy your store.
Who knows?
Feng Tingjing completely treated Du Maodong as air and ignored filtering.
He walked quickly towards Yi Nan, bowed to him respectfully and spoke loudly. Yi Dong. What? Everyone was stunned by the sound of Mr. Yi. They were so shocked that they were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Because everyone may not know Yi Nan, but many people still know Feng Tingjing, a big shot in the business circle. With Feng Tingjing's status, he actually came and bowed so humbly to Yi Nan, calling him Director Yi. This is subtle. Moreover, judging from Feng Tingjing's attitude towards Yi Nan, it is definitely the respectful attitude of a small fry towards a big boss. Even Du Maodong was stunned for a moment, and immediately walked up quickly and spoke to Feng Tingjing from the side. Hey, Lao Feng, did your head get fucked by a donkey? Or was it clamped by a cow? Are you stupid? Just him? A college student who was just delivering food, what do you call him? Mr. Yi? You know nothing, do you? How dare you? Feng Tingjing shouted angrily. Du Maodong, is there something wrong with your head? If you want to die, jump off the building or get euthanasia, don't drag me down with you. Du Maodong uttered a hum and his eyes kept moving like a revolving lantern. No, Lao Feng, what do you mean? I don't understand a word you say. What the hell are you talking about? Feng Tingjing grabbed Du Maodong's clothes at his chest and spoke word by word. Du Maodong, I don't care how arrogant you were in this area before, but you have to listen to me. He is our Ferragamo China region, the youngest CEO Yi Nan. Mr. Yi is an idiot, do you understand? Du Maodong felt as stunned as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue and was raped by roaring skydog. Yi? Mr. Yi? Stop kidding me, how is this possible? Feng Tingjing's exposure of Yi Nan's identity not only stunned Du Maodong, but almost everyone was dumbfounded, and their world collapsed in shock. Including Yi Linglong. Because the international super luxury brand men's clothing Ferragamo, China has so many stores, and Yi Nan is actually the executive president. So, in other words, this store in Colorado Park Mall was originally under the jurisdiction of Yi Nan, that is, his store. In the bet with Du Maodong and Xue Xinger, they had already lost miserably. The bystanders A, B, C, and D who were watching the scene also sighed and were in an uproar. Fuck Sai Lei, this is so explosive, he is actually the CEO of Ferragamo China, Sapo Ruiz. Pia Sapo Ruiz, a phonetic stock, means surprise. Oh my god, it's a bit hidden. In this gambling game, Du Maodong and his little lover lost a lot. It's really hot. Oh my god, is this a fake? Is the delivery guy so arrogant? Is he really wearing a yellow jacket to experience life? Apart from anything else, since Du Maodong and his little lover lost, they should fulfill their bet quickly. I really want to see it. Wow, just imagine it. It's so cool. Hahaha, you really can't mess with the delivery man and the security guard. It might be some hidden boss. The truth. Yi Linglong's head was buzzing, as if her CPU was overheating or short-circuiting. She finally recovered, walked forward, grabbed Yi Nan's hand, and said excitedly. Wow, Xiaonan, is Zundu fake? Are you really the CEO of Ferragamo China? Yi Nan uttered a hum and replied calmly and lightly. Well, it's just some empty names. Good guy. The key point is that Yi Nan said this in a very steady manner, without any arrogance of a nouveau riche. It's not the kind of super Versailles-style pretense. It was said so calmly and leisurely. Immediately, Yi Nan took a step forward and said to Du Maodong and Xue Xinger in a joking and playful manner. Du Maodong and Xue Xinger, what do you think? You lost, it's time to fulfill your bet. Chapter 15 Chapter 015 Critical Attack Brother Nan, who dares not to obey. Chapter 015, a critical hit to Brother Nan, who dares to disobey. Ha, let us fulfill the bet, you little jerk named Ji, who do you think you are? Unexpectedly, Du Maodong burst into wild and sarcastic laughter. He raised his finger and pointed at the thugs he had called over, and shouted arrogantly. Do you think that I, Du Maodong, who has been in the world for a lifetime, would be scared by a story you made up? Open your eyes and see clearly, these are my brothers. They all obey the orders of Shadow, and the leader of Shadow, Tianzhong, is my cousin. I can crush you just by moving my fingers, as easy as crushing an ant. With you? Ha, what can you use to fight me? Xue Xinger was also a bully who relied on the power of others. She thought that she could easily control Yi Nan with the power of Du Maodong. She glanced at Yi Nan with contempt. Yi Nan, you are not naive enough to think that you can bully me like you bully my good friend and sister Bai Jie, right? Look carefully, I will make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun anytime soon. Feng Tingjing's expression suddenly changed and he growled in a deep voice. Du Maodong, I think you are tired of living? How dare you be so disrespectful to our Mr. Yi? Are you looking for death? Du Maodong glanced at Feng Tingjing lightly and spoke arrogantly as always. Feng Tingjing, don't blame me for not giving you face. You are awesome in the business world, you are a big shot, but in society, you are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. I advise you to get lost, or I will beat you up too. As he spoke, Du Maodong laughed wildly and ferociously. He waved his hand and ordered the thugs he had called over. Don't just stand there like an idiot, are you waiting for the meal to start? Give that little jerk named Ji a lesson. At the command, several ruffians responded loudly, yes, boss. Immediately. Several ruffians quickly took out their weapons. They swarmed towards Yinan with machetes, baseball bats, steel pipes, and the like. On the other hand, Yinan always remained calm as a mirror. The breath of explosion. He has the infinite arrogance, and infinite contempt of a super-rich second-generation dandy young master. Yi Linglong frowned slightly, and after a moment's thought, she shouted, Du Maodong, you stinky hooligan, you damn thug, what do you want to do? Du Maodong grinned lewdly and raised his hand to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. What do I want to do? Of course I want to fuck you tonight. Yi Linglong was so angry that she was speechless for a moment. Shannan, what should we do? She pulled Yinan and asked anxiously. Yinan clenched his fists tightly, and his bones made crackling sounds. Then, he looked at Yi Linglong and spoke with infinite tenderness. Sister Linglong, don't panic, they are just a few cockroaches, nothing to be afraid of. Immediately. He took a step forward and raised his hand to clean his ears. A playful and defiant look, a disdainful demeanor, and eyes as sharp as swords shot towards Du Maodong. Du Laogo, you are digging your own grave if you refuse to admit defeat. Du Maodong laughed wildly, fuck you, in this society, whoever has the stronger fist is the one who is right and the boss. Come on, beat him to death. Just as Du Maodong's subordinates and thugs were about to pounce on Yinan. What a courageous dog. Let's see who dares to touch Brother Nan today. At the critical moment, there was an explosive roar. Then, several figures came towards the Ferragamo store with an aggressive and domineering look. Du Maodong shouted impatiently, where the hell are you looking for, a dead one? However, when he looked in the direction of the sound, he was suddenly speechless and choked. There was a look of horror in his eyes, and he was so frightened that his legs were shaking and he stammered. Ah? This the leader of the Dark Shadow Heavenly Dragons, the leader of the Heavenly Clan? The leader of Shadow Demigods and Semi-Devils, Tianzhong, arrived at the Ferragamo store with several brothers. They came to Yinan, bowed respectfully, and said in unison, Brother Nan. Hearing the call of Brother Nan, everyone was shocked again. Although Shadow is a force in the underground world, its activities in recent years have shocked many people. Or rather, it is already well known. As for the 8 classes of heaven and dragon under the Shadow division, the heavenly beings are headed by them, and the others are dragons, yakshas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kinnaras, maharagas. He is also a well-known figure in society. However, with Shadow being such a powerful force, even a big shot like Tianzhong. As soon as he saw Yinan, he was very nervous and respectfully called him Brother Nan. This is not the era of young and dangerous, and Yinan is not Chen Haonan. But, it gives people a sense of explosion and shock. Wow, no way. Could this delivery guy be the legendary, the shadowy figure that can't be seen from head to tail, the Dragon King? Now, there is even more fun to watch. Du Maodong is simply courting death. The Shadow Tianzhong is his cousin. This old scoundrel is really good at scaring people. Oh my god, it's so explosive, so unbelievable, this little brother named Jinan is so handsome, it seems that he is really the younger brother of the goddess Linglong. Oh no, this time Du Maodong was in trouble. Yinanjin just made a phone call and summoned the leader of the Shadow Demigods and Semi-Devils. This is probably what it means after the masks are removed, who is really awesome and who is just pretending. Yinan is really awesome, damn 666. Then next, it should be the highlight moment when Du Maodong and his lover fulfill their bet? Oh my god, I am already starting to feel the burning sensation. Aside. Yi Linglong also kept blinking her clear and beautiful eyes, like thunders exploding one after another. The way she looked at Yinan was completely the admiring, squinting eyes of a little fangirl. She smacked her lips and murmured in amazement, wow, Brother Shannan, this is possible? Yinan raised his hand and snapped his fingers with the aura of a super-rich second-generation playboy. Then, he smiled playfully and pointed at Du Maodong. Hey, celestial beings, I urgently summon you here. Here, recognize your relatives.
He calls you his cousin. You are his cousin, so you should recognize your cousin.
What did he say?
Yes, he was going to let a few of his small fry, the social thugs, beat me to death. Also, he wanted my sister Linglong to sleep with him for one night.
Since he is your cousin, what do you think we should do?
The celestial beings were so embarrassed that they slapped their foreheads and said, "Oh my god, my brain is so."
Brother Nan, please believe me, I really don't have such a stupid and foolish cousin. Yi Nan laughed heartily. Heavenly people, this is beyond doubt and no explanation is needed. The rest is up to you to handle. The most important thing is that this couple made a bet with me. If they lose, let them pay the bet. What is the bet called?
Yi Linglong stepped forward and said loudly.
That's right, he lost the bet, and he, Du Maodong, did a live broadcast of a handstand 3.5 circles. She, Shui Xinger, had a face.
Go to Colorado Park Square and sing Shao San 100 times. When this bet was announced, even the brothers of the shadow, such as Tenjong, were stunned. The rest of the onlookers, A, B, C, and D, were already in an uproar.
Yes, that's right, hurry up and fulfill the bet, we are all waiting to see.
So excited, my god, what kind of explosion is this? Tai pants are hot.
Haha, after all, the clowns are Du Maodong and his little lover Shui Xinger, how cool is that? He, I'm really looking forward to it. This bet is so awesome. Are there those who wanted to livestream the 5-speed electric fan, leeches, caterpillars, and octagonal lilies? Please start your show.
Wow, this is aimed at the top of the headline hot search list.
Du Maodong, this upstart, deserves it. Let's see how arrogant he is.
Yi Linglong finished the bet in one breath. She smiled sweetly and took Yi Nan's arm with her slender hand.
Shao Nan, you are so awesome.
Yi Nan raised his eyebrows and replied handsomely, I am not a soft persimmon, I am definitely a henpecked man. I have to rely on the richest man's mother and 9 goddess sisters for free food.
Lulu, great, go change your clothes quickly.
Yi Linglong pulled Yi Nan and picked up the lion heart, the treasure of the Salvatore Ferragamo store. Then, prepared to walk to the dressing room. Before leaving, Yi Nan's eyes, as sharp as swords, shot towards Feng Tingjing who was standing beside him.
La Feng, you can continue to manage the store, but this clerk. Don't hire low-quality trash like Luli anymore.
Ji Shuxian promoted him to store manager. From now on, you will be responsible for all the specialty stores in Jiangzhou area.
Do you understand?
Feng Tingjing and Ji Shuxian were both stunned with shock and bowed in response.
Yes, Mr. Yi.
Luli panicked and fell to her knees, kowtowed and begged Yi Nan.
Mr. Yi, please forgive me for not recognizing a great man. Please don't fire me. I have an old mother to support and children to raise.
Yi Nan smiled and looked at Feng Tingjing.
Old Feng, she is your employee. You handle her. Feng Tingjing replied, yes. Immediately. He directly called the mall security and had Luli thrown out. Ji Shuxian was extremely grateful to Yi Nan and expressed her thanks with red eyes. Thank you, Mr. Yi, I will definitely work harder. Yi Nan smiled slightly.
Ji Shuxian, you are sincere and kind to others.
This is your advantage. Be more confident. You can definitely do better. Yes, thank you, Mr. Yi, you are really my second parent.
Thank you, Ji Shuxian with tears in her eyes, I am so grateful. Yi Nan looked calm and composed. He smiled leisurely and said to Yi Linglong with a smile.
Sister Linglong, let's go change clothes.
Yi Linglong's eyes were full of stars, all of them were Yi Nan. She looked at Yi Nan with completely admiring eyes. From Yi Nan, she clearly felt a style of moderate rewards and punishments and a graceful demeanor. She secretly thought that her mother's business would definitely be taken to a higher level when it was inherited by her younger brother Xiaonan.
But then she thought, how many unknown secrets are there behind brother Xiaonan? Because it gave Yi Linglong surprises and shocks time and time again. She didn't expect that Yi Nan's phone call would actually summon the Tianzhong, the leader of the Tianlong Babu, the most powerful organization in the underground world. Yi Linglong gently took Yi Nan's arm and walked to the dressing room, asking Yi Nan to change out of the yellow jacket that he wore as a delivery man. The other side. Tianzhong, the leader of the shadow demigods, looked solemn as he gave orders to his brothers. Go, follow Brother Nan's instructions and let Du Maodong and Shui Xinger, this couple, be punished. Yes, Tianzhong boss. The next moment. The shadow brothers directly lifted up Du Maodong and Shui Xinger.
Du Maodong's subordinates, the ruffians, had never seen such a scene before. They were so scared that they ran away in panic, stumbling and falling.
Shui was dumbfounded and madly insane.
She yelled at Du Maodong. "Godfather, no, I don't want to fulfill any bet, save me."
Du Maodong walked forward and kicked Shui in the lower abdomen.
"Ah, fuck you, you bitch, you killed me, and you're still yelling like a jerk." According to the bet, the Shadow brothers dragged Du Maodong and Shui out of Colorado Park Plaza. Ji Lang started the live broadcast and faced Du Maodong in front of the camera.
Du Maodong, come on, start your performance. And you, bitch Shui.
The Shadow brothers held Shui down and wrote on her face with a marker. "Please start your performance and sing Xiao San."
Obviously.
With the power of Shadow, it is not difficult to make Du Maodong and Shui fulfill their bet.
In the Douyin live broadcast room,
many netizens who were just watching the show had already exploded, with all kinds of netizens constantly pouring in.
"I'm a big shot. Wow, so fierce, so brave, eh? This is so cool, 3.5 handstands? I'm Ryujing, look, damn, it's written on her face. She really looks like a dog.
WTF 666 WTF, the Thai pants are so hot, so explosive, so hot for the eyes, aw."
In these days, does Woohoo resort to such fancy tactics to attract traffic? It seems not.
This couple was in Colorado Park shopping mall, betting with others, and lost.
This is to fulfill the bet. It's so fucking explosive. Awesome class.
Chapter 16 Chapter 016 My 9 sisters have grown up, and they are all goddesses. Chapter 016 My 9th sister has grown up, and all of them are top-notch goddesses. Xiaonan is so handsome that it's out of this world.
TSK, this is the super rich second-generation supreme dandy young master of our Yi family.
After Yinan took off the yellow jacket he wore for takeout, he changed into the Lionheart, the treasure of the Salvatore Ferragamo store. When she walked out of the changing room, Yi Linglong widened her clear and beautiful eyes in shock. Yinan, wearing the coolest and most elegant fashionable suit, has transformed into a male god. In addition, this was his third sign-in, so he was rewarded. Correction to shape the inverted triangle male god cool and elegant body.
It also adds a touch of cool and elegant masculine charm.
So, when he put on this fashionable and treasured outfit, he is the coolest, most handsome and most beautiful guy in the entire Colorado Park Mall. Yinan happily walked forward and held Yi Linglong's hand with his unique cool, elegant and handsome expression.
"Ahem, Sister Linglong, let's be low-key.
Don't make yourself look like a crazy girl who has never seen a handsome guy." Yi Linglong pouted her lips, muttered and giggled coquettishly, "No, my brother is so handsome, such a handsome man, what's wrong with me praising him a few times?"
Is there anything wrong with that? Yinan naturally likes the flattery from a goddess sister like Yi Linglong. Let me ask you, who doesn't like to be praised for being handsome?
Just like walking on the street, just shouting, "Hey, beautiful girl." I guarantee that the turning heads rate will be 100%, no matter if they are good looking or at the level of Fengjia.
"Ha, sister, the goddess of love, let's go."
Yinan smiled brightly and let Yi Linglong hold his arm, and the brother and sister walked out of the Ferragamo store. "Mr. Yi, take care, and Goddess Linglong, take care."
Ji Shuxian bowed respectfully again and said goodbye. For Ji Shuxian, this moment today is the moment that changes her destiny.
Walking out of the Ferragamo store, Yi Linglong looked around.
"Brother Xiaonan, let us go have a cup of coffee, sit down for a while, rest our feet, and chat, okay?"
Yi Linglong pointed to a Luckin coffee store not far ahead and asked with a sweet smile.
Yinan hummed, "Okay." At this time, to a large extent, Yinan had completely accepted that Yi Linglong was his biological sister.
Therefore, it is a wonderful time to have my sister accompany me to the mall and drink coffee.
What's more, the fifth sister Yi Linglong is also a new national goddess.
The two of them walking through the mall were a beautiful sight. Many passers-by either stopped or stared at the brother and sister. "Oh my god, it's really the new national goddess Miss Yi Linglong, so beautiful."
"Woohoo, is Linglong goddess dating?"
"The little brother she is holding hands with is so handsome, so manly, a real male god yyds."
"The man is talented and the woman is beautiful, they are a perfect match, ahem, but they seem to look quite similar, could they be siblings?"
"Ah, if they are siblings, I really want to capture a handsome, bad, and cool brother.
If he wants to be my boyfriend. TSK, I don't even need to sleep at night." "Ah, you little vixen, what are you thinking about?" Are you greedy for the little brother's body? Bah, what are you thinking? I mean, if I had a boyfriend like this, I would wake up laughing. It should be said that the goddess Linglong is really stylish, cool, and a level pure and sexy. I hope she can challenge the world beauty pageant champion. Yi Nan and Yi Linglong walked into the Luckin coffee shop amidst those envious and admiring gazes. I found a private seat near the window and sat down. Yi Linglong browsed the menu. If she wasn't driving, she could have a cup of sauce latte. Yi Nan groaned and said, "Don't drink and drive. Don't drink and drive. These businesses are really enough. You can't even drive just to have a cup of coffee." It really is, good wine and coffee. I drank one cup after another. Yi Linglong smiled sweetly and said, "Let's order 2 cups of jasmine lattes." Yi Nan nodded and made an okay gesture. "Hey, Xiaonan, we were at the Salvatore Ferragamo store just now." Are you really the CEO of Salvatore Ferragamo China? The brother and sister sat in a private room, chatting while waiting for the coffee to be made and served. Yi Linglong still couldn't help being curious and asked about Yi Nan's identity. "And, the Shadow, the most powerful organization in the underground world, could it be that you are their leader, Dragon Lord?" Obviously. Yi Linglong had heard a little about both the international super luxury brand Ferragamo for men and Shadow. Yi Nan did not hide anything. He pursed his lips slightly, shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and spoke calmly. "Well, Sister Linglong, it's really nothing. To me, it's just some empty reputation." Yi Linglong. Judging from Yi Nan's ordinary and plain expression, he remained extremely steady and calm. "I will never be complacent because of my identity and social status." "That's strange. Why do you still work part-time as a delivery boy and security guard? Even a bastard like Bai Jie can make you lick her for 2 years." Yi Linglong had a curious expression on her face. Brother, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing again." Yi Nan was very calm. "Sister Linglong, it's nothing. People always have problems with drinking water. It's normal." By the way, Sister Linglong, can you tell me something about? What about the richest man's mother, the national goddess, and your 9 goddess sisters?" Yi Linglong nodded without thinking and said with a smile, "It's not that bad, haha, you also play with transliteration, it's quite interesting. It just so happens that we are drinking coffee and chatting about your 9 goddess sisters. As for our national goddess and the richest man's mother, wait for her to come to you, then you can talk about it." Yi Nan said, "That's fine. My dear brother and sister, your coffee is ready. Please enjoy it slowly." A waiter brought the coffee and placed it on the table where Yi Nan and Yi Linglong were sitting. Yi Linglong said thank you and handed a cup of coffee to Yi Nan. "Here, Xiaonan, let us drink and chat. As for your 9 goddess sisters, they are definitely remarkable, and each of them is a top-notch goddess." Yi Nan stretched lazily. "Okay, nervous face, why ya? I'm all ears." Yi Linglong took a sip of coffee and pursed her lips. As for her mother, she was really pregnant. She was pregnant with 2 babies, each of which was 5 babies. The first 5 babies are all sisters. This is the second child, there are 4 sisters and you are my brother. Let me start with the story of my 5 babies with you." Yi Nan thought to himself, could it be that there really are people in this world who are so fertile? 1 fetus, 5 treasures. Woohoo! It all sounds weird. Source, The Stolen Picture by Sister 9 Yishiwu, 1. Let us talk about the youngest, Xiaojiu, first. Her name is Yishiwu, and she is the same age as you, 20 years old. Your sister Shiwu is 168 centimeters tall and currently studying at the Central Conservatory of Music, Department of Music Composition. She is the kind of pure and innocent, and her singing voice is super healing, so she is called the pure healing school beauty in school. She is absolutely talented in music. She has the ethereal and healing voice of a dolphin. During her college years, she formed a band called Metaverse Dimension Girls Band, where she was the lead singer. In recent years, she has created many popular sweet songs. Therefore, she was also named the new sweet song queen of the music scene. In addition, she particularly likes live broadcasting. She is an online celebrity with 8 million fans on Douyin. Currently, she is participating in the 2023 band Summer. Her own wish is to become a new generation singer in the Chinese music scene. After Yi Linglong finished her story, she took another sip of coffee and threw a coquettish glance at Yi Nan. "Brother, how do you feel? Your sister Shiwu is great, right? Although Yi Nan thought about it, the 9 goddess sisters were probably all outstanding individuals.
But he did not expect that his 9th sister, who was born to the same mother as him, was so outstanding. He picked up the coffee, took a sip through the straw, and nodded happily.
Very good, awesome. P.S. Why Roy Gude, a phonetic stock, means very good, super good, very good. Hey, Sister Linglong, keep going, I can't wait any longer. Yi Linglong smiled and said, don't be impatient. Your 9 goddess sisters will make you explode. Ahem, then, it's your 8th sister. Source, photo stolen by Yi Linxian, 1.
Her name is Yi Linxian, she is 170 centimeters tall, she is a real academic master. She studied Chinese language and literature at Peking University in the imperial capital, and had the feel of an absolutely classical oriental beauty, so in school, she is known as the school beauty of the classical oriental department. Your sister Linxian is a master of classical Chinese studies and is proficient in poetry, songs, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What's more worth mentioning is, her language talent is extraordinary. She masters 20 languages in the world, which is definitely the ceiling level. In addition, Lin Xian is also a writer and was named the champion of the Forbes China Original Literature list. Yi Nan widened his eyes, revealing an expression of great surprise.
Sure enough, it was quite explosive. Yi Linglong responded with a smile, isn't it amazing?
Yi Nan nodded in approval.
What else?
Yi Linglong giggled and said, next, it's your 7th sister Yi Xiaoxiao. She has a perfect height of 172 centimeters and is currently studying at the Imperial Film Academy, Department of Performance. Let me tell you, your sister Xiaoxiao has a great body and is also known as the sexy school beauty. And more importantly, she is a talented actress who can perform both action and fighting.
She is really good at acting.
She once starred in a movie and was repeatedly reported to the police for playing a drug dealer villain. Her dream is to become the new generation of movie queen in the entertainment industry with her acting skills, to enter Hollywood in the future, to become a world-class international superstar, and to win an Oscar. Yi Nan only had one voice saying wow, and in his heart he kept calling out 66 wow 666 awesome.
Yi Linglong smiled calmly and said, Xiaonan, how is it? Cool or not?
Cool she is indeed a goddess sister, each one of them is awesome, Yi Nan exclaimed. Yi Linglong smiled happily and continued.
Then there is Lao Lu, her name is.
Chapter 17 Chapter 017 The richest man's mother has an incurable disease and only 3 months to live. Chapter 017 The richest man's mother has an incurable disease and only 3 months to live. Yi Liuli, 169 centimeters tall, and she really looks like the 6th child, an absolute academic god. Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes sparkled. She took a sip of coffee and continued her introduction in high spirits. In the college entrance examination that year, I was admitted to Tsinghua University in the capital, computer science and technology, experimental class, as the top scorer in the science subject.
But you can never imagine that your sister Lioli is the kind of innocent and cute girl.
Therefore, she is called the cute lowly school beauty in school. You would never have thought that she is a computer genius who likes to study black technology. For example, quantum computing is to subvert the way traditional general-purpose computers calculate. What about brain-computer interfaces, tapping into the infinite potential of the human brain, VR/AR Mr. XR, and seamless integration of the virtual and real worlds?
And AI intelligent black technology mecha, etc.
And she once won the World Matrix competition. Yi Nan was stunned when he heard this, his mouth opened in an O shape in shock.
How good is it? Just cheat, the invincible existence in the universe.
Yi Linglong giggled and gave her a sweet wink.
Isn't that awesome?
Yi Nan gave a thumbs up, with a big look of FO on his face. Ahem, next up are the 5 older sisters born to my mother's first child. Yi Linglong took a big sip of coffee, her breath smelling sweet. She looked at her younger brother Yi Nan and liked him more and more.
Hee, let me first talk about myself and give you a formal self-introduction.
Yi Nan sat up straight and pricked up his ears.
Wow, good. Look, I'm 175 centimeters tall. I actually like that kind of cool and sexy style. My job is a catwalk model. Currently, I am the executive chief CEO of Fengming Nishang Fashion Design Company.
I have been interested in fashion design since I was young, so I think I have a talent for it. Ahem, I signed up for the Miss World pageant this year, and accidentally won the Huaxia champion, and was hailed as the new national goddess.
My wish is to win the Miss World title in 2023. Snap snap. Yinan clapped excitedly. Wow, Sister Linglong, you are really amazing. A goddess who is both cool and sexy, with style, absolutely a proper goddess. Oh haha, I'll take that as a compliment from you, Yi Linglong said with a cheerful smile. Then, it's the fourth sister. Her name is Yi Shiyao, she is 170 centimeters tall, she is a university teacher, and she is known as a gentle and elegant goddess. Currently working at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, she is rated as the youngest and most popular goddess gold medal professor in the school. Sister Shiyao teaches history and archaeology. She is very passionate about archaeology. What is even more unexpected is that she particularly likes to study Chinese feng shui and other metaphysics, and deduce the 5 elements, 8 diagrams, Shimenduanjia and other magic. Yi Nan was stunned and clapped his hands in admiration. The image of a goddess-like teacher who was as beautiful as a fairy had already emerged in his mind. The youngest and most popular goddess gold medal professor among students, wow, 666 wow 666 awesome. Yi Linglong laughed heartily. Then there was the third sister, Yi Lingxin. She was 168 centimeters tall and looked like an angel. Sister Ling Xian is currently working as the chief physician at the imperial capital Sheha Hospital. She is an expert in traditional Chinese medicine and is almost an expert in the field in China. Moreover, she is well versed in Huangdi Neijing, Xingnang Jing, Shinong Benchao Jing, etc., and has been able to recite these medical books by heart since she was a child. Her long-cherished wish is to inherit the traditional Chinese medicine Qigong skills, and to integrate Chinese and Western medicine to promote Chinese medicine. Yi Nan was amazed again. Doctor? Angel in white. Monkey Sai Lei Wow. Then, ahem, the second sister Yi Mani, she is 172 centimeters tall, a hot goddess of the criminal police. Sister Mani is the captain of the Criminal Police Drug Enforcement Division and is also a criminal police queen. She is good at Chinese martial arts, sanda, traditional martial arts, mixed martial arts, etc. She has a strong talent for criminal investigation and likes to study arms and weapons, especially some black-tech military weapons. While sipping her coffee, Yi Linglong introduced each sister to Yi Nan in detail. Yi Nan listened with great interest and was suddenly filled with fantasies about the 9 goddess sisters. If there are really 9 goddess sisters like this, and they all spoil themselves like Sister Linglong, how happy it would be. At this moment, Yi Linglong suddenly seemed to remember something. She immediately took out her mobile phone and opened the photo album. Then I found a photo, Yuho, yes, I almost forgot about it. Here, this photo was taken last summer when 9 of us sisters went to the Sydney Opera House in Australia. This is a group photo. As she spoke, she handed the phone to Yi Nan. What suddenly caught Yi Nan's eyes were 9 goddess sisters who were so beautiful and charming that they could overwhelm the whole country. Although each one looks like they were carved from the same mold. But, perhaps Yi Nan was rewarded with an incredible comprehension by the system, so we could just glance at the 9 goddess sisters in the photo. It can also match each sister's identity attributes, talents and specialties as introduced by Yi Linglong just now, and give them different identities and statuses. Surprisingly, each one shows completely different background and its own unique characteristics. From the right, there are little 9 and little 8, all the way to the far left, there is Big Sister. Yi Linglong introduced this photo, yes, and my eldest sister. Her name is Yi Ruoyan, 175 centimeters tall, she is the kind of absolutely cool and domineering goddess, the iceberg domineering female president. She founded Madu Joey Media Group and is the executive president and CEO. Yi Nan was stunned and his eyes widened. What? Madu, 91? Sister Linglong, are you serious? Yi Linglong pursed her lips and burst into laughter. Hey, Xiaonan brother, you are a bit bad. This is Madu, not that Madu, this is Joey, not that 91. The main business of the Joey Media Group is the IMAX Ultra Clear 3D cinema brokerage, film and television investment, medicine and other multi-field businesses. Sister Ruoyan is a business genius and a real giant in the business world. She was named one of the top 10 business legends. With his powerful comprehension, Yi Nan had already deeply imprinted the 9 goddess sisters in this photo in his mind at a glance. Hee, Xiaonan brother, how are you? Are you excited after listening to the introduction of 9 goddess sisters? Are you a bitch? Yi Nan nodded. It was so explosive. It really made my blood boil. I can't wait to meet the 9 goddess sisters. Yi Linglong smiled sweetly, don't be anxious, because you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Mainly because every sister is busy with this and that.
When everyone heard your mother say that you were found in the hospital's DNA gene bank, they were extremely excited. Yinan thought to himself, it seems that he is not that important in the eyes of his 9 sisters. Even including the richest man's mother. She abandoned herself for 20 years, and even when the DNA gene bank found her, she didn't come to find herself and recognize herself in person. Perhaps. This is Yinan's current mentality, which is still in a relatively sensitive stage. After all, for 20 years, he had been so lonely and helpless, just like a speck of dust with no one to love him, ephemeral in the indifferent world. Whenever Yinan thought about this issue, he always felt upset. So, what about her? Yinan pondered for a moment, a hint of indifference and loss flashed across his eyes, and he asked in a low voice. When Yi Linglong looked at Yinan with her beautiful eyes, she also noticed something from his gloomy expression. Xiaonan, I know what you are thinking. You must be wondering, if our richest mother and 9 sisters really care about you so much, why don't they all come to see you? Why don't they all come and meet you, right? Yinan laughed at himself sarcastically. Isn't it? Sister Linglong, I believe that you really dote on me in your heart and you care about me. But, think about it from another angle, the richest man's biological mother? Am I really her biological child? How cruel can a vicious woman be to lose her own son? And, like an abandoned placenta, 20 years. If she really cares about me that much, why doesn't she come to me in person and meet me? Yi Linglong had just entered the Colorado Park shopping mall and touched Yinan's fragile heart, causing him to lose control of his emotions. She looked at Yinan cautiously. Xiaonan, my good brother. At present, my mother is far away abroad, handling business there. She really can't leave. Yinan spread his hands and smiled helplessly with a playful look. What else is there to say? In comparison, how important is it for her to make money? How important is it for her to become the richest person? What small cookie am I, right? Oh, Xiaonan, it's really not like that. I don't know how to tell you. Yi Linglong was also anxious. After a pause, she spoke in a hoarse, choking voice. Xiaonan, let me be honest with you. You have a plan in mind. Mom is not on a business trip abroad, handling business, she is ill, with a brain tumor and lung cancer, a terminal illness in the late stage. Judging from her current condition, she is estimated to live for about 3 months. She is receiving treatment abroad. For more than 20 years, she has been supporting this family alone, raising 9 of us sisters, and taking great pains to find out your whereabouts. So, a year ago, my mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness in the late stage. Hearing this, Yinan was stunned. He seemed to have been struck by a bolt from the blue. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Linglong in surprise. He was silent. Originally, when I came to see you and meet you, my mother specifically told me not to tell you about this. Yi Linglong's eyes were already filled with tears, and she continued to speak heavily while sniffling. But, now that you are like this, I am really worried. I have to tell you about Mom's condition. But no matter what, Mom hopes that all 10 of us siblings will be happy and live well. In life, no one can escape birth, aging, sickness and death. My mother has an incurable disease and she only has 3 months to live. Can't we 10 siblings just be nice and let her go happily? For some reason, at this moment, Yinan's heart felt like it was stabbed by someone. Pain. An unprecedented heart-wrenching pain. How could this happen? Oh my god, do you like to play jokes on me? Do you like to tease me like this? Okay, Xiaonan, this is all I can say and do, the rest depends on you. Yi Linglong raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and cheeks, and let out a long sigh. I'm sorry for letting you know this news and making you feel upset. The silent Yinan suddenly widened his eyes and said with longing. Sister Linglong, medical technology is so advanced now, is there really no way to cure her? Yi Linglong shook her head. It was too difficult. It was already the advanced stage of brain tumor and lung cancer. No matter how advanced the medical skills were, it was difficult to cure. Yinan kept shaking his head. No, there must be a way to cure it. This can't be bad news for me as soon as I find out that I'm pregnant, right? This is too cruel for me. I don't want to lose my mother again. Yi Linglong felt a lump in her throat when she heard this, and she burst into tears. 2 lines of tears welled up in her eyes. Xiaonan, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have told you this bad news, I'm sorry. If your mother knew that you cared about her so much, she would be super happy.
Yi Nan stood up and walked to Yi Linglong's seat. He raised his hand and put it on Yi Linglong's shoulder. Sister Linglong, there is nothing to be sorry about. I was just being willful. Xiaonan, Yi Linglong suddenly threw herself into Yi Nan's arms. My sister's good brother, a warm brother. Sister Linglong, don't cry, I understand, don't worry, I believe that we must never give up until the last moment. Yi Nan hesitated slightly, and also held Yi Linglong tightly in his arms. He patted Yi Linglong's shoulder gently and comforted her with infinite tenderness. At this moment, there was no longer any grudge or barrier between the siblings. Yi Nan felt extremely heavy in his heart, but he also inexplicably felt a sense of responsibility and mission. He didn't believe that fate could be so cruel. He had been alone and helpless for 20 years, and finally had a mother and 9 goddess sisters. The result was that I heard that the richest man's mother only had 3 months left to live. He was unwilling to accept this fate, and he was determined to search every corner of the world. Or maybe Tonzai has some special medicine to treat cancer. Yes, at this moment, Yi Nan suddenly remembered the system. With the system's magical powers, maybe it can come up with some black technology and really find a special anti-cancer drug or something. It seems that we can only rely on Tonzai. Chapter 18 Chapter 018 Dragon Subduing Dragon 18 Blind Box Reward. Chapter 018 The Dragon Subduing Dragon 18 Blind Box Rewards are here. Why carrot oh carrot why, Xiaonan, my sister is good brother, don't worry, don't be sad, we will all be fine. Yi Linglong wiped away her tears and gave Yi Nan another elder sister's pat on the head. Just then, I was walking around Colorado Park and I saw a hairstyling shop called Fashion Front. I went to get my hair done. Yi Nan knew that even if he found out now, the richest man's mother was suffering from a terminal illness and had only 3 months left to live. But, life must go on and we still have to live a good life. However, with Yi Linglong's introduction, we can know the current situation of the 9 goddess sisters and the richest man's biological mother. Yi Nan had mixed feelings in his heart. He recovered from that dead end. He stood up with Yi Linglong and left the Luckin coffee shop. Oh, good brother, don't look so depressed, it's okay. Yi Linglong smiled coquettishly and comforted Yi Nan again. Yi Nan nodded. Sister Linglong, I'm fine. When the brother and sister arrived at the Fashion Front hair design shop, Yi Linglong walked straight in. She had a brief conversation with the hairstylist in the store, expressing her desires and what kind of hairstyle she wanted. As a professional hairstyling company, Fashion Front listened to Yi Linglong's request and quickly did her hair according to her requirements. Yi Nan sat on the sofa in the store, casually scrolling through Douyin, and also searched a lot on the internet for strategies on how to treat cancer. However, there are all kinds of strange and bizarre statements on the internet about fighting cancer. Certainly. For cancer patients, the most important thing is to keep a happy mood and eat whatever they want. Ding, the host has signed in all the information of the 9 goddess sisters, and with his incredible understanding, he has perfectly imprinted the appearance and temperament of the 9 goddess sisters, and won the reward of the 18 blind boxes of Jianglong. Do you want to activate the reward? Suddenly, the system's mechanical and electronic sounds rang out. Yi Nan's heart was excited and his hands were trembling. Ever since the Supreme Playboy signed in and was bound to the superpower system. This was the first time he was so eagerly looking forward to the system bubbling. Tonzai, you are finally online. Don't worry about the 18 blind boxes of Subduing Dragon or 18 blind boxes of Subduing Snake for now. Almighty Tonzi, just tell me directly, is it possible for you to peon some anti-cancer effects or something like that? My mother, the mother of the richest man, has a brain tumor and lung cancer, an incurable disease, in the late stage, and she has only 3 months left to live. I don't want to give up like this, I don't want to be without my mother like this. Host, please accept my condolences. Death is predestined, and wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Even the Buddha Shakyamuni was calm about birth, aging, sickness and death. Regarding the fact that the host's richest mother is terminally ill and has only 3 months left to live, the system can only express deep regret and be unable to help. Yi Nan. What? Tonzai, aren't you omnipotent? You think of a way. I, Yi Nan, have never begged anyone before. This time, consider it as me begging you, Tongzi. I'm sorry host, according to the current international medical level, if cancer is in the late stage, even a great god cannot save the patient, but... Yi Nan's eyes lit up with anticipation, and he wished he could explode the system. Tonzi, go on, but what? However, host, there is no need to despair.
As the saying goes, when you are surrounded by mountains and rivers and think there is no way out, you will find a way out again.
Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise in the next sign-in reward?
Including, when the Dandy Charm Index accumulates to 10,000 points, the quantum metaverse will be opened, which is worth looking forward to.
Yinan said, "Oh. This quantum metaverse space. The host currently does not have sufficient level of authority and cannot be unlocked. The reward countdown begins. 5s. 4s. Open." This time, Yinan gave orders urgently. System, really good. The law of true fragrance. Dingdian Blonglonglo 18 blind box rewards have been successfully opened, loading. Dragon Battle in the Wild Blind Box Reward, 9 Nether Mysterious Doctor, admitted to the 9-star academician of the Imperial Hospital of China.
Appendix, Zhouyo Xuani is based on various medical books such as Huangdi Neijing, Nanjing, Shinong Benkejing, Shanghanlin, Qingnanjing, etc. Assisted by the remedies for hundreds of diseases, Lingxi 9 Pulse Diagnosis, 9 Nether Chi Control Acupuncture, 9 Mysterious Tribulation Finger Massage and Finger Technique are used as treatment methods.
Aims to inherit the great Chinese Qigong technique and promote traditional Chinese medicine. Jianlong D. Zitian Blind Box Reward, Special Anti-Cancer Medical Prescription. Attachment, based on Chinese medicinal materials such as Angelica sinensis, pangolin, Curcuma ternata, clematis, Lithospermum officinale, Panax notoginseng, Polygonum cuspidatum and Salvia miltioriza. It is supplemented with 7 Fantasy Blue Spirit Saliva Sand, Mandala, Cold Flame Soul Melting Fruit, Red Blood Dragon Grass, Fragrant Chi Luo Fairy Product, Ice Spirit Leaf, 3 Flower Grass, Starry Sky Fruit and other natural treasures as medicine guide. Feda, D. In the Sky Blind Box Rewards, Kunlun Dragon in Nirvana Sutra 2nd Level Shen Level, the enlightenment of the sky-defying enlightenment of the perspective divine pupil technique. A clairvoyant can diagnose illnesses and read minds. A person with divine pupils can appraise treasures and gamble on stones. Yinan was stunned. This wave of rewards for the 18 blind boxes of the Dragon Subduing Dragon Head was really great. Tonzai, I have to give you a crazy call. Rewarding the national medical Dr. Zhouyo Xuani is understandable and acceptable. The question is,
Jianlong D. In the anti-cancer special effect mysterious medical prescriptions rewarded in the Tian blind box, what kind of heavenly and earthly treasure level medicinal materials are there?
Obviously, they are some magical medicinal herbs, right? Host, oh, bingo. Correct answer. This is what the system just said.
The host needs to accumulate 10,000 points of charm index before the quantum metaverse space can be opened. Ahem, with the quantum realm, perhaps we can extract some natural and precious medicinal materials from other planes and domains as the guide for anti-cancer special medicines.
Overall, there is at least a little hope, even if it is slim. Yinan. It's really a system.
With this PUA ability, it would be a waste of Tongzi's talent if he doesn't become a pyramid scheme leader.
Indeed.
Yinan also deeply realized that the reward for the 18 blind boxes of Jianglonglongla this time focused on medical skills. Including Feda D.'s reward in the heavenly blind box, his comprehension was against all odds and he suddenly realized the art of perspective and divine pupils, which was obviously also an auxiliary medical skill.
This wave of rewards is amazing and very practical.
After all, Yinan will live with 9 goddess sisters in the future. Maybe the goddess sister has a fever, a cold, irregular menstruation, dysmenorrhea, or something like that.
Yinan still has room for improvement. However, for Yinan's current main,
you only regret not having enough knowledge when you need it. Even more knowledge is not a burden. There are 360 professions, and every profession has its own idiot. Every profession has its own top scholar. When all kinds of buff skills are stacked up, that will be the peak of Yinan's life and the starting point for dominating the world.
Xiaonan, it will take me a long time to do this hairstyle. If you are bored of waiting, why don't you go out and have a look at them all? While Yilinglong was having her hair done by the hairstylist, she was still thinking about Yinan. She shouted at Yinan.
Yinan came back to his senses from the system's generous reward. He said oh and smiled. After he finished speaking, he stood up and gave Yilinglong some instructions.
Sister Linglong, I'll go out and walk around the area. Okay, go ahead, Yilinglong replied.
Yinan walked straight out of the fashion front store and paced aimlessly in the mall. Suddenly, a piano shop with extremely elegant decoration came into view.
Named, Yuanyun Piano Shop.
For some reason, at this moment, a gloomy feeling flashed through Yinan's mind.
Looking back on the past 20 years, I feel like a wandering dogtail grass abandoned by the world.
Now, he suddenly made a gorgeous comeback and became the chosen one. The most handsome guy selected by the system. Moreover, with the richest mother and 9 goddess sisters. His status also leapt up again in an instant, and he became a super rich second generation and a supreme playboy. But, I was saddened when Yi Linglong mentioned that the richest man's mother was terminally ill and had only 3 months left to live.
For some unknown reason, Yi Nan walked into Yuan Yun music store.
The owner of the music store is a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a simple cheongsam. The tight cheongsam outlines her graceful figure. Plump yet graceful, elegant yet demure.
Welcome to Yuan Yun Musical Instruments.
Yi Nan nodded silently and paced between the piano shops, which surprised Yi Nan deeply.
In the Colorado Park Shopping Mall in Zhengzhou, there is actually
such as Steinway Sons, Ignaz Bsendorfer, and Bechstein, the world's luxury brand pianos.
Handsome boy, are you going to buy a piano or are you just browsing? Is there anything I can help you with?
The beautiful middle-aged woman asked Yi Nan with a sweet smile and a gentle tone. Yi Nan hummed, and a handsome and naughty smile appeared on his face.
Madam, I'm neither buying a piano nor wandering around. I just want to borrow the piano in your store and play a song. Is that okay?
As he spoke, Yi Nan raised his hand and pointed at the Steinway, which should be the treasure of Yuan Yun music store. The middle-aged beautiful woman's smile froze for a moment, then she smiled again.
No problem. Walking into Yuan Yun music store is a kind of fate.
If you are in the mood, please feel free to play a song for us, handsome boy. Yi Nan nodded with satisfaction.
Thank you, Madam Boss. He walked over to the Steinway piano and raised his hand to gently touch the keys.
I have already felt that it is worthy of being called the world's top luxury brand. Both its workmanship and materials are absolutely world-class. Yi Nan fiddled with the lion heart suit he had just bought from the Salvatore Ferragamo store, and sat down in front of the piano.
Even the beautiful middle-aged woman from Yuan Yun music store could feel the kingly aura.
From Yi Nan's back, there is a sense of eternal loneliness. When Yi Nan's fingers rested on the piano keys and gently played a chord, clear and melodious sounds spread. The beautiful middle-aged woman seemed to have been touched by Yi Nan.
An even more shocking scene. It was just Yi Nan's chord.
In a flash, outside Yuan Yun music store, those who were passing by and shopping in the mall seemed to have their hearts touched. They stopped, stretched their necks, and looked towards the store. It's a pity that the position of the piano just happened to block Yi Nan's face, so only his back could be seen. The beautiful middle-aged woman pondered for a while and thought.
What's going on?
I've been in the music business for 20 years, and I've never met someone with such a strong aura. This handsome young man is actually sitting in front of the piano, which is a state of harmony between man and nature. With such a powerful attraction, everything in the world revolves around him and takes him as the stage.
How? How is this possible? Did I meet a piano expert?
I think only world-class piano masters can possess such a powerful energy field. The beautiful middle-aged woman couldn't help but look at Yi Nan a few more times. He was very handsome, but unfamiliar. Especially his brows, although filled with badass coolness and elegance, his eyes were gloomy, lonely, and desolate.
How so? What kind of vicissitudes of life has this handsome boy experienced to have such a melancholy look in his eyes? What else even more amazing is,
there are more and more passers-by gathering outside Yuan Yun music store. They craned their necks and kept looking around.
What's going on? Who was playing the piano just now?
So powerful, so explosive. Just one chord, and it played out the eternal sadness.
It's amazing. It's a pity that his face is not visible. Could it be that the piano company specially invited a world-renowned piano master to perform for promotional purposes? I won't say anything more. I have to start the live broadcast quickly. My sixth sense tells me that this piano-playing boy is going to be popular. He will be popular all over the internet.
Oh my god, it's been a long time since I heard a piano performance that could make me obsessed with just one chord.
Dong dong. Ding ding. Hit.
Yi Nan didn't realize that there were already quite a few people watching. He closed his eyes slightly, feeling the wonderful melody between the keys.
My head is full of jumping notes. Immediately,
he struck the piano keys, and melodious and mournful music lingered.
That kind of extremely explosive melody. Moment.
It makes people feel a kind of eternal loneliness, which is completely like the endless lush grass between heaven and earth. It was more like in this instant, Yinan's position transformed into the center of the world stage.
All things in the world suddenly stopped growing. It was as if we had entered eternal night in an instant. It's endless melancholy. It's endless loneliness. It's a thrilling feeling that shakes your heartstrings. Explosion.
Everyone's eyes lit up, and they were completely and deeply attracted by the wonderful piano music.
What's even more explosive is that everyone's heartbeats are completely different when they hear this melody. But it is something that has deeply hooked the soul. Yinan was immersed in the melody he was playing on the piano.
It plays out the sadness, loneliness, and desolation in my heart.
However, that kind of sadness definitely does not make people despair.
It is as if in his piano melody, in his musical world, he is the only king of music.
There is a kind of loneliness that is very cold at high places. There is a kind of arrogance that looks down on the world from a supreme ruler. Some people couldn't help but burst into tears after hearing this.
Some people heard it, and their blood was boiling and surging.
Who is he? Why can he play such wonderful and moving piano music?
Such terrifying piano attainments, he is definitely a world-class piano master.
Woo woo woo, listening to the little brother playing the piano, I want to cry so much, I really want to give him a big hug. From his piano melodies, I understand a kind of.
The world kisses me with pain, and I will repay it with songs.
Oh my God, what a beautiful melody. It makes me feel like I'm back to the innocent days of my first love.
Chapter 19 Chapter 019 Linglong's best friend, Su Jirue.
Chapter 019 What's up with Linglong's best friend, Su Jirue? Live piano performance? What? The netizens who didn't know the truth were confused. Something was wrong. This piano piece was very wrong. My friends. Fool, is it true? Is there anyone in China who can play that song? It is said that sadness can kill people. The piano masterpiece Secret Garden Song is so explosive.
Oh my God, I seem to be lost in a mysterious jungle. It is so dark that I can't see the sky and can't find the exit. But I really like this wonderful loneliness. The Little Prince of Piano, Typants hot. At Anchor, take a picture of the Little Prince of Piano's face. The piano piece he plays is so beautiful. It's like a world-class piano master performing in person.
Woo woo woo, it sounds so good, the Little Prince of Piano, my male god. Even from his back or profile, I can feel that he is so handsome and manly. As someone started live streaming on the Douyin app,
the live broadcast room immediately became lively and excited. Yinan was concentrating and absorbed in playing the Song of the Mysterious Garden, the world's sad divine song, at Yuanyun Music Shop. Even the beautiful middle-aged woman working at the piano store was stunned. She looked at the lonely figure, and she felt Yinan's loneliness in her heart. In his piano melodies, he is the king of this musical world. It seems that being immersed in such darkness is like a person sitting alone in the shadow of a big tree by the roadside.
Quietly watch the people coming and going on the street. Others can't see you, and you don't want to be seen. Because you are afraid, because you are lonely, you know this is not a good thing. But only in this way can the wounded heart feel a little safe. Such loneliness has always been tempting you.
Yinan perfectly interpreted the essence of the Secret Garden Song with the most explosive piano melody. Throughout the Colorado Park shopping mall, more and more pedestrians stopped outside Yuanyun Music Store to watch. Although I can only vaguely see Yinan's back, which is filled with silence and eternal loneliness.
Everyone was also stunned with shock. This is definitely a world-class piano master's performance, perfect.
I haven't heard such a wonderful melody for a long time.
It's so beautiful, a kind of lonely kingly beauty. I really don't know what kind of unknown ups and downs the Little Prince of Piano had to go through to be able to play such a lonely and divine song that will last forever. My old swan, is he a god descended to earth?
Only he can play such a heavenly sound.
What does it mean that the sound of music lingers in the air for 3 days? This is it.
Ding dong dong ding ding. Yinan's fingers were nimble, he shook his head, closed his eyes and concentrated, letting his fingertips dance on the piano keys. He felt an unprecedented sense of relief and relaxation throughout his body. In his mind, the picture of the 9 goddess sisters that his 5th sister Yi Linglong had shown him kept flashing. The faces of the most stunning goddesses are extremely charming. He was also sentimental about his 20 years of ups and downs. From a little beggar who slept under a bridge and survived by picking up garbage, to being admitted to university. Now that the system has come into being, a gorgeous counterattack has been achieved.
9 goddess sisters.
The richest man's mother, however, has bad news.
She is terminally ill and has only 3 months left to live.
The ups and downs of life are like the keys of a piano, playing the or a magnificent chapter, or perform a heavenly sound, or weave a sad melody of despair. The best of spring, the best of mountain streams, the best of winding streams. A popular novel for both the refined and the popular, a prologue to the brothel.
The song ends, the sound reverberates.
Yinan was already in tears and raised his hand to wipe the 2 tears from his cheeks. He stood up and suddenly turned around to look. The plump and elegant middle-aged beautiful proprietress of the music store and the outside of Yuanyun music store were surrounded by a crowd of people.
Everyone was stunned, stiff and motionless, shocked by Yinan's perfect performance.
Yinan came back to his senses and quickly picked up a baseball cap on the piano and put it on his head. He shrank his neck slightly, and while the lingering sound of the music was in his ears, he quickly walked out of Yuanyun music store.
Although Yinan did not realize it, his piano masterpiece shocked everyone.
But he vaguely realized that he was the focus of everyone's attention, as if he was under the spotlight.
He must stand up as soon as possible without being discovered. At the same time,
Yi Linglong had just walked out of the store after finishing her hair at the streamlined front line.
I was also deeply attracted by the wonderful piano music.
Her heartstrings were touched and her heart was beating like a deer. She pondered in her heart and muttered to herself,
"Woohoo, wow, how come someone can play a world-class hit song in Colorado Park Shopping Mall?"
It is still the lonely and domineering king who composes the vicissitudes and desolation of the world.
What kind of piano master can perform so perfectly and to such an extreme degree?
She was full of curiosity and walked quickly towards Yuanyun music store. She looked up and down in the surging crowd, and could only vaguely catch a glimpse of a back.
Ha! Why does this back look familiar? Brother Xiaonan? No. Considering that Xiaonan has been alone and helpless for the past 20 years, how could he have the opportunity to achieve such accomplishments in piano?
Yi Linglong denied it in her heart again.
Hey, Linglong? Is that really you? Just when Yi Linglong was looking around and heading towards Yuanyun music shop,
suddenly, someone tapped her on the shoulder and greeted her excitedly. Yi Linglong came back to her senses, turned around and looked in the direction of the voice, and she responded with surprise.
Wow, Jirue, why is it you? What a coincidence. Meeting you here.
Su Jirue, Yi Linglong's best friend. Source, photo stolen by fifth sister Yi Linglong's best friend Su Jirue. 1. She was wearing a black off-shoulder dress, wavy hair, 170 centimeters tall, and had extremely explosive double DS.
The tall and slightly plump figure outlines a charming charm.
A pair of black high heels, slender legs, and flesh-colored stockings.
Looks particularly sexy and fashionable. Oh my god, it's really you, my good sister, my best friend. Su Jirue smiled brightly, walked forward, and held Yi Linglong's hand tightly.
We haven't seen each other for a long time. Yi Linglong also shook hands with Su Jirue cordially and said excitedly,
Yes, long time no see, you are more beautiful now.
Su Jirue said sweetly and shyly, No way, compared to you, I am nothing.
You are the champion of Miss World China and the new national goddess.
Yi Linglong laughed heartily and said, That's because you didn't participate in the competition, otherwise, I would have stood aside. Su Jirue giggled and said calmly, Okay, stop it, let us stop being so mushy. We haven't seen each other for such a long time, and you didn't even say hello to me when you arrived in Jiangzhou.
Yi Linglong smiled happily and said, Isn't this a perfect encounter for us? Wouldn't it be better if we met by chance?
Su Jirue nodded and came back to her senses.
Ah, Linglong,
come quickly, come with me to Yuanyun music store.
I seem to have met my first love. Yi Linglong?
She asked in astonishment, looking stunned.
Your first love? Is still there? Su Jirue smiled awkwardly. Well, don't tear it apart when it's tough. I don't mean to say.
Listening to the piano piece played by that little piano prince just now, I seem to have returned to the time of my first love and regained the feeling of first love.
It is his piano that is calling me. He is the Prince Charming that I am looking for in the vast sea of people. I want to find him and marry him. Yi Linglong was even more confused. Ha? Come on, dear, you don't even know what she looks like or her name, are you so careless? Or maybe you haven't been in a relationship for too long and you're so hungry that you don't care what you eat, right?
Su Jirue held Yi Linglong's arm and raised her head proudly.
I don't care, I just want to ask you, sister, I am going to pursue happiness now, do you support me?
Yi Linglong is full of support, as long as it is reliable, must support. The two of them quickly squeezed through the crowded crowd and arrived at the entrance of Yuanyun Music Store.
Coincidentally, Yi Nan's figure flashed and slipped away from the side of Yuanyun Music Store. When Yi Linglong and Su Jirue arrived at Yuanyun Music Store, they found it empty. Su Jirue pulled Yi Linglong and said excitedly, "Linglong, hurry up, my happiness in the second half of my life depends on this one gamble, then." The Little Prince of Piano.
She took Yi Linglong and shuttled through the crowd, watching Yi Nan's disappearing back and chasing after him.
However,
at this moment, all the onlookers gathered outside Yuanyun Music Store also recovered and came to their senses in an instant. Everyone was excited and dancing, cheering, screaming, and shouting. Some people were even so excited that tears welled up in their eyes, and they were already bursting into tears and sobs.
"Oh my god, it's so explosive, the Little Prince of Piano YYDS.
Master, this is definitely a piano master who has reached the top of the piano.
It's so exciting and soulful. Mom, what a kiss. I suddenly want to fall in love again. Ah, it feels so good. By Lady Gaga, where is the piano prince? Where is he?
I was planning to capture him, marry him, and give birth to a bunch of babies for him.
Woohoo, I'm heartbroken again.
This is definitely not just any street performer, this is God-level playing, God-level interpretation, my God, this is a male God, a true male God.
I want to wholesale this piano Little Prince. How many are available? I want as many as you can get. Give me 10 of these piano Little Princes." The exploding emotions have become a surging crowd. Even though Su Jirue was pulling Yi Linglong to follow closely. However, Yi Nan lowered the brim of his cap and quickly disappeared in the crowd. No matter how Su Jirue and Yi Linglong looked, they could no longer see that figure. Yi Linglong's heart paused slightly, that figure looked very familiar no matter how she looked at it. Could it really be Brother Showdown?
Su Jirue was going crazy, and she stared at Yi Linglong with disappointed eyes. "Ah, I am dying, dear sister, my Prince Charming is gone, my bird of youth. My first love that withered before it blossomed, my love bird that died before I could confess, he flew away. So sad, woo-woo."
Su Jirue leaned on Yi Linglong's shoulder. "Yi Linglong." After a while,
she coughed twice and said, "My dear, please forget it.
Others may not know your background, but don't I know it? Do you seem like the kind of person who lacks love?
With your charm, just snap your fingers on the street and your admirers will circle the earth 3.5 times in a minute." Su Jirue raised her head, pouted, and slapped Yi Linglong in annoyance.
"Hate it, I don't have the charm you say I have.
Humph, stinky men, sour love, I have given up long ago, who cares about those stinky men pursuing me?" Yi Linglong raised her finger, pursed her lips and smiled calmly, nodding no, someone was still shouting in the last second, in love, heartbroken.
The next second, the stinky man's sour love, you quit.
They say this woman changes her face faster than turning the pages of a book.
Are you an automatic reading machine?
Su Jirue laughed and said, "Okay, stop talking about me.
Linglong, how are you now? Have you solved your relationship problems?"
Yi Linglong groaned, No, I'm the one who quit.
Sister Linglong. Just as Yi Linglong and Su Jirue were joking with each other, Yi Nan stepped out from the crowd and stood beside Yi Linglong.
With his unique handsomeness, he raised his eyebrows and greeted him in a cool and naughty way.
"What did you quit?"
Yi Linglong turned around and looked at Yi Nan. Her expression was slightly solemn and her heart skipped a beat. "The little piano prince who was at Yuanyun piano shop just now, isn't this?" However, upon closer inspection, it seems a little blurry and not quite similar.
After all, Yi Linglong only saw a little bit of his back. Wow, what a handsome boy. Linglong, is this your boyfriend?
Su Jirue blinked her beautiful eyes, looked at Yi Nan for a few times, and asked Yi Linglong in astonishment. Yi Linglong chuckled and quickly pulled Su Jirue to introduce her.
"Honey, what are you talking about? Boyfriend? He is my brother, my real brother, Yi Nan."
At the same time, she introduced Su Jirue to Yi Nan. "Showdown, this beautiful lady is my best friend and sister, her name is Su Jirue, she is a little older than you."
Bah, Linglong, what are you talking about?
How can you just casually reveal your age? Su Jirue blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled. Hey, Xiaonan brother, you can just call me Jirue or sister Jirue.
Ahem, well, Xiaonan, how old are you this year? Are you dating?
Yi Linglong widened her eyes and said jokingly from the side.
Ha? Jirue, no way? You are not interested in my brother and want to capture him, right? Linglong, look at what you said, am I that kind of person? You are such a fool, when did you have such a good-looking brother, you didn't introduce him to me?
Su Jirue immediately concealed her feelings and said angrily in a slightly embarrassed tone.
Look, you are my good friend and good sister, and Xiaonan is your younger brother, so he must also be my younger brother, right?
As a sister, it is not excessive for her to ask about her brother's condition when they first met.
Isn't this human nature? Hee, right? Xiaonan brother. Chapter 20 Chapter 020 Brother Xiaonan, something seems a little wrong. Chapter 20 of Brother Xiaonan, something seems to be wrong. Hello, Sister Jirue. Although Yi Nan was confused and his head was buzzing.
But he still greeted Su Jirue with his unique cool, naughty smile.
Su Jirue's smile was like the peach blossoms blooming in spring, and she nodded happily. Hello, Xiaonan brother. Hurry up and tell Sister Jirue, how old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Yi Linglong was giggling beside them. Hey, my dear Jirue, who was yelling just now? Your soul has been seduced by that little piano prince, and you want to marry that little piano prince? What? Are you an eel? Why are you so fickle? Ahem, I won't allow my brother to find a fickle woman.
Su Jirue pinched Yi Linglong and said coquettishly.
I
just said that the piano prince played the piano divine music so vividly, which brought back my innocent memories of my first love. Now that my love bird has flown away, I can't let it stop me from eating and letting it be blinded by one thing, right?
Hey, Linglong, you are not a good sister.
Look, our younger brother is tall, rich and handsome, he can't still be single, right? If my brother is single, hey, I have so many high-quality girlfriends around me, I can just help him connect with her and build a bridge.
Hey, a gentleman is supposed to help others achieve their goals, right? Hey, if Xiaonan doesn't mind sister-brother relationships. I am your best friend, I know you well, and I will become your sister-in-law in the future. Ahem, close relatives, that's great. There's a saying that goes, good things should be kept within the family, right?
Yi Linglong was speechless and could only smile. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers in front of the dazed Yi Nan.
Xiaonan, have you listened to Sister Jirue's suggestion? What do you think? Yi Nan's mind was spinning, no way? Just now, I just played a song from Secret Garden and it attracted a lot of fans? The key is Linglong's good girlfriends and sisters. If she knew that the so-called little piano prince was herself, wouldn't she try every possible means to trap herself? That won't work. Yi Nan's thoughts were interrupted by Yi Linglong's words and he came back to his senses. He grinned and said naively. I think Sister Jirue is right.
Su Jirue immediately felt touched as if she had met a close friend. She marveled at it, clapped her hands and laughed. Linglong, listen, Xiaonan brother has recognized me.
Who knows?
Yi Nan further said, since Sister Jirue is my sister Linglong's best friend and sister, she is my sister, Yi Nan's real sister.
How could a brother have any bad intentions towards his own sister? Sister Jirue, what do you think, right? Su Jirue uttered a hem and her words dragged out.
She didn't expect that Yi Nan would use such a counter-tactic.
This is not a conventional routine. This little rascal is even worse than his sister. Ha! Yi Linglong was amused and burst into laughter. Jirue, don't be sad. Look, my little brother Xiaonan, isn't he a very handsome man? Hey, let me tell you something explosive. This silly boy, so stupid, knelt down and licked the beauty in his university, whose name was Bai Jie, and he was a licker for 2 years. In the end, Bai Jie was intercepted by Gao Jing, a temporary physical education teacher in his school, and directly won the first blood in an open-air performance on the rooftop of the teaching building. Su Jirue's expression was stunned and her face suddenly changed. It seemed that she was not very interested in Yi Nan's gossip. Etc. Dear, what was the name of that temporary physical education teacher you just mentioned? Gao Jing. Suddenly, Su Jirue's face darkened, and she spoke solemnly with gritted teeth. It's about some second-generation official who has nothing to do with his wealth. He claims to be powerful, wealthy, and handsome like Gao Jing? Yi Linglong was stunned. Yes, dear, what is wrong with you? You haven't been cheated by him before, have you? Su Jirue said angrily, fuck Gao Jing, is he worthy of cheating on me? We met once at a dance, and the beast spotted me. He put drugs in my wine glass when I wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, the little sister who went with me noticed it, and finally let Gao Jing, the beast, drink the drugged wine himself. In the end, the beast was completely naked at the dance. Whenever I think about it now, I still feel scared and terrified. When you mention this name, I want to skin him alive, tear his bones apart and drink his blood. Ah, fuck him, this kind of beast should be chopped into pieces and thrown on the street to feed the dogs. Listening to Su Jirue's story, Yinan secretly clenched his fists, and a fire of hatred exploded. It seems that just beating Gao Jing up at school was far from enough. If there is a chance, Gao Jing will pay a heavy price. Well, let's not talk about the past. Su Jirue waved her hand and said, Brother Xiaonan, don't be silly. With your conditions, your sister Linglong, and now sister Zirue. There are so many good and high-quality girls around us. Girls who are willing to be humiliated by Gao Jing. What kind of department flower, what kind of goddess, Iba? This kind of girl will regret it sooner or later and suffer a great loss. To put it bluntly, she can only be a man's toy and a tool. Of course, being young and frivolous and falling in love for the first time, it is inevitable to make stupid mistakes and do some foolish things, but that is nothing. Just think of it as a stepping stone to move forward courageously on your life path. Only when a young man keeps growing up, you must learn to soar like an eagle, fight the sky, and overlook the world. Only then can you truly grow up and become the master of your destiny. Snap snap. Yi Linglong couldn't help but stand in awe of her best friend and sister Su Jirue, and she clapped and praised her. Wow, my dear, you are becoming more and more like a goddess. She is indeed a perfect goddess who combines wisdom and beauty. Yinan also looked at Su Jirue in shock, as if he had a sudden epiphany. I really didn't expect that in my sister Linglong's circle, there are really only high-quality resources. It is true that birds of a feather flock together. The type of person she is and the magnetic field she exudes will attract that type of people. Hee hee, little brother Xiaonan, how are you? Isn't sister Jirue awesome? Yi Linglong poked Yinan, who was in a daze, and said with a smile. I didn't tell you just now, sister Jirue is a highly educated overseas returnee with a PhD in psychology. She majored in psychology and currently runs an awesome psychology clinic. She is absolutely the best and a big shot in studying human nature and understanding human hearts. Su Jirue smiled sweetly and said, Honey, please stop encouraging me. Yinan said oh and showed more respect for Su Jirue. Hey, let us not just stand there, we've been standing here talking for so long, why don't we find a place and catch up? Su Jirue suddenly looked around and suggested. Yi Linglong had exactly the same idea. She nodded happily and looked at Yinan. Okay, we two sisters are going to have a good time reminiscing about the past. Xiaonan, do you have any good suggestions? Yinan hesitated slightly and said, how about, let's go to my house? Yi Linglong froze and felt embarrassed. Because Yi Linglong was clear about Yinan's previous situation. A poor brother who earns his living by working part-time as a delivery boy. He also said that he used to make a living by picking up trash. Although Yi Linglong still hasn't figured out why Yinan owns a luxury car. Who is the CEO of Ferragamo, the international super luxury menswear brand, in China? Or maybe it's the Shadow, the most powerful organization in the underground world, or the King Dragon. But, at least in Yi Linglong's opinion, Yinan's so-called home. At most, it's a low-rent apartment, or a privately built house in a village in Jiangzhou, which is high-end. I finally met my best friend Su Jirue in Jiangzhou. It seemed a little inappropriate to take her to Xiaonan's brother's slums. However, without waiting for Yi Linglong to say anything, Su Jirue immediately expressed her agreement. Okay, it's rare that Xiaonan brother has invited me so kindly, it would be disrespectful for sister Jirue to refuse. Linglong, it's a happy decision. Let's go. While Yi Linglong was in a daze, she felt very nervous. But, she couldn't beat Su Jirue, so she just said ah. She prayed silently in her heart that Xiaonan's home would not be too far from the slums. Yinan glanced at Yi Linglong, feeling strange. It was as if he had eavesdropped on Yi Linglong's thoughts. He was well aware of Yi Linglong's concerns, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sister Linglong's worries are completely unnecessary. Sign in as the Supreme Dandy Young Master to get the Super Power System reward. Jiangzhou 5000M Super Luxury House Royal No. 1 Dome Star C. This is my home in the slums. It should be okay.
I hope you won't be so surprised that your mouth won't close. Yi Nan realized that the reason why he could read minds was probably because of the clairvoyant divine pupil technique that rewarded his incredible enlightenment.
At the same time, he tentatively looked at Su Jirue with his clairvoyant eyes.
Although presenting a flawless and seductive body, Yi Nan's expression paused slightly, and he pondered secretly.
What's going on?
Sister Jirue has a serious hidden illness.
Is this uterine fibroids? I can't. It doesn't seem like a fibroid, but...
The key point is that Yi Nan is not in a position to tell Su Jirue directly about the symptoms of this hidden disease.
It seems that I have to find an opportunity to ask Sister Linglong about the situation indirectly. If Yi Nan's diagnosis with his clairvoyant divine pupil technique is correct, how could such a mysterious thing be implanted in Sister Jirue's uterus? Xiaonan brother Linglong, have you driven? My car happened to be sent to the forest shop for maintenance today. If I hadn't driven it, we would have had to take a taxi. Yi Linglong said calmly, we all drove here, let's go.
After she finished speaking, she held Su Jirue's arm with one hand and Yi Nan's arm with the other. The three of them walked straight to the parking garage. The three of them stood in front of the Hennessy Venom GT in the brand new cool Lycan Wolfson. Su Jirue was stunned with shock and exclaimed, "Oh wow, my goodness, Linglong, you and your brother are really awesome, so arrogant." Yi Linglong smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Yi Nan also said calmly, well, it's nothing, it's just a means of transportation.
Su Jirue was stunned. Yi Linglong asked with a smile, Jirue, are you going to ride in the same car with me, or with brother Xiaonan? Su Jirue smiled wickedly and said, what? Are you willing to match me up with Xiaonan, brother? Yi Linglong laughed, what did you say? Okay, I know what you are thinking, I will go with you, I want to avoid suspicion seriously. After Su Jirue finished speaking, she walked straight to the passenger side of the Hennessy Venom GT, opened the door, and got in. Yi Linglong had no choice but to tell Yi Nan, little Nan, you lead the way. Yi Nan made an okay gesture, took out the car keys and pressed the unlock button. Beep beep beep. The doors of the Lycan Wolfson opened like bird wings. Yi Nan got into the car, started the car first, and drove out of the parking garage of Colorado Park Shopping Mall. Yi Linglong also sat in the driver's seat and started the Hennessy Venom GT. Following closely behind Yi Nan's car, they drove into the main road of the transportation hub. Sitting in the car, driving for a while, the silent Su Jirue frowned slightly and murmured, Dear, why have I never heard you tell me before that you have a younger brother? Yi Linglong groaned. I mentioned this to you before, but you probably didn't pay much attention to it. Back then, when my younger brother Xiaonan was still an infant, my mother was busy with the group's business. An accident happened and Xiaonan was lost. My mother searched for 20 years, and finally asked someone to find a connection, and compared DNA in the gene bank, and only then did she find Xiaonan. She roughly told Su Jirue the whole story. Su Jirue let out a long sigh. I said, no wonder, your dear brother Xiaonan, he... Yi Linglong was stunned and looked at Su Jirue in astonishment. Honey, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly silent? What happened to Xiaonan?
Linglong, as your best friend and sister, I will tell you straight away.
You have to be mentally prepared,
Su Jirue said with a slightly serious tone. Yi Linglong had a wooden expression on her face, but when she heard these words, she felt a chill down her spine.
Jirue, tell me, what happened to Xiaonan?
Su Jirue had no choice but to speak further. According to my years of clinical experience in psychology research, Xiaonan has serious psychological problems. Or, from a psychological perspective, it's called traumatic stress disorder. Clinical manifestations include irritability, nervousness, abnormal emotions, avoidance behavior. Whenever there is external stimulation, he immediately erects his thorns and seals himself up like a hedgehog.
Moreover, his emotions are easily out of control and his temper is rather bad.
Probably due to long-term loneliness and depression, he chooses to avoid many problems. If this psychological problem is allowed to continue to deteriorate, I am worried that it will cause trouble to his life.
When Yi Linglong heard Su Jirue's analysis, she nodded rapidly. Oh, dear, you really are worthy of being a doctor of psychology. Today I met my younger brother Xiaonan and I felt this clearly. Are you an expert in this area? Do you have any professional treatment suggestions?
Chapter 21 Chapter 021 5000 M Super Luxury House Exposed, Shocking the Fifth Sister.
Chapter 021, 5,000 square meters super luxury house exposed, shocking the fifth sister.
On the one hand, Showdown was lost when he was a child, which buried a shadow in his heart. He always thought that he was like a dogtail grass abandoned by the world. Su Jirue made a further suggestion with a solemn expression. He lacks a sense of security and love, has a strong sense of self-protection, and is extremely sensitive to the intervention of others. This requires you as a sister to be more patient, spend more time with him, pamper him more, give him spiritual comfort, and build his trust in you. Don't betray him, cheat on him, or abandon him, otherwise your relationship will be ruined. Yi Linglong nodded and said, "Don't worry about this, I will definitely do it. He is my only brother. I will spoil him and accompany him to make up for the years he has been alone and helpless." Su Jirue breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, with this step, most of the problems should be solved. If the situation is not optimistic or continues to deteriorate, there is only one other option. That is psychological intervention, which requires the intervention of a professional psychologist like me to provide professional counseling, communication, and psychotherapy. Yi Linglong finally felt relieved. For her mother, the richest man's mother, is suffering from a terminal brain tumor and lung cancer and has only 3 months left to live. If I finally find my brother who has been lost for 20 years, something will happen. With such a severe situation, even Yi Linglong would collapse. Fortunately, based on what Su Jirue described about Xiaonan's younger brother's psychological problems, they should be solvable. After all, with 9 sisters, they can take turns to accompany little brother Xiaonan. It will also help him get out of the shadow of his lost and abandoned childhood. Compared to the past, searching for brother Xiaonan all over the world was like looking for a needle in a haystack, with no news at all, which was really frustrating. Now, thanks to God's blessing, I have finally found my little brother Xiaonan. As for the rest, whether it is the richest mother or the 9 goddess sisters, they must pamper him, love him, and care about him. Okay, Jirue, thank you. Yi Linglong pondered for a moment, smiled calmly, and thanked Su Jirue. Su Jirue waved her hand and said, "Tisk dear, we have been good friends for so many years, and you are still being polite to me? Hee, if you really want to thank me, why not match me up with your brother?" Yi Linglong laughed, Hey, why are you here again? Old grass eats tender beef, ha ha ha. Bah, nonsense, this is called internal digestion, and the benefits do not flow to outsiders, okay, Su Jirue said righteously. Well, it depends on Xiaonan. If he has no objection, I would be more than happy for my brother to marry you, a goddess with a PhD in psychology, Yi Linglong said happily. From now on you will be my sister-in-law, I can still bully you. Su Jirue said oh. Good fellow, you, the fifth aunt, are planning to bully your sister-in-law. The two of them talked and laughed, and joked. Along the way, we talked and laughed, and it seemed like we had returned to that innocent era. This is probably the true meaning of good friends and good sisters. Hey, something is wrong. Where does brother Xiaonan live? Suddenly, Su Jirue looked around the building environment outside through the car window and asked in astonishment. Yi Linglong groaned and said, I don't know, what happened? This road, this place, we have already entered. Su Jirue was stunned. Oh my god, Linglong, you really are the children of the richest man in the nation. It turns out that this 5,000 square meters super luxury house in Jiangzhou is your property. Yi Linglong. She is more confused than Su Jirue. Oh. What? My dear sister, I don't understand what you are saying. Su Jirue glanced at Yi Linglong with her beautiful eyes flashing. Hey, what's up? Are you still being so Versailles to me? This is... Yi Linglong was even more confused and explained in bewilderment. Oh, I really don't know where Xiaonan lives. Besides, I just arrived in Jiangzhou today, found Xiaonan brother, and got to know him. Then, I took him to Colorado Park shopping mall to buy clothes. I met you again. Su Jirue hummed? That's weird, you really don't know, this exclusive lane is what Jiangzhou is called. The super luxury residence Royal No. 1 Dome Star C with a building area of 5,000 square meters, does it have an exclusive driveway? Yi Linglong. She was dumbfounded and stunned. After a while, she shook her head slightly. No, brother Xiaonan, something seems to be wrong. Hey, dear, you are a doctor of psychology, can you help me analyze it carefully? Does Xiaonan have any other psychological problems? Or any special hobbies or something? Su Jirue burst out laughing. Hey, I won't let you talk about my future husband like that. As for my brother Xiaonan, apart from the psychological post-traumatic stress disorder that I just told you about, he is doing fine in all other aspects. He is handsome, cool, and bad, and he can easily charm thousands of girls. Yi Linglong said seriously, Jirue, but this is the problem. Because according to the information we had previously obtained, Xiaonan was a little beggar who slept under the bridge and made a living by picking up garbage.
Although he finally relied on his strong willpower, hard work and struggle, he was admitted to Jiangbei University. But, think about it, before this, he knelt down and licked his professional beauty Bai Jie. Hey, Bai Jie, she is just a green tea bitch, a materialistic woman. Then, I was intercepted by the beast Gao Jing. I found Xiaonan brother, and it happened that he was having the affair with Bai Jie and Gao Jing. I was originally here to stand up for him and teach Gao Jing and Bai Jie that couple a lesson. He turned around, took out his car keys, unlocked his new Leakin Wolfson, and told me that this car was his. Then we arrived at Colorado Park Shopping Mall. Yi Linglong told Su Jirue all the doubts in her mind. Su Jirue not only did not have any doubts, on the contrary, her eyes lit up and her face was filled with the dazed look of a little obsessed and admiring fangirl. Oh, so my future husband is so outstanding? So great? Yi Linglong coughed twice. Hey, I'm talking to you seriously, why are you? You just swore that the little prince of piano helped you find your first love, so why are you thinking about my little brother Xiaonan again? I object to Xiaonan's relationship with a promiscuous, bad woman who has multiple girlfriends. Su Jirue was amused by Yi Linglong. Ha, dear, why do I feel that you are not Xiaonan's sister, but his mother? Yi Linglong said confidently, an elder sister is like a mother. I am his elder sister, so I have the attributes of a mother. Is there anything wrong with that? On the contrary, you, on one hand, say that Xiaonan is your biological brother, and behind his back, you say that Xiaonan is your future husband. Aren't you ashamed? Su Jirue said with a smile, you are like this, I think you are more like an old mother, ha. Then tell me, how come Xiaonan drives a luxury car, is the CEO of Ferragamo China, and is the shadow boss of King of Glory? Yi Linglong still spoke with concern. Now what you said, if he lives in Jiangzhou 5000M super luxury house royal number 1 Dome Star C. Then why would he kneel down and lick a green tea bitch like Bai Jie? Isn't this some special fetish? Source, the stolen picture was from Su Jirue, the good friend of fifth sister Yi Linglong, too. Su Jirue. She was speechless. Dear, believe me, on the road to the palace of love, occasionally taking the wrong road, taking a detour, getting stuck in traffic, being overtaken, etc. are all normal phenomena. As for your questioning of Xiaonan's brother, although it doesn't make sense from a normal logical point of view, Xiaonan brother doesn't play by the rules. What if after 20 years of hard work, he has already reached the pinnacle of his life? Just think about the despair a little boy who has been abandoned since childhood would experience. In such an abyss of despair that ordinary people could not imagine, he survived. He even slept under a bridge, full of thirst for knowledge. With his own efforts, he was admitted to Jiangbei University, a 985211 double first-class university. So, isn't it natural that he has so many secrets behind the scenes that are unknown to the public? Yi Linglong was stunned. She hesitated for a moment. Ha? This? Hearing you say that, it seems to make some sense. Oh, what happened to me? Isn't this kind of life what we have been looking forward to? He did it through his own efforts, I should be happy for him. Su Jirue laughed out loud. She pointed to the front with her lips and said, look, do you see it? Really? Jiangzhou 5000M super luxury house. At this time, Yi Nan drove the son of the Leakin Wolf and arrived at the royal number 1 Dome Star C. He was deeply surprised that even though it was his first time home, he seemed to have been familiar with the security guards on duty at the booth for a long time. On second thought, it might be because of Tongzai. A powerful system that needs no explanation. Nan Xiao, you are back. The security guard on duty, Wu Dongsheng, is not a 60-year-old uncle, nor is he a fat bald man with a round beer belly. Instead, he was wearing a security uniform, but still exuded the toughness and sturdiness of a mercenary. He greeted Yi Nan respectfully. Yi Nan smiled slightly, nodded and said, Old Wu, thank you for your hard work. The car behind belongs to my fifth sister, please give it a pass. Wu Dongsheng replied loudly, yes, Mr. Nan. The name Mr. Nan really sounds very comfortable. In recent years, Yi Nan has been hanging around in bridge tunnels as a little beggar. Tongzai was born and became the southern master.
This kind of class leap is much stronger than Gao Qiqiang, who is just a fishmonger. Yesterday he was still riding a tricycle and working part-time as a delivery man, living at the bottom of society.
Today he made a gorgeous comeback and leapt into the imperial class of society.
This feeling is even more sour and refreshing than eating hot and sour noodles. Yi Nan drove the top sports car Li Kan Wolfson on the Shanghai Drive of the Royal No. 1 Dome, a 5,000 square meters super luxury house in Jiangzhou.
The entire spacious and open mansion suddenly came into view.
The pavilions, terraces, carved beams and painted buildings, as well as the eaves with flying scales and claws, show that this mansion is as luxurious as the palace in the imperial city.
Located on the top of Wulong Wufeng Mountain outside Jiangzhou City, from this luxurious residence, you can overlook the entire Jiangzhou City.
On the other side is the vast and boundless ocean.
The most luxurious private golf course has been built from the coastline to the mansion.
The green grass gives people a strong visual impact, and you can't help but want to play a few golf shots.
Outside the golf course, there is an independent private airport.
Next is the luxuriously crafted private swimming pool, which is heated by underground springs.
Everywhere you look, you can see the most luxurious imperial residences and courtyards.
The towering octagonal pavilion, the lush roadside trees, and the changing flowers in the flower beds are filled with refreshing fragrance. It is as if you have entered this mansion, and suddenly you have the feeling that you are far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, like a paradise, like a fairy tale world, like a paradise.
Following Yi Nan and the Hennessy Venom GT, Yi Linglong and Su Jirue were also surprised and amazed.
Wow, Linglong, I've always dreamed of owning a super luxury house like this.
This is too extravagant.
Su Jirue cheered and danced. Yi Linglong's head was buzzing.
Had she lost her memory? Or is it just as Su Jirue said, in the past 20 years, Yi Nan has transformed into an invisible super rich man?
Yi Linglong had to feel deeply touched by Yi Nan's words and actions. Whenever Yi Nan goes berserk, he definitely exudes the aura of a super rich second generation, supreme playboy. It seems to be completely consistent with his luxury car, Son of the Lake and Wolf, and the luxury mansion Royal No. 1 Dome Star Sea. Jirue, excuse me for being frank, but I am also confused by Brother Showdown.
I am completely bewildered. What kind of person is he? Yi Linglong took a deep breath and pondered. Su Jirue groaned, but asked in return, does this matter? How come it's not important anymore? I'm finding it harder and harder to understand Showdown. Yi Linglong said angrily. Su Jirue laughed and said, honey, don't let your imagination run too far. Think about it carefully.
Brother Showdown has luxury cars and mansions. Even if he is an executive president or a dragon master, it doesn't matter to you. To you, he is your younger brother and you are his sister.
You are blood-related siblings. This is the most important thing. This is enough. What do you think?
Yi Linglong blinked her beautiful eyes, thought carefully, raised her thumbs and praised Su Jirue.
Ha! That makes sense. As expected of a highly educated overseas returnee with a PhD in psychology. Su Jirue smiled calmly and said, my dear, don't be so nervous.
Showdown is so big now, he is a big boy of 20 years old. You also have to believe that he can live a good life and he doesn't necessarily have to rely on your richest mother or your 9 sisters, right?
Yi Linglong smiled sweetly. Oh, bingo.
Correct answer, let us go, get off the car.
Chapter 22 Chapter 022 Sign in with the 5th sister and her bestie, and get a reward for the private female space Longhuan Pavilion. Chapter 022 Sign in with the 5th sister and her best friend, and be rewarded with the female private space Longhuan Pavilion. My old Swano, Showdown, is this your home? After getting off the bus,
Yi Linglong and Su Jirue walked straight towards Yi Nan, who had already parked the car and got out.
Yi Linglong asked first in confusion. Yi Nan nodded silently. Good man, how did you do it?
This 5,000 super luxury house in Jiangzhou, Royal No. 1 Dome Star Sea, must cost at least 100 or 200 million, right? Yi Nan didn't care at all and smiled calmly.
Oh, what kind of mansion is this?
It's just a reinforced concrete slum that's a little more sheltered from the wind and rain than the bridge hole where I sleep.
Yi Linglong.
Su Jirue. In his eyes, such a super luxury house is just a slum that is only slightly better than sleeping under a bridge and sheltering from the wind and rain? The two beauties arrived at Bengbu on the spot.
The key point is that Yi Nan is not the kind of nouveau riche who shows off. It's not the kind of Versailles-style pretense of an invisible tycoon.
From his tone, it sounded like a casual comment. It gives people a sense of being indifferent and free, not being bound by worldly fame and fortune.
Ahem, hey, Showdown brother, don't do this, you will be beaten if you go out.
Endless starlight flashed in Su Jirui's beautiful eyes. It was as if all the stars in my eyes were Yinan. And at this moment, looking at Yinan, he actually felt as if he was in the piano melody he had just listened to in Colorado Park Shopping Mall.
Yinan is the little piano prince.
How so? As a doctor of psychology, I have many years of experience in psychological clinical practice.
Do I have to sink into such a... Are you in the love whirlpool of a boy who is 4 or 5 years younger than you?
However, the charm that Yinan exuded from his every word and action made Su Jirui unable to resist.
Yinan smiled happily and raised his hand as a gesture of invitation. Welcome to my humble home, Sister Linglong and Sister Jirui. I am honored to be here. Yi Linglong.
Su Jirui grumbled and muttered, "You, old six, live in the most luxurious villa in Jiangzhou, and this is still a humble house, this is still a slum, then we live in an apartment, what do we call that?
Basement? Sewer? Cemetery? Mass grave."
Yinan smiled leisurely, opened the door, and walked into the mansion. What comes to your face is a magnificent sight of golden splendor, an explosive visual impact of extreme luxury. Every brick and stone is filled with the atmosphere of an imperial palace.
Abba, my god, it's so explosive, so arrogant, this.
Su Jirui was stunned and exclaimed in shock. Although Yi Linglong was raised by the richest mother, she lives in a luxury villa. But, in comparison, the luxury of Yinan's 5,000 square meters super luxury residence, Royal No. 1 Dome Star C in Jiangzhou, is on another level altogether.
The key is that this is in Jiangzhou, a 3rd or 4th tier city.
Just as Yi Linglong and Su Jirui were exclaiming, the mechanical electronic sound of the system suddenly lingered in Yinan's ears. Ding, the host has signed into the new residence, Royal No. 1 Dome Star C, and is rewarded with world-class super ingredients, supreme red wine, Romane Conti charming blue enchantress fire red rose and other rose seas, and the host can customize a candlelight dinner privately. Appendix, the ingredients include hawker sauce, California red abalone, Boston lobster, Australian king crab, etc. The ingredients have been delivered to the host's mansion kitchen, and the wine, roses and candles have been delivered to the restaurant. Dingzhu signed in the 5th sister Yi Linglong, brought her best friend Su Jirui home for the first time, and rewarded the global luxury brand Alliance Supreme selection of women's private exclusive space home edition Longhuan Pavilion. Attachment: Longhuan Pavilion is an integrated one-stop boutique with fashionable and sexy clothing, beauty makeup, skin care and daily necessities for women, etc., selecting global luxury brands.
For example, Chanel, Louis Vuitton LV, Gucci, Agent Provocateur, La Perla, ID Sarrieri, Gia La Bruna, C.E. Gilson.
Already placed in the host's mansion space.
Yinan. Tongzai, the reward ingredients are okay. What is this Longhuan Pavilion and what does it mean? Host, your vision is too narrow. What should I say about you, a straight man? Is it appropriate that your sister came with her best friend and they don't even have a decent change of clothes? You taste it carefully. Yinan. He was choked and speechless.
After all, what Tongzai said really makes sense.
Hey, Showdown, what are you doing? You're daydreaming.
Yi Linglong pulled Yinan and waved her hand in front of him. Yinan came back to his senses and smiled with relief.
No, I'm thinking, Sister Linglong and Sister Jirui are visiting my humble home. What should I prepare to entertain the two goddess sisters? Yi Linglong smiled sweetly. Wow, such a caring and warm man?
Su Jirui raised her eyebrows complacently and said coquettishly.
Ah, Linglong, did you hear that? Showdown called me goddess sister, there's a play.
Yi Linglong smiled without saying anything and gave her a look that showed her understanding. Su Jirui had no choice but to look at Yinan, eagerly waiting, and asked curiously.
Brother Showdown, have you thought about how to entertain us? Actually, it doesn't matter. We are all family. Let's go to a restaurant nearby and have a good meal to welcome Linglong.
Yinan shook his head slightly.
That wouldn't work. How could we go to a restaurant to welcome Sister Linglong?
Yi Linglong uttered a sound, and she and Su Jirui looked at each other with wide eyes, quite surprised.
So, what do you think we should do?
Yinan seemed to have already planned it out, and he spoke with confidence. At present, the highest level of hospitality is not to go out to a restaurant, but to hold a family dinner, cook and entertain guests personally.
How about this, Sister Linglong, you've been busy all day, go to the bathroom and take a bath.
Of course, Sister Zirui, you and Sister Linglong haven't seen each other for a long time.
If you want to catch up, why don't you stay at home tonight? How about you take a bath too, and then I'll cook and prepare dinner myself.
Yi Linglong blinked her beautiful clear eyes in astonishment and said with a look of surprise.
Wow, Xiaonan, are you kidding me? You can cook? And you cook by yourself? Su Zirui praised, great, boys who can cook, extra points, Xiaonan brother is awesome, oh good.
Yi Nan groaned, his expression slightly stiffened, and looked at Yi Linglong and Su Zirui.
Is cooking difficult? Isn't it just having hands? Yi Linglong. Su Zirui. They really can't not cook, is it because they don't have hands? Is this a hand problem?
But Yi Nan's words were so Versailles that the two of them laughed evilly.
Hey, Xiaonan, that depends on your cooking skills. I'm a very picky eater. That's right, you can't just give us. High-end ingredients often only need simple cooking, and once cooked, they become delicious food, right?
Yi Nan smiled wickedly and said, you guys just wait for my gluttonous feast. Chef Yi, will cook it myself. It will definitely be a feast for the god of cooking. Even the god of cooking will call me an expert.
Wow, Xiaonan brother, are you so confident? Yi Linglong exclaimed.
Yi Nan grinned and said, of course.
Sister Linglong, Sister Zirui, come on, I'll help you find some clothes to change into. You guys go take a bath, I'll go cook.
As he spoke, the information about Langhuan Pavilion given by the system completely merged into his mind, and he walked straight into the inner room. Yi Linglong and Su Zirui were completely confused and had no idea what Yi Nan was up to.
The two of them had no choice but to follow Yi Nan into the inner room. Why is Xiaonan acting so secretive? What is he doing?
Yi Linglong said while smacking her lips. When they stood at the door of Langhuan Pavilion, Yi Nan raised his hand and pointed and said, look, Sister Linglong and Sister Zirui, there should be styles that you like and suit your temperament, just pick and choose.
When Yi Linglong and Su Zirui looked at the Langhuan Pavilion with its stunning decoration, it was high-end and classy.
The two were stunned, their mouths formed an O shape and couldn't close for a long time.
Because any woman who has come into contact with high-end luxury brands must be familiar with Langhuan Pavilion. That is the paradise that many women dream of.
It combines the world's most fashionable and stylish luxury sexy clothing and various daily necessities.
How humane. Oh my god, Linglong, I feel a little dizzy. Am I in heaven?
Su Zirui was blinded by the 24K titanium dog eyes.
She staggered and almost fainted and fell.
Yi Linglong was dumbfounded, staring at Yi Nan with her big eyes flashing.
Oh my god, Xiaonan, my dear brother, what kind of god are you? Yes, my god, Xiaonan brother, you have a Langhuan Pavilion at home? Do you want to hide a beautiful woman in a golden house?
Su Zirui also asked in surprise. Yi Nan shrugged, spread his hands, and smiled with a relaxed look.
It's just a little hobby.
After all, the women's luxury brands that come out of Langhuan Pavilion are all unique and have great collection value.
Coincidentally, I had an international friend who was doing this business, so I took the opportunity to stock up some goods at home. Just make it a women's luxury brand boutique like Langhuan Pavilion. Indeed.
This explanation is pure nonsense made up by Yi Nan, even though it is full of loopholes. But Yi Linglong and Su Zirui did not have too many doubts when faced with such a paradise for women on earth. Even so, for someone like Yi Linglong, the executive CEO of a fashionable clothing design company called Fengming Nishang, she doesn't have much contact with companies like Langhuan Pavilion. As for Su Zirui, although she also came from a wealthy family, the Su family, and also studied abroad, she can be considered knowledgeable. However, such an opportunity to get a Langhuan Pavilion at your fingertips has never come.
Perhaps after calming down, Yi Linglong and Su Zirui would wonder whether Yi Nan had any special hobbies? For example, if you like to collect. However, in this situation, they were completely shocked by the Langhuan Pavilion before them.
Yi Linglong and Su Zirui both raised their thumbs and said in unison,
Xiaonan brother, awesome and handsome. Yi Nan laughed heartily. Well, two goddess sisters, you can choose yourselves. The bathroom is in the room. Go take a bath. I'll go cook.
Yi Linglong and Su Zirui could not hide their ecstasy, nodded vigorously, and answered tacitly, okay.
Then, the two of them walked into Langhuan Pavilion, and Yi Nan walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 23 Chapter 023 The goddess sister takes a bath, the male god brother cooks.
Chapter 023 The goddess sister takes a bath, the male god brother cooks, I buy ready Gaga. This underwear is not the most elegant C. Gilson, the luxury underwear brand Nanboan, number 1, or the latest limited edition.
When Yi Linglong and Su Jirui walked into Longhuan Pavilion.
Looking at the cupboards, each and every item on display is from a world-class luxury brand. Su Jirui touched one of the silk pajamas and exclaimed,
Linglong, your brother is an alien, right? This is too spicy.
Yi Linglong was also stunned with shock, and she shook her head slightly. It's not that aliens are the real deal, but it is true that there are people with a heart of hearts.
How come he collected such fashionable and luxurious, women's private counter Longhuan Pavilion?
Hey, dear, you are a master of psychology, you have to give my brother a good diagnosis.
Do you think he has any unusual hobbies?
For example, the kind of theft that people talk about on the internet, oh, that kind of. Su Jirui raised her white jade hand and touched Yi Linglong's forehead.
I don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense?
Hey, fifth aunt, I'm warning you, don't slander my future husband like this.
Yi Linglong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, Jirui, you are not really going to conquer my brother Showdown, are you?
Su Jirui raised her eyebrows and smacked her lips.
It depends on my mood.
Coming to the royal number 1 Dome Star Sea Mansion and seeing the Longhuan Pavilion, my god.
I am about to be knocked unconscious by Showdown's brother and feel numb from the electric shock. Such a classy little boy, and so handsome.
Wow, he is handsome, suave, unrestrained, and a top-notch high-quality male god. Yi Linglong blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Jirui, who looked intoxicated and infatuated.
She giggled teasingly and said, okay, I know you just say that.
Hurry up, pick a change of clothes and take a bath.
Let's see what Showdown prepared for us, a feast.
Su Jirui pursed her lips and spread her hands. I just took the luxury clothes from the Longhuan Pavilion so openly.
Is this appropriate? Yi Linglong was amused again. Go to hell. We are good friends and sisters, and you are telling me this.
No, if this was yours, I wouldn't feel any psychological pressure taking it.
The key is that it's your brother's.
Su Jirui still hesitated.
Oh my, who was the one who was clamoring to be my sister-in-law just now?
Yi Linglong said teasingly. Don't hesitate, my brother Showdown is not that stingy, he just said, just pick whatever you want. Su Jirui slurped, what a warm little male god.
My love luck is really good today.
I had a perfect encounter with the little prince of piano at Colorado Park Mall. Turning around, I ran into Showdown again.
Wow, it seems that the day when I will be single is not far away. Come on, daddy.
As she spoke, she had already taken out her favorite C. Gilson silk pajamas from the cupboard, and also bought a lot of toiletries, skin care products and other daily necessities. Yi Linglong also took out an ID Saryeri ultra-thin cool silk satin pajamas and other bath products from the cupboard. The two of them happily walked hand in hand towards the bathroom and the bedroom. What amazed the two even more was that even the bathroom in this royal number 1 dome-shaped mansion in Starry Sea was extremely luxurious.
In addition, there is a bathroom with 2 bathtubs.
In the bathroom cabinet, there are flower petals and other aromatherapy items used for bathing, such as petals of lilies, roses, lavender, daylilies, etc.
The bathtub is an automatic massage bathtub from a top international luxury brand.
Oh my god, Linglong, I have decided to capture Showdown brother.
Su Jirui was shocked once again.
She widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise.
Yi Linglong,
My dear, you are so startled that you look like a low sister who has never seen the world.
Why do you want to capture Showdown again?
Su Jirui slowly took off her clothes, revealing her most graceful and tall figure.
That proud figure is extremely charming.
She gestured to the entire bathroom structure and the luxurious furnishings.
I love this bathroom and the automatic massage bathtub. After a busy day, I come home and take a bath in the bathtub. It is like heaven on earth.
Yi Linglong also took off her clothes, revealing her eye-poppingly charming figure.
She pursed her lips and said with a smile, just because of the bathroom and the automatic massage bathtub? You want to capture Showdown brother? Isn't this inappropriate? Ha ha ha, what else?
I can't be so shameless as to say to Showdown, hey, Showdown, I'm going to live in your house from now on.
I want to borrow your bathroom. Su Jirui lifted her long, white and slender legs and stepped into the bathtub. Soak yourself in the bathtub, lie down in peace and comfort, and enjoy the ultimate experience brought by the automatic massage bathtub. Wow, it feels so comfortable, dear, hurry up, we haven't done this for a long time, let us take a bath together, okay? Yi Linglong also stepped into the bathtub and lay down comfortably, turning on the automatic massage mode. Yes, it has been many years.
Wow, dear, you have maintained a great figure. Su Jirue smiled, but she is still inferior to you.
I think it will be easy for you to win the Miss World beauty pageant.
With your perfect S-class figure, it must be yours.
Yi Linglong sighed slightly. It's hard to say, there are always many regrets in the Miss World beauty pageant every year.
Although this year's finals happen to be held in Shanghai, it is said that this year's competition system will adopt a special guest who will be invited to win the championship. Then, the exclusive trump card championship ticket in the hand of this special mysterious guest will serve as the final vote for the championship. Once he votes for a beauty pageant winner, she will be crowned the New Year's beauty pageant champion.
Think about it, how difficult is this? Even less likely than winning 100 million in the lottery. Su Jirue uttered a hum. It sounded like whoever got along well with this special mystery guest would have a chance to debut and become famous? Yi Linglong nodded, yes.
Oh, dear, relax, you have the conditions, Su Jirue comforted her again.
Don't think too much, take a bath first, and then you can enjoy Xiaonan's feast. Yi Linglong smiled meaningfully and said, do you really think that Brother Xiaonan's cooking skills can make a delicious meal?
Su Jirue.
The other side. Kitchen.
When Yi Nan walked into the kitchen from Longhuan Pavilion, he was stunned by what he saw.
Chapter 24 Chapter 024 Warm and Romantic, Candlelight Dinner with the Goddess Sister. Chapter 024 Warm and Romantic, Candlelight Dinner with Goddess Sister, Eagle Sauce, California Red Abalone, Boston Lobster, Australian King Crab. Yi Nan was shocked and took a closer look at the high-quality ingredients stored in the kitchen. Sure enough, it has to be Tongzai. So, what kind of wine is in the restaurant?
The supreme red wine is Romane Conti.
And the sea of roses such as the charming blue rose, flaming red rose, as well as candles and the like, are all in place?
Yi Nan was skeptical and turned from the kitchen to the restaurant.
What catches your eye is a sea of flowers dotted with red roses, blue enchantress, champagne roses, baby's breath, lavender, daylilies, and the like.
On the dining table were candles specially used for candlelight dinners, as well as high-heeled glasses for red wine. On the counter where drinks were placed, there were 3 bottles of Romane Conti, the finest red wine, on top of the ice.
Woohoo! A powerful system that needs no explanation.
Yi Nan further processed the restaurant and set it up in a perfect candlelight dinner mode. Arrange flowers such as red roses, blue roses, and champagne roses in the most explosive way.
The Romane Conti red wine was decanted and candles were placed on the dining table.
He looked at the entire restaurant, which was a warm candlelight dinner scene.
He raised his hand and snapped his fingers in an even more domineering manner, just like Thanos would snap the world. Done.
Everything is ready, all that's left is to go into the kitchen and start preparing delicious food.
He walked into the kitchen again.
If he was like Yi Nan in the past, he would definitely follow the rules when it comes to cooking.
High-end ingredients often only require simple cooking. It's so simple and crude, it's delicious when cooked. Indeed.
This has a lot to do with Yi Nan's previous growth environment. Just imagine, as a little beggar sleeping under a bridge, he could usually pick up some leftovers from the garbage dump.
Anything with meat is a delicacy.
As for whether you can have a clean, hygienic and hot meal, you will have to wait and see. Therefore, he can cook and eat a cooked hot meal, which must be a delicacy.
But now it's completely different.
In the previous Stud Ace Royal Flush 10 JQKA reward. Q reward, International 5-star hotel chef's cooking skills, 12 exclusive Southern classic dishes. This means that Yi Nan has god-level cooking skills and his own classic dishes. Therefore, faced with such high-quality ingredients, Yi Nan's mind was filled with his bursting culinary skills.
There is a new definition for gourmet moments.
While Sister Linglong and Sister Jirue are taking a bath, I must prepare a delicious meal. It is a welcome for Sister Linglong and also a welcome for Sister Jirue to visit our home. When he thought of Su Jirue, he realized that although she was beautiful, she was obviously not his type. To put it bluntly, being his sister is fine for Yi Nan, as she already has 9 biological sisters anyway. But to be honest, Su Jirue was jokingly trying to conquer Yi Nan and develop a romantic relationship with him. Yi Nan refused in his heart. Even if Su Jirue is still a virgin and has some blood left. Thinking of this, Yi Nan couldn't help but frown again, as Sister Zirue's first blood had not been taken away by anyone.
Then what was that bloated thing in Sister Jirui's uterus that I saw when I used my divine eyes of clairvoyance to check her body just now?
It seems that uterine fibroids can be ruled out, and Yinan vaguely feels that it is the witchcraft of Raojiang.
To put it simply, it seems that Sister Zirui was poisoned by a sorcerer in her womb.
Of course. To find out what the specific situation is, further pulse diagnosis and examination is needed.
The problem is, such a private location, such a private topic. Yinan was in a dilemma again. How should he tell Sister Jirui? No.
At least, from the moment Sister Jirui appeared, she was a good friend and sister of Sister Linglong, and she was quite attentive and concerned about me.
This is beyond doubt given Yinan's sensitivity to the fickleness of human nature.
Then, the system endowed Yinan with the 9 nether mysterious medicine and the ability of the divine eye of insight.
He couldn't just ignore it.
I'll find a chance later and mention it to Sister Linglong, and let her tell Sister Zirui. Having made up his mind, Yinan came back to his senses and focused on carefully preparing the delicious food. From cleaning, cutting, cooking, braising, stir-frying and frying those high-quality ingredients, all the processes are performed with the skill of a master chef. Even Yinan himself sighed inwardly.
Is this okay? The system is awesome.
As the delicious dishes come out of the pot and are placed on the plates, it gives the impression of a state banquet.
Yinan was very satisfied. He brought the delicious dishes to the restaurant and placed them on the table.
Wait until all the dishes are ready and look at the dishes on the table. Yinan chuckled, a happy smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
Perfect. Wow, it smells so good, Brother Shaonan. What delicious dishes have you prepared for us?
Just at this moment, a sweet, natural sound lingered. The air is also filled with the unique fragrance of a young girl, the aroma of bath petals, and the fresh fragrance of shower gel. When Yinan turned around, he suddenly saw Yilinglong Su Jirui, who was walking towards him gracefully, wearing the most sexy ultra-thin and cool silk pajamas. He was so stunned that he almost drooled at the corners of his mouth.
Yinan felt like a fairy descending to earth.
Graceful as a startled swan and agile as a swimming dragon are difficult to describe these two goddess sisters with such stunning looks and explosive temperament.
It can be called a true.
It looks like a light cloud covering the moon, and it flutters like snowflakes blown by the wind. In short, as Yilinglong and Su Jirui walked over, it was as if a light cloud covered the moon, appearing and disappearing from time to time, floating like snow swirling in the wind.
Explosion. Goddess. Source: Internet. Fifth sister Yilinglong, 5. Oh, bye. Oh my god.
When Yilinglong and Su Jirui approached the restaurant, their two beautiful eyes looked at the sea of flowers and the warm candlelight dinner.
Both of them were stunned, especially Yilinglong.
She felt her nose getting sore and couldn't stop the tears from welling up in her eyes.
She disregarded everything and suddenly threw herself into Yinan's arms. Shaonan, my sister's good brother, you are really a warm-hearted man, right? This sea of flowers, this candlelight dinner, and this table of delicious food, are they all prepared by you for your sister?
Yinan never expected that Yilinglong would feel so upset. His expression froze for a moment, and then he smiled innocently with the coolest, most badass expression. Gazing at Yilinglong with 2 lines of tears, she looked so charming and touching.
Oh, Sister Linglong, this is nothing.
You can come to Jiangzhou to find me, recognize me, care about me, protect me, and love me so much. Here, there is also Sister Jirui, who is willing to honor me by visiting my humble home.
For so many years I have been alone and helpless, like a dog-tailed grass abandoned by the world. Your arrival makes me feel like I have the warmth and happiness of home. I am really touched and filled with emotion. I prepared a dinner for the 2 goddess sisters.
I hope you can forgive me for my poor hospitality and home-cooked meals. Yilinglong and Su Jirui were amused again by Yinan's words. Yilinglong poked Yinan's eyebrows, and he burst into laughter again.
He is really a good brother to his sister. It's worth it for your sister to love you, hee, good brother, thanks.
Yinan raised his hand to wipe the tears from Yilinglong's eyes and cheeks. He smiled with relief and said, Sister Linglong, Sister Jirui, come, take a seat, and try my cooking to see if it suits your taste. Su Jirui pursed her lips and smiled happily, then I must taste it carefully.
So, the 3 of them sat down and began to enjoy a sumptuous candlelight dinner. Chapter 25. Chapter 025. The night is beautiful, and people are even more beautiful. Chapter 025. The night is beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful.
Wow, the monkey is so beautiful, and the needle is not poking. Shaonan brother, your cooking skills are amazing. P.S. Ho Sai Lei, in Cantonese, means very sharp and powerful. After Yi Linglong and Su Jirui took their seats, they picked up their chopsticks with salivating eyes. He tentatively picked up a piece of crab leg meat, put it into his mouth, and chewed it slowly. The next second, their eyes lit up and they were pleasantly surprised. Aha, the common dishes that Xiaonan said. This table full of sumptuous feast is comparable to the state banquet level of the Manchu and Han banquet. In addition to such a romantic sea of flowers, red roses, blue enchantress, champagne roses, there is also a candlelight dinner with candles and high-end red wine. Is this the welcoming party you are holding for your sister? My old swan, the house is full of romance, isn't it? Brother Xiaonan, you are such a super warm-hearted brother. Yinan smiled happily, nodded, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Yi Linglong with that unique and charming cool, elegant and badass expression. Sister Linglong, do you like it? Yi Linglong was so moved that she burst into tears. She covered her sobbing mouth and nodded vigorously. Humph, you little bad boy brother, your sister dotes on you so much, and you create romance and warmth in this way, and you move your sister so much, do you know? Su Jirui was also overjoyed, with an endless smile like peach blossoms on her face. She giggled and said, Okay, dear, it's rare that Xiaonan brother loves you so much, so don't be so pretentious or sentimental. In the future, you two siblings will have a lot of time together. Yi Linglong's face was filled with an extremely satisfied smile. She pouted and said coquettishly, What's wrong? My brother is so warm-hearted that he moved me to tears. Why don't you let me express myself? Humph, it's obvious, you are just jealous that I have such a warm-hearted brother. Su Jirui couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh my dear, you are so cute now, are you possessed by Jiling? Ah, I really can't stand you. Don't forget, sister, I am going to use my charm to conquer little brother Xiaonan, and then he can become my little puppy husband, okay? From now on you are the fifth aunt, Lululu. Yinan looked at Yi Linglong and Su Jirui who were joking and bickering again. He felt very happy, let out a long sigh, and said with a smile. Sister Linglong, Sister Jirui, let's stop talking nonsense. Come on, get excited, show off, and start eating. Yi Linglong calmed down her excitement a little and smiled sweetly. That is, show off, I'm going to eat a lot. Hey, Xiaonan, what are all these delicious dishes of yours? Yinan patted his chest and said with great pride. Speaking of this dish, it has a history. This is my Yi Mao Nan special dish, 12 classic southern dishes. Come on, first dish, braised red abalone with oyster sauce and mushrooms in Hame Ji Xiang. Made from deep-sea oyster sauce, California red abalone, and flower mushrooms, it is rich in nutrients, nourishes yin and replenishes qi and blood, and symbolizes harmony and beauty. While proudly introducing the dishes, Yinan picked up some oysters and red abalone for Yi Linglong and Su Jirui. Sister Linglong, Sister Jirui, try it. Yi Linglong and Su Jirui looked at each other with expressions full of anticipation. As he was told, he picked up the food and put it in his mouth and chewed it. The oysters in Wuhu are plump and tender, and the red abalone is tasty. They melt in your mouth and go down your throat smoothly. Nice! Yi Linglong exclaimed. Su Jirui gave a thumbs up and praised Yinan. Xiaonan, while eating the delicious dishes you made, I really want to recite a poem, but my sister is not well educated, so I can only say 2 words, delicious. Yinan smiled innocently, continued to pick up dishes and introduce them. Second course, steamed butterfly fish with golden garlic and chopped green onion. Third course, double flying black pepper beef with mushrooms and fried shrimp with fruit sauce. Fourth course, double respect and joy, bamboo pipe, scallop and bird's nest soup. Fifth course, affectionate and healthy national banquet with pine mushroom, chicken, and tofu. Course 6, marry the knot, Boston lobster baked with garlic bacon and served with vinaigrette salad. Dish 7, reunion, porcini, garlic, steamed Australian king crab with babao glutinous rice. Course 8, seasonal exquisite fruit platter for family fun. Yinan introduced the delicious dishes one by one. Yi Linglong and Su Jirui tasted it with great satisfaction, their expression showing complete surprise. After tasting the dishes one by one, Yinan poured the decanted Romanée Conti red wine into a goblet. He raised the wineglass and said excitedly at Yi Linglong and Su Jirui's spring-like smiles. Sister Linglong, thank you so much for finding me and recognizing me. This has allowed me, a dogtail grass that no one loves or cares for, to experience the feeling of having a sister at home for the first time. That kind of warmth and happiness, that feeling of being pampered and cared for. This glass of wine is for you. Cheers! Yi Linglong's eyes were red and wet, and her emotions fluctuated again. She stood up and walked over, opened her arms, and gave Yi Nan a big hug. "Silly brother, I will never let you feel lonely again. I will never let you be alone and helpless again. I will never let you feel like a dog-tailed grass abandoned by the world again. From now on, sister will definitely stay by your side, pamper you, love you and protect you." Source: Internet. Fifth sister Yi Linglong's best friend Su Jirue, 3. Su Jirue exclaimed, although she tried her best to control her emotions. But in the end, he was touched by the warmth between the brother and sister Yi Nan and Yi Linglong. Her nose felt sore and her eyes were filled with crystal tears. Yi Nan hugged Yi Linglong tightly. At this moment, he deeply felt the warmth and sweetness of having family, sister, and home, and endless happiness enveloped his heart. "Sister. Thank you, thank you." Su Jirue wiped away her tears and murmured coquettishly, "Oh, you two guys, why are you so annoying and sentimental? It's a reunion, and happiness is the most important thing." Yi Linglong raised her head, her eyes were tearful, and her beautiful eyes were so charming and touching. She was moved and happy, and wiped the tears from her cheeks. "Hey, you little rascal brother, why are you saying thank you or not? You blame us, your sisters, and our mommy for not finding you earlier, causing you to suffer so much. Xiaonan, please believe in your mother, me, and the other 8 sisters. In our hearts, you are the most important and indispensable one. You are our biological brother, my mother's biological son, and an indispensable member of our Yi family. From now on, our family must be fine, reunited, together, and enjoy the happiness of family life, okay?" Yi Nan no longer had any resentment. He only had a deep blood connection and the inseparable kinship between brothers and sisters. "Yes, okay, sister." Yi Linglong picked up the red wine glass and spoke proudly in her cool, sexy, and pure style. "Come, Xiaonan brother, cheers, cheers. Duong." Laughter, clinking glasses, delicious food, and wine. The night is beautiful, and people are even more beautiful. Chapter 26. Chapter 026 Supreme Selection 5 Choose 3 Rewards. Chapter 026 Supreme Selection 5 Choose 3 Rewards. Dong dong dong. Nightfall. The moon is bright in the sky, and the stars are shining. The quiet night is filled with a slight sense of drunkenness. In addition, the Royal No. 1 Dome Star Sea is located outside the suburbs, making it even more secluded. Such a wonderful night made Jinan feel much more comfortable and peaceful than the years when he slept under a bridge as a beggar. After having a good meal and a drink, Yi Linglong and Su Jirue chatted for a while and then went back to their rooms. Yi Nan took a comfortable bath, enjoying the ultimate imperial experience brought by the automatic massage bathtub. Yi Nan was deeply moved. It turns out that this is the world of the rich and the luxurious life of the upper class. This also made Jinan feel for the first time what it meant to live a peaceful life. Perhaps, the so-called peaceful and harmonious years are all built on the foundation of bread. How can we talk about a peaceful life when we don't have enough food to eat and enough clothes to wear? Yi Nan just lay on the bed, and the system's mechanical electronic sound kept ringing. Dingshu signed up for a sumptuous and romantic candlelight dinner with Goddess Linglong, and a reward of 500 million. Given that the host is well versed in the essence of the system, triggering the system's 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation, I made a mistake, let's start over. Supreme selection of 5 choose 3 rewards. The host needs to carefully consider the actual situation and choose 3 from the following 5 items. Option A, the world's most luxurious private jet, Abramovich Sky, worth $1 billion. Option B, a high simulation 1:1 All-Star Series doll worth 69.999 million yuan that can make sounds and can be heated. It is a combination of Chinese and Western styles and is made of silicone. It is a perfect double gel version of Angelina Jolie and a variety of free products. Option C, Kunlun Dragon E Nirvana Art, 2nd level, Earth level, with a sudden enlightenment and a movie star level, a 10-point all-around acting director with full acting skills. Option D, Quantum Element Universe Space System Outer Space Flying Treasure Chest Natural Materials and Earth Treasures Medicinal Materials, Yoxiang Chilua Fairy Product Ice Spirit Leaf 3 Flower Grass Star Tian Yuan Fruit. Option E, Tasting Fresh Spring Tea at the high-end Tianchang Renjian Club, with the ultimate imperial service. When Yi Nan felt the reward from the system, he was completely stunned. Tonzai. This option is B, are you sure it is serious? Can I choose? Or choose the shortest among 3 long ones. Among the 4 answers A, B, C, D, 3 have long characters and 1 is short, so choose the shortest one. 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest one, the opposite of the above. If the answer is uneven, choose D. If the answer is long and short and irregular, choose D.
Ahem, as for choosing ACD.
Private jet skills medicinal materials.
Wait. What does it mean for this director to have all the skills of an actor to the maximum? So I'm going to enter the entertainment industry? Host, a warm and friendly reminder, your seventh sister.
Yinan groaned, and his mind flashed back to the story about the 9 sisters that his fifth sister Yi Linglong had introduced.
Seventh sister, Sister Xiao Xiao? Height 172 centimeters, Imperial Film Academy, Department of Performance, Sexy and Hot School Beauty.
He is a talented actor, combining action and fighting performances in one. He played the villain drug dealer so well that he was reported to the police many times.
So, will you meet Sister Xiao Xiao next? Maybe. Probably. Yi Nan.
Host, all rewards of the system are decided by the host voluntarily.
Please consider carefully and think twice. The reward countdown begins. 5s. 4s. 3. Yi Nan. Banana URA. Select ACD. No way.
Yi Nan could only give instructions, and was afraid that the system would recognize it incorrectly, he added.
Apple cat dog.
Congratulations to the host for making a pig again.
Ahem, Big made a smart decision, the rewards have been distributed. Attachment, the private plane has been deployed to the host Royal No. 1 Dome Star Sea Private Airport.
It is equipped with an exclusive private pilot, Min Di, and exclusive mixed-race twin stewardesses, Wan Xian and Wan Chang. The natural and precious medicinal materials have been put into the exclusive pharmacy of the host's mansion.
Yi Nan.
Ding, the following is the host properties panel.
Host, Yi Nan. Gender, male. Marital status, single. Wealth value, 1 billion.
Attachment, a reward of 500 million yuan will only be given to the account holder with the last number 6969 in the construction bank savings account.
Dandy Charm Index, 4,200 points. Note 1, the first 68 sign-ins are not convenient to count, so they are counted as 1,000 points.
After the 69th sign-in, the charm index of the dude will be increased by obtaining fixed assets such as cars and houses.
For each item obtained, the index will be increased by 100 points. Note 2, the Dandy Charm Index is based on 5,000 points.
After 5,000 points, you can draw a lottery every 1,000 points or accumulate 10,000 points to open the quantum universe space. Note 3, 10 sports cars plus 1,000 points of CEO plus 100 points of Kunlun Dragon in Nirvana, 2nd grade yellow grade mysterious grade earth grade, plus 300 points of cooking skills plus 100 points. Fashion Master Piano Master plus 200 points 9 Nether Mysterious Doctor plus 100 points Anti-Cancer Prescription plus 100 points Perspective Divine Pupil Technique plus 100 points Lunhuan Pavilion plus 100 points.
Private Jet plus 100 points Best Actor Director plus 200 points 3 Medicinal Herbs plus 300 points.
Yinan took a look at his own attribute panel, which was quite touching and amazing.
Isn't it easy?
I have achieved 10 small goals.
So, what Lao Wang said.
Set a small goal first, for example, make 100 million first.
Isn't this a pitifully small goal?
As for the cheaters, he is probably also a cheater.
Boom boom boom.
Just at this moment, there was a knock on the bedroom door. And then, Yi Linglong's sweet and rapid voice was heard.
Xiaonan, are you asleep?
Open the door quickly, something's wrong, your sister Jirue she.
Brother Xiaonan. Yi Nan heard Yi Linglong's cry, Who? Sister Jirue? What's going on? Could it be?
Without thinking too much, he jumped up and responded.
Sister Linglong is here. I haven't slept yet.
He walked quickly to the bedroom door and creaked it open. When it suddenly came into view, Yi Linglong looked flustered and at a loss. She was even so anxious and worried that she was about to cry. His body was shaking and his lips were quivering.
Yi Nan's expression paused slightly, he took a deep breath, and immediately asked with concern. Sister Linglong, what's wrong? Without waiting for Yi Linglong to answer, Yi Nan asked again after thinking for a while. Sister Jirue, does she have a bloated belly? Is she having severe uterine pain?
Yi Linglong widened her eyes in surprise and asked in astonishment, Xiaonan, you?
Chapter 27 Chapter 027 My best friend is pregnant? Ghost fetus goo. Chapter 27 My best friend is pregnant? Ghost fetus goo. How did you know? although Yi Nan had a premonition that the swelling in Su Jirui's uterus would trigger an outbreak of the disease. But he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to tell Yi Linglong about it. Now, Yi Linglong came to me on her own initiative. Sister Linglong, I know a little bit about medicine. Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. I observed Sister Jirui's complexion before and noticed something. Quick, let me check up on Sister Jirui. Yi Nan couldn't just say. Yuho, I have a system, and the system rewarded me with the 9-nether mysterious doctor. After that, I was enlightened again. I have the ability of seeing through the eyes. I can see through the eyes. If he really told Yi Linglong that, it wouldn't be his job to treat illnesses. Yi Linglong might think he was ill, so he should go see a doctor. Or do you think he has some kind of voyeuristic perverted fetish? Hearing this, Yi Linglong was stunned. She stared at Yi Nan with her beautiful eyes, and there was even more doubt in her eyes. That little look seemed to be questioning how many little skills Xiaonan brother had that she didn't know about. While walking towards Yi Linglong in Su Jirui's room, Yi Linglong further elaborated. Xiaonan, do you really understand medicine? But the problem is, your sister Jirui just said that she also felt unwell before and went to the hospital for a checkup. The results of the examination were extremely shocking. They showed that the swelling in her uterus was not a disease, but a result of pregnancy. Others may not be very clear about it, but I know my good friend Jirui best. Usually, he is invincible in his talk and likes to flirt with this person or be obsessed with that person. But she has always been a traditional and conservative person, and has remained a virgin until now. How could she be pregnant? It's so stupid. Yi Nan understood what was going on, and with a confident look on his face, he comforted Yi Linglong. Sister Linglong, don't worry. From what I've seen from Sister Jirui's condition, she's not pregnant at all, but evil energy enters the body, or in other words, some mysterious and strange thing is implanted in the uterus, causing bloating and showing signs of a false pregnancy. Any quack doctor, even if it is CTBT or AV, the film shown by the machine must be pregnancy. Yi Linglong was even more confused when she heard this. Ha! She said, Brother Xiaonan, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Nan smiled awkwardly but gracefully. Ahem, well, Sister Linglong, you and Sister Jirui are good friends and sisters, so naturally you two can talk about anything. I met her for the first time, and as soon as I came up, I pulled her and said, Hey, Sister Jirui, there is something bloated in your uterus. What am I? A pervert? A psychopath? Yi Linglong was amused by Yi Nan and scratched the back of her head foolishly, thinking that there seemed to be some truth in what he said. Then can you cure Jirui's evil disease? Yi Nan thought, logically speaking, it shouldn't be a big problem. I'll take her pulse and diagnose the specific situation first. As they were talking, the brother and sister walked into the bedroom. I suddenly saw Su Jirui covering her lower abdomen and curling up like a shrimp. He rolled around on the bed, his face as pale as paper, his lips bloodless, and beads of sweat the size of beans oozing from his forehead. Moreover, her belly was already bulging, as if she was 4 or 5 months pregnant. She bit her red lips tightly and saw Yi Linglong calling Yi Nan. She felt both ashamed and in great pain. Jirui, how are you now? Yi Linglong quickly walked to the edge of the bed, picked up a tissue, and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Yi Nan hesitated slightly, even though he was checking Su Jirui's body and treating her illness. But it was the first time that Yi Nan looked at the goddess Su Jirui lying on the bed in her pajamas from such a close distance. To a certain extent, there is still some youthful awkwardness in my heart due to the difference between men and women. However, considering examining Su Jirui's condition as soon as possible. He first used his extraordinary comprehension to suddenly realize the art of clairvoyance and made a preliminary check on Su Jirui's condition. Sure enough, as we had seen before, Su Jirui's hidden obesity had already broken out. He could only walk quickly to the edge of the bed, Sister Jirui. Su Jirui suppressed the pain and almost cried. Oh, Linglong Xiaonan, what a sin I have committed. I've never even had a serious relationship, never even held hands with a boy, and how did I get pregnant? Could it be that I have lost my memory? Was I secretly violated, desecrated, and defiled by some pervert? Linglong, my best friend, I really don't want to live anymore. I want to die. Yi Linglong held Su Jirui's hand tightly, frowned slightly, and comforted her. Honey, what are you talking about? Don't worry, Brother Xiaonan knows medicine. Let him check you out to see what's going on. Then we can consider further treatment.
Su Jirue blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Yinan with a doubtful expression.
Brother Xiaonan, you know medicine?
Hey, I've had X-rays taken at the hospital, and the doctor said that's a sign of pregnancy. I'm pregnant.
Who knows?
Without waiting for Su Jirue to finish speaking, Yinan sat on the edge of the bed and put his hand on Su Jirue's pulse.
He took Su Jirue's pulse using Jiuyou Xuani's Lingxi 9 pulse diagnosis method.
Immediately, he interrupted Su Jirue's words in a decisive manner.
You quack, Sister Jirue, don't believe your nonsense. Who said you are pregnant?
I can tell you responsibly that you are not pregnant, but...
Insanity. Even Yi Linglong widened her eyes and asked in surprise. What? Xiaonan, don't scare me, what is goo?
Su Jirue was also stunned.
Insanity.
Brother Xiaonan, I know you are doing this for my own good, but you don't have to make up such weird things to comfort me.
This is my fate, I accept it.
Yinan said affirmatively with a solemn expression on his face. Sister Jirue, believe me, you are either pregnant or you have been bewitched. Witchcraft and sorcery are, in themselves, rather metaphysical and hard to believe. But, it does exist. It is an ancient secret technique in the southern region of Raojiang in our Chinese civilization, and it is also called sorcery. In Southeast Asia, such as Thailand, their black magic is a very mysterious evil magic.
This kind of goo that can be placed in your uterus is called a ghost fetus goo.
Anyone who is poisoned by the goo will have a swollen uterus like a pregnant woman, creating clinical signs of pregnancy. Even if you go to the hospital for a checkup, even if it's AB ultrasound, SB ultrasound, or NB ultrasound, if the quack doctor is ignorant of the witchcraft, he will naturally think that you are pregnant. Because there is a ghost fetus insect in the uterus, it will also form a phantom of an embryo.
Yi Linglong. Su Jirue. After a pause, Yi Linglong asked further, Xiaonan, can you cure it? Chapter 28 Chapter 028 Golden Needle Acupuncture, Miracle Doctor Skill, Shocked Goddess Sister.
Chapter 028, Golden Needle Acupuncture, Miraculous Medical Technique, Shocked Goddess Sister. Sister Linglong, I can tell you the crux of Sister Jirue's problem. How about the treatment? Yinan reached out and took out the medical practice bag that the system gave as a reward to Jiuyou Xuani. He took out the silver needles used for acupuncture, including several gold needles. Then, he smiled and said, P.S. A phonetic pun, which means no problem. Sister Jirue, next, I will give you acupuncture to expel the ghost fetus in your uterus. Then, I will give you a massage to clear the blockage of the acupoints and meridians caused by the ghost fetus poison.
Afterwards, with a little conditioning, you will recover.
Yinan spoke fluently and easily about the diagnosis and treatment methods. But it shocked Yi Linglong and Su Jirue beyond words.
Yi Linglong's eyes seemed to be questioning. Brother Xiaonan, are you sure you know a little about medicine? Isn't it a little bit? Isn't this a miracle doctor's technique?
Su Jirue stared at Yinan with her beautiful eyes. It was exactly like seeing Prince Charming. Or, vaguely, she saw the little piano prince playing divine music at Yuanyun Piano Shop in Colorado Park Mall.
Brother Xiaonan, that's great. I'd like to ask you to give me acupuncture and massage.
Su Jirue's nose felt sore again, and she choked with emotion as she spoke. Oh, Sister Jirue, don't be polite.
Just lie down. There will be a little pain like ants biting you during acupuncture. Just bear with it. Yinan said with relief.
Su Jirue nodded, a relieved smile appearing on the corner of her mouth.
Yinan did not hesitate.
He twisted the silver needle between his fingers and used the most skillful acupuncture technique.
According to the Jiuyou Xuani's Jiuyou Yuqi acupuncture method,
silver needles were inserted into Su Jirue's Guanyuan, Sanyinjiu, Gilishuido, Shangjuxu, Zaijuxu, Tianshu, Guanyuan, Zhongwan, Zusanli, and Jigo acupoints. Su Jirue closed her eyes and felt the stinging pain as if she was bitten by an ant when the silver needle pierced into the acupuncture point. But soon, another warm airflow surged, and her body gradually relaxed a lot. Yinan held the golden needle again and spoke further.
Sister Jirue, next, I will use the extremely powerful acupuncture method in ancient medicine.
The golden needles are used to prick the acupuncture points around your uterus in your lower abdomen, as well as the Tanzhong, Qihai, and Baihui acupuncture points.
Force the ghost fetus goo in your body out of your body. Su Jirue had absolute trust in Yinan, and she nodded in agreement. Aside.
Yi Linglong watched Yi Nan concentrate on treating Su Jirui's ghost fetus goo with the most eye-popping acupuncture technique.
She was so shocked that she was stunned and didn't even blink. So shocking. It's unexpected. She never dreamed.
Yi Nan's medical skills are so advanced and unrivaled in the world.
Such medical skills are more than just a rough understanding?
He is simply a Chinese medicine expert. Because since they learned that their richest mother had a brain tumor and advanced lung cancer, the 9 sisters had visited many famous doctors, including Chinese medicine, Western medicine, veterinary medicine, and quack doctors.
I have also seen many people who claim to be the best in traditional Chinese medicine. There is no harm without comparison.
Compared to Yi Nan's medical skills at this time, calling those doctors quacks is an exaggeration.
Yi Linglong thought to herself, with Yi Nan's miraculous medical skills, could he cure the richest man's mother's terminal cancer? Although he was diagnosed with 3 months left to live. For the 9 sisters of Yi Linglong, they will never give up as long as there is a glimmer of hope. I'll ask you later, Xiaonan, if you have any miracle doctor skills that can cure their richest mother's terminal illness. Even if there is little hope, what if?
Yi Nan held the golden needle in his hand, took a deep breath, and activated the 2nd grade earth-level martial arts power of Kunlun Dragon Roar Nirvana Sutra in his dantian. The energy was concentrated on the golden needles, and then, with the most exquisite technique, the golden needles were used to acupuncture Su Jirui's acupuncture points. At the same time, a warm breath came from Yi Nan's palm, pressing towards Su Jirui's lower abdomen. Su Jirui only felt a surge of air in her body, flowing from the Baihui point in the mountain's Qi and gathering in her lower abdomen. She clearly felt that as the air currents gathered together, they gave her a sense of being swept away and impacted.
Ton. Boo. Just like cupping. Then a ball of inky black flesh spurted out. Faintly, there were tiny white worms wriggling. Su Jirui's lower abdomen instantly felt relaxed, and gradually deflated like a deflated ball. Oh. Even Yi Linglong was looking at the inky black ball of flesh on the ground, which was emitting a disgusting stench. She was stunned. Su Jirui's pale face gradually regained its rosy luster. Her face was filled with gratitude towards Yi Nan. Brother Xiaonan, you are so amazing. You are a miracle doctor. Thank you so much. Yi Nan said jokingly with that unique cool, naughty expression and sunny smile.
Oh, Sister Jirui, it's just average, only 3rd in the world. As he spoke, he got up and fetched gasoline and a lighter from the house.
Pour gasoline on the ball of flesh, then light it with a lighter.
Sister Jirui, the person who could cast the ghost fetus poison on you must have a huge hatred and resentment towards you.
It's so vicious. Yi Nan said in a low voice while dealing with the ghost fetus goo. It's Gao Jing.
Su Jirui said without hesitation. Yi Nan and Yi Linglong, brother and sister, looked at each other in bewilderment.
What? It's Gao Jing again. Yes, I mentioned it before, but I didn't finish it. Su Jirui's gloomy face revealed her deep hatred for Gao Jing.
Later, Gao Jing harassed me many times, even sexually harassed me, and I called the police many times. Later, one time, he brought a man in strange clothes, saying he was a wizard from the Southern Territory, and brought him to my psychological clinic to see some psychological problem. Soon after, I felt something was wrong with my body. I guess it was because of that time when the magician from Raojiang put a poison on me.
Hearing this,
Yi Nan clenched his fists and spoke solemnly with gritted teeth. The beast is really a social scum and a cancer, and he is lawless.
Yi Linglong groaned and took a breath of cold air. This Gao Jing really deserves to die. It's a pity that he is still a teacher at Zhongbei University. Yi Nan laughed. He? A beast in human clothing, how could he be a teacher? He relied on his family's power and some money to get hired as a physical education teacher at Zhongbei University through connections. It seems that it is necessary to teach Gao Jing this beast a lesson. Yi Linglong frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, Xiaonan, don't be impulsive. Although we are not afraid of Gao Jing. But this bastard was actually capable of doing such a vicious thing as putting a ghost fetus poison on Jirui. I'm worried. Yes, Xiaonan brother, evil will be punished, and those who do evil will eventually perish. We don't need to bother with a beast like Gao Jing.
Su Jirui suffered such torture that she felt helpless and had to accept defeat. However, a hint of coldness and murderous intent flashed across Yi Nan's eyes. In a flash, he smiled and spoke to Su Jirui again. Sister Jirui, come, let us not worry about whether it's Gao Jing or Gui Jing, I will continue to massage you to clear the blocked acupoints and meridians. Chapter 29 Chapter 029 Talking about cancer with the goddess sister, looking for the treatment of the richest mother's folk remedy. Chapter 029 Talking about cancer with the goddess sister, looking for the treatment remedy of the richest man's mother. Oh my god, Showdown brother, your massage skills are amazing. Yinan used the 9 mysterious tribulation finger massage technique from the 9 nether mysterious medicine to follow the path of Su Jiruwei's lower abdomen, pushing the uterus to activate blood circulation and unblocking her blocked acupoints and meridians. Su Jiruwei followed his instructions and lay down, feeling Yian's fingertips filled with warm magic. Let her feel a kind of comfort that cannot be compared with any SPA healthcare, any blind massage, etc. She said in surprise. Yinan smiled and said, Sister Jiruwei, it is probably the influence of the ghost fetus goo. Your chi points and meridians are severely blocked. I guess you may have irregular menstruation, cold uterus, anemia, etc. After I give you acupuncture and massage, I will prescribe a prescription for you. You can go back to the pharmacy to get the medicine and boil it and take it. You still need to adjust your body so that you can gradually recover. Su Jiruwei was stunned with shock, and she admired Yinan sincerely. Showdown, you are amazing. You can diagnose this. You are a miracle doctor. You are definitely a miracle doctor. Yinan was still as calm and composed as ever. He smiled and said calmly, there is no such thing as a miracle doctor in this world. All I know is that the art of Qi Huan, the quintessence of Chinese medicine, has been passed down by the medical sages of our great Chinese nation for 5,000 years. However, in today's era, capital infiltration and various crazy brainwashing have been used by some vested interests with ulterior motives to suppress traditional Chinese medicine in the name of all kinds of disgusting names. According to the Western medicine system, a Chinese medicine practitioner is required to have a medical qualification certificate to practice medicine. Isn't that pure nonsense? According to these jealous people with their heads on their butts, Hua Tua, BNK, Zhang Zhongjing, Li Shizhen and others would not be able to cover their coffins and would be so angry that they would crawl out from underground. I never think that I am so noble, but at least we, the descendants of our ancestors, should not lose the essence passed down by our ancestors, right? Yi Linglong and Su Jiruwei looked at each other in surprise and also looked at each other in bewilderment. Wow, Showdown, I can't believe that you are so young but you have such a strong sense of love for your country. This vision and this mind are awesome. Yi Linglong gave a thumbs up with satisfaction and praised. Su Jiruwei was also indignant and said, yes, academia has no borders, but scholars do have borders. Some people have been kneeling for too long, and their bones are soft. We do not reject Western medicine, but traditional Chinese medicine is the quintessence of the Chinese nation and must not be lost. Showdown brother, good job, ID == B support you. Yinan withdrew his hands from the massage and smiled with relief. Well, we are just ordinary people. Although we admire what the great Song dynasty poet Lu Yu said, I dare not forget my country even though I am in a low position. In other words, although a person is of low status, he is still always concerned about the sufferings and worries of the country. However, we are still insignificant after all. Okay, Sister Jiruwei, you should be able to have a good sleep without being tortured by the ghost fetus. You and Sister Linglong should go to sleep. Su Jiruwei nodded and thanked him again. Brother Showdown, I really don't know what to say. Thank you so much. Sister Jiruwei, it's just a small favor, no need to be polite, just take a rest. Yinan packed up simply and left Yi Linglong in Su Jiruwei's room. Yi Linglong signaled Su Jiruwei to go to bed first. She had something to say to Yinan, and then she followed Yinan out of the room. Showdown, I never thought that your medical skills are so superb. As soon as they left the room, Yi Linglong said happily. Immediately. She looked gloomy and asked tentatively with a hint of melancholy. Well, with your medical skills, can you cure our mother's brain tumor and lung cancer? Yinan took a deep breath and looked up at Yi Linglong. Sister Linglong, what do you say? The word cancer itself comes from Western medicine, but let us think about it. Didn't our ancient medical sages encounter cancer patients in the course of their practice? The answer is obvious, it must have been encountered. From the perspective of Chinese medicine, cancer is called zhng. The TCM diagnosis of the etiology of masses is mainly due to internal physical deficiency and weak vital energy, which leads to the invasion of 16 evil elements and the formation of masses over time. The pathogenesis lies in the accumulation of phlegm, blood stasis, toxicity, damage to yin and depletion of qi, a mixture of deficiency and excess, with qi stagnation being the primary cause. In other words, the method of Chinese medicine lies in the positive and negative qi of yin and yang in the body, with yang being the dominant and yin being the subordinate. The normal state is the balance between yin and yang.
The root cause of any disease is the imbalance of yin and yang. Even if treatment is given, it is mainly to regulate yin and yang. Western medicine is different.
For example, if you have cancer, you will have surgery, a cut, or various high radiation chemotherapy treatments, which will cause all your skin and hair to fall off. In fact, if you calm down and think about it carefully, it is very scary.
For a normal person, that knife would seriously injure his vitality. What's more, for patients, all kinds of radiation, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy can turn chrysanthemums into sunflowers. But, when we have cancer, we want to survive. The current mainstream Western medicine dialectical treatment method is the only way. The high medical bills are enough to bankrupt a family, but what is the final result? What is the chance of recovery? Do we have another way to choose? No. I can only accept it. Ahem, well, Sister Linglong, I've said too much and sounded a bit cynical.
To put it simply, I am currently collecting and reading various ancient Chinese medical books, looking for a recipe to develop a special anti-cancer drug based on Chinese medicine, but all that Yi Nan knew naturally came from the nether mysterious doctor rewarded by the system. He wouldn't just tell Yi Linglong directly that he had a system and that he was a hacker.
This is the only way to deal with it intelligently. Obviously, it sounds flawless.
Yi Linglong listened to Yi Nan's words and agreed deeply. When she heard that Yi Nan was researching a special anti-cancer drug, her eyes lit up.
Ha? But what? Are you having any problems or difficulties?
Just ask, I can help you, or we 9 sisters, or even Mama's resources as the richest person, etc.
As long as we can develop a special anti-cancer drug, we will do whatever it takes.
Yi Nan shook his head slightly. I have made a preliminary study of the Chinese patent medicine for cancer prevention, but it is difficult to gather the herbs.
Ha? This. Showdown brother.
Yi Linglong excitedly held Yi Nan's hand tightly.
You said, what herbs do you need?
I immediately told the other sisters and my mother that no matter how much it costs, we will go and get the herbs.
Yi Nan said meaningfully, Sister Linglong, don't get excited, listen to me. Chapter 30 Chapter 030 With a sister like this, what more could a brother ask for? Chapter 030 With a sister like this, what more could a brother ask for?
The herbs needed for the anti-cancer special medicine recipe I'm researching are not something you can just go to a pharmacy to buy, or get together through any special connections. For example, the mandragora cold flame soul melting fruit from the 7 illusions green spirit saliva sand are all divine grade medicinal materials that are classified as natural treasures. To put it bluntly, whether or not you can gather all the herbs depends on chance and your mother's fortune.
Yi Linglong was dumbfounded.
She was stunned for 5 seconds, blinking her beautiful eyes, with a confused look. Oh.
Brother Showdown, the medicinal herbs you mentioned. Ahem, what kind of magical herbs are those? Do they really exist? Why does it sound a bit like the name of the medicine for refining elixirs in those online novels about cultivating immortals? Did you find this special anti-cancer remedy from those online novels about cultivating immortals? Yi Nan.
He was stunned for a moment, smiled innocently, raised his eyebrows, and asked jokingly.
Sister Linglong, do I look like I'm 250?
The reason why it is called a heavenly treasure and a fairy-level medicinal material is that it does not exist, but it really exists.
However, it takes luck to obtain it. Come, Sister Linglong, I'll show you my pharmacy.
As he spoke, he pulled Yi Linglong into the royal No. 1 Dome Star C mansion, where there was a room with extremely simple and antique decoration. When I opened the door, what caught my eye was a bit like the Bao Jilin of Foshan by Huang Feihong, a master of his time, with medicine cabinets and a pharmacy displaying various labeled medicinal materials.
Yi Linglong was stunned and said in surprise.
Wow, my god, Showdown brother, it turns out you are really a miracle doctor.
You hit it really well.
Yi Nan smiled leisurely. He didn't need to hide anything from his sister and was honest with her. After saying this, he walked over and picked up an ancient brocade box.
Sister Linglong, here, these are 3 of the herbs in the special anti-cancer medicine recipe. Fragrant Chilua fairy product ice spirit leaf 3 flower grass star tian yuan fruit. Yi Linglong was completely confused. What kind of magical medicinal herbs were these?
No wonder Brother Showdown said it was a rare treasure. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that these medicinal herbs are not something that can be obtained from ordinary pharmacies, or through connections, from the National War Department or the like. Yi Linglong knew clearly that if they really wanted to find some precious and rare medicinal materials, they must be from the Imperial Hospital of Zhongnanhai and the War Department. If one really wants to use their connections, it would naturally be at this level, to obtain some scarce medicinal materials.
Xiaonan, so, in order to cure your mother's terminal illness, you have been secretly researching anti-cancer drugs and collecting medicinal materials?
Yi Linglong felt particularly relieved in her heart. Because from the time Yi Nan resisted the idea of being the richest mother, to the time he learned that their mother was terminally ill and had only 3 months left to live,
he has actually been secretly researching special anti-cancer drugs and folk remedies.
Yi Nan waved his hand and said, "No, I was just taking a look."
Indeed.
Yi Linglong did not dwell on it too much. Yi Nan's words confirmed what Su Jirue, the psychology doctor's best friend, said. Yi Nan is still extremely sensitive inside and has a strong sense of self-protection. He would not admit that he was researching a special anti-cancer drug to save the richest man's mother.
Xiaonan, you are so thoughtful.
You are really a good brother to your sister.
Don't think about it anymore. Go to sleep quickly.
Yi Linglong had no choice but to change the subject. Yi Nan nodded and said, "Sister, if we can gather all the herbs, I will go abroad with you to visit my mother, or bring her back to live with me."
This was completely beyond Yi Linglong's expectations. Xiaonan, is it true?
Of course it's true. Yi Nan said affirmatively.
Wow, Xiaonan, my good brother, you are so considerate, a super warm man. Yi Linglong was surprised and suddenly gave Yi Nan a big hug. Sister, look at what you said. We are a family. Stop being sentimental and go get your beauty sleep. Yi Linglong was in a good mood and kissed Yi Nan on the cheek. Good brother, you are so nice, oh happy face, oh.
You should go to bed early too. Before turning around, Yi Linglong threw another coquettish glance and asked tentatively.
Hey, do you have any feelings for Sister Jirue?
She always says that she wants to capture you, don't fall for her. When Yi Nan heard this, his head started to hurt. He raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows. Sister, my dear sister, please forgive me. I have no feelings for Sister Jirue. At most, she is your best friend and sister, and that means she is my real sister.
How could a brother have any bad intentions towards his sister? Right?
Suddenly, Yi Linglong made a face and said, "Then I don't know you anymore. However, if you are not attracted to her, I will find a chance to tell her clearly so that she won't have any thoughts in her mind." Yi Nan shook his head slightly. No, Sister Jirue was just joking. In fact, in her heart, she also envies you for having a younger brother. She treats me almost the same way you treat me, and she treats me like her own brother.
Xiaonan, Zundu is fake? You know all this? Yi Linglong looked at Yi Nan in astonishment.
Yi Nan laughed and said, "Intuition, sixth sense.
Go to sleep, good night." P.S. Good night, a phonetic stock, which means good night. Good night, sister. Yi Linglong went back to her room. Yi Nan stretched his muscles lazily and walked straight to his bedroom.
Lying on the bed, resting his head on his arms, his mind flashed through every detail of the time he met Yi Linglong.
A warm feeling of comfort and happiness fills my heart. Big baby, you are a pure and sexy flying dolphin. It's so great. It's so cool. Jiangzhou. Four Seasons Hotel in Chunwan Town. A high-end VIP presidential suite.
Bai Jie's face was as red as a monkey's butt. She snuggled in Gao Jing's arms and said coquettishly.
Gao Jing poked Bai Jie in a sly and lewd way, right?
Baby, it feels great to fly through the universe, right?
The next moment, Bai Jie pouted and said angrily. The only thing that makes me unhappy is that damn bootlicker Yi Nan. Darling, aren't you the son of an official, powerful, and rich? You're just going to admit defeat after being beaten like a pig by him?
Gao Jing's eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Admit defeat? Are you kidding me?
Baby, just wait. I have hired a killer through special channels. I will start the attack tomorrow and make sure he doesn't see the sun the day after tomorrow.
Zundu? Bai Jie asked in amazement.
I, Gao Jing, have been the only one who bullies others since I was a child.
No one has ever dared to bully me like this.
Gao Jing gnashed his teeth and cursed, he is just a poor beggar. Don't think that just because a goddess calls him brother, he can turn from a stray dog into a Tibetan mastiff.
Yeah, baby.
Bai Jie said excitedly.
One more thing. Chapter 31 Chapter 031 Sexy and Hot School Girl, 7th Sister Yi Xiaoxiao is here. Chapter 031 Sexy and Hot School Beauty, 7th Sister Yi Xiaoxiao is here. I heard that a big director and a big producer are coming to our Jiangbei University to shoot a campus-themed movie. Bai Jie stared at Gao Jing with expectant eyes, pouting and saying coquettishly. At that time, we will need students from our school to participate in extras and crowd actors. It is said that they will choose a female second role from our school. I really want to give it a try. Gao Jing groaned, then, who is the leading female role? Bai Jie thought about it and thought her name seemed to be Yi Xiaoxiao, and she was from the Imperial Capital Film Academy, in the performance department. She seemed to be some sexy school beauty. I don't need to think about this, I can't compete, but I may still be able to fight for the second female lead. Gao Jing smacked his lips, drool already flowing from the corners of his mouth, and thought with a pair of lustful eyes. Yi Xiaoxiao? The sexy and hot school girl? Bai Jie slapped Gao Jing with her pink fist. Hey, baby, what are you thinking about now? If you keep doing this, I will really ignore you. We clearly agreed that you would only love me, so I even went to get a room with you so that you can play. Playing pure desire is awesome, flying little dolphin is happy and cool, how can you think about Yi Xiaoxiao again? Gao Jing laughed slyly and lewdly. Hey, baby, can you please stop being so traditional? If we bring that school beauty Yi Xiaoxiao who came to film a movie, hook up, play the awesome flying dolphin together, wouldn't it be double the fun? Even better than Shuang Weiwei? Hate, you are so bad, I don't want you. Bai Jie said coquettishly, but if you help me get the second female lead, my family didn't say you can't. There was a hint of lust in Gao Jing's eyes. Okay, I'll take care of it. Bai Jie was surprised and threw herself into Gao Jing's arms. My dear, is this a fake one? Gao Jing laughed eerily and said, whether it is true or not, let's play another round of flying dolphin happy fun and we'll know, right? Bai Jie giggled coquettishly and huddled into Gao Jing's bed. Wow, Xiaonan, I have good news for you. The next day. Early morning. Royal number 1 Dome Starry C. Dining room. Yi Nan got up early and prepared a loving breakfast for Yi Linglong and Su Jirue. When Yi Linglong and Su Jirue woke up, got up and washed up, they saw that Yi Nan had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. They both couldn't help but feel warm in their hearts, and endless ripples appeared. The three of them sat in the restaurant and began to enjoy breakfast. Yi Linglong glanced at her phone, threw a coquettish glance at Yi Nan, and said with a happy smile. Yi Nan and Su Jirue looked at Yi Linglong at the same time. Yi Nan uttered a slurped his words, and asked back with a curious look on his face. Ha? Sis, do you have social bull syndrome? What good news this morning? Did you win the lottery? Su Jirue pursed her lips, smiled, and said nothing. No, Xiaoqi, your seventh sister, she is coming to Jiangzhou. I checked the flight and it's today. After breakfast, let's go to the airport to pick him up. Yi Nan hummed. Sister Xiaoxiao, is she coming? Although, the previous system's supreme selection 5 choose 3 rewards. A director with a sudden enlightenment and perfect acting skills. Yi Nan had a hunch that perhaps, next, his 7th sister Yi Xiaoxiao would recognize him. But, this is too timely. I'm afraid Tongzai is the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, he is so smart. Yes, it seems your sister Xiaoxiao is going to your Jiangbei University to shoot a big production directed by a famous director, a campus-themed movie. Yi Linglong said further. Yi Nan's eyes widened even more. Is this possible? Why not? Be happy, there will be another goddess sister to spoil you soon, Yi Linglong said with a smile. Yi Nan nodded happily and said, okay, let's do as you say and we'll go to the airport to pick you up later. Yi Linglong nodded twice and looked at Su Jirue again. Jirue, we two sisters haven't seen each other for a long time, can you accompany me for a walk? Su Jirue glanced at Yi Nan, nodded and smiled, okay, I will hang out with you siblings. Good. Yi Linglong smiled happily. After breakfast, Yi Nan, Yi Linglong and Su Jirue left the Royal number 1 Dome Star C. Yi Linglong took Su Jirue with her, still driving her Hennessy Venom GT. And Yi Nan was driving the Leakin Wolfson. When two of the most luxurious super sports cars were driving on the main road of the transportation hub, they suddenly became a beautiful landscape. Jiangzhou International Airport. Exit B. Following a most stunning silhouette, she came out from the exit. That graceful and elegant figure, with a professional white shirt on the upper body.
There is a deep groove at the neckline, showing a striking cleavage. She was wearing a tight black miniskirt that hugged her hips, and black stockings on her long, slender legs. A pair of black high-heeled leather shoes on her jade feet further highlighted her tall figure.
Wow, look, that girl is so pretty, she must be a fairy descending to earth, this is. Wow, it's really good. D equals B. Wow, it's explosive, it's really explosive. Really sexy and explosive. Wow, when I look at such a beauty, I always can't help but want to recite a poem, but I am not well educated, I can only say one word, goddess. She looks a little familiar, like the school beauty from a certain school? Oh, or is she the heroine in a Madou movie? Ah, you little Beapylon, she is Yi Xiaoxiao, the sexy schoolgirl from the Imperial Film Academy, who played a female drug dealer in a movie, super explosive. Ahaha, yes, her acting as the female drug dealer is even more popular than Gao Ye's sister-in-law in The Storm. Haha, I was thinking, if she were to play the sister-in-law Chen shooting in Kuaishu, would it be even more explosive? It's hard to say. After all, Gao Ye's sister-in-law Chen shooting is too classic. She is definitely at the ceiling level. Even Su Dongdong's classic sister-in-law may not be able to surpass her. When Yi Xiaoxiao got off the plane and walked out, everyone turned their heads to look at her and talked about her. But at the same time, there were also a few wretched and ruffian-like bad youths with dragon and phoenix tattoos squatting on the side, drooling, thinking and plotting. Oh my god, if I could spend a night with a beauty like this, I would die in hell. Ahem, brother Greyhound, do you want to have a good night, or just have sex for one night? Otherwise, brothers, go and find her? Take her to Chuanguang Town Hotel to have fun? What are you waiting for? Opportunities never come again. Just do it, brothers. After discussing with each other, several hooligans immediately rushed towards Yi Xiaoxiao with lightning speed. Chapter 32 Chapter 032 Sister Xiaoxiao, the real school beauty and goddess. Chapter 032 Sister Xiaoxiao, the real school beauty, the real goddess, the soulless and the stinky hooligans, what are you doing? Get out of here, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. When the thugs hanging around Jiangzhou International Airport, led by Greyhound Brother, rushed forward with a few other thugs and blocked Yi Xiaoxiao's way. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes, as sharp as swords, shot towards Greyhound and other hooligans, and she shouted and scolded them fiercely. Greyhound Brother and other ruffians laughed cunningly and lewdly. Miss Fairy, don't get me wrong, you are as beautiful as a fairy. As the host of Jiangzhou, we, Greyhound Brother, would like to invite you to dinner together to show our hospitality. Hee, that's right, if you can get someone that our Greyhound Brother likes, as long as we Greyhound Brother is happy, we will definitely let you walk sideways in Jiangzhou. Miss Sister, we are all civilized people. Gentlemen use words instead of fists. Please. A few ruffians who are social cancers use disgusting uncivilized language. It really opened Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes. Are even gangsters so cultured these days? Or is it that in Jiangzhou, all the gangsters are civilized people? Certainly. Yi Xiaoxiao is no pushover, so she won't be scared by these hooligans. She glared at Greyhound Brother with contempt and smiled lightly. What era is this? Greyhound Brother? Do you really think you are Brother Haonan? Brother Shanji? Young and dangerous? Just draw some snakes and chickens on your arms with ink. Get lost. Greyhound glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao and said, little sister, if you say that, I can't accept it. We have been very polite and friendly and have cordially invited you. If you are so ungrateful, then stop talking nonsense. Brothers, arrest her and take her to the hotel. At the command, Greyhound's henchmen immediately showed their vicious side, rubbed their hands and pounced on Yi Xiaoxiao. Hey, girl, you won't cry until you see the coffin, come on. Wow, brother Greyhound, let us eat chicken tonight, it's a good meat to satisfy our hunger. However, without waiting for the hooligans to pounce on her, Yi Xiaoxiao pulled the suitcase to the side. At the same time, she took a step forward, prepared to fight, and threw the thug who was rushing towards her over her shoulder. The scoundrel was thrown away and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Without giving those thugs any chance to react, Yi Xiaoxiao turned over, raised her foot, and kicked another one hard in the crotch. Tons. Ah! The scoundrel screamed, covered his crotch, and fell to his knees on the ground. Yi Xiaoxiao is charming with her unique combination of action and fighting performances. With his wonderful fighting skills, he knocked down several thugs. Many onlookers were stunned, and there was a burst of sighs and uproar. Oh my god, it turns out that this school beauty Yi Xiaoxiao really knows Kung Fu.
I thought she played a female drug dealer in the movie, and that exciting fight scene was just fancy moves, performed by a stunt double. Woohoo, my goodness, the Greyhound guys around the international airport should have been punished a long time ago. They are extremely arrogant and domineering, and are completely social scum. No, it is said that many young ladies have been violated and molested by them.
Damn it.
Alas, Yi Xiaoxiao alone may not be able to punish Greyhound and his gang of hooligans. They really look like a dark gang of young and dangerous people. I really hope someone can eradicate them. Damn, Greyhound brother is pulling out a knife. Damn, such a long machete, Yi Xiaoxiao is in danger. When Greyhound saw that Yi Xiaoxiao actually knew Kung Fu, she knocked down several of his men.
Bitch, you're looking for death.
In a hurry, he pulled out a watermelon machete with a swish, swung the machete fiercely, and chopped at Yi Xiaoxiao. If this knife hit Yi Xiaoxiao, she would be either dead or seriously injured.
The onlookers were all dumbfounded and some even covered their mouths. Xiao. At the critical moment,
a figure moved as fast as lightning, almost too fast to be visible to the naked eye.
Crack. Clang.
There was a sound of bones breaking and the crisp sound of a machete falling to the ground.
The next moment,
while Yi Linglong and Su Jirue were shocked and frightened, Yinan rushed forward in a flash. He pulled Yi Xiaoxiao away, and at the same time, his flaming fist hit Greyhound's elbow. Greyhound's hand bones were suddenly dislocated, and the machete in his hand also flew out of his hand.
Ah!
Greyhound brother screamed and looked at Yinan in horror. However, he relied on the fact that he was the leader of the gangsters in the Jiangzhou International Airport area. He cursed with gritted teeth.
You, who the hell are you? Are you screwed? How dare you meddle in my business?
Yi Xiaoxiao was also startled for a moment, and looked at the handsome boy with her beautiful eyes. He protected her behind him with such a perfect and elegant posture, and the power of that punch was so handsome and cool. Her clear and beautiful eyes kept blinking as she looked at the handsome and elegant young man in front of her.
A strange feeling of familiarity came over me. Aha! Isn't this brother Xiaonan? Why is he here?
Also correct. Fifth sister has contacted me and she will bring my younger brother Xiaonan to pick us up at the airport.
Wow, Xiaonan is even more handsome than in the photo. With this temperament, he is definitely a super rich second generation, a supreme dandy young master.
A sweet smile appeared on Yi Xiaoxiao's lips.
Yi Linglong also parked the car on the side of the road and quickly followed.
Upon seeing that Yinan stepped forward in time and rescued Yi Xiaoxiao, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. She walked up to Yi Xiaoxiao and asked with concern.
Seventh sister, how are you? Are you hurt?
Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head slightly. Fifth sister, I'm fine.
Yi Linglong frowned slightly. Seventh sister, how did you get involved with these social scums?
Yi Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly and said, well, I didn't provoke them. These jealous people were probably fascinated by my beauty, and they were horny and wanted to violate and blaspheme me.
Ah! Damn it! Yi Linglong cursed angrily. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and pointed at Yinan. Look, Xiaoxiao, he is our little brother Xiaonan.
Yinan knocked Greyhound brother out with one punch, showing that he did not take a social scum like Greyhound brother seriously at all. He turned and looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, secretly amazed in his heart. His sisters are really more goddess than the other.
This seventh sister Yi Xiaoxiao is indeed a sexy school beauty. She is so beautiful.
When Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, she took a step forward without saying anything else, opened her arms, and gave Yinan a big hug. Xiaonan, my sister's good brother, I.
Chapter 33 Chapter 033 Sign in with 7th Sister Yi Xiaoxiao and get a reward for being the leading actor? Chapter 033 Sign in 7th Sister Yi Xiaoxiao, reward for leading role? Ding Supreme Dandy Young Master Sign in Superpower System Sign in for the 79th time, is it activated? Just when Yinan was in a state of confusion. Oh. Since when did it become popular to say hello to someone and then give them a big hug as soon as you meet them? Fortunately, Yinan had already admitted and accepted in his heart that he was really a super rich second-generation supreme dandy young master, with a mother who was the richest person in the world and 9 goddess sisters. So, when 7th Sister Yi Xiaoxiao just did this, she took the initiative to give me a big hug. He hesitated for only 3 seconds, then slowly raised his hand and embraced Yi Xiaoxiao. And the system mechanical and electronic sound rang out. Yinan groaned inwardly, the 79th time? On second thought, since meeting my 5th sister Yi Linglong, all the sign-ins, all the extra critical hit rewards and so on.
In total, I should have signed in and received rewards about 10 times.
Nothing wrong. Yi Nan gave the order without hesitation. Sign in.
Dingzhu successfully signed up the seventh sister Yi Xiaoxiao and was rewarded 500 million.
Dingzhu signed a big hug for seventh sister Yi Xiaoxiao and rewarded the leading actor of the IMAX 3D high-energy big-budget movie Devil's Angel School Beauty, directed by the famous director Feng, and co-starred with seventh sister Yi Xiaoxiao. What?
Yi Nan was even more confused.
Tonzi, you can't be so outrageous, can you? Do you really want me to enter the entertainment industry? And co-starring with Sister Xiaoxiao? This is a high-energy Devil's Angel School Beauty. Is it serious? It can't be Madu Media. Host, what are you thinking about? This is an IMAX 3D movie that combines high-energy action, fighting and perfect love.
Directed by the famous director Feng himself, ahem, of course, with the host Koen's buff skills stacked up. You have the second-grade Earth-level martial arts power of Kunlun Dragon in Nirvana, and the skills of a movie Emperor-level decathlon all-around director.
This is just a piece of cake for you.
It is not a bad thing to improve your relationship with your seventh sister Yi Xiaoxiao during the filming process.
Amusing, understand? P.S. A pun on Adelstein, which means do you understand? Yi Nan.
Xiaonan, my good brother, please let your sister take good care of you. You have been alone and helpless all these years, and you must have suffered a lot.
Are you okay?
Yi Xiaoxiao completely forgot that in the last second, she was flirting with the gangster Greyhound brother and was almost chopped by him. At this moment, her eyes were full of stars, all of which were her younger brother Yi Nan. She stared at Yi Nan with tears in her eyes. That extremely beautiful face with dimples on her cheeks made her even more charming.
Or, in other words, those tearful eyes are more of the most perfect interpretation of the blood connection, the love between siblings.
That is the most caring and affectionate feeling that a sister has for her younger brother.
It also shocked Yi Nan deeply in his heart once again.
It turns out that this is the feeling of being spoiled by a sister.
It's so wonderful.
Even at this moment, Yi Nan's mind flashed. If I get to know all 9 goddess sisters in the future, I will be spoiled by all 9 goddess sisters. Then, Yi Nan will be the happiest brother in the world.
Yeah, that's right. He must be the happiest brother. Sister Xiaoxiao, I'm fine. Look, everything is over.
Yi Nan smiled innocently and felt relieved. But, I was really surprised. It turned out that in this world, I was not an abandoned dogtail grass. It turns out that I still have a mother and 9 sisters. Yi Xiaoxiao's tears slid down her cheeks, and she nodded, almost choking with sobs. Yes, brother, from now on, Mom, 9 sisters and our family will be together, and that will be the best.
You no longer have to wander alone in the dark corners of the city. Aside.
Yi Linglong and Su Jirue were watching and were deeply moved by the scene of Yi Nan and Yi Xiaoxiao recognizing each other. Oh Linglong, from seeing Xiaonan brother recognize your 7th sister, I feel that it is not easy for Xiaonan brother. This scene is too sensational, and makes people unable to stop crying. Su Jirue said with emotion. I can't even imagine how he managed to live in the royal No. 1 Dome Starry Sea mansion and drive a luxury car like the son of the Lake and Wolf. This also indirectly shows that Xiaonan must have experienced loneliness that ordinary people can hardly imagine and bear, in exchange for today's glory.
Yi Linglong nodded and also sighed. Yes, I don't know what he has been through over the years. At least now everything will slowly get better.
The ruffian Greyhound scratched the back of his head and was completely confused. The other hooligans were also confused. They looked at each other in bewilderment.
Greyhound brother, what should we do?
I didn't expect this little girl knows kung fu. When she first came here, she was so fierce and ferocious, just like a fucking Tibetan mastiff.
She's not easy to deal with. Are you guys cowards? Don't forget, who has the final say in the Zhengzhou airport area? That's our Greyhound's territory.
That's right, if you dare to touch Greyhound brother on his territory, you are asking for trouble.
Don't waste your time, just call for help.
After discussing with each other, a few hooligans immediately made a phone call and summoned all of Greyhound's henchmen. Soon, a large group of people had gathered, holding various weapons such as machetes, baseball bats, steel pipes, and night demon sabers.
A dark mass of people suddenly surrounded them from outside the airport square. Suddenly, relying on his large numbers, Greyhound brother became emboldened and regained his arrogant and domineering attitude. Hey, you fucking bastard, do you really think I'm air and don't exist?
Stop hugging each other and respect me, the boss. Greyhound brothers shouting interrupted Yi Nan and Yi Xiaoxiao's immersion in the beautiful world of brotherly love.
Yi Nan raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes and cheeks.
He said tenderly, Sister Xiaoxiao, don't cry, from now on, we will be together. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, okay, hee, sister is not crying, I am excited and touched.
Yi Nan smiled innocently.
Okay, but it looks like we have to deal with that barking scum first.
Then I'll take my sister home.
Yi Xiaoxiao sighed softly, oh, it's all my fault for provoking these scums. Sister Xiaoxiao, this is not your fault, it's all these beasts' fault, their damn heads have all grown into sperm sacs.
Yi Nan said calmly, it's okay, I'll take care of it.
Yi Linglong and Su Jirui watched as Greyhound brother called for help, and a large group of hooligans came over aggressively to block their way.
The two of them moved a little closer to Yi Nan and Yi Xiaoxiao. Xiaonan, this son of a bitch hooligan is so arrogant and has called so many people. What should we do? Chapter 34 Chapter 034 Xiaonan, I will fight alongside you. Chapter 034 Brother Xiaonan, sister will fight alongside you. Sister Linglong, don't panic, they are just hooligans, just a mob, nothing to be afraid of. Yi Nan glanced at the henchmen called by Greyhound. Did they really think they were gangsters like Haonan and Shanji?
He took a step forward and protected Yi Linglong, Yi Xiaoxiao and Su Jirui behind him. Then, he faced Greyhound brother with a defiant attitude and a playful smile.
In a society ruled by law and with a clear conscience, what are we doing? Black money? Playing the underworld?
But, with your cowardly and showy appearance, that won't work. Before he could finish his words, a thug beside Greyhound brother spat out a mouthful of saliva.
Hey kid, do you know that you are about to die, and you are still pretending to be cool and boasting? Who are you? How dare you hurt our Greyhound? Today I will let you know what it means to beat you to the ground, make you incontinent, and suffer from hemiplegia. You will spend the rest of your life lying in a wheelchair, you little brat.
Without waiting for Yi Nan to say anything, Yi Xiaoxiao took a step forward and stood beside Yi Nan. She looked serious and spoke in a loud voice.
You bastards, social scum, hooligans, you are really lawless.
Brother Greyhound covered his arm that was dislocated by Yi Nan's punch. He snorted coldly, and his lustful eyes fell on Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Linglong, and Su Jirui.
I am a gangster, extremely arrogant and conceited. What can you do to me? As for you, as long as I give the order, all of you will rush forward on the spot, right? Hey, I can give you a chance to survive.
Hey, little bastard, just kneel down obediently, bark like a dog 3 times on the ground, and kowtow to me to admit your mistake. Then, come over here and lick my shoes clean. And let these 3 pretty girls around you accompany me tonight for a night of ecstasy, then this matter.
Go back and let your mother accompany you.
Before Greyhound could finish his words, Yi Nan, furious, interrupted him forcefully.
Suddenly, Yi Nan's whole body glowed with the most overwhelming anger.
In those sharp eyes, there burst out a terrifying murderous intent.
Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant and domineering, considering that you are a bunch of filthy garbage that looks like maggots in a toilet?
I call you maggots, which is an insult to such lowly creatures. Calling you trash is flattering you, trash can be turned into treasure, but you only pollute the air.
Domineering.
A strong temperament from the super-rich second generation to the supreme dandy young master, perfectly interpreted. Greyhound was so angry at Yi Nan's response, which was not very harmful but extremely insulting, that he cursed at him. He jumped up and down in frustration, stamping his feet and shouting.
Fuck, you little bastard, what are you doing standing there like an idiot?
Come on, get him, and kill him hard.
Catch those 3 girls, I'm going to have a blast tonight. Go ahead, kill.
At the command, Greyhound's men immediately swung their weapons and rushed towards Yi Nan.
Yi Xiaoxiao raised her hand and patted Yi Nan on the shoulder, gave him a sweet smile, and said heroically, Brother Xiaonan, sister will fight alongside you. Yi Nan nodded and smiled calmly. Sister Xiaoxiao, it's okay, they don't deserve these rubbish. Just then, Greyhound's henchmen rushed to him, and the situation became critical. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. I'm looking for death. Who dares to touch Brother Nan today? There is endless deterrent power in his tyranny.
Then, the leader of the Shadow's 8 divisions, Tianzhong, led the other 8 divisions of brothers, including the dragons and Yexas. There were more than 20 people in the group, and they came in a mighty force and crushed them. Without saying a word, he forcefully broke through the thugs who were blocking Yi Nan, Yi Linglong, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Su Jirui. Such a domineering momentum was surging, just like the raging waves rolling on the vast ocean. Wherever he passed, no grass grew. Even Greyhound, who had just been so arrogant as to think he was the best in the world, looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw the leader coming over, he found out that he was actually a subordinate of the Shadow, the most powerful organization in the underground world, and the leader of the Tianlong Babu. Behind him are dragons, yikshaws, and the like. He almost died of fright on the spot, vomiting blood. Because Greyhound is involved in the underworld, he must know that the most terrifying underground world's most powerful organization, the Shadow. When the brothers of the Heavenly Dragons, yikshaws, and other Shadow Heavenly Dragons arrived in front of Yinan, they even displayed the highest martial arts etiquette of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. They all bowed to Yinan and called out loudly, "Nan Gu! Linglong's sister, Xiao sister." Indeed. Such an explosive scene is more like the scene in Causeway Bay, Hong Kong when those gangsters met their leader Brother Hanan, that kind of gangster style.
There is no harm without comparison.
Compared to Greyhound's minnows, they are not even in the same league at all, they are simply low-level fighters. The Shadow led by Yinan, the group of capable subordinates including the Heavenly Dragons and the Yikshaws, were completely defeated. Even Yi Linglong and Yi Xiaoxiao were shocked. Even though Yi Linglong had seen before the scene where Tianzhong, the leader of shadow demigods and semi-devils, took people to the Ferragamo store in Colorado Park shopping mall. But, compared to today, the scene was even more grand and explosive. Especially Shi, Yinan and Yi Xiaoxiao were blocked by Greyhound Brother and his gang of thugs.
Tianzhong arrived with his shadow brothers and forcefully suppressed Greyhound.
She also called Yi Linglong and Yi Xiaoxiao Sister Linglong and Sister Xiaoxiao. That kind of style is just like that of a big sister in the young and dangerous era.
Certainly. All of this is thanks to Yinan.
Yi Linglong and Yi Xiaoxiao could not help themselves either, and at the same time, their beautiful eyes flashed with admiration as they stared at Yinan. This also included Su Jirue, who was shocked beyond words. She really likes Yinan from the bottom of her heart. She thought to herself, wow, Xiaonan, he is indeed a super rich second generation, a supreme dandy young master, so manly, so handsome, I love him. But then she thought again, it seemed that from the look in Yinan's eyes, he was not attracted to her at all. This made Su Jirue feel a little disappointed again. The call of Brother Nan immediately blew up a group of hooligans including Brother Greyhound.
No, Tianzhong boss, are you mistaken? He is just a little bitch, a loser, how can he be worthy of your respect? After hesitating for a moment, the Greyhound brother came to his senses. He immediately jumped forward and, like a pug, wagged his tail and gave a friendly reminder to Tianzhong. Chapter 35 Chapter 035 Shock Xiaonan brother, you are too strong, the godfather of the underworld? Chapter 035 Shock Xiaonan brother, you are too strong, the underworld godfather? A crisp slap in the face, which produced an echo. What did you say? Is it to give you face, or what? You are such a scoundrel, how dare you disrespect Brother Nan? The gods were furious. That slap in the face made Greyhound question his life. There was a red and swollen slap mark on his cheek. He raised his hand and touched his hot cheek, surprised and shocked. Even though Greyhound brother didn't know Yinan, and didn't know Yinan's powerful existence. However, the leader of the shadow demigods and semi-devils, the celestial beings, is such a terrifying existence. Looking at the entire underworld, everyone knows about it. And even the people in heaven respectfully call him Brother Nan. Could it really be the leader of Hong Kong Hunghing Society in Causeway Bay, my brother Hanan? Greyhound brother is confused. Oh. He couldn't help but look at Yinan carefully again. That's not right. Confirmed the look. What is Brother Hanan? Looks more like a college student. Gone. Just a little student. I was actually called Brother Nan by the heavenly beings. Only. Under the powerful intimidation of the heavenly beings. Greyhound brother can only lick one face. No. No, Master Tianzhong, I. The celestial beings said nothing. Holding Greyhound brother's shirt by his chest. Those eyes were as sharp as swords, shooting and glaring. Then he spoke word by word. What am I? You uncle. Kneel down for Brother Nan. Do what you just said. He knelt on the ground and barked like a dog 3 times, then kowtowed to Brother Nan to admit his mistake. Then, roll over and lick Nan's shoes clean. Moreover, people like you are ants, scums and villains, who are rude and verbally insult Linglong and Xiaoxiao. Death penalty can be avoided, but castration is hard to escape. Obviously.
used the words of heaven to intimidate Greyhound and other ruffians. That was not a negotiation, but a high-dimensional suppression comparable to an imperial decree.
Compared with Greyhound and his gang of gangsters, Shadow is the Underground King's powerful organization. So,
Greyhound and others have no choice but to surrender.
Greyhound was horrified and surprised.
This sound was chaotic and terrifying to the extreme.
God! Lord Tianzhong, please don't worry.
Yes, I am blind and don't recognize the great man.
I offend the usurper Vietnam, Nan Gu.
The heavenly beings roared in anger.
Cut the crap. Kneel down. Domineering, intimidating. There is no mercy at all.
Greyhound was so frightened that his legs were shaking and trembling.
He was speechless and his knees went weak. Thump. He knelt directly on the ground. Beg for mercy.
Master Tianzhong, I was wrong, please show mercy. Tianzhong raised his foot and kicked Greyhound brother.
Damn it, don't you understand what people say?
Kowtow to brother Nan and apologize, and imitate the dog's bark 3 times.
Then, he castrated himself. Aside.
Yi Nan stood proudly, with the look of a king descending.
That rebellious look, watching the farce in front of him with a playful look.
Yi Linglong, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Su Jirui were shocked beyond words, dumbfounded, surprised. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Nan. He also revealed some suspicion.
Or maybe it's the look of admiration from a little fangirl. They couldn't imagine how many unknown secrets were hidden behind the seemingly ordinary Yi Nan. How could Brother Greyhound dare to disobey the decree of the heavenly beings? Frightened and panicked, he waved his hand, signaling to the thugs behind him who were terrified, submissive and at a loss.
Shinran growled.
What the hell, what are you guys still doing standing there like an idiot?
Come here, kneel down, kowtow, bark like a dog, and apologize to Brother Nan. Those thugs were terrified.
There is no way. They came over tremblingly. Plop, plop.
I had no choice but to kneel down as I was told.
Boom, boom, boom. Woof, woof, woof. Kowtow and bark like a dog.
Greyhound brother said to Yi Nan with a painful look on his face.
Nan. Brother Nan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was blind and disobeyed you.
A sinister and cold smile appeared on Yi Nan's lips.
He. You are the social scum, the scum who bullies the weak and oppresses the good. You deserve to die. Stop disgusting me. The scolding is over. He gave an order to the heavenly beings. Tianzhong, the rest is up to you.
My sister Xiaoxiao has traveled a long way and is exhausted, so I want to take her back to rest.
She's busy filming.
Tianzhong, Longzhong and other Shadow Dragon Aid masters all spoke respectfully to Yi Nan.
Farewell to Brother Nan.
Yi Nan raised his hand and snapped his fingers at the dumbfounded Yi Linglong, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Su Jirui.
Sa Ran laughed freely.
Sister Linglong, Sister Xiaoxiao, Sister Jirui, let us go. Yi Linglong, Yi Xiaoxiao, and the other 3 came to their senses.
Wow, is it settled? It's over?
Yi Linglong blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a look of doubt and surprise. Yi Xiaoxiao smacked her lips, walked forward and took Yi Nan's arm.
His face was full of shock. Wow, Brother Xiaonan, you are so strong. Are you some kind of gangster godfather?
Yi Nan waved his hand and groaned. No, thank you for the compliment, Sister Xiaoxiao.
Ha ha ha, a little strong kiss. Average, 3rd in the world.
Yi Xiaoxiao's sweet smile is like the peach blossoms blooming in spring. 7th sister's smile deeply soothed Yi Nan's lonely heart.
I have been alone and lonely in this city for so many years. Suddenly I have 9 sisters. They are all goddess school beauties. There is also a richest mother.
Yi Nan felt warm in his heart, and felt a feeling he had never had before.
The warmth and happiness of home. This feeling is so good.
Su Jirui was also surprised, with a stunned look on her face, and exclaimed in amazement.
Oh my god, Brother Nan, who the hell are you?
Very handsome tie pants hot. Yi Nan had a sunny and bright smile on his face.
Humble and warm. He talked and laughed with Yi Linglong, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Su Jirui, and left. He had not walked far when he heard the scolding from the heavenly beings behind him. What are you still standing there for? You scum, only by cutting off the root of evil can we completely stop your evil deeds. Greyhound and the other gangsters were completely frightened. Even if it means kowtow. Can.
When it comes to Shadow of the Dragons, there is absolutely no room for negotiation. Accompanied by a few wailing sounds that were even more miserable than that of slaughtering pigs.
Ah, my life, I don't want to be a eunuch.
No, I won't dare to do it again, please forgive me, Lord Tianzhong.
Ah, my sweet goose.
Yinan turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to the howling sounds.
She was chatting and laughing with her three sisters, Yi Linglong, Yi Xiaoxiao, and others.
Walking towards the supercar parked on the roadside outside the airport square.
Su Jirue is riding in Yi Linglong's Hennessy Venom GT. Yi Nan's Leakin Wolf's son carries Yi Xiaoxiao. Two top-of-the-line sports cars, like roaring beasts. Galloping, raging.
After leaving the airport, we headed straight to the Royal No. 1 Dome Star C. Chapter 36, It's great to have 5th sister Linglong and 7th sister Xiaoxiao dote on me like this. Chapter 36 It's great to have 5th sister Linglong and 7th sister Xiaoxiao dote on you so much brother Xiaonan, why are you different from what I imagined?
On the Lycan Wolfson supercar.
Yi Xiaoxiao felt like sitting on pins and needles. A pair of eyes as clear as the stars and the bright moon.
Blinking, staring at Yi Nan.
Several times, he hesitated to speak.
Finally, he couldn't help but asked bluntly.
Yi Nan glanced sideways at Yi Xiaoxiao.
He smiled casually and asked back. Sister Xiaoxiao, then, what do you imagine me to look like? Living in poverty? Sleeping under a bridge? Fighting for food with stray dogs at a garbage dump?
Still holding a broken bowl, wearing ragged clothes, squatting on the street begging.
Uncle, please be kind and give me some money. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Begging for 5 yuan for a taxi fare home?
Yi Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and smiled sweetly.
About the same, ha ha ha. Unexpectedly.
Yi Nan's eyes were bright and deep, and his pupils shrank slightly. He sighed with relief. Yes, this is who I used to be, the most realistic portrayal and the most appropriate description.
Ha?
Yi Xiaoxiao was puzzled.
Brother Xiaonan, have you ever slept under a bridge? Begged? Competed with stray dogs on the street for food in a garbage dump?
Yi Nan answered without hesitation.
Right.
Yi Xiaoxiao choked.
I don't know why.
The seemingly sunny Xiaonan brother, with his light and gentle words, teasing. But it deeply touched Yi Xiaoxiao's heart. It was as if a needle had pierced the very flesh of my heart. Very painful, very blocked. My nose felt sore and I almost cried carrot. Xiaonan brother, I'm sorry I didn't mean to expose your scars or poke your pain.
I am useless and not good enough. I really regret not finding you earlier. Yi Nan laughed heartily and said in a relaxed and easy manner. Sister Xiaoxiao, it's okay. No, it's all over.
As the saying goes, everything turns to its opposite, and good times come after bad times. If your left eye twitches, peach blossoms will bloom, and if your right eye twitches, chrysanthemums will bloom.
Spring is here, the flowers are blooming, and it's time for animals to reproduce, ahem. Yi Xiaoxiao was amused and burst out laughing.
She turned sideways, opened her arms, and gave Yi Nan a big hug.
Brother Xiaonan, you are right. From now on, Sister Qi will spoil you.
I will never let you suffer any injustice or hardship again.
Yi Nan stepped on the accelerator and almost hit the emergency brake. Slurp. Huff huff.
There was a sound of wheels rubbing against the ground and the car rushed up.
Fortunately, Yi Nan is an expert driver. Hold the steering wheel tightly. Slowly stabilize the car.
Hiss ha, Sister Xiaoxiao, please don't do such dangerous things with the driver. Yi Xiao released the hug, smiled sweetly, pouted her cherry lips, and muttered teasingly.
Okay.
Hee, this is not my sister who found my brother Xiaonan, I am so happy. Yi Nan's resolute gaze ignited a warmth in his heart.
Sister Xiaoxiao, I know.
Don't worry, there is a long way to go, and our family will be fine, reunited, and enjoy the joy of family life. Yi Xiaoxiao raised her hand and made a heart gesture.
Okay, I'll spoil you and love you 3.
Yi Nan's heart was bathed in an unprecedented warmth, like a sweet rain that moistened his heart.
Alone and helpless, I have been living alone for 20 years. The richest man's biological mother?
Elder sister.
9 goddess sisters? Everything is like a dream. To Yi Nan in the past, that was such an unattainable luxury. Now, it is such a real experience.
immersed in the happy and beautiful days of being pampered by my sister.
I hope this isn't a dream. Even if it's just a dream, I just hope I won't wake up forever.
It's great to be like the fifth sister Linglong and the seventh sister Xiaoxiao.
Where is Yi Nan? To be honest, it was probably because I was lonely and a simple person.
Therefore, he is rebellious deep down, but he is also easy to satisfy.
Life is short, so be content, isn't it?
There are goddess sisters like Yi Linglong and Yi Xiaoxiao who are super spoiled.
Yi Nan is very comfortable and satisfied. Besides,
that name is Supreme Dandy Young Master Sign and Super Power System.
Anyone who is bound by the system is the chosen one, right? Obviously.
Yi Nan completely changed his fate. From then on, he crossed the class barrier and advanced to become a dandy young master, a super rich second generation. Those are all upper class circles.
Certainly.
Yi Nan, who lives at the bottom of society. I don't have much affection for the so-called upper class.
After all, the upper class is mostly made up of low-class people. Most of the lower classes are noble people. To use lowly means to enter the upper class. Then use upper class means to do lower class things.
These days, everyone feels that they are short of money, including those who are not short of money. Everyone thinks that they are not immoral, including those who are immoral.
This is a wise saying, the most real and heartbreaking summary of society. There was silence for a while. Yi Nan raised his eyebrows and smiled in a dandy way. Sister Xiaoxiao, welcome to Jiangzhou. We are home. Let's get off.
When Yi Nan drifted in a tail-swinging manner, he parked the Leakin Wolf perfectly in the mansion.
Royal number 1 Dome Starry Sea, exclusive garage.
He raised his hand and snapped his fingers to signal Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao came back to her senses.
Open the door and get out of the car. Suddenly came into view.
The mansion is as luxurious as an imperial palace and it is eye-catching.
Wow, Brother Shaonan, is this your home? Without waiting for Yi Nan to say anything. Following closely behind is the Hennessy Venom GT, parked in the garage.
Yi Linglong and Su Jirue got out of the car and walked over. Yi Linglong smiled calmly and jokingly. Hee, seventh sister, Shaonan brother would say, welcome seventh sister to visit my humble home, it brings honor to my humble abode.
Yi Nan smiled innocently. Yosi, the one who knows me is Sister Linglong.
Ha, Sister Xiaoxiao, welcome to stay at my humble home.
Just don't be disgusted.
Yi Xiaoxiao poked Yi Nan's forehead with her slender jade fingers.
Bah, you little bad brother, do you think I am a country bumpkin? Who wouldn't know that this is the Jiangzhou Super Luxury Mansion Royal number 1 Dome Star Sea? You call this my humble abode? Don't pretend to be cool, or you'll be struck by lightning, ha.
Yi Nan pursed her lips and stuck out her tongue.
Keep a low profile. Sister Xiaoxiao, please.
He raised his hand, bowed slightly, and made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation. As they walked into the house, they were laughing and chatting.
Seventh sister, let me tell you, Xiaonan's cooking skills are amazing, we are in for a treat.
Yi Xiaoxiao was stunned.
She said, is it fake?
Hey, Xiaonan brother, you can't hide it, you have to show your skills and make some special dishes for seventh sister. Yi Nan spread his hands, happy to help, and would definitely cook a table of food for Sister Xiaoxiao.
Yi Xiaoxiao's face is full of anticipation. Wow, looking forward to it.
Su Jirue was full of envy and praised.
Oh my god, Linglong, you have such a good brother.
I am so envious that my body is torn apart, and so jealous that my face is hideous.
But, luckily I can eat for free, Yi
Linglong smiled sweetly.
Jirue, look at what you said.
You are my good friend, and Xiaonan is my brother, so he is your brother, right? Su Jirue nodded and smiled slyly.
No problem, I picked up a super warm and good brother for nothing, perfect. While talking,
Yi Linglong changed the subject again and shifted the topic to Yi Xiaoxiao's coming to Jiangzhou to film a movie.
By the way, Xiaoqi, what are your plans for filming the movie? I heard that this is a campus drama? It will be filmed at Jianbei University? P.S. This is a book from the 2023 Black Room Resurrection Tournament, looking for the status ING. I don't know whether it can be revived yet. As long as it is activated, it will be updated steadily all the way, please feel free to enter the pit. I beg all the foster parents of Yinzu and Demini to support me.
Read for 30 minutes, get a 5-star review, and click on it to get a free gift on your bookshelf for 10 seconds.
Thank you very much. Chapter 37, The Devil's Angel Campus Beauty starts filming? Bai Jie has a secret relationship with director Fong? Chapter 37, Devil's Angel School Beauty starts filming? Bai Jie has a secret relationship with director Fong? Director Fong of Wotso is directing the IMAX 3D high-energy big-budget movie Devil's Angel School Beauty. Zundu has started airing, and it's at our Jiangbei University.
Wow, look, the leading actress is Yi Xiaoxiao, the sexy schoolgirl from the Imperial Film Academy.
She is so sexy, super hot and hot. Ha!
This movie has another bright spot.
Look, the investment and production company is actually Madu Joey Media. Ahem, is this serious? Holy shit, isn't it said that this movie is an IMAX 3D movie that combines high-energy action, fighting, and perfect love?
Ha! This is produced by Madu Joey Media. It must be a high-quality product, trustworthy, and spiritual food.
Look at you two old perverts, what are you thinking?
This is really a big movie about hard men and angels who fight with real punches. TSK, in my opinion, if this movie is released during the 2025 Spring Festival, it will definitely be on par with Neza 2, The Devil Boy Conquers the Dragon King.
Wait, have you noticed a problem?
On the promotional poster, it is only marked that the leading female actor is Yi Xiaoxiao, so who is the leading male actor?
Oh, yes, there is also a vacancy for the second female lead. Woohoo, looking forward to it. Could it be that there are mysterious big-name guests? For example, Yanzu and Demini will join? Jiangzhou, Jiangbei University campus.
At the entrance of the gymnasium,
there is a huge devil hanging on the Angel Campus Beauty launch shooting promotional poster.
And, on the stadium's electronic 4K high-definition large screen, the promotional video of this movie was also played in turn. From the director and crew team to the film's plot synopsis and so on.
At this time,
outside the gymnasium, there was a huge crowd of people, including many Jiangbei University students who were watching. They pointed at the promotional poster and the 4K high-definition screen, talking non-stop.
Not far away, an office area inside the gymnasium. Gao Jing accompanied by Jie.
Bai Jie is wearing extremely sexy and revealing clothes,
deliberately showing off her not-so-proud qualities. Squeezed together to form a. The career line is not very deep.
She licked a smiling face. To director Fong, who was squinting his eyes and resting his mind, she said it in a charming and coquettish voice.
Director Fong, I am very passionate about the film industry. Although I am now an 18th tier extra, I can't even be considered. But I really have a passion for art.
As long as you give me a chance, I can play the second female role in your film, The Devil's Angel School Beauty.
You give me a chance, I'll give you a surprise. Just open your eyes and take a good look at me. Look at my looks and my temperament. Although not as good as Demini, but at least it is on the same level as Reba Tianxian. Gao Jing grinned and stuffed a red envelope onto Director Feng's desk.
Director Feng, I'm a physical education teacher at Jiangbei University. I guarantee with my personal integrity that Bai Jie is indeed a talented actress. Here, a little token of my appreciation. I wish Director Feng a great start, a big hit at the box office, and a booming business. Director Feng opened his sleepy eyes. He raised his hand to pick his ears, then glared at Gao Jing sideways. He glanced at Bai Jie with contempt again.
What? What are you doing? Are you going against Tiangang by making so much noise? As a director, what type of actors do I need? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Besides, who do you think you are? Call yourself the Demini Reba Fairy? What's wrong? Don't you have a mirror at home? If there is no mirror, you should at least pee and take a good look at yourself, okay? Go away, stop bothering me.
Seeing this, Bai Jie bit her lip and made up her mind.
She moved closer to Director Feng, and even more exaggeratedly, sat on Director Feng's lap.
She put her arms around Director Feng's neck. Said in a delicate voice, "Oh, Director Feng, you are such a great director, you have a good eye for talent, please take a good look at my house.
It's not that I don't accept the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. As long as you are willing, I can serve you immediately and make you happy. Otherwise, let's south go to another place and have a good, in-depth communication. Can I let you experience my artistic pursuit?"
Gao Jing frowned, licked his lips, grinned wickedly, and encouraged. Director Bai Jie was not bragging about this. Why don't you get in the car first and test the condition of the car?
Bai Jie.
Director Feng's eyebrows and eyes were wrinkled into a rope, his body was covered with goosebumps, and his face was full of disgust. Bai Jie bit her red lips lightly, looking extremely charming and dancing in a seductive manner. It even teased the already revealing clothes she was wearing.
The scenery is so beautiful that it seems to be hidden, invisible. Lure. Get lost.
Director Feng lowered his face and shouted gloomily.
Bai Jie even took the initiative to move forward and gave Director Feng a deep kiss.
She seemed to be taking the initiative and letting Director Feng take advantage of her.
Snap snap. However, just at this moment,
there was a round of applause.
With a bit of sarcasm and a playful attitude, he seemed to be watching the fun. Bai Jie, you are so shameless, aren't you? In order to film a movie, she was so shameless that she offered herself voluntarily and let the director take advantage of her?
TSK, it is true that when the water is too clear, there will be no fish, and when the people are too cheap, they will be invincible. You are a green tea bitch, once again refreshed my cognition. Fortunately, I caught you, a slutty bitch who has been fucked by thousands of men and slept with by tens of thousands of men.
Hearing this,
Bai Jie and Gao Jing looked in the direction of the voice. Suddenly I saw Yinan walking towards me.
One on the left and one on the right. The fifth sister Yi Linglong is a pure and sexy goddess.
Sexy and hot school beauty seventh sister Yi Xiaoxiao. When Yinan accompanied the two goddess sisters to the entrance of the gymnasium, there was already a sigh and a chorus of screams.
After all,
Yinan took off the delivery boy's yellow jacket and put on a fashionable and handsome suit and tie from Salvatore Ferragamo. He is as handsome as Yu Yan and has no friends. It can definitely ignite the female hormones and hormones of those crazy girls.
Same.
The two goddesses Yi Linglong and Yi Xiaoxiao made a brilliant appearance, which completely made the boys' dopamine secretion crazy and exploded their adrenaline. I held a big piece of grass.
It turns out that Yi Nanjie is so handsome? Tie pants are hot.
Male god Yinan YYDS, I love him and admire him. I want to conquer him. I want to give birth to a baby for him.
My child, can anyone tell me what is going on?
Why is Yinan walking with Yi Xiaoxiao?
Yi, no way? Is Yi Xiaoxiao also his sister?
Goddess Xiaoxiao, we will always support you, stand by you, and love you.
I really envy Yinan. I also want to have a goddess sister like this. It's so cool.
Amidst the cheers and screams, Director Feng saw Yinan and Yi Xiaoxiao coming. He pushed Bai Jie away. Oh, my destined benefactor is here. Bai Jie almost fell flat on her face.
She rolled over and stood up, looking like an angry shrew. Gao Jing and I walked towards Yinan, Yi Linglong, and Yi Xiaoxiao, a trio of siblings.
Bai Jie had her hands on her hips, posing like a shrew, and started cursing.
The language is messy, mixed with Cantonese and Zhuang dialects. Crazy output to Yinan. Yinan.
I'll throw you nuts, dead losers, crazy double tendons, destroy the Meng family and shovel the family's wealth.
Yinan. P.S. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today, and 1 more in the afternoon. There is a high probability that 2 updates per day will be restored. Chapter 38 Huh? Xiaonan is the best all-around winner? Shocked everyone. Chapter 38 Huh? Xiaonan is the best actor in all aspects? Shocked everyone. Shut up. A loud slap in the face. Slapped by Jie on the cheek. Angry, fierce.
Director Feng stood up suddenly.
Raised his hand and gave Bai Jie a big blow. Who do you think you are? Are you so bold as to say something rude and verbally insult the leading actor in my drama Devil's Angel School Bell? The scolding is over.
Director Feng walked straight towards Yinan. He extended both hands to shake hands, speaking respectfully.
Brother Nan, thank you for your kindness. On behalf of the Devil's Angel School beauty crew,
I would like to express my warm welcome and sincere gratitude for your joining in playing the leading male role. As soon as these words came out, one stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Not only was Bai Jie frustrated instantly, the flowers lose their color and endocrine disorders occur. My period went up against my head and caused a cerebral thrombosis. Moreover, people from nearby heard the news and gathered over.
Students from Zhongbei University watching the scene. There was a sigh and an uproar. Indeed.
Including Yi Linglong and Yi Xiaoxiao, they were all stunned. The two sisters looked at each other in bewilderment.
Huh? Xiaonan, is Zundu fake? Are you an actor?
Yi Xiaoxiao's clear and bright eyes moved like a revolving lantern.
Doubt, surprise. Yi Linglong was surprised sighed and exclaimed. What the hell? Brother Xiaonan, how many unknown secrets do you have? Your buff skill is a bit over 1 billion. Yi Nan raised his eyebrows wantonly and grinned in a hipster way.
Well, as the saying goes, too much koan will not weigh you down. There are 360 professions, and every profession has its own idiot, cough cough, top scholar.
Filming is just a hobby. Besides, on the stage of life, everyone is the director and protagonist of his own story. There is no rehearsal in life, every day is live broadcast. And each of us is a born actor, right?
Yi Xiaoxiao gave a thumbs up and praised.
Wow, Xiaonan brother, Thai pants are hot.
I am really looking forward to co-starring with you in this Devil's Angel School Beauty, a high-energy big-budget movie that will be shown in all theaters in IMAX 3D.
I'm still thinking about who to work with. Yi Linglong was surprised and smiled with relief. Xiaonan brother, you are such a jerk. 666.
Bai Jie and Gao Jing's faces looked as if they had been fed a pile of dog shit, which made them look even uglier. They both jumped forward immediately. With an expression of disbelief, he questioned Director Feng.
What the hell? Director Feng, are you kidding me? In your movie Devil's Angel School Beauty, Yi Nan is the leading actor and is the male lead? Are you sure? He is a courier in our school. Gao Jing also echoed. That's right. Director Feng, this is just a thing, and he can star in your IMAX 3D high-energy big-budget movie? Are you kidding me? Director Feng, you don't want your movie to suffer huge losses and have a box office failure, do you?
Excuse me, if he can play this movie well, I will eat sanitary napkins raw on live broadcast, the kind with bloody spicy silk.
The other students who were watching couldn't stand it anymore and started talking about it. This is really fucking explosive. Although Yi Nan is handsome enough and very handsome like Yanzu, if he went the route of a youth idol, he would have a lot of traffic, but this movie?
No, this is a high-energy action movie with tons of fist-to-flesh fighting.
It's a tough guy movie. Can he act well? Damn, it's basically a failure.
I originally thought that this movie directed by Feng Dao could compete with Zhaozi's Ninja 2, The Devil Boy Conquers the Dragon King, but now it hasn't started shooting yet, it's already a dead end.
What oh. Yi Nan is the male lead? Are you kidding me? His image is really not suitable for the tough guy route. Just when everyone was questioning Yi Nan's acting skills, Director Feng glanced at Bai Jie and Gao Jing with contempt. He. You know shit. Let me ask you, do you know what a best actor level all-round director with top acting skills is? Looking at the entire Chinese film and television industry, no more than 3 people have won this honor. Open your eyes and see clearly, Brother Nan is one of them. One sentence shocked everyone again. Shocked, surprised. A short pause. Director Feng stared at Yi Linglong for a few seconds. He walked forward and spoke respectfully to Yi Linglong. Hello, little sister. Excuse me, but based on your looks and temperament, I think you are very suitable to play the second female lead in my drama. Would you like to join us? Yi Linglong covered her mouth in surprise. An expression of disbelief. Huh? Oh my god, Director Feng, are you kidding me? I've never acted in a movie before. Are you going to invite me to play the second female lead? Director Feng nodded sincerely and answered affirmatively. Yes, that is exactly what happens. In my opinion, you and Brother Nan Xiaoxiao are siblings. My film mainly interprets and exposes the darkness and kindness of human nature from multiple dimensions such as high-energy action fighting, love and family affection. It is a positive energy main theme movie advocating blood, tears, blood and bones. It is also to promote our Chinese martial arts. Yi Xiaoxiao took Yi Linglong's arm in surprise and said excitedly. Wow, Sister Linglong, please agree to Director Feng. Director Feng is a professional in casting and actor selection. It would be so memorable if the 3 of us, my siblings, starred in this movie. YN encouraged with a cheerful smile. Sister Linglong, just act boldly. Just treat movies as your life. Don't have any psychological burden and just act freely. Yi Linglong hesitated. My brain is a little slow to react. Is it really okay?
As soon as he finished speaking, there was an extremely discordant scolding.
Can't.
Bai Jie was completely out of her mind and responded angrily.
Director Feng, why can she do it but I can't? In terms of appearance and temperament, how am I inferior to her? Moreover, I am willing to devote myself to my acting career and let you take advantage of me. When Bai Jie asked this, the students watching couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. No, Bai Jie, who gave you the courage to compete with Sister Yinan in beauty? Jing Ru? Oh my god, fuck Bai Jie, do you really think you are that graceful, young woman? It's not your fault that you look coquettish. It's not your fault that you are not as good looking as others. But you are ugly and you are the most ugly. It's really a prick of the buttocks. Shoo, brain is a good thing, Bai Jie, but you have to have it. Director Feng was too lazy to waste time talking to Bai Jie, Gao Jing, and the likes. He gave an order, and the crew security drove this shameless guy away. We hurried to hand over the script to the actors, familiarize them with it, and prepare to start filming. The crew security replied, "Yes, Director Feng." Without saying anything, he drove Bai Jie and Gao Jing away. The crew quickly set up their filming equipment and were about to start filming the first scene. Chapter 39, Seventh Sister Yi Xiaoxiao played the role of a female drug dealer so realistically that she was detained by the police? Chapter 39, Seventh Sister Yi Xiaoxiao played a female drug dealer so realistically that she was detained by the police? Darkness shrouds the law of the end of the law. This is a world where evil and justice collide. Blood and bones, love and desire. It is a rotten world with a collapse of order, filled with dirty deals of pornography, gambling, and drugs. A battle between good and evil gradually began in Jiangzhou, from Jiangbei University. Jiangzhou. Jiangbei University. A tall, graceful, and elegant figure. Wearing black leather jacket, leather pants, and leather boots. Wearing a pair of sunglasses. The eye-catching and beautiful scenery of gullies and emerald green. When she appeared on the tree-lined school road, many people were shocked and sighed. What's going on? I heard that Ji Xiao, the hot and sexy angel schoolgirl from Jiangbei University, is actually a super drug dealer who was in contact with Southeast Asian drug lords. Codename, Mandala K. Ha? This is not true? So exciting? Shush, shut up. Did you see that? That off-road military vehicle looks like it's coming with bad intentions, and it's armed with an AK-47 assault rifle. Damn, they walked towards the school beauty Yi Xiao. As many passing students were talking about it on the school road. An off-road military vehicle was speeding at full speed and stopped abruptly beside the school beauty Yi Xiao. The car stopped. A group of strong and muscular foreign mercenaries in camouflage uniforms jumped out of the car. They were holding AK-47 assault rifles, with the black muzzles pointed at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was not afraid. She slowly took off her sunglasses and glanced sideways. This group of foreign mercenaries armed with guns. No sound was made. The leading man exclaimed. He acted arrogantly and domineeringly, and his imposing manner intimidated and overwhelmed Yi Xiao. Ha, should I call you Sister Mandala K, or should I call you Undercover Police Angel School Beauty Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao sneered. Hyena, I don't understand what you are saying. I warn you, this is China, not your drug den in the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia. Moreover, this is a campus. What do you want to do by breaking into the campus with AK-47 assault rifles? I advise you to put your tail between your legs and get out of the campus with your lackeys. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. The hyena had a sinister and ferocious face and shouted fiercely. Sister K, you have sold so many drugs for General Sanza, you can't wash yourself clean. Now there is only one way for you, that is to cooperate with us. Yi Xiao's domineering aura made him say indifferently, Oh? Is that so? What if I don't? The hyena immediately waved his hand, and the other drug dealers loaded their AK-47 assault rifles with bullets. Hee, Mandragora, don't blame me for being rude to you. Darkness will eventually devour the so-called bullshit justice, kill you, and then bloodbath this school. At that time. Not far away. On the green lawn of Jiangbei University. A handsome boy in green jeans. Yi Nan is known as the campus idol of Jiangbei University. Holding the hand of another cool and hot school beauty Yi Ling, they strolled around the campus. Immerse yourself in the most intoxicating and pleasant time on campus. Good times. The beautiful love on campus is always so unforgettable. Always so unforgettable.
Yinan, look, something seems to have happened over there.
Yiling pointed to the tree-lined school road and murmured.
Yinan hesitated for a moment, then immediately gave instructions to Yiling.
Ling, stay here and don't move around. I'll go over and take a look.
Yiling was worried and pulled Yinan with her delicate hand.
Nan, don't go over there. Look, they are so fierce.
They all look ferocious and have guns.
Yinan comforted.
Don't worry, they're just a few ants, nothing to be afraid of.
Besides, this is a school, a sacred place, how can we allow them to trespass and trample on it so rudely? That's all. He walked straight over.
When Yi Xiao had a disagreement with drug dealers, hyenas, and other evil forces.
Hyena gave the order, and all AK-47 assault rifles were pointed at Yi Xiao. He said this in a very arrogant and presumptuous manner.
Sister K, I know you are cruel, ruthless, and good at fighting.
But, you'd better think about it. With your skills, can you block the bullet?
A cold and murderous look flashed across Yi Xiao's face. She took a step forward slowly and spoke in a low voice, enunciating each word.
Hyenas, you forced me to do this, you all must die and go to hell. The next moment. Suddenly,
Yi Xiao leaped up and flew down from the sky, holding 2 killer 47 silver dancer pistols.
Bang! Bang!
Bullets shot out from the muzzle, shooting at Hyena and other drug dealers and foreign mercenaries.
The hyena saw this and roared fiercely. Shoot her for me.
Damn it, Sister Mandala K, your time of death has come, go die.
Da-day-day. Ta-ta-ta. In a flash, the bullets from the AK-47 assault rifle turned into raindrops and annihilated Yi Xiao. Watch.
Yi Xiao was about to be completely killed and suppressed by bullets. At the critical moment, a tiger roared. A shadow that was invisible to the naked eye flashed over in an instant.
You are a bunch of social scum.
They are so brave that they dare to do evil and fight in a pure campus.
Die.
A word of death fell. Suddenly, a burly and domineering figure descended from the sky. One-handedly suppresses the AK-47 assault rifle.
Bang!
The explosive fist force was wrapped with a force that was almost in the shape of a dragon.
One punch.
A foreign mercenary suffered a dislocated and fractured cheek and several broken teeth.
Yinan took action. Fist flashing.
The punches hit the flesh, and it was a tough guy's explosive killing.
No cool stunts.
However, it is a perfect interpretation of Chinese martial arts and it is interpreted to the extreme.
Bang bang. Fast fist light.
Under the pressure of AK with one hand.
Every punch killed a foreign mercenary. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. There was a sigh and an uproar.
Yinan suddenly transformed into a superhero, guarding the tranquility of this campus and the peace of this city.
Click.
Director Feng clenched his fists excitedly. Looking at the camera, he gave the order.
Snap snap.
The picture stopped abruptly. There was thunderous applause. Director Feng stood up suddenly and walked towards Yinan.
Surprisingly authentic.
Brother Nan, it's amazing, he really deserves to be a perfect all-rounder.
And Xiao Xiao, your role as a drug dealer is so realistic, isn't it? It's so explosive. I think it will be a hit if you two work together to shoot this movie about the Devil's Angel schoolgirl.
Yinan and Yi Xiaoxiao gathered their acting skills from the filming of the movie, smiled at Director Feng, and said modestly,
Director Feng, thank you for being willing to cooperate with us.
Hopefully, when the movie is released, it won't be too bleak. Director Feng laughed heartily.
No. With your acting skills as an award-winning actor, it will definitely be a box office hit. At this time,
many students who were watching were filming a movie scene as they watched the scene just now.
Dumbfounded, shocked. Oh my god, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would definitely think that this scene was filmed by Yinan using a stand-in. Oh my god, who just said that he can't play a tough guy or act in an action-packed fighting role? Real kung fu.
Yinan's acting is absolutely classic and can be included in the textbook level of film history. My god, the punches are real, the tough guy martial arts, the perfect performance. I am really looking forward to the release of this movie, it's so enjoyable. The two goddesses Wu Hu Xiaoxiao and Linglong also have explosive acting skills, especially Xiaoxiao, the drug dealer. My goodness, she is just like a real drug dealer. Yes, 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 the acting of the female drug dealer of goddess Xiao Xiao is absolutely amazing.
Just when everyone was immersed in praising Yi Nan and Yi Xiaoxiao's acting skills, all of a sudden, outside the gate of Jiangbei University, a long series of sirens blew. Drive into the campus. In the blink of an eye, several police cars arrived. Criminal police and narcotics police jumped out of the car, holding a shield for anti-terrorism and anti-drug operations. Surrounded Yi Nan and Yi Xiaoxiao.
The leading female detective shouted,
"Don't move. Mandala K?
Ha, you are a female drug dealer who hides your secrets really well.
Lay down your weapons, give up resistance, you are under arrest." Yi Xiaoxiao? Yi Nan. Chapter 40, Did the seventh sister play a female drug dealer? Sign in to the crime-hunting police attribute. Chapter 40, Is it true that Qi Jie plays a female drug dealer? Is she signing in for the crime-hunting police attribute? What's going on? Is this a real police? Or is this a movie? Please, are there any real police officers? The one leading the team is Qin Yaij, the flower of Jiangzhou City's criminal police. Is this fake? So D == B top? That's not right. Why did she say Xiao Xiao is the school beauty goddess? What is that mandala K? Wait, the style seems a little bit wrong. Could it be that the movie world has merged with reality? Oh my goodness, is this a super-dimensional thing, quantum entanglement? Is quantum space fusion and superposition? Hatue obviously, Yi Xiaoxiao acted too realistically as a drug dealer and was targeted by the criminal police. The students watching were confused. Everyone started talking. Yi Nan, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Yi Linglong, the three siblings, looked at each other in bewilderment. Yi Xiaoxiao? He asked with a puzzled expression. No, police sister, you made a mistake, right? I'm just filming. I played the role of a female drug dealer in director Feng's new movie Devil's Angel Campus Beauty. My name is Mandala K sister. How come I really became a drug dealer? Yi Linglong immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, police comrades, you must have wrong intelligence. Look, we are filming on campus. We can all testify that this is my sister, her name is Yi Xiaoxiao. She is from the Imperial Film Academy, majoring in acting. She is an actress, not a drug dealer. The flower of criminal police Qin Yaij looked solemn and scolded in a deep voice. Cut the crap. Ms. Mandala K, our police have been following you for a few days. You entered the country illegally from Southeast Asia. You are a drug dealer under the command of Warlord General Sangza, a drug lord in the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia. It is mainly responsible for connecting with the mainland, especially the drug business in Jiangzhou. We, the police, have been following this clue for more than half a year. Even if you pretend to be an actor or a student, it's useless. Come, handcuff him and take him back to the police station for interrogation. Several police officers immediately stepped forward and tried to arrest Yi Xiaoxiao. Director Feng also stood up immediately and explained. Wait, police officer, maybe you are really wrong. Yi Xiaoxiao is indeed the actress who played the leading female role in the movie Devil's Angel School Beauty with me. She's really not a drug dealer. Well, of course, she has great acting skills and her role as the female drug dealer is very concise. Yi Linglong nodded and immediately testified. Yes, police officer, my seventh sister did play a female drug dealer so realistically that the police came to her house and filed a record. You can investigate. Who would have thought? Qin Yaij left no room for negotiation. She said it in a powerful voice. Stop talking nonsense. If you have anything to say, wait until you get to the police station and are interrogated. And you, don't make excuses for her, otherwise I will arrest you for obstructing the police. While talking, she pulled out a red Class A wanted poster. This is an international red A level wanted warrant. Look carefully, it's her. Yi Linglong was about to step forward to argue. Yi Nan, who has been silent all the time. Or say. Just at the moment when the flower of criminal police Qin Yaij appeared. A mechanical electronic sound without any emotion rang in his ears. Ding Supreme Dandy Young Master sign in Super Power System sign in for the 80th time, do you want to activate it? Yi Nan's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? This system is a legacy of Wei Wu, and has the attributes of the thief Cao Cao, the Prime Minister Chao Aman, right?
Speak of the devil, and the system will come. It is not the host, this is wrong.
This system is the most invincible and purest in the universe. How could it have the attributes of a thief?
Besides, the system likes 18-plus girls and has no interest in young women.
Yi Nan. Punishment. Shut up.
Otherwise, the handsome boy and beautiful girl of little eggplant's foster father and foster mother.
Oh, the sea, you are all water. Sign in.
Ding, the 80th sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the attribute of the crime hunter.
Yi Nan? Hunting crime? Tough police? What kind of attribute is this?
Crime hunter, as the name suggests, the host has criminal police skills such as criminal investigation and psychology, and can solve cases, drug enforcement, and other tough police attributes.
For example, General Sangza, a drug lord and warlord in the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia, is using methamphetamine, heroin, and other drugs to poison Jiangzhou.
The drug dealer's subordinate who was in charge of the contact was none other than Ms. Mandala K. The host has the attributes of a fierce criminal hunter. Who knows, by some strange coincidence, he might just catch Miss Mandragora K or something like that. Even using this as a clue, he sneaked into the drug den of the warlord General Sanza, became an undercover agent, and assisted the police in taking down the drug lord, blah blah blah.
Yi Nan. I fuck. Banana, you are a bastard.
Sure enough, with the addition of the system, life becomes a life of cattle and horses.
What is the supreme playboy and super rich second generation? Shrimp eggs. Isn't this pure cattle and horses? People are so dense. Someone was born in Rome. Some people are born as mules and horses. Even drug enforcement requires me to come? Get out of the way, let me do it. Blanche. Host, please recite with me.
With great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Come on, go daddy, Ali, come on.
Yi Nan gave the system a middle finger. Brother house gun go.
Okay, the system gave a cute face and quickly rolled into a ball, then crashed and pretended to be dead.
Yi Nan.
Yi Nan came back to his senses from the system reward. A hint of coldness flashed across his pair of bright eyes. He raised his hand and placed it on Yi Linglong's shoulder.
Shake your head slightly. Sister Linglong, there is no need to conflict with the police. Immediately.
He patted Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder again and comforted her.
Sister Xiaoxiao, it's okay.
A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. As citizens, we have the right and obligation to cooperate with the police.
Don't worry, go ahead.
I believe the police will investigate thoroughly.
Seventh Sister Yi Xiaoxiao. Indeed.
When the system's reward for that wave of heaven-defying cock.
Crime hunter bandit attributes. Already gave Yi Nan the answer. And
from the wanted poster issued by the flower of criminal police Qin Yaij. That photo is definitely the same as Yi Xiaoxiao, almost carved out of the same mold.
Could it be that the female drug dealer, Sister Mandala K, stole the identity of Seventh Sister Xiaoxiao? Although, it seems that all this is just director Feng making a movie. Actually,
in order to make the film realistic, director Feng drew materials from reality and made it down to earth. He really specially created Sister Mandala K, who was the female drug dealer of the Golden Triangle criminal gang in Southeast Asia. Including the final big boss, the drug lord and warlord General Sanza in the movie script.
All adapted from reality. This is really a misunderstanding. The police found the crew and wanted to arrest Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Nan glanced at Qin Yaij disdainfully. Officer, I am Yi Xiaoxiao's younger brother.
We have enough evidence to prove that my sister Xiaoxiao is not some female drug dealer named Mandragora K. However, as legal citizens and good citizens, we cooperate with the police investigation. I will catch the real female drug dealer, Mandala K, and bring my sister Xiaoxiao back.
Qin Yaij, the flower of criminal police. Qin Yaij looked at Yi Nan for a few seconds. Brother, the police will not make mistakes when investigating a case. She gave another order. What are you still standing there for? Cuff him and take him away.
Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Nan with a wronged and gloomy face.
Brother Xiaonan, please don't be impulsive. If you really can't help it, call our mom.
Yi Linglong was stunned for a moment and shouted.
Seventh Sister.
However, the police quickly handcuffed Yi Xiaoxiao and took her to the police station. Yi Linglong frowned and looked at Yi Nan.
Brother Xiaonan, what should we do now?
Chapter 41I, Yinan, become a fierce policeman and a crazy sister-loving man.
Chapter 41I, Yinan, transform into a fierce policeman, a crazy sister-loving demon, woo woo woo.
Xin Yaij, the flower of criminal police, gave an order. Yi Xiaoxiao was handcuffed and taken back to the police station for interrogation.
The sirens blared. Left Jiangbei University.
Yinan glanced at the rear of the police car that was speeding away. He clenched his fists and his eyes were bloodshot. No matter how strong he is,
you can't always fight the law. He comforted Yi Linglong. Sister Linglong, there is only one solution for now.
The real female drug dealer must be caught as soon as possible, Mandala K. Yi Linglong blinked her beautiful eyes and thought for a while.
Brother Xiaonan, how about I contact mom and ask her to use her connections?
Yi Nan shook his head decisively and refused.
No. Sister Linglong, don't forget that mom is terminally ill and has only 3 months to live.
What she needs most now is rest, and she must not worry.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it. That's all. Yinan took out his cell phone and called the head of shadow demigods and semi-devils, Tianzhong. Beep beep. Soon. Tianzhong smiled jokingly and answered the phone. Brother Nan, do you have any instructions?
Without waiting for the gods to finish speaking. Even through the phone, the heavenly beings could feel it. The most majestic and domineering dragon lord radiates with the burning heaven fury. Listen, celestial beings, gather the brothers of shadow immediately, as quickly as possible.
Find the drug dealers under General Sangza, a warlord and drug lord in the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia. Codename, Mandala, also known as Sister K. According to the clues provided by the police, it was initially determined that Mandala K was in Jiangzhou City. Notify me when you find it. Hearing this, the celestial beings gathered their energy in an instant. Answered loudly. Yes, Nange.
A short pause. He was still cautious and asked with tentative concern.
Brother Nan, what happened?
Yinan spoke concisely and in a low voice. This drug dealer pretended to be my 7th sister, causing the police to mistake my 7th sister for a drug dealer and arrest her.
Remember, be quick. The heavenly beings said no more. Clear. Hang up the phone. Yinan bids farewell to Director Feng and the rest of the crew. Left Jiangbei University with Yi Linglong.
Director Feng and the crew, as well as students from Jiangbei University, were all stunned.
Oh my god, I always thought that he had great acting skills and played the drug dealer so realistically.
The police came to my house to file a report.
It was only written like that in online novels or short video clips. It turned out to be true. So, here comes the question. Is Xiao Xiao, the school beauty goddess, a real actress? Or a drug dealer? Could she really be some female drug dealer, Ms. Mandala K? Mu Bea Pailong, are you stupid?
It's so obvious that the female lead in the movie played by Yi Xiaoxiao is called Mandala K's sister.
Not necessarily, otherwise, why was she detained by the police? Director Feng, is this movie too explicit? If this continues, I'm afraid this drama will become obsolete. Director Feng glared at those who questioned him in the crew. Uncle Juan's Flower Corn. This is a positive, high-energy action movie, not a yellow movie, amusing friend Adelstein? The crew members were all confused. Oh. Director Feng, this is yellow A, not that yellow A.
Director Feng waved his hand and said, okay, find a lawyer right away and go to the police station to file a complaint for Yi Xiaoxiao.
It's pure nonsense. Yes. Jiangzhou City. Police station, criminal police team. Interrogation room. Name?
Yi Xiaoxiao.
Gender? Female. Profession? Imperial Film Academy, acting major, current student. Snap. Xin Yaij took the interrogation folder. Slam it hard on the table.
She boasts of her extensive experience in criminal investigation.
There is absolutely no mistake. She stood up suddenly. With her intimidation as a detective queen.
He exerted pressure on Yi Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the interrogation chair.
Hey, Sister Mandala K, it's already this time and you're still quibbling? Do you think you can get away with it by disguising yourself as an actor in a movie?
I warn you, this is the vast Chinese territory, not your drug lord den in the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia. Be smart and cooperate with the police investigation and tell the truth. Besides, the amount of drugs you sold in Jiangzhou is enough to get you shot 1,800 times. Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her beautiful eyes with an innocent face.
Officer, I didn't lie. I told the truth. I'm not some drug dealer, I'm an actress. She is the leading actress in the movie Angel School Beauty who plays the devil. Xin Yaij sneered twice. Sister K, you are really deeply into the play and you are still immersed in it. Can't you come out of it?
Be quiet, or we have plenty of ways to pry your mouth open.
Yi Xiaoxiao. She was completely speechless. I feel extremely depressed. Didn't I just make a movie and play the role of a female drug dealer? How come the police really mistook me for Sister Mandala K and arrested me for interrogation? It seems
the police identified her as Sister Mandala K and she had no way to defend herself.
I don't know if Brother Xiaonan has any solution? Prove it for yourself? Obviously. The dilemma Yi Xiaoxiao is in right now. It's even harder than proving his father is his father.
She had no choice but to remain silent.
On the main transportation hub leading away from Zhongbei University,
a Leekin Wolfson was galloping at full speed.
Yi Nan gripped the steering wheel tightly. Yi Linglong was sitting in the passenger seat.
In order to track down the whereabouts of the real female drug dealer, Ms. Mandala K, the brother and sister only drove out in one car.
Fifth sister Yi Linglong. Yi Linglong frowned, feeling uneasy. Brother Xiaonan, even the police couldn't catch that Mandragora K sister, can we catch her? Yi Nan glanced sideways at Yi Linglong. Definitely and authentically. Yes, definitely. So, where do we go now?
Yi Nan certainly wasn't just driving around blindly, but with the buff skill fusion of the crime hunter police attribute. A thought flashed through his mind.
A sixth sense.
Sister Linglong, where do you think drugs like methamphetamine and heroin are most likely to appear?
Yi Linglong answered without hesitation. Bar. A bright and brilliant smile appeared on Yi Nan's lips. Raise your hand and snap your fingers, oh, bingo. Let's go to the largest underground bar in Jiangzhou, Champs-Élysées Bar. Maybe there will be unexpected gains.
Hee, from now on, I, Yi Nan, will be a fierce policeman and a crazy sister-loving demon. Yi Linglong smiled calmly. The green jade fingers poked Yi Nan's forehead.
What a good brother. Yi Nan smiled innocently. Life is full of disappointments, 8 out of 10. If you can't survive, just be stubborn and rush forward. While talking, he stepped on the accelerator to the floor. The son of the Leekin Wolf is speeding towards the Champs-Élysées Bar.
Yi Linglong stared at Yi Nan with her beautiful eyes.
The super-rich second generation, the style of a dandy young master.
It touched her heartstrings.
Indeed. No matter when, where, or what the situation, Yi Nan is always optimistic and positive.
Forgive me for my unruly and free love in this life.
I am also afraid that one day I will fall.
Anyone can abandon his ideals.
Why would I be afraid that one day it will be just you and me? Not long.
A classic song by Beyond, Oceans and Skies.
The produced cell phone ringtone rang.
Yi Nan glanced at the phone screen. It clearly shows the shadow heavenly beings.
An evil smile flashed across his face. Pressed answer. Hello, celestial beings, how is it? Chapter 42 My sister, I will spoil her. Chapter 42 My sister, I will spoil Brother Nan, locked, Champs-Élysées Bar.
The celestial beings answered affirmatively. Yi Nan sighed inwardly and replied with a concise word, good.
Another further reminder.
Immediately, summon the Shadow Brothers and quickly gather at the Champs-Élysées Bar.
I have 3 minutes to arrive. We must take down Sister Mandala K.
The celestial beings responded.
Brother Nan, don't worry, it has been deployed. Hang up the phone.
Yi Nan's eyes were as bright as torches, and his eyeballs were blood red, revealing a war god comparable to the crooked-mouthed Dragon King.
Even more terrifying and overwhelming anger. Certainly. This atmosphere is completely different.
It is imprinted in the bones, belonging to the unique temperament of the supreme dandy super-rich second generation.
Sister Linglong, it's just as expected. That Mandala K is in the Champs-Élysées Bar. Yi Linglong's expression was slightly tense. This. So, do we need to call the police?
Yi Nan shook his head slightly.
No need. I have to arrest her, take her to the police station, and replace her with Sister Xiao Xiao. This time, Sister Xiao Xiao was wronged. Yi Linglong also sighed. Who says it isn't? Originally, the film was shot well, but who would have thought that the characters in the film would become real? Yi Nan raised his head and said domineeringly. Well, my sister, I will spoil you. Huff. Slurp. Yi Nan stepped on the accelerator. Arrived directly at the door of Champs-Élysées bar. A perfect drift arc. Park safely in the parking space. Open the car door. Get off. The brother and sister looked up at the neon-lit sign of the Champs-Élysées bar. Yi Linglong frowned and said in a low voice. Brother Xiaonan, do you know what the Champs-Élysées bar is called? Yi Nan didn't care and smiled lightly. No matter where it is, even if it is hell, I will catch that female drug dealer, Mandragora K. Yi Linglong further elaborated. Brother Xiaonan, please don't be reckless and impulsive. I heard that the Champs-Élysées bar is known as a gray area where no one is in charge, and it is filled with underworld gangs. It can also be said that even if the police come, the place will be feared by ghosts. Normally, the Champs-Élysées bar is very likely to house some wanted criminals, and drug dealers are probably common. Therefore, it is not easy for us to go into such a gray area where there are all kinds of people and no one is in charge to catch the female drug dealer Mandragora K. Yi Nan laughed freely and carelessly. Sister Linglong, it's okay. Come on, let's go in. While talking, he reached out and took Yi Linglong's hand. Yi Linglong took Yi Nan's arm. The brother and sister walked into the Champs-Élysées bar. The DJ's explosive dance music flickered with dim lights. In the dance floor, a crowd of people were dancing wildly. It was a mixed crowd of good and bad people. After Yi Nan and Yi Linglong, brother and sister, came in. Look around. Sure enough, after signing in, the system rewarded me with the attribute of a crime hunter. Yi Nan's insight is comparable to that of a veteran criminal investigator with decades of experience. Into the eyes. There are even many people who openly engage in drug dealing. Certainly. Places like bars are nothing more than shakes and ice cream. For Yi Nan. Although he has the attributes of a crime hunter. But that doesn't mean he's a policeman. So, his main purpose was to find the female drug dealer, Ms. Mandala K. As for other matters, please do not interfere. Just as I was about to go in, one of the shadow demigods and semi-devils, Yeksha. He dodged through the crowd and came forward. Bow to Yi Nan and say hello, brother Nan. Yi Nan looked at Yeksha for a few seconds and then asked directly. Where is Ms. Mandala K? Yasha raised his hand and pointed to the inner room. The female drug dealer is inside, discussing drug and arms business with several Jiangzhou underground gang bosses. Yi Nan nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. After saying, he took brisk steps and prepared to go into the inner room. Yeksha immediately raised his hand to block Yi Nan's way. Brother Nan, wait a minute, the Champs-Élysées bar is no different from other places. This gray area where no one is in charge is the territory where a gang of gangsters rule the roost. Besides, they all have armed forces, guns, rocket launchers, and other ammunition. We should wait for the other brothers from the Heavenly Clan to arrive before we go in and arrest Ms. Mandala K. Without waiting for Yeksha to finish, Yi Nan warned solemnly. Yeksha, you and my fifth sister will meet the gods and the others outside. I will go in and find out the situation first. After saying, he went straight into the inner room. Yi Linglong was about to say something, but Yi Nan had already disappeared in the crowd. Yeksha had no choice but to stop Yi Linglong. Sister Linglong, don't worry, let's wait for the other brothers to arrive before going in. Yi Linglong said worriedly. But, Brother Xiaonan, is he okay? Yeksha thought to himself, what could happen to him as the Dragon Lord of Shadow? Sister Linglong, don't worry, Brother Nan can do it. The other side. Yi Nan has a strong and graceful posture and an arrogant aura. Following the direction indicated by the Yeksha, I walked into the inner room where Sister Mandala K was. Indeed. After Yi Nan had the system, he was rewarded with various buff skills when he signed in. He is also a man of great skill and courage. After all, with the power of Kunlun Dragon Roar Nirvana Art, second grade Earth level martial arts, and the attributes of the crime hunter are fully stacked. Even if you really encounter some gangsters, There's no gray area or something like that. That's no fear.
Besides, he is the most powerful organization in the underground world, Shadow, and the leader of the King Dragon.
In other words,
even if they encounter those so-called gang bosses, no one dares to overstep the authority of Shadow.
When Yi Nan arrived at the high-end secret room, it was actually half open, with a crack in the door. Yi Nan tiptoed towards the secret room, peeked in through the crack in the door. He was surprised to see a person whose appearance and features were. She looks almost like her seventh sister Yi Xiaoxiao, as if they were carved from the same mold. However, after careful identification, she is still far inferior to Yi Xiaoxiao in temperament. With this appearance, it's no wonder that the police mistook her for Miss Mandala K.
In the past, Yi Xiaoxiao played a female drug dealer, but her acting skills were too realistic. This time, she looks exactly like Mandala K.
Sister K, please go back and tell General Sangza that I, Liang Kuan, want all the goods, no matter how many there are.
A rough male voice came.
Yi Nan's heart skipped a beat. Liang Kuan? This bunch of gangsters are so fucking funny. Do you really think you are the leader of Hong Kong Hung Hing Society in Causeway Bay?
Without waiting for Sister K to respond, another person shouted in a loud and megaphone voice.
That's right.
Sister K, tell General Sanza that I will send you all the weapons and ammunition in the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia.
I will give you a discount at a lower price. Yi Nan almost couldn't hold back and almost laughed like a pig. Go loudly.
The little Karami who is in the underworld has no creativity at all.
Is it a complete copy of Young and Dangerous?
Mandala Sister K laughed a few times and acted like a cool female drug dealer.
Brother Cohen, Brother FA, don't be anxious. Recently, I have been watched too closely by your Jiangzhou police. Goods, no problem, but if you want to come in, you have to wait a little longer. Bang. Just when Sister Mandala K was talking loudly with some Liang Kuan,
the door was kicked open.
A shout. Hee, Mandala K?
You are finished, your death is coming.
Chapter 43 Yi Nan, the Shadow Dragon Lord, is so powerful that he can be evil. Chapter 43 Yi Nan, the Shadow Dragon Lord, is so righteous and powerful that he can turn evil into something terrifying. Where did this young man come from? You little show-off, do you know where this place is? The Champs-Élysées Bar is a gathering place on the streets of Jiangzhou City. It is a gray area that is feared by ghosts and even the government is afraid of. How dare you come to the Champs-Élysées Bar and act wild and unruly, trying to encroach on my, Liang Kuan's, guests? Hey, little bastard, if you know what's good for you, take advantage of my loud and angry outburst and put your tail between your legs and get out of here. I'm warning you, whenever I, Shanji, get ruthless, I'm afraid of myself, understand?
When Yi Nan kicked open the secret room that looked like a conference room,
his eyes are as sharp as a sword. It shot towards the one who looked like seventh sister Yi Xiaoxiao. Southeast Asia Golden Triangle female drug dealer Mandala K. Filtered directly and ignore.
Those so-called Jiangzhou are the underworld, the cats and dogs of the underworld gangs.
However, Yi Nan ignored.
This completely angered the big bosses of underworld gangs such as Liang Kuan, De Shang, Shanji, etc.
They are in charge of the gray area in Jiangzhou. The Champs-Élysées Bar is also their headquarters for meetings. But Yi Nan is. From the way she dresses, she exudes a student-like feel. In a flash,
all the gangsters stood up suddenly. Spit flew everywhere, pointing at Yi Nan and cursing, mocking, and shouting.
If Yi Nan is timid or his aura is not strong enough.
I was really shocked and frightened by this group of gangsters.
Pity. They underestimated Yi Nan's strength.
The most powerful organization in the underground world, Shadow, is in charge of the King Dragon.
How horrible.
We can only blame them for being too low in level and too low in grade. I can't touch the real underground world. Unable to detect the arrogance that is integrated into Yi Nan's bones, the domineering spirit that flows in his blood.
He. An evil grin flashed across Yi Nan's face. Still choose to ignore Liang Kuan and loudly send Shanji and other underworld bosses.
His bright eyes were fixed on Ms. Mandala K.
He said it defiantly through his teeth. I'll say it one last time. Sister Mandala K, you are a female drug dealer who brings disaster to the country and the people.
You are a social scum who poisons innocent people with drugs.
Everyone should punish you. And you, what you should never do, have a face that looks exactly like my seventh sister. It also caused my seventh sister to be arrested and taken away by the police.
So, today, you should be finished here.
I will give you an easier choice. Come with me to the police station. Without waiting for Yi Nan to finish, he roared loudly at Yi Nan, like a lion roaring from Hudong, jumping and shouting. Hey, little bastard, don't you understand what I'm saying? Don't you see us gangsters? Am I a human being? I ask, am I a human being?
Believe it or not, I can snap my fingers and make you lie still and unable to leave this door. Yi Nan's eyes, as sharp as an eagle, fell fiercely on De Xingfa. He raised his hand and cleaned his ears.
Arrogant, arrogant. He sneered and grinned sternly and domineeringly. People? Is there anyone?
I only saw a stupid, mangy dog barking.
Ha, you can kill me with just a snap of your fingers? Who do you think you are? The Marvel villain Thanos?
If Thanos didn't raise his hand and snap his fingers to destroy the world, that's called the Golden Finger.
And you are a bully who can only bark like a dog. Just a few words.
It is not very harmful, but extremely insulting.
To speak loudly and furiously.
He shouted at the top of his voice and jumped up to pick up a chair. He opened his mouth and roared and cursed.
I support you, mother. I'll kill you, little bastard. While talking,
he swung the chair and smashed it hard on Yi Nan's head.
However,
Yi Nan stood tall and majestic, unmoved. It was as if he treated the chair that was thrown at him by loudspeaker as air, not dodging or avoiding it.
Snap. Snap. Crash. Ah.
There was a sound of a chair breaking apart.
Everyone in the private room mistakenly thought
it was the sound of Yi Nan's head being split open and his skull shattering.
And Yi Nan screams and wails. Who knows? The next moment, everyone was choked and stunned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Blood splattered and the air was filled with blood.
All I saw was a broken chair leg at the throat of Shengdafa. It goes directly from the Adam's apple to the back of the neck.
Gurgling.
Blood gushed out. I can no longer make any sound, and I can no longer bark like a dog. He covered his throat, staggered, and fell to the ground.
He collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room froze. Silence, death.
You can hear a pin drop.
Who would dare to believe that a young man like Yi Nan? A fierce attack.
Even those who claimed to be gang bosses were frightened and horrified. Yi Nan pinched his knuckles slightly and sneered twice with an evil and playful smile on his face.
He looked down on others and glanced at gangsters like Liang Kuan and Shan Ji with disdain. Noisy. My little lord, I hate the barking of dogs the most. Remember, villains will always die because they talk too much, do you understand? Mandala K sister can no longer sit still in silence.
As she stood up, she reached out and pulled out a Desert Eagle pistol. The gun was pointed at Yi Nan.
She sneered twice. Boy, I don't know where you came from. But who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of my sister K? As long as I move my fingers, your head will explode immediately. Yi Nan turned around slowly, proudly, and domineeringly. Impressive momentum.
He said "oh" lightly, and then he directly used the Yen Xuanying possession posture and spoke in an eagle-like manner.
Yeah? There are no bullets in your gun.
I bet 50 cents on spicy noodles, and you bet your life. What I hate most is someone pointing a gun to my head, but people always do it. I have a habit of killing anyone who shoots me, even if there is no bullet in his gun. These words were full of domineering and righteousness.
But it left Sister Mandala K completely confused.
She gritted her teeth and cursed.
Go to hell, little bastard. Under the angry rebuke, she pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullets in the Desert Eagle pistol. It burst out from the muzzle and hit Yi Nan's head. The rest of the gangsters all swallowed their saliva. Shocked, dumbfounded. They were all waiting for Yi Nan to be shot in the head by Mandala K. 1. The air solidified.
In the relatively spacious private room, the temperature suddenly dropped to below 0°C.
Chilling.
What a frivolous teenager.
How dare you go alone to the Champs-Élysées bar? The gangsters from the Underworld have gathered together. No man's land.
Although Yi Nan attacked at high speed and his punches were fierce,
Just now, De Shengfa was killed in an instant. Shocked everyone. However, it is a pity after all, Leo. He will die if Mandala K shoots him. Isn't it? Yeah. Chapter 44, It's great to have a sister who loves you so much. Chapter 44, It feels so good to have a sister who pampers me. A flash as fast as lightning, almost invisible to the naked eye. 0.01 seconds. It definitely blinded all the gangsters' 24K titanium dog eyes. Ton. Yi Nan teleported to dodge the bullet. In a flash. Suddenly. He leaped to his feet, clenching his fists. It was as if it was wrapped in a dragon-shaped shadow. Crush with great force. A punch landed on Mandala K's shoulder blade. The Desert Eagle pistol in her hand flew out of her hand. Don't move. Yi Nan landed lightly. He reached out and grabbed the pistol. The muzzle of the gun was pressed against Sister Mandala K's forehead. There is a youthful and carefree look on his face. Unruly and fierce. Even the female drug dealer, Sister Mandala K, was completely dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, in the city of Jiangzhou, I actually met a master who could dodge bullets in 0.01 seconds. Sister Mandala K's cold and arrogant face twitched distortedly. A ferocious chill loomed. She glanced at Yi Nan with contempt and asked solemnly, "Who the hell are you? What grudge do I have against you?" Yi Nan chuckled. "Cut the crap. Sister K, you are under arrest. Come with me to the police station." As soon as the words fell. Snap. Crash. There was a chaotic sound. Then, there was a spitting sound. And a slow, suppressed voice. He. Hey, little idiot, are you going? Where are you going? Can you go? As long as I, Liang Kuan, give the order, your whole body will instantly become a transparent hole of a sieve. Almost at the same time, the entire secret room was filled with black gun muzzles. For example, AK-47 assault rifle, Type 95 automatic rifle, etc. Various firearms and ammunition were aimed at Yi Nan. Moment. The atmosphere in this secret private room became extremely solemn. Haha, you idiot, where are you going? Why don't you go and ask around? Do you think a little idiot like you can barge into the Champs-Élysées bar? The man with a coxcomb haircut who called himself Brother Pheasant sneered at Yi Nan. Put the gun down. I just warned you that when I, Shanji, get ruthless, even I am afraid of him. Now you should know what will happen if you dare to act wild in the Champs-Élysées bar, right? Yi Nan slowly threw the Desert Eagle pistol in his hand to the ground. But he was so domineering that he showed no sign of bowing his head. Proud, sassy. Ha, Champs-Élysées bar? Gray area? It's nothing more than a bunch of rotten and smelly cockroaches gathering place underground, that's all. What? Just by using the names of those Hong Kong underworld gangs, you really think you are the boss of Causeway Bay, and you can't tell the difference between the big boss and the small boss, and you can't recognize who you are, right? Remember, a dog is always a dog. No matter how he shows his fangs, he can't turn into a Tibetan Mastiff, understand? Liang Cohen was yelling. Fuck you, I'm getting a little angry, I'm going to shoot you in the head. While talking, he grabbed an AK-47 assault rifle and was about to shoot at Yi Nan. Sister Mandala K also grabbed a pistol and pointed the gun at Yi Nan's head. I'll kill you, little bastard. When the words are spoken, pull the trigger and shoot. Bang. Day. It seemed that Yi Nan was about to die at the gunpoint. I'm so brave, who dares to touch a hair of Long Zun? At the critical moment, a volley of bullets swept towards the ceiling. A shot hit Ms. Mandala K's arm. The gun in her hand deviated from its trajectory and did not hit Yi Nan. Immediately. Including the Shadow Sky, Dragon, Yeksha and other masters of the Eight Immortals. He led a group of brothers, who were in large numbers and dark masses. It came from outside the Champs-Élysées bar, rolling in slowly. Xiaonan's brother. Yi Linglong was surrounded by the Shadow Brothers, and she screamed in surprise. Yi Nan sighed inwardly, thinking it was a false alarm and broke out in a cold sweat. Obviously. When the Shadow Brothers arrived, the underworld bosses in the gray area of the Champs-Élysées bar were all stunned and dumbfounded. Ha? What's going on here? Dark. Shadow? Damn, it's the Shadow, the most powerful organization in the underground world? What the hell, Shadow Heavenly Dragon 8 Division's master? What did that celestial being call in just now? Dragon Lord? How could this be possible? He is Shadow, the Dragon King? It's obvious. Shadow is such a powerful existence. In the blink of an eye, those so-called gangsters were shocked. Led by the heavenly dragons, they all headed towards Yinan. They all bowed and shouted respectfully in unison. Nan Gu. If you don't know, you might think it's Causeway Bay's leader, Chun Haonan. But these so-called underworld bosses are too aware of the powerful influence of the Shadow. Moreover, I have long heard of the Dragon Lord, a mysterious dragon that can be seen from head to tail but is hard to find. The heavenly beings gave an order and gave instructions to the Shadow Brothers. These blind ants dared to disrespect the Dragon Lord with guns. Repression. Kill, kill, kill. Even so, there is a kind of crooked-mouthed Dragon King war god style. With one command, the overwhelming pressure of thousands of powerful people gathered together. But Yinan really enjoyed the shock of the bright moon in the sky and the dazzling light. 1 word, cool. 2 words, thief. 3 words, bunker. There is no room for resistance. Shadow swept across the battlefield with great force and completely suppressed the gang of underworld bosses. Yi Linglong ran forward quickly. His brows were furrowed, his face full of worry. Her slender hands tightly grasped Yi Nan's shoulders. He looked Yi Nan up and down carefully. Xiaonan, let me take a good look at you, are you hurt? You are such a fool. Why did you break in here alone? Look, this bunch of barbaric gangsters, what if their guns accidentally go off and injure you? From now on, you are not allowed to take risks like this again, do you hear me? Listening to the fifth sister's scolding, every word was full of love. Yi Nan felt warm in his heart. Compared to the lonely days when I was fucked by dogs before. You know how you feel, so no one will care about you. Who cares about his life or death? Now, with a goddess sister like Yi Linglong. Still so fond of myself. It feels so good to have a sister who pampers me. There were some ripples in Yi Nan's heart. His nose felt sore and he almost burst into tears. He took a step forward, opened his arms, and gave Yi Linglong a big hug. He held Yi Linglong tightly in his arms. Almost close to Yi Linglong's ear, he spoke in a gentle and caring voice. Sister, you are so nice. Thank you for loving me. Don't worry, I grew up in a wild environment, I'm not that delicate, I won't die. Yi Linglong's delicate body trembled slightly, and her jade fingers poked Yi Nan's lips. Still complaining. Ah, bah, what kind of stinky brother is this? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and spit the death away. Yi Nan smiled, a smile as bright and sunny as the sun. So this is what it feels like to have a sister who loves you so much. It's so good. He did as he was told and spat twice. Sister, you are really beautiful, kind-hearted, and super nice. I'm not worried about it. Sister Xiao Xiao is still being interrogated at the police station. I have to quickly arrest the female drug dealer, Ms. Mandala K. Yi Linglong's arms tightly wrapped around Yi Nan and gave him a big hug. She smiled sweetly. What a warm-hearted man, a good brother. The brother and sister are deeply connected by blood. Yi Nan loosened the hug, walked over, and grabbed Sister Mandala K. Sister, look, she really looks like Sister 7. Yi Linglong stared at Ms. Mandala K for a few seconds. Wow, oh, I really look like him. Yi Nan smiled with relief. Yes. He also gave a few instructions to the heavenly beings and dragons. The rest is up to you, Tianzhong. Yasha, come with me, escort the female drug dealer to the police station to report, and rescue my 7th sister. The Shadow Brothers, including the heavenly dragons, responded. Yes. Farewell, dragon. Yaksha grabbed Sister Mandala K and scolded her. Mandala K, let's go to the police station. Yi Nan and Yi Linglong, brother and sister, walked out of the Champs-Élysées bar. He drove away in the Leakin Wolfson. Yaksha tied up Ms. Mandala K, stuffed her into a Land Rover, and followed closely behind. Head straight to the criminal police team of Jiangzhou City Police Station. Chapter 45. Yi Nan single-handedly delivered a first-class merit, the handsome policewoman's sister. Chapter 45. Yinan won a first-class merit with one hand. Handsome policewoman sister Mandala K. I will ask you one last time, your name? Yi Xiao Xiao. Profession? Imperial Film Academy, performance. Snap. Jiangzhou City. Public Security Bureau, Criminal Police Team. Interrogation room. Qin Yaij slammed the table. He was furious and shouted. Mandala, you can continue to act. I want to see how you will act when you are sentenced in court. I would like to advise you that the amount of drugs you have sold is enough to shoot you thousands of times, whether you are tried or not. You're still playing cat and mouse with us, acting? Why don't you say that you are chin shooting, the sister-in-law in the movie The Storm? Yi Xiaoxiao had an innocent face, looking sullen and frustrated. But he still defended himself with dignity. Officer, you are really wrong. I am really not a female drug dealer. I am actually a student of the performance department of the Imperial Capital Film Academy. Qin Yaij stood up suddenly. Okay, the acting department is a female major. Mandala, you like to waste time, I will waste time with you. A time of righteous indignation. A police officer knocked on the door. Walk into the interrogation room. He whispered in Qin Yaij's ear. Captain Qin, someone is looking for you outside. He said that he had caught a real female drug dealer, Mandala K. Hearing this, Qin Yaij frowned. What? Without further ado, turn around. He walked straight out of the interrogation room. Where are the people? Right at the door. While talking, Qin Yaij arrived at the door of the police station. Yinan, holding a piece of green grass picked from somewhere in his mouth, waved at her. He raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. Hello, police aunt. Qin Yaij interrogated Yi Xiaoxiao for most of the day. I feel angry. When she heard Yinan calling her auntie, she stalked forward angrily. He scolded fiercely. Who are you calling auntie? Who is auntie? Yinan pursed his lips and smiled playfully. Policewoman sister, calm down, you are so stupid, cough cough cough. Well, as a person, you should be optimistic and happy. Especially women, they need to be broad-minded. Don't lose your temper easily, otherwise. Emo to the ovaries will cause cysts, emo to the uterus will cause fibroids, emo to the breasts will cause hyperplasia. Shinigu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Damn it, I'll blow your head off. Yinan came up to her and said, Policewoman, you are so beautiful, you can't be so rude. Besides, I'm not here to argue with you, to have a falling out with you, or to have a love affair with you. But I caught the real female drug dealer, Sister Mandragora K, and came to take my seventh sister Yi Xiaoxiao away. Qin Yaij studied at Zhongbei University. The moment I first met Yinan. This guy is so handsome that it makes girls' hormones surge and their endocrine system become disordered. Impressive. At this time, facing Yinan's seemingly frivolous words. But it is just right. It stirred Qin Yaij's heart. It wouldn't disgust her at all. On the contrary, it actually made Qin Yaij feel so upset. Endless ripples arose. It made her feel dizzy like love for a while. Emotions between people. It's often just so magical. Look back more often in the crowd, and it will last forever. One glance, 10,000 years. Shinigu attended police academy and joined the police force after graduation. Known as the female detective. Although there is no shortage of suitors. But she is that kind of tomboyish and domineering. It makes it out of reach for many suitors. Give a kind of. You can only watch from a distance and not play with it. She is like cement sealing the heart and locking the love. I always thought that I was destined to be alone in this life. Who would have thought? This handsome boy in front of me. It actually touched Qin Yaij's heart. Qin Yaij is very harsh with his words. He glared at Yinan fiercely. Humph, little bastard, I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. If you dare to obstruct the police in their investigation and interfere with their official duties, I promise to catch you and send you to jail to so. Yinan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved and shouted outside the police station. Bring it in. Immediately. As one of the shadow demigods and semi-devils, Yaksha dragged the real female drug dealer, Ms. Mandragora K, and pushed her into the police station. Yi Linglong was also beside him. The moment I walked into the police station, Qin Yaij choked.
The other police officers were also confused. Someone even took out the paper of the international A-level wanted warrant. I carefully compared the appearance of Ms. Mandala K.
Definitely a replica, exactly the same. With real person comparison. After careful identification,
I still saw Sister Mandala K.
and Yi Xiaoxiao, who was arrested before. There is a world of difference in temperament. Obvious. The person captured by Yinan.
It radiates from the look in the eyes and even from the bones. That smelled like drug dealers.
What's going on? If this is the female drug dealer, Ms. Mandala K, then who is in the interrogation room? Stupid, you have a stupid head, it must be the girl who is older than the actress.
Damn, I checked, the person in the interrogation room is really called Yi Xiaoxiao, from the Imperial Capital Film Academy, or some sexy school beauty, it totally matches.
Oh no, barbecue, did Captain Qin catch the wrong person? As the flower of criminal police, would she make such a low-level mistake? Xin Yaij took a deep breath. Did I really catch the wrong person?
Yi Linglong walked to Yinan's side, frowned slightly, and asked in a low voice.
Shaonan, how is it going? Yinan smiled happily. Fifth sister, it's okay.
He looked at Xin Yaij again.
Hey, policewoman, say something. I caught you a real drug dealer.
Don't worry, I won't take credit for it. You should thank me for catching such a heinous female drug dealer.
It's at least a first-class merit.
Look, the first-class merit has been delivered to you, please release my seventh sister immediately.
Xin Yaij waved his hand and gave the order.
Cuff the real Mandala sister K and detain her. Go to the interrogation room and bring out that female college actress Yi Xiaoxiao.
The rest of the officers sprang into action. Yes, Team Qin.
Sister Mandala K was handcuffed and taken to the detention room. He immediately ran into the interrogation room to release Yi Xiaoxiao.
Xin Yaij slowly raised his eyes and looked at Yinan for a few seconds. Even more impressive. The seed of love in my heart. Moment.
Take root and sprout in fertile soil. There was a hint of ambiguity in her beautiful eyes.
Hey, little bastard, what's your name?
Yinan groaned and said, Policewoman sister, a good man does not fight with a woman.
I won't bother with you. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Yinan, Yi in Ip Man and Nan in Conan. He is a student at Zhongbei University, referred to as Male University.
Xin Yaij paused slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
Yinan, let me ask you, how did you catch the female drug dealer Ms. Mandragora K?
Yinan shrugged and spread his hands.
She's just a female drug dealer, all she needs is her hands, right? This is a very good show, 99 points for sure.
I'm afraid Yinan will be too proud.
Xin Yaij.
Chapter 46 I have too many sisters, and they all dote on me.
Who can handle this?
Chapter 46 I have too many sisters, and they all dote on me.
Who can handle this? Shaonan brother. Not long. A police officer took Yi Xiaoxiao out of the interrogation room.
When she saw Yinan, she was excited and surprised.
Shout out.
Regardless of everything, he rushed forward. Suddenly, he opened his arms,
hugging Yinan tightly. Yinan's body stiffened slightly. He gradually got used to the days of being spoiled by his sister. The key is this sister, there are 9 of them. Such a beautiful goddess. I love him so much. Yinan instantly felt like he was loved by the group. Now I have just met my 5th sister Linglong and my 7th sister Xiaoxiao. Later. And the other 7 goddess sisters. I'm so fucking cool. I dare not think about it. Back pain, kidney pain. Ah. Stomach pain. The rhythm of the hammer eating gigolo. Monitoring value. Punishment. The days are getting more and more interesting.
Yinan smiled freely. He raised his hand and hugged Yi Xiaoxiao.
Pat her on the shoulder. Comforting. Sister Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry I'm late. You've been wronged.
Don't worry, it's okay, all the nightmares are over.
7th sister Yi Xiaoxiao. 7th sister.
Yi Linglong also came over, and the 3 siblings hugged each other. Fortunately, this time, thanks to the bravery of Shaonan, the real female drug dealer, Sister Mandragora K, was arrested. Otherwise, it would be difficult to clear the suspicion even if she jumped into the Yellow River.
Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Yeah, Xiaonan, you were so nice and strong.
Yan uttered a sound, raised his eyebrows and grinned.
Be low-key, you must be low-key.
The three siblings exchanged simple greetings and some sentimental talk.
Yi Nan looked at Qin Yaij. Policewoman, can we go now?
Since the real female drug dealer, Ms. Mandragora K, has been arrested. Qin Yaij detained Yi Xiaoxiao without any reason.
She nodded and pondered. Can.
She came over and apologized to Yi Xiaoxiao. I'm sorry, classmate Yi Xiaoxiao. We are anxious and eager to catch the female drug dealer. I apologize for causing such a misunderstanding and detaining you. Now that I think about it carefully, to be honest, you are indeed a very talented actor in acting. Especially when she plays the role of a female drug dealer, it is so realistic that it is absolutely indistinguishable from the real thing. Yi Xiaoxiao was graceful and smiled calmly.
Officer Qin, it's okay. It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. I understand the work of the police, especially the narcotics police. If you hadn't risked everything to defend this line of defense against the cancer.
If we allow this cancer to run rampant, countless innocent people's happy families will suffer, and eventually their families will be broken up and their loved ones will die.
Oh, Officer Qin, I just saw that female drug dealer who looked like me, and I had an idea. I have an immature idea, please consider it.
That is, now Ms. Mandala K has been arrested. You said during the interrogation that her line is related to a drug lord in the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia. Such as the warlord General Sangza. I was thinking, is there a possibility that I could play the role of Mandala K and continue to explore this line in depth?
How about following the clues and eliminating the Southeast Asian drug lord Sanza? Hearing this, not only was Qin Yaij stunned. Moreover, Yi Nan and Yi Linglong were both shocked. No, seventh sister, are you crazy? Why are you getting involved in this? Combating drugs and taking down drug lords requires police force.
Yi Linglong immediately expressed her opposition.
Yi Nan nodded in agreement.
Yes. Sister Xiaoxiao, don't get carried away and act impulsively.
Those drug lords are extremely vicious and they are no joke.
Yi Xiaoxiao seemed to have made up her mind.
She looked at Yi Nan and Yi Linglong.
Fifth sister, little brother Xiaonan, I know exactly what I am saying and doing.
This is because I have played the role of a female drug dealer in several movies before.
In fact, in order to understand the habits, temperament, etc. of drug dealers, I have read a lot of information about drug dealers and watched many film and television dramas on the theme of drug eradication and drug enforcement.
For example, Operation Icebreaking to fight against drugs.
I have deepened my understanding of drug dealers, but also because in movies and TV shows, drug enforcement officers even sacrifice their lives in order to uncover drug dealers and crack down on drug trafficking. So, I have always had a dream. I really hope that one day I can become an undercover police officer, sneak into drug dens, cooperate with the police, and fight drug dealers.
Yi Nan. Yi Linglong. Qin Yaij was silent for a while. She chose to shake her head and refuse. Thank you, Mr. Yi Xiaoxiao, for your understanding of the drug enforcement police.
Although your suggestion has certain reference value, you are not a policeman after all. It's too risky to ask you to play the role of a female drug dealer, Ms. Mandala K, and become an undercover police officer.
I am wearing this police uniform and I will never joke with your life.
To solve a case, if one clue is broken, try another one. The net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. One day, those drug dealers and criminals will be caught and brought to justice.
Okay, you guys go back.
I will continue to interrogate Ms. Mandala K and try to find a breakthrough from her.
Yi Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, just nodded silently.
Yi Nan and Yi Linglong accompanied her out of the police station.
Outside the police station,
Yi Nan and Yi Linglong stared at Yi Xiaoxiao, who looked a little absent-minded and distraught. Yi Linglong tugged at Yi Xiaoxiao's arm.
Hey, seventh sister, you're not serious, are you?
I'm telling you, you must give up the idea of playing Mandala K immediately. The warlords and drug dealers in the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia are not suitable for filming. Yi Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and said gently.
Sister Linglong, I understand. Well, I just said that casually, the police don't want me either. Yi Nan also advised.
Sister Xiaoxiao, stop thinking too much. After this incident, you must be frightened.
Go home first and rest for a few days.
Yi Xiaoxiao has a sweet smile.
Why yeah. Yasha drove the Land Rover to send Yi Linglong off. Yi Linglong winked at Yi Nan.
I'm still worried that Yi Xiaoxiao might do something stupid. Let Yi Xiaoxiao still ride on Yi Nan's son of the Lake and Wolf.
Yi Nan understood.
Drive away from the police station and return to the Royal No. 1 Dome Starry Sea.
On the way,
Yi Xiaoxiao remained silent,
although pretending to be calm.
But he still looked a little worried. Yi Nan had no choice but to find a topic to talk about.
Sister Xiaoxiao, you said that we co-starred in the movie Devil's Angel School Beauty, which was filmed with director phone. Can the box office of Ne Zha 2 break the 15 billion mark? Hee, I'm really looking forward to it. We can make a movie together and become the box office champion.
Yi Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and smiled.
Silly brother, where's the movie? It's going to be a big hit. It also requires the right time, right place, and right people. For example, Wolf Warrior 2 back then, that also needed an opportunity to explode.
This time, Ne Zha 2, The Devil Boy Conquers the Dragon King has been making great strides, impacting the world box office charts and is expected to break the record of Titanic.
After all, this is also a special period and a special opportunity, what do you think? Chapter 47 The Richest Man's Biological Mother Called? Recognize her? Chapter 47 The Richest Man's Biological Mother Called? Recognize her?
Forgive me for my unruly and free love in this life.
I am also afraid that one day I will fall.
Anyone can abandon his ideals.
Why would I be afraid that one day it will be just you and me?
Just as the son of the Lake and Wolf was galloping at lightning speed.
Hurricane, gallop.
Yi Nan was talking with his seventh sister Xiaoxiao about the Chinese animated film Ne Zha 2, The Devil Boy Conquers the Dragon King, which is popular all over the world.
Yi Nan's cell phone rang. The screen lights up. A strange overseas phone call suddenly caught Yi Nan's eyes.
Tang Long uttered a sound. He complained helplessly.
Banana, what the hell?
Every day, there are either harassing calls from AI-powered salespeople or various scam calls.
So mad.
He was about to raise his hand to hang up the call.
Yi Xiaoxiao stared at Yi Nan's phone screen and exclaimed, Huh?
Brother Xiaonan, wait, this phone call is from
Mom's.
Yi Nan was stunned and slammed on the brakes. The son of the Lake and Wolf rushed out at full speed.
If it weren't for Yi Nan's good driving skills, holding the steering wheel tightly, it hit the guardrail directly. It was really a fast and furious car show. The result is, the filming is complete, the show is over. Duong.
The Lake and Wolfson gradually stabilized and stopped by the side of the road.
Yi Nan's eyes were as bright as torches as he glanced sideways at Yi Xiaoxiao. Asked in surprise. Sister Xiaoxiao, what did you say? Is it her phone number? Originally,
the word mom is on the tip of my tongue.
But 20 years. Yi Nan has been abandoned for 20 years.
Life is cheaper than grass, and is more despised than dogtail grass.
All along.
It is branded in the bones and engraved in the soul.
He is a
child without a mother's love and a father's care.
More lonely and desolate than duckweed in the water. Even though
the fifth sister Linglong and the seventh sister Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared in Yi Nan's life.
Tell him.
He is not an orphan.
It's not that no one loves him. He has a rich mother.
There are 9 goddess sisters who will definitely spoil him.
Even if he accepted all of this.
When Yi Xiaoxiao mentioned that overseas phone number. It's a call from his richest mother.
He still couldn't say, Mom. Is this all finally coming? Has this day finally come? Mom? A name that has never appeared in Yi Nan's dictionary. Once upon a time,
when he was wandering the streets, looking at the big hands holding the small hands, the warm picture of a family of 3. How envious he is.
When the school held a parent-teacher conference, other students had their parents attend.
How much he longs to have a father and a mother.
When the school holds parent-child activities, or mom and dad accompany other children to fly kites, shoot water guns, ride carousels and roller coasters. He was all alone, just watching the fun. That moment, he deeply understood.
Zhu Ziqing rode in moonlight over the lotus pond.
The happiness is theirs, I have nothing.
The truth of this sentence.
What a heartbreaking and cruel sentence.
At that moment, Yi Nan felt deeply. He was abandoned by the world. He didn't have a happy childhood. He only has a past that he doesn't want to recall.
Mother? The richest man's biological mother? In Yi Nan's opinion, this seemed to be the biggest irony of his fate. Even if he learned from fifth sister Linglong.
His mother, the richest man in the world, has a brain tumor and lung cancer, and is in the terminal stage of the disease. She is estimated to live for 3 months.
But
all of this brought pain to Yi Nan.
That's totally incurable.
Some scars, if you don't uncover them, don't mean they are healed. But once it is torn, it will bleed and cause a piercing pain.
Yi Xiaoxiao didn't know that Yi Nan suffered from traumatic stress disorder.
She pursed her lips and smiled sweetly, then raised her hand and gave Yi Nan a pat on the head. She raised her green jade fingers again playfully.
It scratched Yi Nan's nose. Smiled sweetly. Yes, it's Mom.
Silly brother, look how excited you are, answer the phone quickly.
Yi Nan emerged from his messy and complicated mood. Come back to your senses. He said oh. With trembling hands, he pressed the answer button. Hello, who is it?
Yi Xiaoxiao's expression was slightly solemn, she frowned and said nothing.
One end of the phone. A kind but somewhat weak voice came. Is it Xiaonan? Your fifth sister Yi Linglong gave me your phone number. I am a mother. Yi Nan said nonchalantly with a sneer. Ah, it's you. I heard Sister Linglong mention you. Didn't you go abroad? Indifferent and cold. Nothing as a son. The long-lost enthusiasm for my mother.
This also made Yi Xiaoxiao feel that Yi Nan.
I felt an unprecedented chill.
Even Yi Xiaoxiao felt unfamiliar. It was as if Yi Nan had become a different person.
How so? Didn't fifth sister explain it to him clearly before? On the phone. The woman seemed to notice something was wrong. Slight lag. Tears started flowing before I could even say a word.
She spoke with emotion and sobs.
Ah Xiaonan, my dear son.
Mom has been haunted in my dreams for so many years, and I have been awakened by nightmares again and again.
Finally. I finally heard your voice. Son, I'm sorry that I didn't take good care of you. Sorry, baby boy. Mom is a failed and incompetent mom. It's been 20 years. Mom has been looking for you for 20 years. Over the years, you have been alone and helpless, and you must have suffered a lot. Son, it's Mom's fault. I hurt you. Without waiting for the richest man's mother to finish speaking. Unexpectedly. He. Yi Nan sneered twice.
Auntie, you and I are just strangers who have never met each other.
You don't owe me anything, so you don't have to apologize. Auntie, I think you are wrong. I am not your son and you are not my mother.
Because since I was a child, I have been like a dogtail grass abandoned by the world. My life is worthless and as cheap as a dog.
I don't have a mother. My mother died when I was born. So, Auntie, don't pretend to be my mother, and don't be sentimental, I won't buy it.
There are too many telecom frauds these days, so I'll just treat you as a scam call from northern Myanmar. Really, I don't need any mother, I don't need any motherly love.
I don't have a mother. Auntie, I'm doing fine, no need to worry about me.
The word auntie completely broke the defense of the richest man's mother, tears in her eyes, choked with sobs. She listened to Yi Nan's heart-wrenching words. It was like a knife stabbing into her heart. It hurt her heart deeply.
She could only sob and cry uncontrollably. Son, don't be like this, it's Mom who's sorry for you. Baby, please stop torturing your mother and yourself, okay? From now on, Mom will compensate you double and double, even if it means giving up everything she has, including her life, okay? Son, Mom really loves you. You are my baby and my sweetheart. Baby, Mommy can't live without you, no, son.
Chapter 48, The richest man's mother was overwhelmed by the word mom and burst into tears. Chapter 48, With the call of mom, the richest man's mother broke down and shed tears.
Little Nan, what are you doing? Listening to Yi Nan's deeply heartbreaking words. Yi Xiaoxiao was completely dumbfounded and shocked. She glared at Yi Nan. He grabbed Yi Nan's phone. Do you know what Mom's situation is like now?
Brain tumor and lung cancer, late stage, only a few days left. While she was speaking, Tears welled up in my eyes and I burst into tears. She answered the call from the richest man's mother. Mom, I'm sorry, I'm Xiao Xiao. I went to Jiangzhou to film, and I met Xiaonan and recognized him.
He is not like this, and I
don't know why he suddenly became like this.
Mom, don't be sad, don't be upset, and definitely don't get excited.
Maybe it's because brother Xiaonan has been alone for so many years, and he has some emotions in his heart that he wants to vent. Don't worry, my fifth sister and I will take good care of Xiaonan. I heard the seventh daughter Xiao Xiao. The richest man's mother stopped sobbing a little. She said with sobs,
Xiao Xiao, it's okay. Mom understands Xiaonan. Don't blame him.
All of this should be blamed on me. I did something wrong and hurt Xiaonan. Yinan's hands were shaking, his heart was palpitating, and he had goosebumps all over his body.
My head was buzzing and it felt like it was going to explode.
Although he knew very well that he was favored by the richest man's mother and 9 goddess sisters.
Nothing wrong.
However, when I heard what the richest man's mother said, he lost control of his emotions.
Perhaps this is a dialectical symptom in psychology. Traumatic stress disorder.
He consulted some psychology books on this subject in the university library.
Only
when such a psychological overreaction arises.
Very strong.
It hurt his heart like a knife.
He seemed like a completely different person.
Yi Xiaoxiao can only comfort the richest mother.
Mom, don't blame yourself.
When that incident happened that year, I accidentally lost my little brother Xiaonan.
It's not what you think.
Give Xiaonan some more time, he will definitely come to his senses and accept your advice.
Although she said so. But change your mind. Is there still time?
Perhaps.
There's really not much time left for Mom. Brain tumor, lung cancer, advanced stage. 3 months left to live.
But Yi Xiaoxiao knew it clearly. You can't force or blame Xiaonan, brother.
After all, 20 years ago, brother Xiaonan is indeed like a dogtail grass abandoned by the world. Lonely.
I don't know how much I have suffered, how much I have endured.
There are emotions and frustration. It's human nature.
Yi Xiaoxiao felt as if her heart was filled with lead, making her feel very blocked.
I really don't know when their family can be reunited. No more separation of brothers and sisters. No more terminal illnesses.
The richest man's mother sighed and let out a sigh of relief. Okay, Xiao Xiao. Don't worry, Mom knows, I believe, Xiaonan must be a very sensible child.
Slow down. Yinan finally felt relieved a lot from the dark psychological trauma.
What happened just now made me so angry that my blood flowed backwards.
It feels like I'm going to have a myocardial infarction or cerebral thrombosis. I feel depressed and suffocated.
There is a kind of life that cannot go on, like the dark doomsday is coming.
Whoosh whoosh.
He took deep breaths and let out several long sighs.
I feel a little better.
Especially looking at Sister Xiaoxiao's sad eyes. Those beautiful eyes were filled with tears.
Yinan felt somewhat guilty.
He reached out to take the phone and spoke softly to Yi Xiaoxiao. Sister Xiaoxiao, tell her for me. Yi Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, blinking her beautiful eyes and staring at Yinan.
She whispered admonishment. Xiaonan, please don't say anything angry or irritate Mom anymore. Her illness.
Really, believe me, sister, Mom loves you and really cares about you. She had never given up searching for so many years. Perhaps she became ill because of depression and her busy career. Yinan raised his hand and patted Yi Xiaoxiao on the shoulder.
No longer as indifferent as before. A lot gentler.
Sister Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry, I was too excited.
Mom, Xiaonan wants to talk to you. I gave him my phone.
Yi Xiaoxiao handed the phone to Yinan.
I was surprised on the phone and burst into a smile. Huh? Really?
Yinan held the phone in silence. His throat felt like it was being strangled.
Choking. Ah. Mom.
The word "and" came to my lips.
Swallow it hard.
It was with great difficulty that I changed it to the word "mom." Even as small as the buzz of a mosquito. But the richest man's biological mother heard it clearly. It seems that this is the most beautiful sound in the world. It is the medicine that cured the richest man's mother's natural treasures. Even through the phone, I could feel her excitement and surprise.
Ah. Xiaonan, my dearest sweetheart, what did you call me? Yi Nan hesitated for a moment, clenching his teeth.
Clenched fists. My whole body is shaking. It was as if all the strength of the whole body was concentrated. He called into the phone in a sonorous and powerful voice.
Mommy, mommy. One end of the phone. There were sobbing sounds again. The difference is that this time I feel touched and surprised.
The richest man's mother broke down, and I was moved to tears.
Hey, baby son, mom's good son.
I have been waiting for the day when you call me mom for 20 years. Yi Nan's brows sank slightly, and the wound in his heart was also healed. The atmosphere of his conversation with the richest man's mother became harmonious.
There is a kind of harmony between mother and son.
Yi Xiaoxiao was also broken and shed tears. She sat in the passenger seat, turned sideways, and opened her arms,
hugging Yi Nan tightly. Brother Xiaonan, you are so nice, so well behaved and so sensible. Yi Nan was relieved, and spoke calmly, but with a firm tone.
Said to the richest man's mother, Mom, I'm sorry for what I said just now. I shouldn't have said such hurtful words to you.
I am willful and ignorant. Sister Linglong told me about your condition. You must hold on and never give up treatment.
For 20 years, we, mother and son, have not been able to be together.
You must live well.
Don't worry, I will definitely find a prescription to cure you.
Hearing such heartwarming words.
Whether it's the richest mother or the seventh sister Xiaoxiao.
Once again shocked and surprised by Yi Nan. The mother in the capital city wanted to follow the mobile phone signal. Teleporting from abroad to be with my own son. Give him a big hug.
She was surprised and choked up.
Ah. Baby, you are really my good son. I promise you. Mommy promises you everything. As long as you are well, Mom will be happy. Yi Nan sighed secretly and comforted him. Mom, you have to relax. My 9 sisters and I will be fine. We will be filial to you in the future. A call of Mom.
It was as if Yi Nan had the maternal love he had never had before. It is probably because mother and child are connected by heart and blood.
Yi Nan said those words that hurt the richest mother. Wasn't he punishing himself? Certainly. Yi Nan is kind-hearted.
Although I have been lonely and helpless for 20 years. Like a dogtail grass, I am looked down upon by the world and live in misery. But where his heart is, the sun is shining.
Chapter 49, A Loving Mother and a Filial Son, Who Are the Mom and Dad?
Where is Dad?
Chapter 49, A Loving Mother and a Filial Son, Who Are the Mom and Dad?
Where is Dad?
Son, you are so good and sensible, you have to be good too. Mom, it's okay, don't worry. I am really satisfied and have no regrets if I can find you and hear you call me Mom.
Listen to the words of the richest man's mother.
Seems commonplace. But Yi Nan was lonely and grew up in a wild way. Regarding human emotions. The most emotional and sensitive. Because of sensuality, so sexy.
He could sense a hint of sadness and desolation in the words of the richest man's mother. Yi Nan was worried.
Could it be that my mother's condition has worsened? What should I do? Although there are traditional rewards, there are some special medical remedies for fighting cancer. However, to complete such as the 7 illusions, blue spirit, saliva, sands, mandragora, cold flame, soul, melting fruit, and the like.
Medicinal materials of natural and precious grade.
Easier said than done.
Even these medicinal herbs.
Those are all from online novels about cultivating immortals in fantasy. In such a real world. Where can I find it? The only hope. It's heaven and earth. Exploding through the prison system of the world. I don't know why. At this moment. Yi Nan's heart. Like being stabbed by a needle. Stab hard.
It hurts, the stinging pain of blood dripping.
The long-lost feeling of heartache. Or say. Living alone in Jiangzhou. All he cares about is survival and staying alive. Just to make ends meet, almost everything was spent. Where can you be willful and experience higher emotional values? Cruel social reality. People living at the bottom of society only visit brothels. Even the right to mate is a luxury. And the wealthy upper-class people. Can people be good students, young models, stewardess, technician number 69? One stop, ultimate imperial service. There was revelry and singing every night,
and people were feasting and drinking. Being the groom every night without repeating. Whatever. Now, the richest man's biological mother has come. 9 goddess sisters came to the door.
After all the hardship comes happiness. Yi Nan transformed. Became the supreme playboy, super rich second generation. The prison system is even more of a grand reward. It's like a supercar and a mansion that are free of charge. Various Cohen skill buffs are stacked up. He achieved his dream of becoming rich and handsome. Also became the upper class circle. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation, and the losers rely on the system. The key is that he is a systematic, super rich second generation supreme playboy. The sky is big, the earth is big. The prison is big. I can't refuse. Yi Nan was simple, thought surging in his mind. He clenched his fists secretly. Mom, please don't give up. You haven't even seen me yet, have you recognized me? I haven't experienced motherly love yet. Once upon a time, I longed for my mother's love in my life. I have dreamed of my mother again and again, a vague image, but she is very beautiful, very gentle, and loves me very much. Mother's embrace is warm and happy. But when I suddenly woke up, the dream was shattered and my mother was gone. I was surprised to find that I was embracing the cold air. Mom, I don't want anything. I just want you to live safely and healthily and be pampered by your mother. Mother. The words of the richest man's mother touched Yi Nan's heart. He was broken. Pour out your heart. 2 lines of tears silently slid down her cheeks. Sentimental, warm. Woohoo. I burst into tears on the phone. The richest man's mother burst into tears. Sad and moved. Surprise, shock. Son, my dear son. Be good, Mom will agree to anything you ask. For the rest of your life, Mom will give you the warmest maternal love in the world, and will do everything I can to pamper you and love you, okay? Yi Xiaoxiao, the co-pilot. The defense was also broken. Tears were falling. She could only open her arms. Hugging Yi Nan tightly. Choking and sobbing. Brother Xiaonan, don't be sad. From now on, you have a mother and 9 sisters who will spoil you and love you. We will make up for your lack of love. While crying, she wiped the tears from Yi Nan's eyes and cheeks. Yi Nan spoke sentimentally, his eyes filled with tears. The emotions accumulated deep in the soul can be vented. He took a deep breath. He patted the shoulder of his 7th sister Xiaoxiao, who he was hugging. 7th sister, don't worry, I'm fine. Immediately. A bright, sunny smile blossomed on his face. He said into the phone with relief. Mom, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I was too sentimental. Due to your condition, you should not be overly happy or sad, and you should not be emotionally excited. We all need to be well, alive, reunited, and enjoy family happiness. The richest man's mother burst into laughter and hummed twice. I also felt a lot relieved. Son, you are right. Birth, aging, sickness and death, even Buddha cannot escape. As long as we are alive, every day, we must be positive and happy. Xiaonan, Mom really misses you. Yi Nan felt much more relaxed and happy. Mom, wait for me, I will visit some famous doctors and find anti-cancer drugs. I will go abroad with my sisters to visit you and treat your illness. The richest man's mother had no choice but to respond. Okay, son. In fact, she visited many famous doctors but could find no anti-cancer drugs? I originally thought that the medical level abroad would be better than that in China. As a result, still no results. End the call. Yi Xiaoxiao was so excited that she danced with joy. Gave Yi Nan a big hug. Wow, Xiaonan brother, you are awesome. Oh my god, you finally reconciled with your mother, what a loving mother and filial son. Yi Nan raised his eyebrows and smiled in a cool and elegant manner. Sister Xiaoxiao, it's my problem. Originally, I was alone for so many years, and suddenly I had a mother and 9 sisters. I'm quite happy. But that hurdle in my heart was, like a little devil, jumping up, and I couldn't control my wild power. Yi Xiaoxiao poked Yi Nan's forehead with her slender jade fingers. Humph, you little clever ghost, when you are naughty, you are quite scary. Now, the clouds have finally cleared and the sun has risen. I will find a chance to meet my mother and recognize her. Yi Nan sighed, restarted the car and started driving. Return to the Royal Number 1 Dome Star C. The Leek in Wolfson is on the main road of the transportation hub. Drive for a while.
Yinan glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao and asked curiously.
By the way, Sister Xiaoxiao, since our mother is, the richest person, then what about our father? Who is the father? He. Without waiting for Yi Nan to finish,
a chill flashed across Yi Xiaoxiao's face.
Said quite angrily.
Brother Xiaonan, don't mention your father, that heartless and unfaithful man.
He's a big asshole. Yi Nan hummed.
He looked confused.
This. How much of a jerk is he? He abandoned his wife and daughter?
Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head slightly.
In fact, I don't know much about my father's situation. But I once heard my mother mention it occasionally. But, Mom is reluctant to talk about Dad.
From time to time, my mother secretly wiped away her tears.
I heard that originally, my father was. Chapter 50, The richest man's biological mother is exposed. Song Yilan has a terminal illness and only 3 months to live. She returns to China to accompany her son. Chapter 50, The richest man's biological mother is exposed. Song Yilan has a terminal illness and only has 3 months to live.
She returns to China to accompany her son in Iceland, Europe.
Hellemai Island. A private island.
Luxurious European manor-style villas and mansions are being built.
Beautiful scenery and exotic customs. The coastline is long and pure.
It feels like a paradise, quiet and comfortable.
Main building loft. Second floor.
A graceful and elegant figure.
It exudes the charm of Oriental classical beauty, outlining a plump and delicate body. Elegant and luxurious, noble but not arrogant. She is graceful and beautiful. If it weren't for the illness that plagued me. So,
she must be an Oriental beauty, peerless and charming.
Elegant and dignified.
Even though he was suffering from brain tumors and lung cancer, both terminal illnesses, and was left with only 3 months to live. However, even without makeup, she is still stunningly stunning. After all, he is still haggard and sick. Song Yilan, YLN, the richest woman in China on the Forbes rich list, is the founder, chairman and CEO of Shimenfang. A few years ago, he spent a lot of money to buy Hellemai Island. It became her unique kingdom island far away in Europe. At this time, Song Yilan finished the call. Bathed in the refreshing sea breeze. The breeze comes slowly. As if her brain tumor and lung cancer blocked her qi and blood. A lot of them have been cleared. Indeed. The thing that healed her heart the most. It must be her son Yinan, whom she had been looking for 20 years. That word mom. It seems to be the best medicine. It cured her heart disease. A good mood drives away diseases. Song Yilan brushed away the hair that fell on her forehead. She has been in the business world for many years. Elegant and smart. The richest man's biological mother Song Yilan, 1. The corners of her mouth turned up, revealing a charming smile. She murmured to herself. Xiaonan, my dear son. I can hear you call me mom, that's all I want. If this is your fate, mom will definitely be watching you in heaven. You must live well and live happily. Talking to himself. I couldn't help but feel a lump in my throat. There were tears in my eyes. I shed some tears. Xiaonan, mom misses you so much. Can you look at mom the moment she closes her eyes? Not long. A capable and secretary-like woman. But she was a young mixed-race woman wearing a maid outfit. Holding a bowl of medicinal soup. Straight out of the house. When she heard Song Yilan pouring out her heart skipped a beat. There was a stinging pain of having your heart broken. Dingya, Song Yilan's personal secretary. Because she was a foreign mercenary. So, Dingya also works as a personal bodyguard. She is of Chinese and American descent. Has a pair of bright European and American blue eyes. It is a perfect work of art that combines Chinese and Western elements. Tall figure. It outlines a beautiful S-curve. She slowed down. Standing behind Song Yilan, he said respectfully. Sister Yilan, it's time to take medicine. Song Yilan raised her hand slightly and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and cheeks. He turned around slowly, a kind smile appearing on his face. Or say, as the richest woman, Song Yilan.
there is no arrogance or airs. Gentle and elegant. It always gives people a refreshing feeling like spring breeze.
Her young and fair fingers were tortured by illness.
Already thin and a little bony.
She took the medicine bowl and smiled at Dingya.
Xiaoya, thank you for your hard work. I've really wronged you during this period of time.
Let you, a young girl, accompany me, a sickly man, to live in seclusion.
Dingya was flattered and immediately bowed. Sister Elan, you are too kind. It is my honor to be able to follow you and serve you. If it weren't for your care, Sister Elan, there would be no Dingya today. Son Elan's face was filled with a spring-like smile. Xiaoya, you are always so sweet. Intellectual and humble. Dingya replied with a smile.
All of this was learned thanks to Sister Elan's teaching.
Slight lag.
She frowned and hummed. Sister Elan, congratulations on finding Xiaonan and talking to him on the phone.
I finally heard him call you mom.
All of this is just a good start, so you must relax.
A happy mood is conducive to recovery from illness. Son Elan took a sip of the medicine.
She shook her head slightly.
Xiaoya, I know my body and my condition well.
My biggest wish is actually to not let go of my son Xiaonan. Although now his 9 sisters have grown up and can take care of him. But, for the past 20 years, I, as a mother, have owed him too much.
If life allows, I really want to make it up to him.
He is alone and helpless, it is really hard to imagine what kind of situation he is in.
Dingya nodded and sighed. Yes. Sister Elan, please follow the doctor's advice. It's best for you to stay on this island in Iceland to recuperate. Otherwise, if it is really possible, book a flight back home. Son Elan sighed, waved her hand slightly, and sighed. Xiaoya, forget it, just book a plane ticket and accompany me back to China. I don't have much time left. According to the hospital's diagnosis, I only have 3 months to live. I don't want to leave this world with any regrets. I have decided that even if I can go back to China and spend one day with my son, I will be satisfied. Dingya? She said, this. Sister Elan, this is not possible. According to your current physical condition, it is not suitable for you to travel long distances. Otherwise, I will contact Ruoyan and discuss it with her sisters. Son Elan waved her sleeves and said decisively. No need. Xiaoya, you should know what I am thinking. From the moment I found my son Xiaonan through gene bank comparison, I have been eager to go home for a long time. Even if I can only survive and leave my body here, I will always be thinking about my son. No need to discuss with Ruoyan and the others, return home immediately. Even if I die, I will die in China, returning to my roots. I can see my son again, and I can die with no regrets. Dingya wanted to say something else. Son Elan stared at Dingya with a determined look. Dingya had no choice but to respond. Yes, Miss Elan. Wait for Dingya to turn around and walk away. Son Elan gazed into the distance at the boundless ocean. The waves are rolling and raging. The waves keep rolling in, hitting the silver-white beach. The landscape is picturesque, with thousands of piles of snow. She said silently in her heart. Xiaonan, my good son, wait, I will come back to see you. In fact, from the moment Song Yilan and Yi Nan talked on the phone and Yi Nan recognized her mother, she was determined to return home, see her son, and recognize him. Even if it's a terminal brain tumor or lung cancer, with only 3 months left to live. That should be the last journey of my life accompanying my son. Make up for the 20 years of maternal love he has been missing. For Song Yilan, it's a life of hard work. Accumulated huge wealth. Even if there are 9 daughters and 1 son. They have 10 siblings, and they can't spend all the money in their lifetime. If it was her fate to die, Song Yilan wouldn't have too many concerns in her heart. At present, the only thing he can't let go of is his son Yinan. So, Song Yilan left her private island and embarked on her journey back home.